Due to Ziyun goddess, Lu Piao continued. Even though you two are engaged, is there really such a rush? Nili hastily explained. I didn't. Just then, Ziyun stopped, panting, hugging her face and thinking, why are so many images appearing in my head, and even my body feels strange? Recalling it, she thought again. Could this be an inner yearning? In Ye Ziyun's head, she recalled Nili's body from that night, then embarrassedly said, Why would this be possible? Nili still stared blankly at Ye Ziyun, thinking, judging by that look, is she recalling that? But that happened before, so this is illogical. He suddenly realized, thinking, if Ziyun really is recalling some memories from her past life, then she might understand some of my feelings. Xiao Ningre approached and asked, Nili, what's wrong with Ziyun? Nili was silent for a moment, then replied, Ningxie, do you believe in past lives? Nili turned and asked again, Ningxie, do you believe there's a past life? Nili looked at Xiao Ningxie with an extremely serious expression. She lowered her head slightly, then opened her eyes, saying, I believe it. Nili's eyes widened in surprise, somewhat worried. Xiao Ning'er continued, for a long time I've had suspicions. At this moment his face darkened, then she continued, sometimes, standing under a tree or sitting by a window, I get illusions. She also said, it's as if things I've already experienced are being repeated countless times in an endless cycle. She said, before I met you, I was always trapped in endless nightmares. Everything was like a cycle. I dreamed that I was being forced by my family to marry Shen Fei. She continued. Knowing this, I angrily left, entering a dark and gloomy forest, and fell into endless darkness. She said, I also dreamed that in that endless dark forest, I was like a wandering ghost, suffering countless tortures and pain, until one day a young man came and pulled me out of that endless nightmare, and at that moment my black world gained light. She sadly said, from that moment on I decided that I would use everything in my life to repay his kindness. Nili was now completely worried, he thought to himself. She's talking about the Black Demon Forest. He remembered, thinking. In her past life she entered the Black Demon Forest and disappeared without a trace. Ningxie also has vague memories of her past life. Nili asked, do you dream of anything else? Then he thought, according to her, someone saved Ningxie from the Black Demon Forest in her past life. Xiao Ningxie replied, after that, it's very vague. I can't remember anything else. She said, it seems there's still one thing, but the memory isn't strong. Nili said, is that so? Maybe that's just a fragment of your past life memories? In his heart he thought. What exactly happened? Lu Piao chimed in. Don't listen to Nili's nonsense. If you really had past life memories, why would there still be Shen Fei? Hearing this, Xiao Ningxie then said, maybe it's because I think about it too much during the day, so I dream about it at night. But at this moment Xiao Shu smacked Lu Piao on the back, causing him to spit out water. She scolded, no one told you to speak, so shut up. Nili stroked his chin, thinking, Ziyun has discovered some fragments of past life memories after coming here, and in Ningxie's dreams, there are images of entering the Black Demon Forest in her past life. This is definitely not a coincidence. He fell into contemplation. My rebirth is definitely not as simple as it seems. Which great being arranged this situation? Looking up at the sky, he thought, perhaps my meeting with Ningxie isn't a coincidence either. Ziyun and Ningxie, our fates are bound together. He immediately thought, no matter what, I will find the answers with you. First, I must find the temporal demon spirit book. Time passed. The sun and moon competed for space. A few days later, the group had traveled far across the desert. Lu Piao sighed. Nili, is the desert divine palace you mentioned really nearby? He also said, look at that broken sword. It's been flying in the sky for days now, searching for so long, and it hasn't found anything. Nili was silent for a moment, then resolutely said, the desert divine palace is nearby. Let's continue searching. Hearing this, Lu Piao helplessly said, all right, then let's continue to split up and search. Thus, everyone went to their tasks, running in 4 directions. Nili stood watching his friends, thinking, the desert divine palace in my memories is definitely nearby, a palace so huge, there's no reason why we can't find it. He frowned, saying, why haven't we even seen a shadow after so many days? Nili looked up at the sun with a frown. Nili's past life flashed before his eyes. The scene from back then. He huffed and puffed, looking at his companions who were all lying unconscious on the sand. He squinted into the distance, his face weary. Nili continued his journey, trudging alone through the desert. The sunlight was harsh, radiating from the rising dust clouds, within which a silhouette faintly appeared, a massive palace. Nili narrowed his eyes. Peering ahead, a magnificent palace had emerged. At some point, Nili stepped forward, placed his hand on the door, and then pushed it open. Before him was a dazzling light. obscuring everything else. Ni Li stepped inside, only to see many reliefs ahead. He carefully examined each statue. Ni Li continued deeper inside. Ahead was a stone platform, on which many books lay neatly. Ni Li casually reached for a blue book. Touching it, a sudden change occurred, startling him back to reality. Ni Li was still standing there dumbfounded. Lu Piao and the others returned, asking each other, "Ni Li looks off, doesn't he? He hasn't said a word in ages." Lu Piao reached out to touch Ni Li, when a hand grabbed his shoulder. Du Zhen reminded, "Don't look at him, Du Zhen say. I think he's entered another state of cultivation. You shouldn't disturb him to avoid accidents, otherwise it could lead to Kui deviation," Lu Piao said. "Oh," Du Zhen suggested, "let's keep an eye on him." Ni Li continued to walk aimlessly, like a soulless corpse. Suddenly, Ni Li stopped. He muttered, "Desert. Divine Palace." Looking at the desolate scene ahead, he said, "How could it be like this?" At this moment, Lu Piao asked in surprise, "Ni Li, you're awake?" He asked confused, "You just said Desert Divine Palace. Looking ahead, you're talking about this." All that could be seen ahead were many statues emitting plumes of smoke, and not intact. Lu Piao wondered. "Didn't you say the Desert Divine Palace was extraordinarily magnificent?" Du Zhen replied. "Maybe he only saw it on a map or some ancient book. Seems like your intel is outdated this time." Ni Li ran forward and said, "Maybe so. Let me go take a look." Ni Li looked around and wondered. Strange, he thought to himself. Judging from the level of weathering of these statues, this place was destroyed a long time ago. Looking around, he then thought, "But in my previous life, I didn't come to the Desert Divine Palace until a few years later." Ni Li walked forward and paused for a moment. He thought, "This is it. This is the location of the Divine Palace. Not even a single book remains." Looking closely, he said, "Temporal Demon Spirit Book, where have you gone?" He frowned, thinking, "The Temporal Demon Spirit Book in my previous life didn't seem to be here. It should have been in this Desert Divine Palace. Could it be?" Suddenly, Ni Li felt a jolt, then he clutched his head and screamed miserably, looking extremely pained. Everyone was worried and called out, Ni Li, what's wrong?" They all rushed over, calling out, Ni Li! Ye Ziyun and Du Zhen asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Then Ni Li couldn't hear what they were saying anymore, and his vision gradually darkened. Ni Li fell face first onto the ground. A month later, with the arrival of the Tianyun tribe and the Black Prison World, Glory City flourished. 5 myriad demon spirit arrays had been set up in the city, along with other defensive measures, and the youths of Holy Orchid Institute began to learn Ni Li's advanced cultivation techniques. On a treetop, Ye Yan observed and burst out laughing. "Everything seems to be getting better and better. Got a decent stack of silver, not bad at all." Then he flew away, disappearing into the clouds. Scene change. The city lord's mansion's private courtyard. Ye Ziyun was soaking in a bath, worriedly saying, "Ningguer and I have been taking care of him for a month now, but Ni Li still hasn't woken up," she cried sadly and called out, "Ni Li." Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, "Ye Ziyun, Ni Li seems to be regaining consciousness. Ningguer told you to come over quickly." Ye Ziyun stood up abruptly and said, "Really? That's great, I'll be right there." Then she quickly changed her clothes. Over here, Ni Li was still face down on the bed. Seriously, have they kept him in this position for a whole month? Xiao Ningguer kept channeling soul force into Ni Li's hand. Seeing signs of him waking up, she cried with joy, saying, "That's great, I can feel the power returning to Ni Li's body. Let's try channeling a little more soul force." Then Xiao Ningguer channeled soul force into him. During this time, Ni Li was still in his consciousness, and he saw the book in front of him, the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. The Temporal Demon Spirit Book reversed time and space, sending me back to when I was 13, but when I went back, it disappeared. This book is the origin of everything. How could it just disappear like that? What's going on? Could it be that the time stream I returned to isn't the original one? Is this a different space-time? Without that book, Ni Li gradually woke up, lying on the bed and trying to open his eyes, groaning, "My head hurts so much." Suddenly he saw Ningguer beside him. She looked worried, and seemed about to cry, her tearful eyes making Ni Li feel a pang of sympathy. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the pair of knockers in front of him, and he hurriedly and awkwardly raised his head. Ningguer was startled and overjoyed, and asked, "Ninglai Shong, you're awake?" He nodded, and Ningguer was so happy that she hugged him tightly, choking out, "That's so great," she cried, trembling. Seeing this, Ni Li patted her back in comfort, saying, Okay. Just then, the door was suddenly opened, and Ziyun and Xiaoshu were standing outside looking in, and the scene made Xiaoshu dumbfounded. She couldn't say a word. Ni Li also looked over, feeling awkward, as if he'd been caught red-handed, and he called out with wide eyes, "Ziyun!" He was about to explain, when Ziyun suddenly smiled gently and rushed over. She went to his side, and called out emotionally, "Ni Li." The three of them hugged. Ziyun said, "No need to explain, it's enough that you're alive." These words made him feel deeply moved, and he hugged the two women, exclaiming, "I'm still alive, damn it. You guys are still here, this world is still here, it's not a dream." The scene made everyone standing outside look on in confusion. "Full of questions," Lu Piao shouted. "Gouge my eyes out. Neely's being totally unreasonable," Du Xin said, laughing his ass off. In these final moments, compared to life and death, this is just kid stuff. Meanwhile, Neely straightened his clothes and asked, "How long was I out?" Du Xin replied, "Over a month," making Neely jump in surprise. A moment later, birds chirped in the trees, and squirrels frolicked about. Gathering outside, Lu Piao hurriedly asked, "Neely, how's your body?" He laughed and replied, "Don't worry, the soul test is still normal," he thought to himself. "The 2 pages of the temporal demon spirit book are still there. It's just a headache. I really don't know how I fainted, I wasted everyone's time. Now we can only wait for the Dragon Ruins realm to open." Du Zi asked, "Do you have a next plan yet?" Neely said, "There's not much time left. I have to go back and say goodbye to my clansmen." Xingyun quickly reminded, "Your body isn't well yet. No need to rush. Or I can send someone to invite Uncle and the others here." Nelia took a breath and said, "All right then." Turning to look with a loving gaze, "Thank you, Ziyun." Suddenly, Ni Li froze when Ye Zong appeared behind Xingyun, saying, "Ni Li, you finally woke up, you little punk. If you dare let my daughter become a young widow, see how I'll discipline you." Hearing this, Ziyun grumbled and reminded, "Dad?" Ni Li then smiled lightly. "Uncle Yizong, thank you for your concern. This son-in-law is doing fine." Making Yizong stunned, he then asked, "Why are you being so well-behaved, kid? Did you maybe become enlightened after passing out? Haha." Hearing this left everyone speechless. Seeing it was a bit much, Yizong coughed and reminded, "Now you are the hope of Glory City. When you get to the Dragon Ruins realm, you must take care of yourself. Although it's a bit sad, fledglings that don't leave the nest can never grow up." Ni Lai then replied with a smile, "Don't worry, future father-in-law." So the group laughed and talked happily together, until the sky gradually darkened. Ziyun looked up at the moonlight and said, "I really want to ask Yezong, why hasn't Grandpa arrived yet?" Making Yezong stunned, looking around and saying, "That's right, he received the news too. Could he be hiding behind that tree?" Suddenly, a loud explosion in the distance made Yezong jump up, asking, "Is it an enemy attack?" With a stern face he said, "Let's go see." Then he rushed away, Neely asked in surprise. The City Lord's mansion has a protective grand formation, and so many legendary experts. Is there still someone who dares to attack? He manifested 2 pairs of wings, and shot off towards the source of the energy vortex. In front of them, everyone was gossiping, saying, "That commotion is coming from the City Lord's mansion. Who in the world could it be?" In the smoky haze, a figure suddenly appeared, and the old man with the big beard was Yemo. Opposite him was a man with a blazing aura approaching, saying, "Yemo, long time no see, haha." Demon Lord appeared, saying, "I didn't expect that hiding so deeply you would still find me." Yemo asked, "How many years has it been? I didn't expect the Demon Lord to once again grace my Glory City. I wonder what guidance you have." Demon Lord smiled faintly, saying, "It seems this place isn't too welcoming to me. After all, I'm also someone who came from Glory City." Then he coldly snorted, looking at Yemo, causing him to be suppressed by the power of the crushing law. He then spoke up, saying, "You betrayed Glory City and were expelled a long time ago." Hearing this, Demon Lord burst out laughing. "Ha ha, lies! Was it me who betrayed, or was it Glory City that betrayed me?" He glared and said, "I won't pursue the events of the past. You should be grateful." Demon Lord's hand clenched, his aura raging. Yemo then asked, "So what are you here for?" Demon Lord laughed, ha, and said, "There is something here that I want. As long as you hand it over, the old grudges between us will end. If not, I will stir up Glory City until the heavens and earth collapse." Hearing this, Yemo asked directly, "What do you want?" He scoffed and raised his lips, saying, "You know what I want? Why ask? Just hand over the demon spirit stone that seals that demon beast, and all the old stories will end. If not, don't blame me for going on a killing spree." Meanwhile below, Nilai looked up, thinking, "Demon Lord? He came all this way for a demon spirit. Never thought someone who owns the 8-armed demon like the Demon Lord would be so hung up on it. What is it, anyway?" Yema replied, "I don't understand. What are you talking about? Get lost." Making the Demon Lord's face darken, he went berserk, unleashing an oppressive aura that made Yemo curse. "Damn it." He burst out a brilliant aura to barely withstand it. Ni Li rushed over, realizing Yemo was about to give out, and reached out to help Yemo unleash a burst of power, surprising the Demon Lord. He flew in front of Yemo, all fierce and protective. Seeing this, the Demon Lord was stunned and asked, "It's you again?" Neely also looked serious, showing he feared no one. The Demon Lord said, If it weren't for your meddling, Glory City would already be in my pocket. You always get in my way. I have no choice but to eliminate you. Ni Lai replied. We've clashed before. If you can kill me, then come and try. With that, he unleashed his aura. Suddenly, the Demon Lord froze, blankly looking around. At this moment, Ni Li's crew also surrounded him from all sides, bursting with energy, everyone working together to help Ni Lai, causing a burst of energy as bright as a nuclear bomb exploding in the sky. Ni Lai then asked, "How's that? Even the powerful dark laws can't withstand us ganging up on you like this." But Ni Li suddenly froze as the Demon Lord transformed into a demon spirit in the smoke and flew up. He burst out with power, soaring upwards, roaring fiercely. Seeing this, Ni Li also quickly transformed into a fanged panda, yelling, and then unleashed light dark energy to attack violently. The Demon Lord on the other side also unleashed power and charged forward. At this moment, a law sphere of two sources of power surrounded each other. The Demon Lord wielded 6 weapons with 6 arms, slashing wildly, making it impossible for anyone to get close to him. Ni Li sighed. The Supreme Body is indeed powerful. His strength has increased again in just a short time. I'm afraid the first Fate Soul has been condensed, so I have to use my ultimate move. With that, he reached behind his back and drew out the heavenly meteorite thunder sword. A source of shining thunderlight shone straight down. Ni Lai immediately slashed down, causing the Demon Lord to praise, "Well done, you really do have a trump card." When the lightning struck down, the Demon Lord was ready to resist. He reached out and summoned a weapon, raising it to block directly. Ye Zong on this side called out, "Everyone get out of the way now." After that, the lightning struck down. The Demon Lord smashed the 2 mallets together to form a protective screen to block Ni Li's power. The vortex of the 2 forces created was extremely fierce, sweeping away everything around. The Demon Lord then roared and raised his mallet to recklessly destroy the lightning. But surprisingly, the mallet shattered immediately after. His weapons also disintegrated before the domineering lightning, with the heavenly lightning striking down, creating a booming explosion, illuminating everything, submerged in a sea of fire. Lu Piao exclaimed. "The heavenly meteorite thundersword is so domineering. Is he dead?" Ye Zong said. "Is this how to kill demon beasts?" But Ni Li frowned and shouted, "No, that lightning didn't hit him." Hearing this surprised Du Zhe. While he was stunned, the Demon Lord appeared behind him. As Du Zhe sensed something and turned around, he took a powerful punch, spitting out blood as he flew downwards. Quickly, the Demon Lord immediately attacked Ni Li's friends, leaving them all heavily injured and sprawled on the ground. Ye Zong exclaimed in alarm. My daughter, Ni Li, turned around and shouted, "Damn it, he's too fast." In an instant, the Demon Lord rushed towards Ye Zong. Ye Zong flared his aura. "Arg, try to stop me." The Demon Lord, holding a sword, said, "You dare to hit my daughter." Ye Zong immediately transformed into a were-tiger and roared, "Taste my sword!" But just as he was about to strike, the Demon Lord suddenly vanished without a trace right in front of him, leaving Ye Zong completely bewildered. "The hell," Ni Li, watching, said, disappeared into thin air. That's how he avoided the lightning. After a few seconds of silence, remembering how the Demon Lord had just attacked Du Zeng, Ni Li shouted, "Father-in-law, be careful!" Unexpectedly, the Demon Lord appeared behind Ye Zong and knocked the sword out of his hand. At this moment, Ni Li swung the Heavenly Origin Divine Thundersword down swiftly, blocking a fatal blow from the Demon Lord, who coldly snorted. Fast reflexes almost killed Ye Zong there. The Demon Lord grabbed Ye Zong's neck in his hand. This worried Ni Li and Ye Mo, who exclaimed, "Damn it!" Zi Yun rushed over in a panic, calling out, "Father." Seeing this, the Demon Lord laughed heartily. "Your magic artifact is indeed powerful. If we fought for real, I might not be able to do anything to you, but you have too many weaknesses. Everyone here is your weakness. Except for you, I can kill anyone else here at will." Ni Li raised the Heavenly Origin Divine Thundersword and said, "Release him, and I'll let you go. From now on, we'll stay out of each other's way. If you dare to hurt anyone else here, I absolutely won't let you off. Even if I have to chase you to the Dragon Ruins realm, I'll completely annihilate you." Hearing this, the Demon Lord glared and said, "Are you threatening me?" He tightened his grip on Ye Zong's neck, and his overbearing power caused Ye Zong's eyes to bulge. His mouth gaped open, thinking to himself, "My law energy is disappearing." Ni Li panicked and shouted, "City Lord!" The Demon Lord smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, what were you saying? Chase me where?" This made Ni Li tremble with anger. "Bastard," Ye Zong struggled to say. "Don't worry about me. Kill him." Then, he gathered the last of his strength in his hand and attacked the Demon Lord, surprising him slightly. However, since he had 6 arms, it was easy for him to grab Ye Zong's arm and then exhale in contempt. He immediately ripped Ye Zong's arm off, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Xin Yun cried out in heartache, "Father!" Tears streamed down her face in grief. She unleashed an icy blast and rushed forward, but Ye Mo suddenly stopped her, saying, "Don't go up there." Seeing Ye Zong's blood falling and his painful expression made Ye Mo silent. He then stepped forward and said, Demon Lord, release Ye Zong. Otherwise, don't even dream of leaving Glory City today. Even if this old man has to risk his life, I'll kill you. The Demon Lord burst into laughter. Ha ha! From childhood to old age, it's still the same old excuses. How do you plan to keep me here, Ye Mo? I'm about to condense my fate soul. In my eyes, your threats are just the cries of a bunch of ants. You can't do anything to me anyway. Hearing this made Ye Mo angrily curse. Damn it! Nili trembled with anger, holding the heavenly origin divine thunder sword in his hand. Over here, Ye Zong, gasping his last breaths, glanced at Ziyun, who was crying her eyes out. He thinks, the person I owe the most in this life is you, my child. Then, looking at Nili's sword in his hand, and the Demon Lord, he yells, Nili, what are you standing there spacing out for? Hurry, and put all your strength into killing him, never mind me. Nili hesitates, but Ye Zong says, hurry up, this way I can be happy even under the yellow springs. The Demon Lord turns around and says, no wonder you're Ye Mo's son, still able to talk like this. But, you think some enlightenment is enough to defeat me? I'm getting a little impatient. Hand over the Demon Spirit Stone, or not just you, everyone here will die. Immediately after, the Demon Lord tears off another one of Ye Zong's arms, causing blood to splatter everywhere, causing Ye Zong pain to the bone. But he doesn't scream or shout, and he laughs gleefully. Still not painful enough to scream. Then watch this. He tightens his grip on Ye Zong's neck, then releases a burst of powerful aura, laughing heartily, ha. But Ye Zong struggles to say, don't you even dream about it? His eyes are full of coldness. On Lan Nili's side, grinding his teeth in anger, Ye Mo suddenly speaks up. I'll give it to you, I accept. I will give you the Demon Spirit Stone. Quickly release Ye Zong first. Ye Mo takes out the Demon Spirit Stone, surprising the Demon Lord. On this side, Ye Zong weakly says, don't. The Demon Lord laughs. If you had agreed sooner, things wouldn't have come to this. He then demands Ye Mo to throw the Demon Spirit Stone over, but he says sternly, release the person first. But the Demon Lord laughs, saying you are pretending makes you delusional. I can kill Ye Zong first, and then snatch the item from your hands. If you dare destroy it, I will kill your granddaughter too, Ye Mo. I'm not negotiating with you, you're out of time. Ye Mo looks at Ye Zong's bleeding arm, heartbroken, and has no choice but to throw the Demon Spirit Stone over to him, saying, take it. The Demon Lord catches it, coldly staring, and says, alright. Ye Mo says angrily, now can you release Ye Zong? He nods and says, right, but turning to look at Ye Zong in his hand, he says, of course, I will return his corpse to you. Saying that, he puts all his strength into his hand, declaring, let father and son reunite with each other under the yellow springs. Seeing this, Ye Mo cries out in panic, don't. But nothing can stop the Demon Lord's sharp hand from piercing through Ye Zong's chest, blood splattering everywhere, sending him straight to the afterlife. And so Ye Zong just passes away like that, all the veins and arteries severed. He turns and says weakly, Nili, saying his last words, take care of Yunjie for me. Suddenly, freezing ice bursts out from Ye Zong's body, sticking tightly to the Demon Lord's arm, shocking him. Not good. He tries to pull his hand out but can't. Very quickly, the freezing ice spreads to him, causing the Demon Lord to stand there dumbfounded. At this time, Ye Zong still exerts all his strength. Ye Zong then erupts with a burst of dazzlingly bright freezing ice, causing everyone to raise their hands to shield themselves. On this side, Xinyun cries out in pain, Father. Before her eyes at this moment is the dazzling light of her father's self-detonation, causing past memories to flood back. When she was young, Ye Zong stood beside her and called out, Yungtae, do you know that Glory City where we live is the only home for humanity, which the Snow Wind family has protected for so many generations? Countless ancestors sacrificed their blood and bones. Their blood paved the way for the glory of the Fengsu family. Remember this, we aren't rulers of Glory City, but its guardians. We should be proud of our ancestors who sacrificed for us. If Glory City is ever in danger, I won't hesitate to give my life. And just like that, he yeeted himself to the afterlife. Ziyun's tears streamed down her face. She reached out with a heartbroken cry. Father! Ye Mo was also stunned, calling out with a choked voice, Zongzhe. Everyone else also looked and cried, City Lord. But even that self-detonation couldn't kill the Demon Lord. He emerged roaring, you damned ant, you dare try to harm me before you die? Then he flexed and laughed. Ha ha! Ye Mo cried out in anguish. My son. The Fengsu family's self-detonation technique was used. Even his soul is destroyed. Even if we restored his body, he can't be reborn. Du Zhe was speechless, lamenting. The City Lord is dead. Lu Piao cursed bitterly. Damn it, then shouted, you evil bastard. He immediately transformed into his demon spirit form and charged, shouting, I'm gonna chop off the rest of your hands. Everyone rushed forward to avenge the City Lord, fighting him to the death. But before they could do anything, they were suppressed and stood frozen, Everyone was unable to move. Duze was stunned that he couldn't move. Then he looked over and everyone was surprised at Nilina's appearance now. He was now blazing with light energy, with the lightning source from the Tianyun Divine Lightning Sword. Nili held the sword in his hand, filled with rage. Images of Ye Zong from before flashed through his mind. Then he suddenly glared and shouted, "You've pissed me off!" He now unleashed a terrifying killing intent, causing the Demon Lord to be stunned and ask, "What secret technique did you use? How can you be this strong?" His hand clenched tightly. Then he unleashed his aura and shouted, "Damn it!" He attacked straight at the raging Nili, but he stood still, not dodging at all. But the aura vanished as soon as it touched Nili. He gritted his teeth and swung down the Tianyun Divine Lightning Sword. With this strike coming down, the Demon Lord panicked and said, "I'm screwed, Mouth Agape," he shouted. What the heck, he thought. This wasn't part of my plan. His killing intent made me unable to move. He strained to move his arm and pulled out a weapon, saying, "I must stop it." He hurriedly raised his protective artifact to block the attack. But at this moment, Nili's powerful, bright slash struck down like a fatal lightning bolt, causing everyone nearby to be affected and sent flying away, making it impossible for the Demon Lord to dodge, and he screamed in panic. He was slammed straight into the ground, creating a cloud of dust, giving the earth a deep kiss, creating a huge crater. But Nili stared down grimly, realizing that he wasn't dead yet. The Demon Lord transformed back to his original form and immediately ran away to save his life. Seeing this, how could Nili let go of the one who killed his father-in-law? He glared and unleashed lightning, slashing down and saying, "Where do you think you're going?" And so the Demon Lord ate another strike from the lightning sword, getting zapped like he was about to kick the bucket. Ain't no dodging this. Can only scream my lungs out in the face of this power. Then the Demon Lord's body vanished, leaving only his armor clattering to the ground. Suddenly, the Demon Lord zipped out of the dust cloud, making Nili yell, "The hell!" He flared his fiery aura, shouting, "Die!" He swung again, but the lightning only struck the armor, sending it flying away into the distance, sending Nilin into a blood-boiling rage, roaring his declaration, "Demon Lord, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you and obliterate you forever. No reincarnation for you." Then the killing intent on Nili's body subsided. He stood frozen in the air, his face deathly pale. He stood motionless in the void, bathed in moonlight. In the aftermath, everything lay in ruins. Everyone was plunged into gloom. Nili shot off into the sky, as if searching for something. He held the soul orb in his hand, trying to collect Ye Zong's soul, but all that was left were wisps of soul energy. The city lord's soul was gone, he muttered, stunned. Just like in my past life. On the other side, Zi Yun was kneeling beside Ye Zong's sword, tears streaming down her face. Just then, Nili arrived and said, "Xin Yun, I'm sorry." That she immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly, bursting into tears. Nili lamented, "I used the heavenly Tao divine art, but I couldn't stop him," causing Zi Yun to cry even harder. Nili pulled her away, his face stern. "Zi Yun, listen to me. Your father used the family's magic. His soul vanished. But if there's a way to bring someone back to life, I definitely won't give up." Making Zi Yun ask in surprise, "Resurrect? Is there really a way?" Yema was also dumbfounded. Nili, seeing this, didn't say much, and just put his hand on his chest, saying, "Time will tell. As long as we enter the Dragon Ruins realm, and our cultivation reaches a certain level, there will definitely be a way," Xin Yun said firmly. "Nili, I will go to the Dragon Ruins realm, I will become stronger, and then resurrect my father," Nili added, "and avenge him against the Demon Lord." And so, everyone fell silent. The next day, Yedzong's funeral was held. Nili, standing in the rain, thought glumly, "How ridiculous. I thought I had control over my fate, and the fate of others, but it turns out I'm just a pawn in a game." At this time, inside the city lord's mansion, Yemo was sitting sadly in his room, looking at the letters that Yedzong had written, tears streaming down his face. Just then, someone came to the door of his room. Yemo hurriedly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Then Zi Yun pushed the door open and came in, causing Yemo to call out in surprise, "Yun er." The two of them sat and looked at each other in silence. Yemo spoke up, saying, "Zi Yun, your father is gone, and I'm old too. From now on you must take good care of yourself." Hearing this, Zi Yun's tears continued to fall. She called out, "Grandfather," Yemo said. Your father died protecting Glory City. He did not disgrace our ancestors." Ye looked at Ye Zong's seal and said, "I'm proud of Zonger." Then, the atmosphere became heavy with sorrow. Yemo asked, "Zi Yun, are you about to leave?" She nodded in confirmation. Yemu said, "I've been on the move my whole life, rarely spending time with you all. Now that Ye Zong is gone, I will protect Glory City. If one day Grandpa can't do it anymore, Glory City will have to be handed over to you," Ye Ziyun firmly said. "Yes." Over here, Nilai was standing dispiritedly in the rain. Seeing this, Ninger went to hold an umbrella for him, walking alongside him and pouring out her heart. In the past, I really admired Ye Ziyun. She has the city lord as her father. Whatever she likes, her father will help her achieve it, and no one forces her to do things she doesn't want to do. I felt she was so happy, unable to understand my suffering. Saying that, Ninger sighed. Later, I understood how much the Snowwind family has sacrificed for Glory City. Xingyun's mother passed away early. Her father is clearly right beside her. But she's still lonely, and she still lives strong, constantly cultivating, wanting to share her father's burdens. When I was little, my personality was very strong. I compared everything with her, but I still couldn't match up. She's someone I admire. Nili suddenly turned and called out, Ningyu, you are just like Xingyun, both very kind people. Going to the Dragon Ruins realm, I'm relieved that the two of you can be together. Nili then looked into the distance, saying, from now on, we will have to leave our homeland and step onto a path full of thorns. No matter how distant the future is, we will rely on each other to move forward. Ningxue nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The two of them just kept walking in the rain. Quickly, a month later, Nili bowed. Father, mother, Lu Piao, and everyone over here too, after saying goodbye to their loved ones, everyone began their journey to the underworld. They quickly crossed the mountains, passed the volcano, and finally set foot in the ninefold Deathlands. Ninth layer. Someone then said, looks like everyone knows the time. Nilai looked around. Looking at the people around him, there were a lot of people here. Almost every type was here. He thought to himself with resentment. I don't see the Demon Lord. You better hide. If I see you, I definitely won't let you. Summon Armor Tochoming suddenly came forward and said, not good, Nilai. I know what you want to do, but I have to tell you, even if it's my disciple, I won't help you. If you massacre each other, the opposing teacher has the right to beat you to death. Of course, if someone wants to kill you, I will also take action. Ni Li was stunned upon hearing this, and then asked, may I ask, Master, if the other party kills our parents, we can't take action either, Ming replied. Of course you can, but if acting for revenge now fails, and you lose your life, it's better to wait until you get to the Dragon Ruins realm, until you cultivate to a certain realm, then resolve your personal grievances. At that time I won't be able to stop you either. Ni Li wondered to himself, what does this mean? Unless my cultivation surpasses the teacher, the Demon Lord, then the teacher and the Demon Lord will be unable to stop me. He then bowed. This disciple understands. I will carefully follow Master's guidance. Ming then reminded him, impatience ruins great plans. Put aside your grievances for now, your future achievements will be even greater. Ni Li agreed after hearing this. Xiao Yu then turned and called out, Ni Li, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Ni Li hummed lightly, then turned his back and said, I'll go first. Called Duan Jian to remind him. You and the Demon Lord are in the same sect. You have to be careful, Duan Jian replied. Master, rest assured, I won't let him do anything harmful to me. Once there's a chance, I'll take care of him. Ni Li objected. There's no need for that. You can't deal with him now. You have to protect yourself first. Duan Jian nodded and said, okay, I understand, Ni Li said. Then I'll go ask the others first. So, he glanced at Xingyun standing in front, and thought to himself, Ziyun is a resilient girl. In our past life, she was the one who led us out of the Saint Ancestor Mountains, and she was also the one who taught me not to give up. So he walked over and called out, Ziyun, thinking, I believe she can break free from her sorrow. Then he instructed, after we get to the Dragon Ruins realm, you must take good care of yourself. Ye Ziyun nodded in agreement. Ni Li smiled slightly, then gave her a light hug, saying, we've only been together for a short time, and we already have to part ways. But for the future of everyone, we must work even harder. Xingyun also hugged him tightly. She then called out his name, Niai Li. As the two were embracing, reluctant to part, a surge of energy burst forth. A vortex appeared in the sky, surprising everyone as they looked towards Xiangming. At this moment he stammered, unable to speak. This is... A certain someone said it's ready. The exit to the little spiritual world has shifted near the Wuxiang divine sect. It's time for us to depart. Ni Li and his companions agreed. All right. Wei Nan turned around and said, Ni Li, Du Zi, see you in that world. Ni Li replied. Remember to take care of yourselves over there. Then Wei Nan, Zhu Chengjun, and their master released their auras and flew into the vortex in the sky. The master, seeing this, also spoke up. We must go too. The exit is about to shift near the Wuyin divine sect. Ziyun blankly said, we have to go. Then she turned back to look at Ni Li with affection, causing her master to sigh. Youth is so wonderful. I've lived for so long, I've forgotten what it feels like to be immersed in love. Ziyun then said her goodbyes. Meanwhile, Ningxire, on the other side, was overwhelmed with emotion, and her eyes welled up with tears. Looking at Ni Li, she remembered the scene of their first encounter, and she was suddenly struck with emotion. So Ziyun understood her feelings, and gently pushed her towards Ni Li. Ninger also quickly went over to say goodbye. Ni Li, we have to go now. Ni Li also smiled slightly and said, Ningxer, you must take care of yourself when you get there. She smiled slightly and gave him a tight hug. Ning Li was about to hesitate and say something, but Ning Li hugged him tightly and said, You don't need to say anything, I know everything. But Ning Li, not long ago I had a very long dream. I dreamt that I became an ugly person, constantly competing and snatching things, fighting tirelessly every day. Until one day, I met you, and it seemed that only then did I find the meaning of life. I gave everything to you, fought for you, and finally died on the battlefield. Although it was just a dream, I feel like it's destiny. Goodbye, Ni Li, I will try to become stronger in the Dragon Ruins realm. With that, she turned and left, leaving Ni Li stunned. In his past life, besides Zi Yun, Ni Li had another woman. At that time, he said, Hey you, wait, who are you? Why do you know my name? The blonde woman didn't say anything, she just called out, Ni Li. Then the two walked away silently. Ni Li asked in surprise. Not saying anything, just following me like that. He had to smile and say, Alright, if you like it, just follow me, I can't do anything about it. Although he was still wary at first, she always saved him from danger. Ni Li gradually accepted her. The two of them lived together for a long time, and finally she died for him. This filled Ni Li's heart with regret. They were together for so long, but he never loved her, and even to the end, he didn't know what her face looked like. He only knew that her name was Xiao Ning. Back in the present, Ni Li blankly thought, Could it be that she recognized me the first time we met? Is that why she helped me? Damn it, why didn't I think of that at all back then? Xiao Ning is the past life of Xiao Ningir. Xiao Ningir once entered the dark forest, and Xiao Ning once said her face was destroyed in a forest, the dark one, and her soul was burned to ashes. Inside that dark forest lurks something extremely terrifying, even surpassing the realm of all experts in the Dragon Ruins realm. What secrets are hidden inside the dark forest? And why could Ninger be resurrected? What is the curse she was afflicted with? And how did she get to the Dragon Ruins realm? It seems after returning, I must go there to see if I can explain everything about Ninger in her past life. Over here, Lu Piao is also reluctant to part, calling out, Zhao Shu. When I cultivate to the Grandmaster realm, I will come to the Heavenly Sound sect to marry you, Zhao Shu asked in surprise. Grandmaster. Then angrily pinched Lu Piao's ear and shouted, You bastard! By the time you cultivate to the Grandmaster, wouldn't I be old already? You're just not planning to marry me, are you? Lu Piao cried out in pain. I wouldn't dare. Ouch, let go, Zhao Shu then asked. What does that mean? Are you saying I'm forcing you to marry me? Lu Piao quickly tiptoed to ease the pain and said, I actively want to. So she let go, coldly scoffing. Lu Piao said, Zhao Shu, I will definitely marry you. Zhao Shu rolled her eyes and said, Lu Piao, listen carefully. While I'm not here, if you dare to look for another woman, see how I'll punish you when I return. Saying that, she coldly snorted, glancing down at Lu Piao's crotch, before turning her head and leaving haughtily, leaving Lu Piao stunned and puzzled, grimacing as he asked, We're all guys! When saying goodbye, Ni Li got to hug and kiss two goddesses, while I got scolded. Why is the heavens so unfair? At this time, those sweet and juicy babes had already zoomed straight to the exit. Ni Li waved from below. Farewell. When I get to the Dragon Ruins realm, I'll find you girls. When they had flown far into the vortex, Ni Li sighed. At this moment, Duze also approached and called out, Ni Li, I'm about to leave too. Ni Li put his hand on his shoulder and said, Good brother, we'll meet again there. Suddenly someone approached. The two youths turned their heads in surprise to see this person reaching out to greet them. A girl with massive honkers introduced herself. I'm Huahuo, we'll be fellow disciples later, please help each other. Duze also reached out and greeted back, Please guide me. Suddenly Huahuo laughed happily. Haha, I'm off. Seeing her stride away heroically left Duzi dumbfounded. He stared after her, completely blank. Suddenly Lu Piao hurriedly kicked him, saying, You idiot, hurry and chase after her. Making Duzi scratch his head in confusion, not understanding anything. Then he turned back to say goodbye. We'll go first then, Shang Ming mocked from the side. A woman, a little kid, haha. Immediately Huahuo shouted, Shut your mouth! When Duzi and the others left, Zhang Ming also turned back and said, I have to go too. Goodbye everyone. Ni Li raised his hand to greet back. See you later, Lu Piao sighed. Alas, only the three of us are left. Duan Jian reminded. 4. There's also the goddess Yu Yan. But the demon lord poked his face out and said, 5. Making Ni Li angrily turn back to look at the demon lord, lamenting, truly a nemesis. The demon lord, with his red eyes glaring, smiled slightly and called out, Ni Li. Seeing this, Lu Piao went crazy, baring his teeth, while Ni Li glared and said, Unexpectedly, you still escaped after I beheaded you last time. Still want to practice? This made the two old men silent. The demon lord smiled faintly. Ha ha, you tasted a little sweetness last time. You think you can really kill me? I just admit you do have some tricks. Since I came out of black prison, you are the first person to injure me, also the first person to make me feel excited. So I will kill everyone beside you, one by one, finally coming to you. These words shocked Nili, recalling that in his previous life, the Azure Emperor also said the same to him. Your family, your friends, everyone beside you will be killed by me, not even their souls will be spared. That is your destiny. Nili furiously gritted his teeth and said, Holy Emperor. Returning to reality, Nili clenched his fist, thinking to himself, old grudges and new debts will be settled together. But now's not the time to get provoked by him and get angry. That'll just make him even happier, the demon lord said gleefully. Watching your prey squirm in pain is the best fun, Nilin said with disdain. Look at him. He then snorted coldly, making the demon lord a little confused. Suddenly, Nilin stepped forward and sneered. Your confidence must come from your supreme body, huh? It's truly pathetic and laughable. All your confidence comes from a body, even though your body is extremely strong. But without a soul that's equally strong, it's just a piece of trash in the end. The higher you cultivate, the more your soul will be powerless, unable to keep up with the speed of your body's advancement. I want to see in the end whether your supreme body is more powerful, or my heavenly Deo divine technique is. The demon lord lowered his head and chuckled. Smooth talker, you think I'd believe those words? The power of the supreme body is not something people like you can imagine. Nili crossed his arms calmly. No matter how many times you're reborn, the Dragon Ruins realm is your final destination. He then turned to remind Duan Jian, absolutely no conflicts with him outside the sect. Only within the sect will he be unable to do anything to you. Duan Jian raised his fist and said, even though he is strong, maybe I can match him, Nili then said. Even if you have to fight, you must reach the two-bitted fate realm before you can fight. That's an order, Duan Jian respectfully replied. Understood. Meanwhile, the demon lord's group rushed towards the entrance. Nili looked up and said, finally, it's the turn of the feather god. Sect. Nili's group below prepared to enter the vortex above. When Mingyu spoke, this time you will go to the Feather God sect, however, I will still be here guarding the underworld. Xiao Yu will lead you there, and there will also be someone to teach you. I hope you won't embarrass me, Nilian thought to himself. The underworld controller not coming to the Dragon Ruins realm? That's a good thing. This way, someone will continue to protect Glory City. If that's the case, will Glory City encounter a crisis like before in 2 years? The sacred family has been destroyed, and the leader of the Dark Guild wants to come to the Dragon Ruins realm first. Unless the underworld controller dies, otherwise nothing can threaten Glory City. How could anyone have the ability to kill the underworld controller? If there really is such a strong enemy, then me staying wouldn't be of any use anyway, so let it be. Nili handed over a bag and said, Master, before going to the Dragon Ruins realm, please accept my gift. Making him surprised, he reached out to receive it and said, I accept your gift, you guys must go now. Xiao Yu immediately took the lead and said, alright, let's go. Then the whole group flew into the barrier. Only Mingyu was left below, looking at the bag that Nili gave, and sighed. Very interesting. It's a brocade bag, but the things of the tiny world are no longer useful to me. Then he pondered, looking at the barrier. Quickly, the group appeared at the entrance of the Dragon Ruins realm. Xiao Yu introduced Nili. The eastern part of the East Ruins realm belongs to the Feather God sect, one of the 6 great god sects of the righteous path. The Feather God sect manages hundreds of cities, with a population of hundreds of millions, and the outer sect disciples alone number over 1 million. Nili asked in surprise. Outer sect, Xiao Yu explained. The Feather God sect is divided into the tiny heaven realm, the inner sect, and the outer sect. Don't think it's easy. Just because there are many outer sect disciples, it's very difficult for ordinary people to get in. The inner sect is even more mysterious and unpredictable, and the tiny heaven realm only exists in legends. Those are all just nonsense. You will understand those things later. Lu Piao then pointed at his face and asked, what about us? Can we enter the inner sect? Xiao Yu replied, no. You will go to the Heavenly Spirit Institute. Geniuses from various cities and small worlds cultivate in the Heavenly Spirit Institute. Now is the 10-year recruitment period. Almost everyone around us is a new student of the Heavenly Spirit Institute. The Heavenly Spirit Institute is divided into 5 different levels. The Central Institute is the strongest, the Eastern Institute is second, the Western Institute is third, the Southern Institute and the Northern Institute are the weakest. You have to take a test first to find out which institute you will be in. That person is Guan Yu, a sub-god level cultivator of the Yu race in the underworld. He asked in surprise. Test? I, Guan Yu, have never been tested before. Xiao Yu glanced over and reminded. You, even if you are legend or sub-god, you better put away your arrogance. The realms of the Dragon Ruins realm are divided into 5 major realms. heavenly fate, heavenly star, heavenly axis, dragon realm, martial ancestor. Each major realm is divided into 9 minor realms, and all cultivators below heavenly fate are called earth fate realm. In other words, you haven't even refined a soul ring, and you don't even deserve to be called a cultivator. Hearing this made Ninger think, with my talent, what can't I do? He turned to look at Ni Li, making him ignore him, thinking that this guy sees himself as a rival, but my real rivals are the Sage Emperor and the Demon Lord.
Okay. Xiao Yu then stepped through the door and reminded everyone,
don't step on the threshold.
They quickly entered inside.
Just then, 2 old guys glanced over, and one of them spoke up, surprised. Is that Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu handed over the letter and said, this is the recommendation letter for the 3 new students. The guy took the letter, then looked at the 3 people in front of him, and turned to the bald old man.
Bao Shu introduced. It's been received, go register, he told Xiao Yu. Take them inside.
Xiao Yu agreed and said, the 3 of you follow me. Once inside, the place was incredibly vast. After passing through a few corridors, they arrived in front of a large building with countless people. Ni Li looked around, thinking, so many people. There must be several thousand here.
Xiao Yu said,
all the geniuses from the cities and small worlds must have their spiritual root grades checked before joining the Heavenly Spirit Institute. Lu Piao asked in surprise. Spiritual root? Xiao Yu explained. Spiritual roots are divided into 3 grades, heaven, earth, and human. Each grade is further divided into 9 subgrades. The higher the grade, the stronger the talent, and the faster the cultivation speed and connection to the heavenly Tao. Lu Piao asked curiously, bro, what grade is your spiritual root? Xiao Yu looked around for a moment and whispered, I'm a 7th grade heavenly spiritual root.
Hearing this shocked Ni Li, and Lu Piao blurted out stupidly,
7th grade heavenly spiritual root? Is that strong? This made everyone around them jump and turn their heads to look. All the surprised looks made Xiao Yu's face fall. Speechless,
Lu Piao scratched his head,
confused, and Ni Li immediately explained.
Having a 7th grade spiritual root is already pretty good. A 5th grade earth spiritual root is considered a genius.
Heavenly spiritual roots are even rarer. I don't think even the Wu Shen sect has many of them, Lu Piao blankly said.
So, a 7th grade heavenly spiritual root is like a genius among geniuses.
Ni Li crossed his arms and hummed in agreement, secretly thinking. But Xiao Yu doesn't seem to have condensed his fate soul yet. At his age, he should have one already.
Compared to Zhao Ningreer,
I'm just so-so. In my past life, I only had a 7th grade earth spiritual root. I was only able to cultivate to the peak thanks to the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. Now that I don't have the Temporal Demon Spirit Book, with the knowledge from my past life, my cultivation might not be slow.
Lu Piao anxiously asked Ni Li.
If we have to get checked, I feel anxious. Aside from that spirit soul force check, my results are always low. Ni Li laughed and reassured him. Checking spiritual roots and spirit soul Cs are different. Just get through it. Even if your spiritual root grade isn't high, the cultivation technique you practice can definitely reach an extremely high level. Guan Yu glanced over and snorted. The crowd was lined up for the test, and 3 stewards announced,
human spiritual root, 3rd grade, rejected. Lu Piao and Ni Li gasped in surprise.
Lu Piao asked, confused, rejected? What does that mean? Xiao Yu said, rejected means the Heavenly Spirit Institute only accepts people with 5th grade human spiritual roots or higher. Those with lower qualifications aren't needed.
Lu Piao clutched his head in confusion and asked, no way, this is too scary. We haven't gone anywhere for the past 5 years. If I get rejected, where will I go? Guan Yu glanced over and said disdainfully, trash. This made Ni Li angry, and he directly asked, who are you calling trash?
Guan Yu retorted. Who do you think deserves the name?
Xiao Yu said unhappily. Fighting isn't allowed on the grounds of the Heavenly Spirit Institute, unless it's a challenge in the arena. Otherwise, once a fight breaks out, the punishment is extremely severe, and you might even be locked in the extreme ice coffin.
You are all disciples of my foster father. I don't want you fighting each other as soon as you arrive.
If you cause trouble, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't come looking for me if you run into trouble later, Guan Yu quickly said. Young Master Xiao Yu. Guan Yu was just being loudmouthed. Please don't mind him.
Xiao Yu glanced at him and snorted, making Guan Yu think. The realm lord of the underworld and Ni Li seemed close, and now even Xiao Yu favors them. Ni Li, maybe I should restrain myself a bit, and avoid offending Xiao Yu. Suddenly, someone showed up and mocked. Isn't this our West Institute's super genius, Xiao Yu? Didn't think I'd run into young Master Zhao here. What a coincidence.
Xiao Yu, upon hearing this, turned his head in surprise and asked, Hua Ling, what? Keep barking?
If not, scram. I don't have time to waste on your nonsense, Ni Li thought to himself. These two seem to be at odds. Hua Ling, huh? This guy must have condensed his soul fate, a heavenly fate expert. And there are dozens more behind him, probably brought here to the academy. Hua Ling reached out towards Xiao Yu, so he annoyedly slapped the dirty hand away, making Hua Ling hiss, See, young Master Zhao is as rude as ever,
Xiao Yu angrily said. Hua Ling. Are we that close? Hua Ling replied. Young Master Xiao, you're being too polite.
Your father and my father are both deacons of the Feather God sect, after all.
There's no need to look at me like I'm your enemy, right? Xiao Yu looked visibly annoyed, making Hua Ling glance at the three people behind Xiao Yu and laugh. Haha,
you picked 3 people in the tiny Linglong world, and these 3 don't seem to be much. Cultivation-wise, it looks like my tiny heavenly origin world is still superior to your tiny Linglong world.
Hearing this, everyone behind him smirked,
leaving Ni Li speechless. He then whispered to Xiao Yu, "What's the deal with this Hua Ling?"
Xiao Yu replied,
"His father, like my adoptive father, is a deacon of both the inner and outer Feather God sects. His father is competing with my father for the position of head deacon. Don't pay them any attention, they can only run their mouths here."
Ni Li understood. Hua Ling looked at them, assuming, these two whispering can't be anything good.
So he provoked. "Let's start the spirit root test immediately. I wonder what spirit roots these 3 geniuses from the tiny Linglong world will have," Xiao Yu said. "Don't bother yourself," making Hua Ling's blood boil. Then he smiled faintly, thinking, a 7th grade heavenly spirit root, yet he hasn't condensed his soul fate. What's there to be proud of? I'm a 7th grade earth spirit root, with 3 fates already. This guy can't break through. What's there to fear? Perhaps that legend is true. The legend that Heavenly Spirit Institute cultivators with heavenly spirit roots who stop at the earth fate realm for longer will cultivate faster after condensing their soul fate. But the Heavenly Spirit Institute already has ridiculously strong heavenly spirit roots. They are all super geniuses. Among these people, only Xiao Yu hasn't condensed his soul fate. At this moment, an announcement rang out.
A 9th grade human spirit root has arrived in the South Institute.
A 7th grade human spirit root has arrived in the South Institute. An old man sighed dejectedly. Talents are becoming scarcer and scarcer these days. The Feather God sect has declined a lot. Talents are choosing to go to other god sects. Without new blood, the Feather God sect will decline even further. At this moment, someone doing the examination received a surprise notification. This is a 6th grade earth spirit root, making others exclaim in admiration.
Not bad. Send him to the West Institute. Hua Ling, feeling weary, thought, there are thousands of people here. How long will it take to get our turn? So Hua Ling went forward and greeted. Long time no see, Deacon Gu.
The deacon was surprised, turned his head, looked, and said with a smile, "Why is young Master Hua Ling here?" Hua Ling replied, "Ah, I brought disciples from the tiny heavenly origin world to participate in the examination. I hope Deacon Gu will give them some special treatment." As he said this, he slipped something into the old man's hand. The deacon quickly took it and bowed, saying, "Not at all, young Master Hua Ling is too kind. If that's the case, then young Master Hua Ling's disciples should go first. The tiny heavenly origin world has many talents, and those sent here must be outstanding ones." Hua Ling laughed happily, saying, "Then I'll thank Deacon Gu." Then he waved his hand, calling his subordinates, "You guys come up here." Immediately, the people from the tiny heavenly origin world hurriedly cut in line and rushed forward, causing the others to resentfully complain, "What are you doing? How long have we been waiting? And these people dare to cut in line." Others quickly stopped them. "Don't say too much. Don't cause trouble. Hua Ling is the son of a powerful deacon in the outer sect. Let them go ahead if they want." The guy had no choice but to reluctantly let it go. Ni Li was also surprised. Suddenly, Xiao Yu stood up and spoke, saying, "Deacon Gu, isn't what you're doing a bit inappropriate? We arrived before Hua Ling, and those people cut in front of us. If such favoritism gets out, it won't sound good." Making Deacon Gu jump in surprise, realizing it was Xiao Yu. Then he forced a smile. "Haha, I'm sorry to make young Master Xiao Yu laugh. The thing is, young Master Hua Ling just gave me a nameplate. He made an appointment beforehand. But showing up now, this isn't breaking any rules, right?" Xiao Yu immediately turned his head and snorted. At this moment, Hua Ling turned to say, "Oops, I forgot to tell you, young Master Xiao. I helped you submit your registration token earlier. If you want to test first, then we can go after you." Haha, Steward Gu thought to himself. They're both sons of stewards, but Hua Ling is clearly more tactful. He's handling this smoothly, not letting anything slip. Xiao Yu then said, "No need, it's almost our turn anyway." Hua Ling, upon hearing this, feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Is it almost young Master Zhao's turn?" Turning to Steward Gu, he said, "If that's the case, then please let us test later, Steward Gu. I'd like to spend a little more time with young Master Xiao." Steward Gu replied, "If young Master Hua Ling thinks so, then please wait a moment. Wait for the disciples in front to finish testing first." He thought to himself, "I heard that young Master Hua's father and young Master Zhao's father have always been at odds. Looks like these two are also trying to compete. Doesn't concern me anyway. I'll just watch from the sidelines." Hua Ling grinned mischievously. "Then we'll just go back to waiting. I wonder what level these 3 geniuses from the little spirit world will be."
You should know that young Master Zhao is a 7th grade heavenly spiritual root. Extremely rare. You guys are also disciples from the little spirit world, so you probably aren't too bad, right?
Xiao Yu angrily thought to himself. Not done yet, not done yet. The surroundings immediately became noisy and chaotic. Steward Ji Yu was also stunned and asked, "This is a 3rd grade heavenly spiritual root."
The people around immediately exclaimed in surprise.
The young man said in astonishment. "I just followed the young master here," Steward Ji Yu immediately praised. "Excellent. Send him to the west courtyard." Over here, Lu Piao also cheered and asked, "Big bro, how are the east, west, north, and south courtyards arranged?"
Xiao Yu explained. "Let me tell you, within the Heavenly Spirit Institute, the north courtyard is the worst." Hearing this, Lu Piao lamented. "I don't want to go to the north courtyard."
Xiao Yu laughed. "But the north courtyard isn't a place you can just go if you want. In theory, the martial god sect doesn't accept anyone below 5th grade human spiritual root. But some disciples have parents in the martial god sect, and they can't just kick them out, so they're sent to the north courtyard. The south courtyard is a bit better. From 5th grade human spiritual root up to 9th grade, they'll go to the south courtyard. The west courtyard is the best place you guys can currently go to. Talents with earth spiritual roots or heavenly spiritual roots will all be there, including me," Lu Piao asked in surprise. "Even a 7th grade heavenly spiritual root can only go to the west courtyard?" Xiao Yu explained. "If you cultivate well in the west courtyard and show potential, you'll be sent to the east courtyard." Lu Piao understood. "So that's how it is." "What about the central courtyard then?" Xiao Yu replied. "The central courtyard? Actually, I don't even know what's there. It's an extremely secretive place. Everything about the central courtyard is kept secret. They don't even allow outsiders to hear about it. Only the most outstanding geniuses from the east courtyard are qualified to go there." Neely thought to himself. "The central courtyard is the martial god sect's strongest force. But in my past life, I only understood a little about the central courtyard. I wonder if I'll have a chance to learn more this time."
Inside the house, everyone was noisy and clamorous. Steward Ji Yu said with a smile. "Sorry to have kept the 2 young masters waiting. It's now the turn of the subordinates of the 2 young masters to test." Hua Ling bowed and said, "Just listen to Steward Gu's instructions. We'll just stand aside and watch."
This made Steward Ji Yu happily smile. Then he pointed to the person in purple clothes and said, "You, go up and test." That person was stunned, then replied, "Yes, sir," and went up to test. The instructor said, "Place your hand on the crystal ball and slowly channel energy into it." That person swallowed hard. Then he put his hand on the ball, and a golden force emerged. Steward Ji Yu praised.
6th grade earth spiritual root. Excellent. Send him to the west courtyard." Hua Ling patted him on the shoulder and said, "Well done, step back."
After that, a bald guy tested and got 3rd grade earth spiritual root, west courtyard. Then a 7th grade earth spiritual root, west courtyard. This made the crowd start to exclaim in surprise. A white-haired guy lamented, "Is the little heavenly origin world really that amazing?"
"How many people have tested just now?" 9 out of 10 were human spiritual roots.
"The little heavenly origin world has 3 people, and all 3 are earth spiritual roots." Another person said, "That's right, and there's even a 7th grade one. This is a genius among geniuses. So awesome, so cool."
Steward Ji Yu then told the next person, pointing and saying, "You, go up and test." This startled Guan Yu, who quickly replied,
"Yes, sir." Then he went up and touched the ball.
Xiao Yu and everyone else also looked over, full of anticipation.
At this moment, a red force erupted. Guan Yu realized it was Zhu Gen. The custodian announced, "Human root of 9 stars. Not bad at all, you're considered talented. Take him to the south yard," Guan Yu blankly asked. "Human root," the guy muttered.
"How could this be? There must be something wrong. I want to check again," the custodian retorted. "There can't be anything wrong. Each student can only be tested once. Watch your attitude."
The others also felt annoyed, glaring at him.
So Guan Yu had no choice but to leave dejectedly. The custodian spoke up. Next. Meanwhile, Guan Yu felt like his soul had left his body, wondering, "Is my talent really just this mediocre?"
Neely reassured, "Don't worry about it too much. Although spiritual roots are related to cultivation, they're not the deciding factor. Only by reaching the next limit of cultivation can you truly grasp cultivation in your hands." Hua Ling, upon hearing this, turned around to mock, that's right, look at young Master Zhao here, a 7-star heavenly root, and he's still stuck at the Earth Fate realm, isn't he? Haha." Zhao Yu frowned, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Hua Ling feigned innocence, saying, "Young Master Zhao, I sincerely apologize. I just misspoke for a moment. I really shouldn't have mentioned spiritual roots in front of young Master Xiao." Hearing this, Ni Li just smirked, "Ha ha."
Seeing this two-faced attitude, Hua Ling stared blankly at Ni Li, gritting his teeth.
"I said that spiritual roots aren't the deciding factor, but I never said they were useless," Hua Ling asked. "You're just a student, and you dare to lecture me?
Ni Lai said. Young Master Hua Ling has met someone with a heavenly root, but they're still stuck in the Earth Fate realm.
It's not like having a heavenly root guarantees advancement to the Heaven Fate realm, Hua Ling asked. So what if it takes 10 or 20 years to reach the Heaven Fate realm? Haha, that's even slower than someone with a human root. The soul grade of a heavenly root is extremely high, so why are some people stuck in the Earth Fate realm for so long? Are they just too lazy to cultivate? Hearing this, Zhao Yu was furious.
Ni Li lightly laughed.
Because a heavenly root will automatically absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Young Master Hua Ling, do you know about purple mystic bamboo? Hua Ling confirmed that he does. Ni Li continued. It's an extremely rare treasure of the mortal realm. Its roots delve deep into the earth, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth.
So some purple mystic bamboo trees have been underground for hundreds of years. Therefore, when they start to grow, they only grow an inch in a few days. Some have been nourishing themselves for over 10,000 years. When they emerge from the ground, their growth speed will be extremely fast, growing over 10 zang in a single day, and they will continue to grow rapidly in the future, Hua Ling blankly said. That makes sense, but purple mystic bamboo and cultivators aren't the same thing, are they?
Ni Li exclaimed in surprise, then clasped his hands, saying,
Then congratulations to young Master Zhao for soon breaking through to the Heaven Fate realm. Moreover, after breaking through, your cultivation will increase even faster.
Absolutely not something that some people can compare to, Hua Ling coldly snorted. Dream on, delusional. You're talking like you know everything. You don't even have the qualifications to meet a martial ancestor expert, Ni Li calmly replied. You never know what might happen, we'll just have to wait and see. At this time, Zhao Yu quietly asked Ni Li, is that news true or false? But Ni Li said, made it up, causing Zhao Yu to be disappointed, sighing and then saying, alright. Then he turned away. Ni Li thought to himself, I can see that Zhao Yu's soul has cultivated to a certain extent. Even if I can't be sure of the exact time, he's about to reach the Heaven Fate realm. Moreover, like the underworld controller, he cultivates the myriad Dagyo dark dragon art.
That technique is extremely powerful, not inferior to my heavenly Dagyo divine art at all, Ni Li added.
The reason they haven't broken through might be because their cultivation techniques aren't complete. But after breaking through, it will definitely be a smooth road, and the next hurdle is probably the heavenly star level.
Over there, the announcement rang out again. Human root of 8 stars. Hearing this, Hua Ling frowned in surprise, walking over and asking, Is it a human root?
The youth was stunned, causing Hua Ling to become annoyed and angry, saying, How can there be trash like you in the tiny origin world? Get lost. We don't need human root trash.
The youth blushed with embarrassment.
The custodian noticed and said, Young Master Hua Ling, although a human root of 8 stars can't compare to the other disciples of the tiny origin world, it's not too bad. Why be so angry? Hua Ling mumbled, Custodian, the lineup we choose represents the tiny origin world. How can I accept trash like a human root? Turning around, he said, Are you going to get lost on your own, or do I have to kick you out? If you don't have talent, don't try to cultivate. Get out.
Seeing this made Guan Yu furious, clenching his fists. Seeing this, Ni Li reminded him, Don't pay attention to what he says. We cultivators have to do things against heaven.
If you don't want to, then give up cultivating and be a mortal.
Guan Yu lowered his head, took a breath, calmed down, and then thanked Ni Li. I spoke recklessly before, but you guys still encouraged me. No matter what, Guan Yu will not give up.
Hua Ling scoffed. Ha ha. Birds of a feather flock together. True experts don't need others to cheer them on.
Ni Li, seeing the dejected youth being led away, frowned and said,
Tone it down a bit.
The female proctor chuckled, trying to smooth things over. All right, let's not waste any more time. Next, you go ahead. Pointing, she said, You, come over here for the test.
It was Lu Piao, now sweating bullets with worry. The crowd suddenly erupted in an uproar. Crap, someone's trying to off themselves. It's that Tier 8 human root disciple from earlier. Lu Piao was startled and looked over. Ni Li was also feeling annoyed. Others chimed in.
Heard he found out he had a Tier 8 human root and couldn't take it. Another voice.
Stop yapping and figure out how to save him.
But Hua Ling coolly remarked, So he'd rather end it all than get kicked out. Gotta give him props for having some backbone, I guess.
But in the end, he's just trash, nothing worth pitying. Zhao Yu was pissed off by this callousness, and others grumbled, Damn it, this is infuriating. They really shouldn't meddle in the affairs of the tiny world.
The proctor spoke up.
Let's just continue testing the next disciple. Lu Piao was so tense he was trembling. Seeing this, Hua Ling sneered, Heh, all jittery and nervous, you can tell at a glance he's got no talent. Lu Piao glanced around, thinking, Why is everyone staring at me? He reached out, thinking, This time, it's gonna be another dud for sure, damn it. Please don't let me get sent back. As he placed his hand on the orb, he muttered, Don't get expelled, don't get expelled.
He channeled his energy into the orb, and Lu Piao thought in surprise, Is that pink?
Huh.
The crowd below gasped. Lu Piao thought, crap, is it a human root? I can't look. Just please don't let it be lower than tier 5, I'm begging you. Then, a burst of intense pink light erupted, startling the proctors. Those below covered their eyes and exclaimed, too bright. The head proctor was too astonished to speak, muttering in a daze, it's turning purple, the color of a celestial root. The light on the orb is starting to branch out. Since the start of the test, this is the 4th one, and it's even more outstanding than the previous 3. Xiao Yu below was also impressed, while Hua Ling was dumbstruck, frozen in place, and turned to look at Xiao Yu. He thought bitterly, are you kidding me? One Xiao Yu is already a pain, and now another one? The entire Dragon Ruins realm only has a few celestial roots, and the tiny world already has 2? They must be cheating. Lu Piao peeked open one eye, wondering what was going on. Counting 1, 2, 3. He opened his eyes wide, looking dumbfounded. Only 5 branches. He turned to the proctor, thinking, I'm screwed, getting expelled for sure. He saw the old man staring blankly, so he quickly looked down and asked, why aren't you saying anything? Is the test over or not? Seeing the confused expressions on everyone's faces, he asked, why are you all looking at me like that? The head proctor regained his composure and cleared his throat, announcing, Tier 5 Celestial Root, send him to the West Courtyard. Hearing this, Lu Piao was dumbfounded and blurted out, a celestial root. Still not processing it, he asked blankly, who are you talking about? Then, looking around, he grinned foolishly. Me! Is it me? He immediately burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, so I'm the genius after all. He happily ran down, saying, I've been too modest all along. Seriously? He went to Nilai, pretending to be upset. Nilai, turns out I'm a tier 5 celestial root, and you didn't tell me, scaring me half to death just now, Nilai said flatly. I don't have celestial root crystals. How would I know? Lu Piao realized. Oh yeah, right. Then grinned sheepishly. Hua Ling, on the other hand, was trembling with fury, grinding his teeth, and shouting, Proctor, continue the test. The head proctor chuckled, thinking, so the rivalry's starting, huh? But rushing won't do any good. There aren't that many celestial roots. He waved his hand for the test to continue. Soon after, the examination of the geniuses from the tiny world came to an end. Most of them were earth roots, with only one being a first-grade celestial root. Suddenly, Lu Piao burst out laughing. Ha ha! Making fun of others for being useless. Is that all you got? The proctor spoke up. All right, don't waste time. You're next. Your turn to go up and test it. Lu Piao looked at Ni Li and said, It's your turn. Ni Li reassured him. Don't worry, we'll meet again in the West Institute. He sighed inwardly, thinking, I already tested it in my past life, a 7th grade earth root. This is already decided, there's no anticipation at all. At this moment, Xiao Yu beside him wondered, what kind of spirit root will Ni Li have? Ni Li slowly walked forward and casually touched the crystal ball. As soon as he touched it, the crystal ball emitted a red light, then suddenly gradually turned purple, leaving Ni Li full of questions. Seeing that the crystal ball seemed unstable, he quickly pulled his hand back. Shocked, he turned his head to look at everyone, and everyone was stunned, staring blankly. Hua Ling stared at the crystal ball in front of him in a daze, unable to speak, blurting out, Impossible! Thinking, is this crystal ball broken? Xiao Zhongyu, sweating profusely, said, Amazing, Ni Li is a celestial root. Before he could finish, the GU proctor spoke up and said, Is an 8th grade celestial root, bring him to the West Institute. The crowd was stunned, shouting, Another celestial root! And an 8th grade. Apart from the Central Institute, the entire Celestial Spirit Institute doesn't have more than 5 people. Lu Piao also marveled. As expected of Ni Li, even stronger than me. The GU proctor smiled inwardly, thinking, the tiny world is the only place outsiders cannot enter. It really is a mysterious place. Looking at Nilai's unsightly face, he thought, why does he look so unsatisfied? Is an 8th grade celestial root not enough? But Nilai thought confusedly, too high. In my past life, I was clearly a 7th grade earth root. Have my talent also changed? With the change in time and space, I wonder what else has changed in this life. Is it also because of the vines that emerged from the soul sea? Anyway, it doesn't matter. No matter what talent I have, I will become the strongest demon spiritist. When Ni Li walked down with a disappointed and dejected expression, the crowd watched and marveled. Truly amazing. He will definitely be able to go to the Central Institute in the future. Lu Piao also praised, You're too strong, Ni Li. I knew your talent wasn't ordinary. Over here, Xiao Yu couldn't help but taunt. It seems that numbers don't mean much, huh, young Master Hua Ling? Hua Ling huffed coldly. Who knows what tricks you guys played? How could you find so many celestial roots? Hopefully you're not like you, just a spoiled young master. With that, he turned his back and told his companions to leave. Xiao Yu sighed, turned to say, That Hua Ling is narrow-minded. You guys be careful later. Don't let him scheme against you.
Fighting is not allowed in the Celestial Spirit Institute, but you never know what might happen outside, Ni Li replied. Of course I understand. I can't be without precautions. Then Xiao Yu also said, all right, let's go. The GU proctor stood behind them, watching them leave, and sighed inwardly. An 8th grade celestial route, a 5th grade celestial route, I'm really crazy, to actually run over to help Hua Ling offend 2 future geniuses is not good. I have to think of a way to make up for my relationship with them.
After arriving outside the city gate, Xiao Yu spoke up. Guan Yu, ahead is the South Institute. We can only take you this far.
After you go in and report, 2 instructors will arrange a place for you. You can go to the South Institute to cultivate now. Guan Yu nodded in agreement and turned to leave. At this time, Xiao Yu turned to look at Ni Li and Lu Piao and said, now, let's go to the West Institute. When on the way back, Xiao Yu introduced, West Institute students have 2 places to live. One is the dormitory, arranged by the Celestial Spirit Institute, everyone can live there, and the other is private accommodation that requires payment, Lu Piao asked in surprise. Then what about us? Xiao Yu replied. I've rented a villa. You guys can temporarily stay at my place, Lu Piao said happily. That's great. But he was still a little nervous. Most of the people our age are still at Holy Orchid Institute, and we suddenly came to another world to cultivate, Ni Li laughed. You're a genius. Of course your steps are longer than others. Just go with the flow. Suddenly, Ni Li was stunned. Looking to the side, Lu Piao asked curiously. What are you looking at? Ni Li asked. There are too many people over there. What are they doing?
Xiao Yu suddenly realized. That's where the Celestial Spirit Institute students trade with each other. The Celestial Spirit Institute's Hall of Missions frequently issues all kinds of missions, and students who complete the missions will receive spirit stones. These spirit stones are extremely important cultivation resources. In addition, students also trade all kinds of demon spirits and treasures. In this world, demon spirits are divided into ordinary, good, excellent, transcendent, and God level based on their growth. Thing is, even elite grades are rare, let alone God tier.
Lu Piao, all surprised, asks Ni Li, God tier, is that precious? Even in the Dragon Ruins realm, it's hard to come by, Ni Li explains. It's not just the growth rate. The demon spirit's own bloodline matters a lot too. Like, Duzi's Shadow Fox and Heavenly Spirit Beast have similar growth rates, but they're not even comparable, Lu Piao then asks. So how do you even rank bloodlines? Ni Li holds up 3 fingers, saying, demon spirit bloodlines are divided into 3 types, that's all. One is a regular demon beast bloodline, one is an ancient bloodline like the super rare Killing Demon Beast, and the third is a primeval bloodline, which you basically can't even find. Lu Piao gets it. So that's it. The Shadow Fox is just a regular bloodline. No wonder Duzi was willing to trade it away. Is my Crimson Blood Demon Leopard also a regular demon beast bloodline? Xiao Yu says, ancient bloodline demon spirits aren't that easy to find either. The ones the students trade are all regular demon beast bloodline level, Lu Piao asks blankly. The Heavenly Spirit Institute is all regular stuff too, heh. What about treasure artifacts, big bro? Xiao Yu explains. Treasure artifacts aren't that different from weapons in the tiny world. Except treasure artifacts contain the power of the heavenly Dago, making them much stronger than regular weapons. Treasure artifacts are graded from 1 to 9, from worst to best. Above that, there are superb treasure artifacts and god-slaying treasure artifacts. But on the market, even finding a grade 3 treasure artifact is amazing. Basically, you can only trade for some grade 1 or 2 treasure artifacts? Lu Piao wonders again. So how strong would a treasure artifact containing the power of the heavenly Tao even be? Ni Li suggests. How about we go take a look? Lu Piao immediately agrees. Seeing the 2 of them rush off, Xiao Yu sighs in surprise, and has no choice but to follow them. Over on this side, the crowd is calling out, 2 spirit stones for an elite grade demon spirit. Grade 2 treasure artifact for 9 spirit stones. Anyone want to trade? Everyone is enthusiastically calling out to trade with each other. Lu Piao marvels. Are spirit stones really that precious? Buying a demon spirit in Glory City costs tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of demon spirit coins, Xiao Yu explains. Spirit stones are a huge help in cultivation. The higher your cultivation, the more spirit stones you need. The power of the heavenly Dabio in the Dragon Ruins realm is too thin, not enough to support our cultivation, but spirit stones contain pure power of the heavenly Dabio. Lu Piao is surprised, then pulls out his beat-up bottle, saying, how many spirit stones can I get for these pills? Xiao Yu says with a laugh. These pills are basically useless here, making Lu Piao bummed out. If I'd known, I would have brought some demon spirits, Xiao Yu then says. Regular demon spirits are useless too. This is the Dragon Ruins realm. Even though ancient bloodline demon spirits are rare, students don't care about regular demon spirits. Most students like to bring demon spirits with dragon bloodlines. Hearing this, Lu Piao is dumbfounded. Xiao Yu then adds, a regular demon beast bloodline demon spirit has to be God tier or above to attract anyone, and a God tier growth rate isn't easy to find. Lu Piao sweats buckets after hearing that. All that time I spent preparing, and my get-rich-quick scheme failed. Neely then asks, preparing when? Then he thinks to himself. Besides the heavenly fate thunder sword and the six-fold poison pearl, everything on me are things I can't give away. I don't have anything valuable, and I can't bring out the nightmare demon fox yet either. Looks like making spirit stones is gonna be a bit hard.
Neely wonders.
Cultivation needs spirit stones, so how do new students like us make spirit stones? Missions, Zhao Yu explains. Heavenly Root students get 5 spirit stones per month.
Lu Piao stares blankly.
Only 5. Zhao Yu replies with a laugh, haha, that's already a lot. Earthly Root students only get 1, and human Root students have to rely on themselves.
The scene here is lively. With trades happening,
Neely looks at the items on display, thinking with emotion, there really are a lot of rare things, too bad I'm broke and can only stand and watch. He tells himself, when I have time, I'll go to the cultivation hall and see if there's a good way to make spirit stones in the Dragon Ruins realm. Only god pools can produce spirit stones. One god pool can only produce tens of thousands of spirit stones a year. The number of god pools is decreasing, and the major sects will fight over them.
Major sects, like the martial god sect, need to control a large number of god pools to supply enough spirit stones.
After wandering around and looking at things, they quickly return to the west courtyard of the Heavenly Spirit Institute. On the way, people look at them and gossip, Those two are from the tiny world, one's a grade 5 Heavenly Root, the other's a grade 8. The West Courtyard has another Heavenly Root level genius again.
Xiao Yu is also a grade 7 Heavenly Root, but he still hasn't advanced. Those two came from his place, so who knows how they are.
As they speak, they quickly leave. Xiao Yu then leads them to the front of a villa. Once they arrive, Xiao Yu instructs, everyone here is a genius of the West Courtyard. It's best if you don't mess with them, especially you, Nilai. Just because I'm small doesn't mean I'm a kid. I know how to handle myself.
Xiao Yu says,
in short, just cultivate here peacefully for now. Don't go out and act on your own without me leading you. Neely happily agrees. Then Xiao Yu says, this building is where you'll be staying. I'm right next door. Don't you dare go into my room. Neely pouts and says, got it. Then he takes off to go sightseeing. Lu Piao happily follows. The scenery inside looks very dreamlike.
Shu Feng mused, gazing at the beehive in the tree, sighing to himself. Birds chirping, flowers blooming, Xiao Yu's living the high life, must be costing him a fortune. Suddenly, Xiao Yu called out, Li, I'm heading out for a bit to help you guys register. Here's a couple of spirit stones for Ya. Try to cultivate before I get back. Shu Feng took them and said, you're too kind, my dude. Lu Piao chimed in with a, thanks, bro. Then, Xiao Yu waved goodbye and bounced. Shu Feng happily said, don't worry, take your time. After that, Shu Feng went into the room, immediately put the spirit stone down, and took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused to prepare for cultivation, when suddenly, something in Shu Feng's sleeve stirred and popped out. Yu Yan flew out, taking a deep breath and sighing, I'm suffocating, I can't hide like that without being noticed. Shu Feng laughed. Probably. Luckily you didn't attract any attention.
Then he grabbed the chick and said, you get out too, petting its head and saying, you were sleeping before, but you kept shrinking as you slept. It's good though, you're small enough to carry around without being seen. Lots of students here have all sorts of demon pets and spirit pets, maybe you guys can pass as those. Yu Yan said, on the way here I felt countless powerful auras. It seems like everyone in this Dragon Ruins realm is a powerhouse, Shu Feng added. After all, our tiny world is just a small world of the Dragon Ruins realm, even a spiritual god here is just a mortal. Yu Yan agreed. Right, I need to cultivate hard too. The aura of this Dragon Ruins realm is completely different from my tiny world. I don't even know if I can absorb and refine it.
Shu Feng looked at her, thinking, the life form of the goddess is different from ours. I don't have any cultivation methods to pass on to her, so I can only let her comprehend on her own.
Then, he looked down at the spirit stone, thinking to himself, I need to seize the time to break through to heavenly fate. I absolutely can't lose to the demon lord. When he focused his mind to cultivate, the spirit stone erupted with a brilliant aura, causing Shu Feng's entire body to radiate with surging energy. He thought, I was stuck in the tiny world for so long, now I can finally refine the power of the Heavenly Tao. Running the Heavenly Tao divine technique to refine the power of the Heavenly Tao feels amazing. That old dog before.
To improve his cultivation, he used all sorts of shady methods. Whether it was those weird meridians or the demon spirit devouring technique, none of them were comfortable at all. Compared to that, my body and mind are so relaxed now, every pore is getting high. When suddenly, the spirit stone went dark,
making Shu Feng dumbfounded.
Seriously, I just thought it was working, and the Heavenly Tao power of this spirit stone is already used up. After cultivating the Heavenly Tao divine technique, the capacity of my soul sea has become terrifyingly large. One spirit stone is simply not enough. I have to find more spirit stones, or I'll just be stuck in place forever. As long as I have enough spirit stones, and with my 8th grade heavenly spirit root talent in this life, plus my understanding of cultivation from my previous life, I can definitely reach the heavenly fate realm quickly. Suddenly, there was a noise. Xu Feng was surprised when someone knocked on the door. Someone outside called out, "Brother Xiao Yu, are you here?"
Unexpectedly, Lu Piao poked his head out, nosily asking, "What's that noise, Xu Feng?"
Isn't that Xiao Yu's little girlfriend come looking for him?
Xu Feng glanced at him and said, "Stop gossiping." Then he shouted back, "Xiao Yu's not home." But the person outside suddenly noticed that the door wasn't closed, so they opened the door and walked in. It turned out to be a beautiful girl. She asked, "Brother Xiao Yu isn't here." Looking at Xu Feng and Lu Piao, she asked, "Who are you guys?"
Xu Feng came forward to introduce.
"We're Xiao Yu's friends. He just went out." "What do you need him for?" the girl replied. "It's nothing. I just heard that Brother Xiao Yu was back, so I came over to say hello. I didn't expect to meet you guys. Are you new students?" Lu Piao chirped in with a smile.
That's right. That's right. What's your name, sis? Haha, the girl said.
"I'm Huang Ying, a friend of Brother Xiao Yu." As she said this, her face suddenly flushed red.
Xu Feng saw it right away. Looks like this little girl has a crush on Xiao Yu, so he asked,
"Are you going to wait here for Xiao Yu to come back, or are you leaving?"
Before he could finish, Huang Ying blushed and said,
"Let me wait here for a while." Suddenly, someone came to the door, making Huang Ying surprised, and turned around to ask,
"You're back so soon."
But the person who came wasn't Xiao Yu, but someone else. He walked in and said, "Oyan Sher, you really are here."
Making Huang Ying grimace inwardly, he also said sternly, "I heard the news that Xiao Yu was back, and I guessed you'd come here."
Huang Ying turned away in annoyance and replied, "What's it to you?" Hearing that, Yan Hao asked, unhappily, "Oyan here, what's so good about Xiao Yu? Why do you like him so much?" Huang Ying snorted coldly and said,
"I just like him. Is it your business who I like?" Lu Piao on the side was gleefully eavesdropping. Yan Hao glanced over and asked,
"Are you two the geniuses from the Little Spirit Expanse world? One with an 8th grade celestial spiritual root, and one with a 5th grade celestial spiritual root?" After Ni and Lu Piao heard it, they disdainfully curled their lips and didn't answer. Yan Hao asked unhappily again, "I'm asking you."
Ni replied, "Entering someone's house without knocking, and asking for names and demanding answers. Are these the manners of the Dragon Ruins realm?" Yan Hao glared and said, "Don't think you can show off just because you're in the Heavenly Spirit Institute. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Even if you have celestial spiritual roots, don't think you can act arrogantly in the Heavenly Spirit Institute. You better find out who really calls the shots in this Heavenly Spirit Institute." Yan Hao began to unleash his aura, sending it straight at Lu Piao and Ni Li, causing them to falter. Ni Li snorted coldly and thought, "Interesting, it's been a while since I've sparred with someone at the Heavenly Fate level, just in time." At this moment, Huang Ying ran over and blocked them, asking, "Yan Hao, what are you doing? I won't allow you to treat Xiao Yu Gege's friends like this." Yan Hao reluctantly withdrew his aura, glaring at Ni Li, thinking, this guy is clearly only in the Earth Fate realm. What's with him not feeling any fear? There's even a hint of battle intent on him. Is he some kind of brute? Yan Hao laughed contemptuously. "Ha ha, you guys are only fit to hide behind a woman. I won't bother with you today. Let me give you a word of advice. You two shouldn't follow Xiao Yu. Following that good-for-nothing won't lead to anything good. If you come and join this young master, I might consider taking you in." Lu Piao on the side suggested to Ni Li, "Kid, why does this Xiao Yu make enemies everywhere? With one guy after another coming after him, how about we join that dude over there?"
Ni Li glared at him and asked, "Our families are still in the hands of the underworld controller. Have you thought it through?" Lu Piao quickly changed his face and smiled. "Ha ha, I was just kidding." Yan Hao then asked again, "Well, have you finished discussing it? You better not be ungrateful." Ni Li calmly replied, "In the Heavenly Spirit Institute, you can't do anything to us anyway. You should save your energy." Hearing that, Yan Hao snorted coldly and said, "Can't do anything to you? Then you're underestimating this young master too much."
Huang Ying angrily shouted, "Yan Hao, if you dare to lay a hand on Xiao Yu Gege's friends, I won't forgive you." Yan Hao cursed inwardly. "This stinky woman, a beauty like you, this young master can have as many as I want.
If it weren't for your father being an elder, who would bother with you?"
Yan Hao said disdainfully to Huang Ying, "You keep mentioning Xiao Yu, so where is he? Did that kid run away and doesn't dare to come out, sending you two out as meat shields?" Lu Piao and Ni Li were also speechless.
Suddenly, Xiao Yu's voice came from behind, asking, "Who said I ran away?" He leisurely stepped through the door, with the aloof demeanor of a scholar. Yan Hao was startled, and turned back to ask, "Xiao Yu?" Huang Ying happily cheered, "Xiao Yu Gege, you're back."
Xiao Yu nodded, and walked past them, with his hands behind his back.
Yan Hao taunted. "After so many years you still haven't improved, just stuck at the Earth Fate realm. It's really laughable," Xiao Yu said indifferently. This is my private residence, please leave, causing Yan Hao to click his tongue in annoyance, then turning to say, Oyanshir, don't you get it? Xiao Yu doesn't care about you at all. But Huang Ying was looking at Xiao Yu with infatuated eyes, causing him to feel jealous, thinking, I don't understand, what's so better about Xiao Yu other than being handsome? Do women only like these bookworms?
Suddenly, someone opened the door and came in from behind, causing Yan Hao to turn around in confusion and see two girls happily walking over and calling out,
Xiao Yu Ge is back. Xiao Yu Gege, the girl in white said shyly. Xiao Yu Gege. Take some herbs from me. It can increase your cultivation quickly.
Huang Ying thought unhappily. It's those two annoying women again. I see them everywhere. Yan Hao on the side was also extremely bitter, thinking, damn it, why is this pretty boy so popular?
The red-clad girl chimed in excitedly. Xiao Yu, when are we cultivating together? Xiao Yu was so annoyed by their enthusiasm. Even Ni Li and Lu Piao were stunned by this level of popularity. Ni Li chuckled to Lu Piao, we should head back to our rooms, this place is no longer our concern. As they turned to leave, Xiao Yu called out, Wait up, Ni Li asked, puzzled. What's up? Xiao Yu thought to himself. Good friends turning tail and running, so not cool. Then he said to Ni Li, I already signed you guys up, you can go meet your mentors tomorrow, here are your identity tokens. Ni Li took them, thanked him, and bolted like the wind, leaving Xiao Yu with the chaos before him. The girls kept calling out, Xiao Yu Gege tilde. Meanwhile, Ni Li calmly returned to his room to focus on cultivation. Suddenly, he saw the chicken flying around like crazy. Confused, he asked, wasn't it wrapped up? The chicken was desperately trying to fly toward the spirit stone, but couldn't reach it. It kept falling to the ground with a plump thud. Ni Li approached, and chuckled. Jindan, you've gotten so fat. Seeing its pleading look, Ni Li held out his hand and asked, You want this? The spirit stone scraps. You want to munch on this, huh? The chicken chirped happily. Cluck cluck. So Ni Li tossed the spirit stone down to the chicken, saying, This is a spirit stone that even regular magical artifacts have trouble destroying. But the next second, Jindan pecked at it and crushed the stone to pieces, chewing happily, which left Ni Li speechless. As night fell, Ni Li was leisurely sipping tea when he sensed someone approaching. He said, Come in. The door opened, and Xiao Yu lifted the curtain to enter, saying, Sorry to bother you. Ni Li asked, surprised. What brings you here so late? Xiao Yu pulled up a chair and sat down, saying, Sorry for the trouble you ran into today, my bad. Ni Li chuckled lightly. It's nothing. You're not here just for that, are you? Xiao Yu took a breath, then said honestly, After checking my spiritual roots, I've been wanting to ask you something. Do you know why I'm always stuck at the Earth Fate realm, unable to break through? Ni Li said casually. Of course, Xiao Yu asked excitedly. You really know, Ni Li said. You cultivate the Wandao Ming Long Ju, Myriad Path, Nether Dragon Art. Xiao Yu said in surprise. That's right, you can tell, Ni Li continued. Moreover, your Wandao Ming Long Ju is probably an incomplete technique. So when you try to break through from the Earth Fate realm to the Heavenly Fate realm, you'll encounter obstacles and have difficulty breaking through. Xiao Yu asked Ni Li with some anticipation. Then what you mentioned earlier about the Zixuan bamboo. Ni Li burst out laughing. Haha, that was just BSING. It wasn't true. These words were like a bucket of cold water on Xiao Yu's face. Leaving him stunned, Xiao Yu suddenly smiled lightly, saying, You rascal, Nixlai. Looking at his appearance, blankly thought, This kid is even prettier than a girl, no wonder everyone's fighting over him. Xiao Yu's charming demeanor captivated Ni Li. This suddenly startled both of them. Leaving them confused, Xiao Yu blushed, cleared his throat, and asked, Then is there no way for me to break through? Ni Li replied, Of course not. Actually, there's a way to help you break through. I can use acupuncture to help you, using needles to open up the Jianjing and Fengmen acupoints, and that can help you break through, Xiao Yu asked doubtfully. Will it really work? Ni Li patted his chest confidently, saying, Of course, my acupuncture is top-notch, just a few needles, and I guarantee you'll break through to the Heavenly Fate realm. Hearing this, Xiao Yu blushed slightly and asked, Then, could you help me try a few needles? Ni Li said happily. No need for formalities, leave it to me, sit down and take off your clothes. So Xiao Yu started taking off his outer robe, sat down, and said to Ni Li, Go ahead. Ni Li was speechless, then said dejectedly, How am I supposed to do acupuncture if you're wearing clothes? Xiao Yu wanted to cry, and had to pull his inner shirt down to his waist, revealing his fair skin. Ni Li yelled in exasperation, Take it all off, we're two dudes, what's there to be shy about? But Xiao Yu blushed and insisted, No need. So Ni Li had no choice but to accept it. Just looking at his shy appearance, he suddenly froze when he observed Xiao Yu's skin closely, realizing it was softer and fairer than a woman's, making Ni Li tremble all over. Xiao Yu glanced over curiously, and Ni Li said, Nothing. I'm starting now. He took out the needle and pierced the soft flesh. At this moment, Xiao Yu was stunned as he felt this sensation, his whole body itching, his soul stirring, and a chaotic aura surging through his meridians, making him numb.
Ni saw this euphoric expression and knew it was working, so he continued to acupuncture Fengmen. The second needle started. After a while, Ni had acupunctured 4 acupoints on Xiao Yu's body. He shivered and asked, "Xiao Yu, how do you feel?" He smiled and said, "I feel something." Then his eyes blazed with a blue flame, and his whole body burst with aura. Ni stood behind him, watching the energy erupt, and exclaimed, "It's working this fast," he thought to himself. That's right. So many years of cultivation accumulated. The total energy released will definitely be huge. Just as he thought this, Xiao Yu's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling surge of energy, making Ni jump aside in shock, exclaiming, "So much power! The myriad Dao dragon seizing art is truly a profound cultivation method. I wonder where the realm lord of the underworld found it." This time, once Xiao Yu breaks through to the heavenly fate realm, his cultivation will naturally be extremely astonishing. Meanwhile, in Xiao Yu's soul sea, 3 auras had entered and condensed into 3 flames. Xiao Yu was surprised to realize that 3 fate souls were condensing at the same time. "My cultivation can actually break through so quickly." Xiao Yu's soul force burst out brightly, and he immediately broke through. Then the energy gradually retracted, absorbed into his body. Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes, suddenly blank and bewildered, then hurriedly put on his clothes. After tidying up his clothes, he went to Nilai and said, "Thank you. Without your help, it would have taken me a long time to break through to heavenly fate. I owe you one again. If you have any requests, Xiao Yu will do his best to fulfill them." Nili grinned. "Haha, it was just a small favor. You're too polite. If it's done, then give me the money. Helping you break through to the heavenly fate realm should at least get me some spirit stones." Xiao Yu looked stunned, and Nili asked, "What's wrong? Or was I helping you for free today?" Making Xiao Yu speechless, he reached into his pocket and said, "Then I'll give you all my spirit stones." He pulled out 5 spirit stones and put them on the table, making Nikli confused and stunned, asking, "5? You're the son of an elder. How can you be so poor?" Xiao Yu hesitated, not knowing what to say, so Nili reached out and grabbed the 5 stones, putting them in his pocket, and said, "All right, I'd feel bad taking all your spirit stones. I'll just take half. Let's call it even. You take me to the martial god sect, I'll help you heal, and we won't owe each other anything." 2 acupuncture needles earned 5 spirit stones. Haha, Xiao Yu thought. The heavenly fate breakthrough is not as simple as random acupuncture. Just for the sake of saying we don't owe each other anything, Nilai, you're really nice to me. Xiao Yu looked at him with affectionate eyes, making Nili get goosebumps, saying, "Ui da, why are you staring at me like that? I don't like blockhead guys." Xiao Yu's face darkened, and he snorted coldly, turning to leave. "It's getting late, I'm heading back." But as he stepped out the door, he paused, turning back to say, "No matter what, thanks." With that, he slammed the door shut. At this, Nili wondered to himself, "Did I remove the needles for him yet?" Nili lay on the bed, muttering, "Geez, he's still trying to thank me even like that. Does that mean only taking 5 spirit stones was a ripoff? If I knew, I would have taken them all." Meanwhile, Golden Egg was still sound asleep. And so, the next morning, the sun was high in the sky, and the path up the mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. Lu Piao said, "According to the map, our destination should be up ahead. But which way is up ahead?" Ni Li suggested, "Follow me, let's hurry." This surprised Lu Piao, but he agreed. A little later, they quickly arrived at the entrance, but a big guy blocked the way, saying, "Hold it, where are your nameplates?" Nili remembered. "Ah, the nameplates. Xiao Yu gave them to us yesterday." He took them out, saying, "Here's mine." He handed the nameplate to the guy. The guard bent down to take a closer look, and then agreed to let them both in. Once inside, Lu Piao was surprised. "This is so different from our Holy Orchid Institute," Ni Li agreed. The other students noticed them walking over and glanced at them, surprised. Among them, a crew-cut guy crossed his arms, glaring, and Ni Li recognized him as one of Hua Ling's lackeys, the one who tested with a first-grade heavenly spirit root before. Then Ni Li said to Lu Piao, "Looks like this class is full of heavenly spirit root students. They're all staring at us." Suddenly, a blonde guy spoke up. They asked, "Hey, where are you guys from?" Nilai replied, "Tiny World." "Why?" The guy laughed, recognizing them, and said, "You're those 2 geniuses from Tiny World, right? A 5th grade heavenly spirit root and an 8th grade heavenly spirit root. I am Jin Yan, from the Jin family, a disciple of the martial god sect. My family is known for valuing talent. If you have time, maybe we could chat." But Nisli nodded and walked right past him, saying, "Maybe later," leaving Jin Yan stunned, thinking, "Can't believe these 2 guys from Tiny World don't even want to give him face." He turned away with a cold snort, glaring at Ni Li and walking off. Seeing this, Lu Piao said to Ni Li, "That guy doesn't look simple. Isn't it bad to offend him directly like that? We don't have any backing right now." Ni Li reassured him,
Relax. We're safe inside the Heavenly Spirit Institute, especially since we're not joining any factions. In a place with such fierce competition, no one's dumb enough to turn against a neutral genius. It'd be a pain if we had joined a faction early on.
Lu Piao agreed. True, I've realized these past 2 days that the people in the Heavenly Spirit Institute don't seem too upright, Ni confirmed. Right. Then he thought, if it weren't for that, the martial god sect wouldn't have collapsed in my past life.
At that moment, some people cheered excitedly. He's here! He's here! Lu Piao turned his head in surprise and saw a burly, white-bearded old man
stride in with imposing presence. The old man stood before all the students, saying, "Greetings, everyone. I am your instructor, Venerable Qiling." Ni looked over, saying,
"The Tao instructor is here." Lu Piao nodded.
Qiling cut to the chase, saying,
"Now I will guide you in your cultivation. Everyone, follow me to the training hall." And the whole group headed to a large room.
Qiling invited everyone to sit down. Once everyone was settled, he sat down too. He announced, "Our class has 36 students in total, all fresh faces this year. Every single one of you is an outstanding genius, possessing a heavenly root that ordinary people can only dream of.
A year from now, only the top 5 strongest among us will have the chance to go to the East Courtyard. Remember that, only 5. If you miss this opportunity, then sorry, but you'll have to stay in the West Courtyard and wait. You're all geniuses, so I doubt anyone wants to be left behind. Right? Because a small mistake can lead to big consequences."
Hearing this, everyone below started glaring at each other. Qiling thought to himself, this time there are 36 students, half of them are from influential families, disciples of the Wushen sect. Suddenly, he was surprised when he noticed the pink-haired girl sitting below, not expecting her to be here.
Then, he laughed heartily. "Everyone, please remember this for me. I want you to compete with each other, but not to fight amongst yourselves. You are all geniuses with heavenly roots. Although you've only just started cultivating, your futures are limitless. I don't want any major conflicts between you. Harming others is the same as ruining your own future. I hope you all think clearly." Meanwhile, Ni was racking his brain. 5 spirit stones gone in one night. Cultivating the heavenly god. Technique is like pouring water into a bottomless pit. Where am I going to get more spirit stones?
Thinking this, he sighed in frustration. Lu Piao, seeing this, sighed to himself. I didn't expect Ni to be mentally affected too, Qiling continued.
"From now on, every 3 days you will come here for lectures. I will explain how to cultivate and also show you how to increase your cultivation level. In addition, our Heavenly Spirit Institute has 3 trial locations where you can practice. Alright, let's begin.
First, cultivating from the Earth Fate Realm to the Heavenly Fate Realm is a process of merging with the Heavenly Tao, sensing the Heavenly Tao. All living things in this world are the same, formed by the power of the Heavenly Tao."
The whole class was listening seriously, except for Ni who was sulking, thinking, "Even at the Wushen sect, I have to learn stuff I already knew. With my current strength, I'm probably already 5 or 6/10 of the way from the Heavenly Fate Realm to the Earthly Fate Realm. Although Heavenly Fate is still quite far away, the power in my body has gradually transformed from the power of law into the power of the Heavenly Tao." With the help of the Heavenly God technique, constantly nurturing that mysterious vine, he closed his eyes to ponder, and Lu Piao nudged him. Startled, Ni looked over, and Lu Piao whispered, "When you cultivate to the Heavenly Fate Realm, do you really get multiple lives? People who are killed die, duh. Does having 2 lives mean you only die after being stabbed twice?" Ni laughed, explaining, "Of course not. The so-called 2 lives.
3 lives. It doesn't mean you have that many lives, but that the Heavenly Fate Powerhouse will condense multiple soul fates in their soul sea. These soul fates can reside somewhere else. As long as the soul fate is indestructible, you can be resurrected. It's just that the area where the physical body is living cannot be more than 1,000 miles away from the soul fate." Lu Piao had a revelation. "I get it now. You can be resurrected by using the heavenly fate residing somewhere else, right?" Ni confirmed. "That's right, but every time you're killed, you lose a soul fate. For example, when a 3 fate dies, they'll return to the 2 fate realm, so even if you leave behind a soul fate, your life is still very important," Lu Piao exclaimed. "Oh, no wonder the guiding instructor said that the Heavenly Spirit Institute stipulates that you must reach the Heavenly Fate Realm before you can go out on adventures. As long as you leave your soul fate in the soul hall, unless the Heavenly Spirit Institute is destroyed, the student will not be in danger." Ni laughed. "They talked about that already? I didn't hear any of it. Ha ha ha." While the 2 of them were talking, Wang Yang, a first-grade heavenly root, was watching, thinking to himself, "Before coming here, Hua Ling asked me to keep an eye on those 2 and find a chance to teach them a lesson. Even though their talent is very high, they still come from the little exquisite world. Their cultivation resources are far inferior to our little heavenly origin world. So what if you have an 8th grade or 5th grade heavenly root? I will definitely not lose to you." Time passed. After listening to Qiling's explanation for a while, he was also tired of talking and said, "Let's just leave it at that for now. Too much theory, you won't be able to fully understand it in a short period of time." Next is when we cultivate in the earth fate realm. We can cultivate some things that are extremely useful for the heavenly fate in the future, Lu Piao wondered, resting his chin on his hand. Cultivate things? What things? The others were also full of questions, and Qiling spoke up.
The first thing we need to cultivate is... He raised his hand, and suddenly a flame flickered. Qiling said, "It is the spiritual flame. To condense the spiritual flame, you must let your soul reach the realm of emptiness, causing your will to condense in your hand. At this time, the flame in your hand will gradually grow. The stronger the spiritual flame, the stronger your soul fate is. When you reach the heavenly fate realm, the condensed soul fate will be even stronger." Alright, now you all can start sensing the spiritual flame. Hearing this, everyone below was stunned and raised their hands to sense. Jinyan also raised his hand to follow along, but suddenly, he was surprised that the pink-haired girl had already done it. Creating a small flame appeared in her hand. Then the flame gradually grew.
Qiling watched in admiration. Long Yuyin, no wonder you're a descendant of the Dragon Seal family. Your talent is truly amazing.
On the other side, Jinyan also closed his eyes to feel, and he quickly condensed a spirit flame. A spark appeared, making Qiling happily think,
Jinyan is not bad either. Small but very pure.
Soon, a few more people in the crowd condensed spirit flames. Lu Piao saw this and exclaimed, "Only a moment, and 5 people have already condensed it." So he reached out to feel, and told himself, empty state. Must enter the scene, enter meditation. But in Lu Piao's mind, the past of sneakingly climbing the wall, rushing to the brightly lit bathroom appeared, then poked a hole to peek at Zhao Shu taking a bath,
revealing her bodacious figure.
Suddenly, Lu Piao woke up, his face flushed red, and he hugged his head and sighed. "I know why my cultivation speed is so slow. Perhaps my earthly ties haven't been severed yet." Ni Li glanced over and said, "What earthly ties? It's lust that hasn't been severed. Let me tell you, if your mind isn't pure, you can't condense the spirit flame." Lu Piao pouted provocatively. "If you're so good, try it yourself. With 2 beauties beside you, 1 on each arm, I don't believe you can calm down."
Ni Li clicked his tongue and reached out, causing Lu Piao to wonder. In a few seconds, he was able to condense the spirit flame, as easily as a child eating candy. Making Lu Piao's eyes widen in shock, Qiling was also startled, and exclaimed, "This new student is Ni Li, from the tiny world, right?" Cultivators who want to progress in martial arts need a lot of resources, but the tiny world only has a few people in the Heavenly Institute, with absolutely no cultivation resources at all. Even with an 8th grade Heavenly Spirit root, relying on the power of the tiny world, the cultivation speed would hardly be comparable to Long Yuyin or Jinyan. Unexpectedly, Ni Li can condense the spirit flame so easily, and it's not even smaller than Long Yuyin's. Even more amazing, he can condense the flame while talking and laughing, proving his extremely high comprehension ability, while other students have to close their eyes to condense it. Unexpectedly, among the 36 new students, there's such a talented genius. Such a genius must be nurtured well in the future. On the other hand, Wu Yang still couldn't condense the flame. He concentrated and sweated profusely but couldn't do it.
Looking at Ni Li being able to condense the flame so easily, he was furious and thought, "Why can't I do it? But that kid can." Qiling then said, "Alright, this time 12 students were able to condense the spirit flame. Very good. Those who can condense the spirit flame from the first time prove that their mind is pure, and they are truly martial arts geniuses. The stronger the spirit flame, the stronger the soul realm. Those who haven't condensed the spirit flame shouldn't give up. Go back and practice more. Today's class ends here. We'll learn a new lesson in 3 days."
Then Qiling stood up and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, class dismissed." The students in the class sighed and dragged their bodies up to leave. Ni Li on this side smiled and said, "Lu Piao, let's go. After listening to lectures for so long, we should go back and practice." Lu Piao stood up, dusted himself off, and said excitedly, "Let's go, let's go!" Suddenly, Long Yuyin stood in front of Ni Li, causing him to be stunned.
She asked, "You're from the tiny world?"
Ni Li confirmed.
"That's right," he thought to himself. "This little girl looks familiar. Could it be that I saw her in my previous life?" Long Yuyin continued to ask. "The tiny world has an 8th grade Heavenly Spirit root, and a 5th grade Heavenly Spirit root. That's you guys, right?" Lu Piao came over and asked in surprise, "Could it be that you're like Jinyan, and came to recruit us?" Long Yuyin frowned and said, "Although your talent is not bad, it's not enough for my Dragon Seal family to take the initiative to invite you." Ni Li was also shocked at this time, thinking to himself, "This Dragon Seal family, in my previous life, I was taken care of by a mentor, but he was later killed by the Dragon Seal family, killed by an old hag named Long Yuyin." Long Yuyin continued, "Talent only has a small influence on cultivation, even if it's a waste. If my family wants to, we can turn him into a genius." After hearing this, Lu Piao pointed directly at her face and asked furiously, "Do you know how to be polite?" Then unleashed a torrent of curses. But Long Yuyin twisted it into concern and looked seriously at Ni Li, saying, "Her checking me out after seeing my spirit flame thing? Okay, color me intrigued.
Better not disappoint.
And with that, she just noped out, leaving him standing there like a deer in headlights.
He scrunched up his face and was all like, "She dipped already? What's her deal?" Lu Piao piped up next to him. "Ni Li, what was that chick even on about?" Just strolls over to say she's intrigued. Could it be?
Lu Piao gave him this sleazy grin that just grossed Ni Li out.
Out to nowhere, some dude pops his head in, snickering, "Haha, you guys caught Long Yuyin's eye, you're so screwed."
Intrigued, my foot. You guys have no idea how stone cold she is, Lu Piao was like. Seriously, no wonder she looks so grumpy.
Purple Hair snarked. "You don't even know Long Yuyin? Talk about sheltered. Living in the tiny world is showing, for real." Lu Piao defended himself. "Hey, I just got here 2 days ago." The dude kept going. "She's like a super genius from the Dragonseal family, and rumor has it she's got red dragon blood. Her body can tank rank 2 artifacts." Lu Piao's jaw dropped. "Is that, like, a big deal?"
The dude chuckled. Get this, she was engaged 2 years ago. She ended up straight up wrecking her fiancé during the engagement fight, and it was said that he couldn't get it up anymore. Lu Piao was horrified and immediately turned to Ni Li.
Ni Li tried to chill him out.
"Don't sweat it, we'll just steer clear," he thought to himself. Could she be that Long Yuyin, the tyrant who did whatever she wanted and set up her teacher to be killed to split the Divine Feathers sect? And she's just a teenager now. No wonder I didn't recognize her. My past life's grudges don't have anything to do with this one, but I still can't stand the Dragonseal family.
Lu Piao, hands on his hips, chortled. "What's your name, dude?" The guy grinned. "Call me Bei Gay." Lu Piao froze, thinking, this guy's so full of himself. Who tells people to call them G? Whatever, maybe he's got a background. No point in making enemies. He let it slide and shook his hand all friendly. "Bei bro, thanks for the heads up today."
Ni Li overheard and thought, Bei Yi? I've heard that name before. He was a legendary player from the Divine Feathers sect in my past life. He's the only one in the Divine Feathers sect who could go toe-to-toe with Long Yuyin, the heir to the Jiyu family. Unlike Long Yuyin, who was a red dragon bloodline prodigy, Jiyu Bei got to that level purely through his understanding of the sword. He just looks a little green right now, Jiyu. Bane smirked and pointed. "I already know your names. One's Ni Li, one's Lu Piao." Lu Piao gawked. "You know us," Jiyu Bei confirmed. "Yeah, you're already famous in the West Institute. Any genius from a city or tiny world, especially ones with a celestial root, gets put on the radar by the forces in the Spirit Institute, plus an 8th grade and 5th grade celestial root. Tons of people are watching you like hawks." Lu Piao's jaw hit the floor. Then he stuck his face out. "What about you then?" Jiyu Bei chuckled. "I'm only interested in Long Yuyin, and she's interested in you. So I came to see what you're all about." Lu Piao tilted his head. "You like Long Yuyin? She beat her fiancé into a vegetable." "You some kind of masochist?" Bei Gay shot back. "No way. Don't you see? Taking down someone like Long Yuyin would be so sick." "I'm all about those Ice Queen types. They're secretly fire." Lu Piao cackled with glee, leaving Ni Li speechless. So Jiyu Bei and Lu Piao hit it off like a house on fire, hooking arms and cracking up, while Ni Li just stood there, face-palming internally. Suddenly, he glanced over at the peanut gallery, buzzing with gossip. Wang Yang caught his eye, and Ni Li said, "Looks like this isn't the place for a chat, let's bounce, Jiyu." Bang agreed. "Word. Let's find somewhere private. I need to pick Lu Bro's brain." And just like that, the three of them split. Brushing past the gawkers, Wang Yang was baffled. "Why's Jiyu Bei hanging with those guys?" Some buzzcut dude chimed in. "There are only 5 spots this year. Long Yuyin, Jiyu Bei, and Jinyan are locks. And those two from the tiny world with their 5th and 8th grade celestial roots are our biggest competition." And now they're buddy-buddy with Jiyu Bei, might be even tougher to deal with. This buzzcut guy was Han Jing, a 5th grade celestial root. Wang Yang countered. "No, if those two enter the East Institute selection, we'll have to wait another year." "Can't have that," Han Jing asked. So Wang Yang told the others. "We don't dare to touch the others, but these newbies are ripe for the picking, so we can boost our own power."
Ni Li and Lu Piao are definitely going to hit the trials.
"As soon as they split from Jiyu Bei, we'll have our chance," Han Jing confirmed. "Right, they'll definitely head out in the next 3 days, but there are 3 trial areas," Wang Yang declared. "Leave it to me. As soon as they show up in any of the trial areas, I'll let everyone know," Wang Yang said seriously. "Young Master Hua Ling will set everything up perfectly." Half an hour later, Xu Feng and Lu Piao strolled outside. Xu Feng looked up at the wall and said, "Let's see what missions there are." Surprisingly, there are quite a few hunting missions. "You need a transcendent level demon spirit to exchange for spirit stones," Lu Piao added. "Collecting materials to create weapons. There's nothing we can do." Sigh. "These spirit stones are so hard to earn," Xu Feng said. "Of course, even the divine thrones controlled by the big shots are limited. The number of each divine throne is also limited. How many disciples are there in the sect? If everyone gets a share, it won't be worth much." Lu Piao scratched his head and asked. "So what do we do?" Xu Feng replied. "Let's check out other missions. We can't do the fighting and killing stuff. Inscriptions are alright, though. Suddenly he noticed a mission and said, "We can try that one." Lu Piao tilted his head and asked, "What mission is that?" Ji Lan, the young lady of the Ji clan, encountered problems during cultivation and contracted a strange disease, rendering her bedridden.
If someone skilled in medicine can cure Miss Ji Lan, the reward is 1,000 spirit stones, Lu Piao exclaimed in surprise. 1,000 spirit stones. Isn't that the Bei clan's family? They're loaded. He looked at Zhu Feng and asked, "Do you have a way?" But the notice says they've already invited many famous doctors, but none of them could cure her.
Don't tell me you want to hit on Miss Ji clan after seeing her picture. Which made Zhu Feng speechless, and then said, "Saving a life is better than building 7 pagodas, got it. How will we know if we don't try? What's more, I have a unique Dao guidance technique." Lu Piao asked back. "So confident, huh? Look over here, at least several hundred people have gone berserk during cultivation. If we can cure them all, wouldn't we get rich?" Zhu Feng gave a wry smile and said, "You want to exhaust me to death? What's more, the forces within the Yushen sect are complicated. We have to be careful every step of the way. If it wasn't because I felt that the Beni clan people weren't bad, I wouldn't have taken action. It would be bad if we encountered any trouble."
Zhu Feng recalled the past.
"This Ji Lan, I heard about her in my past life. She's the Beni clan's older sister, a mysterious, legendary woman. It's said that she encountered an accident during cultivation when she was young and became paralyzed, only able to sit in a wheelchair, and unable to cultivate. But she lived to be over 200 years old. It's said that the Bei clan's sword intent could be cultivated to the extreme, thanks to Ji Lan guidance. Having heard so many of her legendary stories, it wouldn't hurt to go and see." Lu Piao also said, "If we can cure Miss Ji clan's illness and get spirit stones, that wouldn't be bad. Ji Bei just said he wanted to treat us to a meal."
Zhu Feng grabbed the notice and said,
let's go make some money." Which made Lu Piao smile faintly and say, "Handle her illness first before you talk."
Afterward, Zhu Feng explained to Lu Piao, Long Yin, Ji Yuxi, Shangyan, "These 3 clans are the most powerful forces within the Yushen sect. They are so much stronger than the Jinyan and Yanhao families.
If we can save Miss Ji clan, at least we might be able to build a good relationship with Ji Bei." Lu Piao nodded upon hearing this. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the front gate of the Ji clan. Lu Piao said, "The address on the notice is here. It looks majestic," Zhu Feng said. "The door is closed." Suddenly, a family servant came out and asked, "Hello, who are you looking for?"
Zhu Feng answered honestly, "We saw the mission notice about Ji Lan at the Tui Dian, so we came to see if we could treat the young lady's illness." After hearing this, the servant looked them up and down, then waved his hand and said, "You guys should go back." Zhu Feng asked in surprise, "Has she been cured already?" The servant said, "All the famous doctors skilled in medicine in the Yushen sect have been invited to treat the illness of our Ji clan's young lady, but none of them could cure her. In the past few days, if there haven't been 1,000 doctors who came to see the young lady, there must have been 100. How old are you two? Hurry up and leave," Zhu Feng said loudly. "How interesting. Your young lady is still looking for doctors and medicine, and hasn't even let me examine her yet, so how can you say that I can't cure her? A servant like you is delaying the young lady's treatment. Can you bear the responsibility?" The servant hesitated after hearing this, and Lu Piao laughed, "Ha." Suddenly, Ji Bei appeared and asked, "What happened?" Ji Bei's sudden appearance next to Lu Piao made him jump, and he shouted, "Where did you pop out from?" Ji Bei then said, "These servants are looking for me, you can leave." The servant immediately obeyed, then quietly turned and left. Leaving the 3 young men staring blankly at each other, Lu Piao said quickly, "We heard that Miss Ji clan is sick, so we came to see if we could cure her." Ji Bei asked in surprise, "You guys know medicine?" Zhu Feng nodded in confirmation, which made Ji Bei hesitate for a few seconds before leading the way and saying, "Follow me then."
Ji Bei sighed as he led the 2 inside and said, "Let me briefly explain my sister's condition. We are direct descendants of the Ji clan. I am very outstanding, and my sister is the most outstanding person in the current generation of descendants. But one day, my dude's sis suddenly bugged out during cultivation, got half her body paralyzed, and can't cultivate again. No one can figure out why," Neely was thinking. According to Ji Bei, Ji Lan probably became a sacrifice in the family's power struggle. Even the families in the Sky Origin Chamber are like this, so what about the infighting of the forces of the martial god sect?
Soon, they arrived in front of a courtyard, where a girl was sitting sadly, staring at the lake below.
"When you're sad, nothing seems cheerful." He then recited 2 lines of poetry. "Once spring departs and beauty fades, when flowers wither and people vanish, who will remember who?" Ji Bei led his 2 friends forward, and called out, "Sis." Ji Lan, her face pale, looked over and said, "Ji Bei, you're back." Ji Yubei looked at his sister, heartbroken, tears falling softly. Ji Yulan looked at the two people behind him, puzzled. So Ji Yubei replied, "These two are my friends." Hearing this, Ji Yulan was a little surprised, and gasped. Looking at Ji Yulan, Lu Piao felt sorry and thought, "Sis is so young, but she's sick and can only sit in a chair. Fate is such a tease."
Nili, on the other hand, remained silent.
He just stood there, observing Ji Yulan's complexion. Lu Piao then reminded,
"Staring like that, I don't think your sis is too happy." Nili then declared, "She's not sick, and she's not possessed by inner demons." Making Lu Piao startled and shocked, Nili added, "She's been poisoned." Hearing this, Ji Yubei was stunned, turned to look at him in horror, and exclaimed, "Poisoned? Are you saying my sister has been poisoned?" Nili affirmed,
"Yes." Hearing this, Ji Yulan also fell silent. Ji Yubei angrily said, "But why didn't anyone notice when so many doctors came before?" Nili explained. Hongding herb combined with snake musk fruit can create a colorless, odorless, and tasteless poison. After ingestion, the meridians gradually become blocked. Cultivation does not improve, just like someone who is poisoned but has absolutely no symptoms of poisoning. Ji Yulan was suddenly shocked. Ji Yubei turned to look at his sister. As if what Nili said was true, Nili affirmed, "Looks like that's it." Suddenly, Ji Yubei hurriedly grabbed Nilin's hand and asked anxiously, "Can this poison be cured? How can it be treated?" Nili calmly replied, "No need to rush. The young lady has been poisoned for more than a day or two. No need to be impatient. Before coming, I thought it was a normal illness, thinking it could be easily cured, but after observing her condition, I am sure she has been poisoned, and heavily poisoned." Ji Yubei hurriedly said. "Then hurry up and think of a way, Nili. As long as you cure my sister, I will agree to anything. My sister and I treat each other like our own lives. I can't lose her." But, Nili thought to himself, even if she can't be cured, she can still live for more than 200 years. Then reassured, "Don't worry. I came for the mission on the notice board. The reward is still 1,000 spirit stones. I'm just worried about whether it's still safe here now. If someone knows I'm helping Ji Yulan detoxify, they might send someone to assassinate her again," Ji Yulan said in a deep voice.
"There is no need for you to worry. Now that we know where the enemy is, if you can cure me, of course we will hide it."
"In the eyes of outsiders, I am still just a cripple," Nili agreed.
"Then I have no other choice. First of all, you have been poisoned for at least 3 years. I'm afraid your meridians won't be able to withstand strong medicine. Let me give you a prescription. Drink it first, wait for the toxins to slowly dissolve, and then completely treat the root cause." He scribbled down a prescription and gave it to Ji Yubei. He took it and said excitedly, Okay, I'll go get the medicine right away," Lu Piao asked in confusion. "Are the medicinal materials in the Longshu realm different from ours, so you have to go get them?" Nili replied. "Not much different," Lu Piao asked in surprise. "Then how confident are you?" Nili replied confidently. "Now that I know the cause, naturally 100%.
He looked at Ji Yulan, who quickly lowered her head. "Thank you, mister, for your help," Nili replied. "Having been entrusted by someone, I only dare to do my best. Please, miss, don't be so polite." Then the two looked at each other in silence. Making the atmosphere awkward, Lu Piao thought to himself. Find a topic to talk about to ease the tension. Ji Yulan then spoke up and asked, "May I ask where mister comes from?" When she heard the words tiny world, Ji Yulan said in surprise, "I had a master when I was young who also came from there." Hearing this, Nili was surprised, and immediately asked, "May I ask, what is the esteemed name of Miss Gun's master?" She smiled and said, "My master has never used his real name. He's elusive and unpredictable, and he hasn't shown himself for 5 years now. Even I don't know where he is or when he'll appear. If not, I wouldn't have come to this situation. I only know that my master's cultivation is very powerful. Even a Wuzong expert at the 5th heaven realm is no match for him," Nili said in surprise. The tiny world has such a powerful figure, thinking, "It's a pity that even Ji Yulan doesn't know his real name. I really want to get to know that person." A moment later, Ji Yubei rushed over excitedly and said, "Finally finished brewing the medicine," but looking again, he slipped and fell. Making Lu Piao jump, he hurriedly brought the medicine and said, "This is the medicine I brewed, sister. Drink it quickly." Ji Yulan happily took it and drank it all in one gulp. Ji Yubei sat aside and lamented, "Who the heck threw my tray on the ground?" But when he brought it over, he was surprised to see that his sister had already emptied the bowl of medicine and thanked him, asking anxiously, "How is it, sister?" Ji Yulan closed her eyes and felt her body, making everyone look at her worriedly. She then opened her eyes and said, "There's a change. I can feel the change in the aura within my meridians." Ji Yulan then turned to Nili. "Thank you, mister, for your help." Nili smiled lightly and replied, "Miss Ji Yu is too polite. Being able to cure Miss Gun's illness is great, Miss Ji Yulan. Just drink according to this prescription for a month, and after a month, I will change to another prescription. I guarantee that when the medicine is finished, the illness will also be gone, Ji Yubei said happily. That's great. Thank you, Nili. This is the reward for curing my sister. Please accept it.
If there's anything you need help with in the future, just say it, and I will do my best to complete it. Nili sighed at the 1,500 spirit stones, then said, It is clearly written on your notice that it is only 1,000 spirit stones. I have not completely cured Miss Ji Yu yet. I'll take 500 first, and after Miss Ji Yu is completely cured, I'll take the rest. Then he threw the storage ring back to Ji Yubei.
Ji Yubei took it in a daze, then sighed, and said, Nili, Lu Piao. From now on, you two are my brothers. Lu Piao was stunned after hearing this and said, So you didn't consider me a brother before? Ji Yubei hurriedly clarified. That's not what I meant. Before, we were distant brothers, now we are blood brothers. Making Ji Yulan smile and giggle after hearing this, Nili then instructed Ji Yubei, You go take care of your sister, we have to go back now. You guys need to pay attention to what you eat and drink from now on. Ji Yubei nodded in agreement. They quickly left. Ji Yubei watched them go, and Ji Yulan asked, Little brother, how did you get to know those two? Ji Yubei replied, They're my new classmates. Ji Yulan asked in surprise. In your class, Ji Yubei explained, they're both geniuses with celestial roots. Especially Nili, who has an 8th grade celestial root. We just met, but I didn't expect Nili's medical skills to be so amazing. None of the previous doctors could diagnose your illness, but he knew it at a glance. He's really incredible, Ji Yulan exclaimed. An 8th grade celestial root. I never imagined someone so talented and knowledgeable in medicine, and so young. I wonder how successful Nili will be in the future. Meanwhile, on the way back to the academy, Lu Piao asked Nili, They gave you so many spirit stones, why didn't you take them? Aren't you shameless enough?
Nili laughed and said, A gentleman values talent, not money. Do you understand? Ji Yubei and his sister are close, and I think those 1,500 spirit stones are all their savings. 500 is enough for me for a long time. Why take all their spirit stones? Lu Piao agreed. That's true. Besides, each student with a celestial root only gets 5 spirit stones a month, and we just earned 500. He was stunned and said, So Ji Yubei has 1,500, he blurted out.
He's so rich, Nili burst out laughing. Ha ha, I'll give you 100 first. Focus on cultivating, Lu Piao grinned. Nili reminded him. Cultivate well, don't waste it. Later, they returned to Xiao Yu's small courtyard and saw him rummaging around. Nili asked, What are you doing? Xiao Yu turned around and said, I was looking for you guys. You were gone for so long, I was worried you were in danger. Nili laughed. Don't worry, we just went for a walk and earned a lot of spirit stones. We brought some back to share with you. He threw the bag of spirit stones to Xiao Yu. He smiled and thought, Even though we haven't known each other long, Xiao Yu really cares about us. He's really dedicated. Although Xiao Yu is a bit soft and effeminate, he's worth befriending.
Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was counting the spirit stones and asked confusedly, Where did you get so many spirit stones? I can't accept this.
Lu Piao was about to put his arm around him and say, We're all brothers. Don't be so polite. We earned 500 today. But Xiao Yu dodged, and Lu Piao almost fell flat on his face.
Xiao Yu returned the bag of spirit stones to Nili and said, This is too much. I can't accept it. It's better to give these spirit stones back to you. But Nili grabbed Xiao Yu's hand and said, Take it. When I first arrived, I took 2 spirit stones from you.
Xiao Yu quickly pulled his hand back, embarrassed, and said, Those are different. I only gave you 2 spirit stones. Why are you giving me so many? Nili said, How is it different? You had 10 and gave me 2. Now I have a few hundred, and I'm giving you a few dozen. It's normal. Are you not considering me a friend? We'll move out.
Xiao Yu was silent for a moment and then accepted it, saying, Okay then, I'll take a few of these spirit stones.
Thank you, Nili. Nili smiled and said, All right then, we're going back to cultivate first. Talk later if anything comes up. Then he dashed back to his room, leaving Xiao Yu dumbfounded. Lu Piao also laughed and said, Goodbye, boss, he said. Be careful.
Inside Nilin's room, Jin Dan was wandering around, searching every corner.
And Nili said happily, Now that I have enough of the most important thing, spirit stones, real cultivation can finally begin.
Suddenly, Nili felt his sleeve move.
Then Yu Yan flew out, surprising him.
He smiled and said,
You've been in my sleeve the whole time. I almost forgot, Yu Yan replied. Your body emits an aura that greatly assists my cultivation. Cultivating in your sleeve increases the power of the heavenly Tao many times more than outside. Nili said, Are you embarrassing me? Right, these spirit stones are for your cultivation. You need these things. Yu Yan took them and said, I know these spirit stones are very precious. Thank you. Nili laughed and said, Yu Yan, you're too polite. Look, I just helped someone with their illness and earned 500 spirit stones. If I treat more people in the future, I'll definitely earn even more spirit stones, so these spirit stones are nothing. Yu Yan looked at Nili, touched. He said happily, "We've been together for so long, I sincerely treat you well as a friend," Yu Yan said. "In any case, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would probably be sealed in the dark spring forever." Then she flew over and lightly kissed Nili on the cheek, leaving him stunned. He looked at Yu Yan and thought, since leaving the Black Flame Tower, the goddess seems to have become gentler. "You could say she has a bit more humanity," Nili said. "It's getting late. I should start cultivating, goddess sister." Then, he placed a spirit stone in front of him and focused on cultivating, absorbing the spiritual energy into his body. Meanwhile, Yu Yan cultivated rapidly with the spirit stones Nili had just given her. Both of them were bursting with aura. Quickly, Nilian's spirit stone went dark, and he sighed, looking dejected. So fast. The power of the heavenly Tao from this spirit stone was transferred into my soul realm, yet there's not even a little reaction. Let's try again. So, he took out another one and focused on cultivating. As the sky gradually changed color, Nili had absorbed a bunch of spirit stones into his body, his aura surging. The vine in his soul realm was constantly growing, and the flower bud was slowly opening. But quickly the spirit stone went dark again, making him annoyed as he crossed his arms and lamented, 10 spirit stones, and they only allowed my cultivation to increase a little bit. All of it was sucked dry by the vine. Although I don't know what it is, this vine is considered a part of my body, so this heavenly Tao power should be useful somehow. So, he had no choice but to take out another spirit stone and said, I thought 200 or 300 spirit stones could last a long time. At this rate, I'll use them up in no time. Will I be able to break through to heavenly fate then? Nili was engrossed in cultivation, while Jindan was still sleeping soundly. The number of spirit stones being absorbed increased every moment, and his power burst out continuously. Jindan also opened its eyes and saw the delicious food in front of it. Meanwhile, Nili closed his eyes and thought to himself, that's enough for today. You can't absorb too much heavenly Tao power at once, so I should consolidate a bit. Right now, my cultivation is probably equivalent to a 4-star legend. When I reach the peak of legend, I can break through to heavenly fate. After heavenly fate, each level of cultivation might be different. Thinking of this, when he opened his eyes, he saw that Jindan had finished off the broken spirit stone scraps with a full belly and was feeling smug, causing Nilia to say, You glutton, you ate all the broken spirit stones, but what about the unused ones? Thinking this, he took out a new spirit stone, and then Nilia threw it down, saying, Let's see. Jindan startled awake and quickly jumped up and ran over. The spirit stone shone brightly, and it picked up the spirit stone, chirping happily, then turned around and ran away, afraid it would be snatched away. Instantly, it started to peck and munch, and in just a few seconds it finished off the spirit stone. After eating it, it looked at Nili with longing eyes, making him stunned, saying, You ate the spirit stone. Weren't those scraps you ate just now enough? The chick chirped again, looking at Nili, saying, You know what's up, haha, where I come from. Spirit stones aren't enough. If you want to eat, you have to listen to me. Jindan immediately nodded repeatedly. Nili reached out and picked it up, saying, Come on, last time I wanted to assimilate my aura into your egg, but I was blocked. This time you have to listen to me. So he poured spiritual energy into Jindan, and then his body and the chick burst into a bright light. Nili instantly felt like he had fallen into the chick's inner space, exclaiming, This is inside Jindan's body. The power is truly terrifying, even stronger than a Keelan demon beast. I wonder what level it will develop to in the future. Anyway, first I have to assimilate our auras and create a mark of the soul. Then you will become my soul beast. Nili placed his hand on Jindan's soul realm. He praised. Very good. I can feel the soul connection between me and Jindan getting stronger little by little. One more step. But suddenly, a power rushed out, sending Nili flying backwards, causing him to exclaim in surprise, I got blasted out again? It actually shook my soul realm. Still can't be hasty. At least it can be considered progress. Come on, this is your reward. When he held out the spirit stone, Jindan immediately pecked at it, chewing happily. Seeing this, Nili laughed heartily, causing the chick to look up at Nili, saying, Eat quickly. Eat quickly. I don't have many spirit stones left. I can only give you a few pieces a day at most, otherwise I won't be able to afford to feed you anymore. Hearing this, Jindan was startled, and immediately picked up the spirit stone, cherishing it, and slowly biting off pieces. Nili sighed. Jindan, I feel like you're getting smarter and smarter. Yu Yan looked at Jindan and laughed. Then she closed her eyes and continued to focus on her cultivation. I can feel it already. The meaning of the heavenly fate realm. A surge of power gathered within Yu Yan's soul sea, and a flame ignited. Yu Yan exclaimed, Is this the soul fate? It seems different from others. It's a golden flame, Just like the natal flame that once protected me, I can feel that the power of this golden flame is incomparably vast.
Perhaps the secret of my identity lies within it. And so, everyone in the room did their own thing, cultivating non-stop.
Time passed, and the dawn rose high, the sun gradually appearing. Ni Li lamented. More than half of the spirit stones were used up in just one night. This shocked Lu Piao. Ni Li said with worry. So fast, and the spirit stones are already running out. I have to think of a way to earn more. Lu Piao asked in confusion. No way! How did you use them all up so quickly? At this moment, Xiao Yu came over and said, Ni Li, Lu Piao, I have to go to a place. Are you interested in coming with me?
Ni Li happily asked.
Where to? Xiao Yu then replied. One of the 3 great cultivation places in the Heavenly Spirit Institute, the Saint Soul Mystic Realm. Lu Piao blankly asked. What's that place? Xiao Yu explained. The Saint Soul Mystic Realm is the safest trial ground among the 3 trial areas, but the requirements are also the highest. The soul quality must reach a certain level to enter. You'll know when we get there, Ni Li agreed, saying, Okay, I've never been there before. Xiao Yu chuckled and said, As if you're very familiar with this place. Let's go.
Then the 3 of them left the small courtyard together, while Hua Ling's underlings watched from behind.
Han Jing snorted coldly, saying,
Xiao Yu and the other 2 went out. I'll go report to young Master Hua Ling. You guys follow them, keep a close watch. The others quickly did as they were told. Soon, Xiao Yu and the others arrived at a large mountain. Lu Piao spoke up, asking,
Ni Li, it seems like someone is tailing us, Xiao Yu replied. Just some small fries, no need to pay attention to them. They can't do anything to us inside the Heavenly Spirit Institute. If they want to cause trouble, they have to go to the trial area. But it also has to be one of the other 2 trial areas. They can't do anything in the Saint Soul Mystic Realm either.
Alright, let's go south, it's almost here.
Immediately, a large stele with countless people around it appeared before the 3 of them. It was extremely noisy, Xiao Yu introduced. That's the Saint Soul Heavenly Ranking. The top 2 students in the Saint Soul Mystic Realm will have their names recorded there, Ni Li asked in surprise.
There's ranking for the trial as well. How interesting. There are many familiar names on it too.
He and Lu Piao looked up and said in surprise, Long Yu Yin is 10th. Jin Yan is 13th. Yan Hao, Xiao Yu's rival, is ranked 21st. Zhao Mei and Huang Ying are ranked 137th, Lu Piao asked in confusion. Ji Yu Bei isn't on the heavenly ranking, Ni Li concluded. Either he just wants to be a little humble, doesn't like to be in the limelight.
Moreover, it seems like the Saint Soul Heavenly Ranking doesn't rank according to strength. Look, Ling Hua is also on the list, ranked 67th. He's much older than Long Yuyin or Jin Yan, and his strength is a bit stronger, but he's ranked lower, Xiao Yu confirmed.
That's right, it's not based on personal strength, but the ability of the soul to connect with heaven and earth, to cultivate the power of the heavenly Dao. You must communicate with heaven and earth, and then obtain power from it. Generally speaking, the stronger you are, the higher your ability to communicate will be. But there are also exceptions.
Some people with extremely high talent can surpass the limits of their strength.
For example, among the top 10, Long Yuyin is a newcomer on the list, Ni Li asked in surprise.
Comparing the ability to communicate with heaven and earth, Xiao Yu explained,
The Saint Soul Mystic Realm is not simple at all. This place is already a spirit eye. Cultivating here can greatly improve the ability to communicate with heaven and earth.
Ni Li asked in confusion.
This place is a spirit eye, Xiao Yu confirmed. Yes, it's also where the power of the heavenly Dao is most concentrated. It's just that the location of the spirit eye is limited. Each student can only cultivate in the Saint Soul Mystic Realm for 1 hour each month, while students who are on the list can cultivate for 3 hours. The higher the ranking, the longer the time they can cultivate. And in addition, at the end of the year, the students with high rankings will also be rewarded, Niegili marveled. There's even an end-of-year reward. What's the reward? Xiao Yu replied. Generally speaking, you can get spirit stones, elixirs, treasure artifacts, and other items. The person ranked first on the list is rewarded with a 5th rank treasure artifact, 5 essence spirit stones, a superior grade dragon blood demon spirit that can grow up, and a bottle of demon soul essence elixir. The top 5 are rewarded with a 4th rank treasure artifact, 3 essence spirit stones, a dragon blood demon spirit, and 1,000 spirit stones. Lu Piao asked in confusion. What is demon soul essence? Ni Li said. A 5th rank treasure artifact can be worth up to 5 or 6,000 spirit stones. An essence spirit stone is about 500 spirit stones, and demon soul essence is also very difficult to obtain. It's used for cultivating demon spirits. Hearing this, Lu Piao exclaimed. Then if you're on the list every year, wouldn't you become rich? Xiao Yu nodded. That's right, but the rewards for the top 5 can only be claimed once. After claiming the reward, you can't be ranked on the Saint Soul Heavenly Ranking anymore.
Lu Piao sighed.
Only one shot. What a bummer, Xiao Yu added. The rewards for the top 5 are the hardest to get but the most plentiful. Probably every student wants them, but the ranking closes in just a month. If we want cultivation resources, getting on the heavenly board seems like a shortcut. Why don't we give it a shot? Lu Piao agreed. Sure, I'll see where I rank. After all, I'm a genius with a 5th grade heavenly spiritual root, hee. Ni Li chimed in. Let's go! And so, the three of them entered the sacred spiritual wonderland. Meanwhile, Hua Ling's underlings snickered. Didn't think they'd actually come to the sacred spiritual wonderland, one of them said. They'll only be in there for an hour max. I don't believe they won't hit up the other 2 trials. Let's keep watching. The others agreed. Makes sense. On the other side, some other guys were chatting. Hey, did you hear? Xiao Yu and the others went to the sacred spiritual wonderland? The other guy replied, what's new? I knew that already. Now all the forces in the Heavenly Spirit Institute are targeting them, wanting to see what these 2 can do. And 8th grade and 5th grade heavenly spiritual root are sure to be at the top. The other guy said, don't be so sure. Look at Xiao Yu. He hasn't been on the board for years. The other guy asked, what if he was holding back? But someone else retorted, holding back what? Not strong enough to break through, period. In the Heavenly Spirit Institute, Yan Hao was reading a book when he heard a voice. Young Master Yan, someone's here to report that Xiao Yu has entered the sacred spiritual wonderland. Yan Hao said dismissively, Xiao Yu hasn't been in the top 200 on the sacred spiritual heavenly board for 5 years straight. It'll probably be the same this time. Nothing to be surprised about. The subordinate reminded him. However, Miss Huang Ying has also gone to the sacred spiritual wonderland. Hearing this, Yan Hao jumped up and said, let's go. Scene change. Inside the heavenly spirit sacred realm, many people were sitting on the steps of the altar, cultivating. Ni Li asked, is this altar the spirit eye? Why are these people sitting on the steps to cultivate? Xiao Yu explained. Earth Fate Realm and Heavenly Fate Realm experts can gain immense benefits cultivating at the spirit eye. This altar has a total of 199 steps. The stronger the connection to heaven and earth, the higher you can climb. Conversely, if the connection to heaven and earth is weak, taking a step forward will cause huge backlash. Lu Piao is exceptionally talented, so the higher he climbs, the higher he'll be ranked on the sacred spiritual heavenly board. Xiao Yu confirmed. That's right, each step represents the distant heavenly Tao, making continuous progress difficult. Some guys sitting on the steps pointed and talked. Isn't that Xiao Yu, the 7th grade heavenly spiritual root? The dog-faced guy barked. He can't even get past the 5th step, is that true? Another guy sneered. Of course, hee. Xiao Yu didn't say anything after hearing their ridicule. He called out to Ni Li and Lu Piao. I'll go up and cultivate first. Seeing this, the others laughed scornfully, but Xiao Yu closed his eyes and started climbing the steps. He stepped up one step at a time with a confident feeling and took a few more steps. Lu Piao stared blankly, counting the steps Xiao Yu had climbed. Even Xiao Yu was surprised at himself. The others exclaimed. Since when could Xiao Yu reach the 6th step? Another guy said, I have no idea. Xiao Yu thought in surprise, I couldn't even reach the 5th step before. Why don't I feel any resistance today? Should I keep going? Xiao Yu hesitated. How high can I climb? So he strode past those who had looked down on him. Xiao Yu walked up high so cool, everyone was looking up. Ni Li sighed. Xiao Yu has gone up so high, let's hurry up too, Lu Piao agreed. Okay. Immediately, the 2 young men stepped onto the stairs. Then a bright burst of force erupted, and he felt endless power. The spiritual eyes here are indeed not ordinary. Quickly, the heavenly spirit list lit up, and those nearby cried out when they saw the movement. Seeing the rankings, they were shocked when the heavenly spirit board changed. They were stunned to see Xiao Yu's name, exclaiming, Xiao Yu actually made it into the top 200. Everyone started buzzing with discussion. At this moment, Hua Ling appeared, walking over with his hands behind his back. He gritted his teeth, annoyed, saying, this is impossible. Then, Yan Hao also ran over. He glanced around, repeatedly asking his subordinates, still haven't found Ying Yi yet? Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the heavenly spirit board and asked with his mouth agape, Xiao Yu, that good-for-nothing, has his name on the board. To get into the top 200, you have to climb at least 50 steps in the Holy Spirit immortal realm. Xiao Yu couldn't even climb 5 steps before. Could it be that he broke through to heavenly fate? Everyone stared intently at the heavenly spirit board, marveling. Xiao Yu still hasn't stopped. He actually made it into the top 200. Someone shouted. This is impossible. Xiao Yu's ranking is constantly changing. It's already up to 106. This stunned Yan Hao, who clenched his fist as he watched, saying, no way. A waste like Xiao Yu can be above me. On the other side, Xiao Yu was also surprised at himself, saying, more than 90 steps already, and I don't feel any pressure. Looking down at his hand, he said, this is heavenly fate. Is it because of the myriad Dacio divine dragon art? Lu Piao below him sighed in admiration. Xiao Yu is really strong. This progress is truly unimaginable. Looking at him, he seems to still have the strength to continue. This kid, I knew he was just not showing his full potential before. Hee. Let's hurry up too, Neely turned and said. You're pretty perceptive, huh? But how high can we climb this time? It doesn't matter, the main thing is connecting with heaven. But before he could finish speaking, Neely's face went blank, making Lu Piao next to him confused. Looking at him, Neely suddenly felt extremely disoriented, and scenes from his previous life flooded back. Neely was lying on the ground, his body broken, his hands trembling. A figure appeared in front of him and asked, "Are you okay? Are you injured?" When Neely opened his eyes, he cried out in pain. "My chest," the girl sitting beside him said. "You're awake." Neely was completely bandaged and lying motionless on the bed. The girl continued. "I don't know who was chasing you, but now your body is seriously injured. Why don't you come to the martial god sect with me? I can teach you how to cultivate." Neely struggled to turn his head and asked, "Who are you?" She laughed and said, "There will be a day when you leave here and forget me. There's no need for you to know my name." This made Neely stunned in surprise. Time passed. Neely was throwing punches at the bald guy, beating him up badly. The girl reminded, "Disciple, your cultivation like this is not good. If you want to connect with heaven and earth, you must give up hatred. The highest good is like water. Water benefits all things and does not contend. If the heart is heaven and earth, then one can achieve the great Dagyo." But Neely continued to throw punches, leaving the girl speechless. She sighed and continued. "There are so many people in the world. You compete and fight, cunning and deceitful. Why not let it go, disciple? What's the point of fighting a little more?" Nicolene asked. "But master, they say you are a demoness, a scourge, and even humiliate, that the blood of the demon race flows in your body." But she just smiled and asked, "In your heart, is master a demoness?" Neely replied, "Of course not." So she said, "Isn't that the end of it then? What does it matter what others say?" Afterward, another memory flashed. Neely held the girl in his arms, crying bitterly, "Master," crying and saying, "Don't leave me. You are already my only family," she struggled to say. "Don't be sad, disciple. I had already calculated that you were my fated tribulation. Destiny cannot be changed. My death has nothing to do with them. Promise me not to take revenge. Let go of the anger in your heart." What is lost does not necessarily have to be reclaimed, and being more unwilling will only cause you to lose more. Neely cried out in pain, "No!" But she continued, "I could definitely cultivate to the highest good is like water realm." Neely's tears streamed down in pain. Instantly, she vanished, disappearing with the wind. Neely screamed, "Master! Back to reality!" Neely was stunned, tears falling non-stop. Before his eyes was his master, sitting right there. The people around were also admiring her beauty. Lu Piao sighed. "So beautiful, truly breathtaking." He turned to call Neely, but saw him teary-eyed and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Neely shook his head and said, "Nothing, just thinking that it's hard not to compete with the world. I'll never reach the highest good, is like water realm in my life." Hearing about that realm made Lu Piao dumbfounded, and he said, "I didn't expect you to have so many melancholic emotions, boo-hoo." Neely said, "Let's go." Over here, Xiao Yu also saw that girl, he thought to himself. Who knew there would be such a beautiful young woman in this world? How come I've never seen her before? Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes, surprising Xiao Yu as well. The others exclaimed, "So dazzling." Some quickly covered their eyes. "Boo-hoo, I dare not look." Suddenly, the girl stood up and smiled. Then, she walked down the steps, gliding past Xiao Yu, making everyone's eyes follow her. She unexpectedly went straight to Neely and greeted him. "Do you know me?" Neely looked at the girl and shook his head. "Nope," making the girl stunned. "Then why do I feel like we've met somewhere before?" she thought. "I can't predict his fate for so many years already, but this is the first time," the girl thought, then smiled and said, "My name is Ying Yue-ru. What's your name?" Neely blankly said, "Ying Yu-ru." The others gaped and asked, "She's taking the initiative to talk to that kid. I've been looking for so long and she didn't come find me." Lu Piao stood to the side, confused. Neely then replied, "My name is Neely." Yu-ru pondered the name Neely, vaguely saying, "This name sounds quite familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before." Then, she shook her head and laughed. "Never mind, can't remember." Making Xiao Yu silent, he looked down, then walked straight down and called out, "Neely, what's going on? Do you two know each other?" Following that, Xiao Yu telepathically told Neely, "The Wu Shen sect is quite complicated. Don't know what this woman's background is. Be careful." Neely smiled and said, "Don't know her." Then, telepathically said, "Don't worry, she won't pose any threat to me." Xiao Yu said, "You just met her once. How do you know what kind of person she is?" Neely happily confirmed, "That's right." Xiao Yu became jealous when he saw the loving gaze that Neely had when he looked at Ying-ru. "If you trust her that much, then I don't care about you anymore," he said, then turned around and left, making Neely confused. "What's wrong with Xiao Yu?" Came down to say one sentence and then ran back up. Ying-ru glanced over and said with a smile, "Looks like your friend doesn't welcome me." But Ni, I remember now. We'll be meeting again soon.
Goodbye, she said.
Then she also left, looking at her figure.
The young men gazed adoringly at the gentle, calm young woman, then turned to give Ni resentful looks, full of discomfort. Lu Piao laughs heartily.
Ni, looks like you've become everyone's enemy.
Ni responds calmly. Screw 'em, just walk your own path, don't sweat other people's stares and sneers.
Gotta remember, people who are better than you are too busy to give a damn about you. Lu Piao marvels. Oh damn, that actually makes sense.
Aya, how does Ni always drop these truth bombs out of nowhere?
Hurries up. Wait for me. And just like that, they start climbing the stairs together.
Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's struggling, already winded from the climb. He thinks, over 120 steps is my limit, still a bit behind that girl. He sits down, saying, gotta cultivate here. He secretly resents Ni for sticking up for her, even though he doesn't even know her. Xiao Yu closes his eyes and starts cultivating.
Over on the Heavenly Spirit Board side, Xiao Yu's name has appeared, shocking everyone.
Speechless, stunned, bewildered.
Nobody expected Xiao Yu to be able to do that.
He's currently ranked number 50. Hua Ling's blood boils. He yells in a fit.
Is this board busted? Go check the Holy Spirit Abyss for me. His subordinates immediately obey. Hua Ling screams angrily. How could he surpass me? What the hell did Xiao Yu do? The crowd erupts into a chaotic discussion. On the other side, Yan Hao stares blankly at the board, saying, what the heck? Number 70. And I'm still mocking him. Xiao Yu's just a pretty boy. Turns out the real trash is me. Next to him, others exclaim in alarm. Wait, 2 new people have barged onto the Holy Spirit Board. Look, Ni and Lu Piao. Those names sound familiar.
These 2 are also from the tiny world. Their names are climbing so fast, already at 90. Someone else shouts, Lu Piao stopping at number 86.
Lu Piao, trembling and panting, asks, stopping here. Outside the board, people are shouting, while the other one's still climbing. That's Ni. He's already knocked Jinyan down, but he's still not stopping. His name's still climbing, now at 19.
18.
Quickly, the number stops at 16th place, leaving everyone silent. One guy says, these guys are from the tiny world. Isn't the Dragon Ruins realm supposed to be resource-starved? No resources, no background, and they nearly cracked the top 10 on their first time in the Holy Spirit Abyss. That's insane. Cut to Jin Yan. He's intensely practicing alone, unleashing powerful energy in the arena.
Suddenly, a subordinate rushes over, calling urgently, young master, bad news. Jin Yan jumps down, asking,
what's going on? The servant reports, young master. On the Holy Spirit Board, 2 people just surpassed you. You've dropped to 2nd place. Jin Yan laughs calmly. Isn't it normal for the rankings to change? No need to be so surprised. Who are the 2? The servant replies. One is Xiao Yu, ranked 50th. The other is Ni, ranked 16th. Both are first-timers.
Hearing the name Ni, Jin Yan is taken aback, then smirks.
This is getting interesting. Guess I'll hit up the Holy Spirit Abyss for some cultivation. He thinks, Long Yunyin is one thing, but I'm definitely not letting Ni boss me around. Cut to the Longseal family. Long Yunyin walks out of the door muttering to herself, Ni, I underestimated you. A newbie with no background, ranking 16th on the heavenly board on his first try. You're definitely not simple.
Someone calls out, Yinger. A young man appears, asking, where are you going?
But Long Yunyin doesn't even bother to respond, ignoring him. As she walks past, Huyang hurries after her.
Yuyin,
stop. She glances back, saying, Huyang, want to get trashed again? That scared the crap out of him, and he didn't dare chase after her anymore. Then she sneered. You think you can marry me with your trash skills, Zhu Feng? Beat me first in your dreams. Saying that, she turned around and left. Scene change. Entrance to the sacred elven realm. Mullet Head shouts, Holy elven rankings, is that really trash? Xiao Yu looks like he finally broke through to heavenly fate. Some random dude is like,
took him long enough. Another chimes in. Who the heck is Ni? Where did these guys crawl out from? Mullet Head says, Yo, Long Yuyin's here.
The crowd goes wild when Long Yuyin shows up. She heads straight for the heavenly elven rankings, glances at it, and goes inside. Mullet Head is surprised. Long Yuyin's going into the sacred elven realm too. Other people shout. Goldsmoke, Jin Yan, is going in too. Oh, looks like these newbies are putting some pressure on them. The sacred elven realm is going to be lit this time. Meanwhile, Nilai is still deep in cultivation, thinking, the power of the heavenly Tao in the soul eye is so rich.
Scene change.
Some old guys are casually playing chess, chatting. Nanmen Tianhai, the elder of the Heavenly Spirit Institute, smiles and says, Long Yuyin has the Scarlet Dragon bloodline, a 7th grade heavenly spiritual root, and ranks in the top 10 in the 3 major trial grounds list. Elder Huang Yu adds, Long Yuyin is the #1 genius of the Dragonsteel family, no need to say more. The newbie Ni Lai isn't bad either, already ranked 16th on the Sacred Elven rankings.
Nanmen Tianhai crosses his arms and says,
The two from the tiny world this year are pretty good too. Even Zhao Yu seems to have made a new breakthrough, Huang Yu praises. It's rare that without family support, Nini Li still shows extraordinary potential. The East Institute has gained some talent after just 1 year. Nanmen Tianhai laughs and puts down a chess piece. Looks like I win. Over at Zhao Yu's side, he's still cultivating. Huang Ying below looks up in admiration. I knew I didn't misjudge him. Xiao Yu Gege's talent is the strongest. Then she gazes up at him with infatuated eyes,
so smitten that Yan Hao beside her curses under his breath in frustration. He steps onto the stairs, declaring,
I won't give up. But he's only on the 57th step, and his foot's already slipping.
Trembling, a wave of pressure crashes down.
He says unwillingly, How could I lose to Xiao Yu? He's about to force himself up, but is immediately knocked down by a wave of force.
Shocking everyone who sees it, Yan Hao is sent flying. Rolling around pathetically, he coughs up blood, seriously injured. Huang Ying calls out in shock, Yan Hao. Making him feel heartbroken, he punches the ground, cursing, Damn it!
The others are talking. Is this the result of fighting against the heavenly Tao? Another size? Not enough talent, and still acting tough? Just cultivate diligently? Suddenly some random dude shouts,
Hey look, who's that? The others recognize him and say, It's Jinyan. Long Yuyin, who's in the top 10, is here too. Seeing the steely glare of Long Yuyin looking at them, they immediately look away.
Avoiding eye contact, Jinyan turns to look at Long Yuyin, wondering, why is Long Yuyin here too? The people sitting on the stairs are stunned, saying to each other, What's going on? Another says gloomily. The power of the heavenly Tao is getting thinner and thinner, and seems to be flowing in one direction. They look up at Ni Li, who is cultivating with surging power, and curse under their breath. What, the actual fry? He's sucking up all the power of the heavenly Dabio, so they decide to change spots. We only get a little time each month. This guy's cultivation is insane. As they leave, they curse. Ni Li is focused, thinking, already a 5-star legend rank. This place is truly a treasure trove. At this rate, I might have a chance to condense my fate soul and break through to heavenly fate in a month. Suddenly, Ni Li feels a tremor and opens his eyes in surprise to see Long Yuyin walking towards him with a scowl. TCH, can't he tone it down a bit? Annoyed thoughts. It was so hard to finally meet my master, but then this woman showed up. What bad luck, if it weren't for my master telling me not to seek revenge and to keep my distance. Nilai then closed his eyes and thought, In this life, I want to be stronger. I'll never give her the chance. At this moment, Long Yuyin walked up to Nilai and looked at him. She sneered. 121 steps. Didn't think you could get to this position, haha. But with your lowly status, getting here is probably your limit. Nilian's face darkened when he heard this. He glanced up. He stood up and looked at Long Yuyin, making her skin crawl, and everyone else was astonished. Ni Lai said through gritted teeth, Based on our status, are you saying that status is important in cultivation? Without your family providing you with massive cultivation resources, could you have gotten this far? Do you really think you're some kind of amazing genius? According to you, even the trash from the Dragonseal family can become geniuses. I think you're the trash one. Without the Dragonseal family, you're nothing. Long Yuyin was furious and glared. Say that again. Nili crossed his arms, nonchalantly. Didn't hear me clearly. You're trash. Not only did I make Jinyan and the others sweat buckets down below,
but you're still so proud of your Crimson Dragon bloodline, thanks to your ancestors. In my eyes, the Crimson Dragon bloodline is just garbage.
Long Yuyin's blood rushed to her head. She glared and said, You dare call me trash? Nili casually asked. Why wouldn't I? Others are afraid of your status, but not this Nili.
Acting all high and mighty, bullying others with your power. Someone as wicked as you should have their tongue cut out and thrown into a boiling pot. Long Yuyin was so angry that her veins were popping. She stammered, panting, pointing her finger and saying, You dare insult me like this? I will destroy your entire clan.
Nili laughed contemptuously. Ha ha! All you talk about is family. Sure enough, someone like you reveals their trashiness without a family. I'm all alone here. If you want to wipe out my clan, come to the tiny world. Your family won't stop you, right? These words left Long Yuyin speechless.
Nili pointed right at her face and continued to scold. Don't go around calling yourself a genius. How laughable. Top 10 is unremarkable. You're only matched with me one-on-one. Soon I'll show you that you don't even qualify to criticize others. Long Yuyin coldly snorted.
You can only talk tough. Looks like you don't understand the difference between us at all. One-on-one. How ridiculous. No one has ever dared to talk to me, Long Yuyin. Like this. I will make you lose convincingly. Nilai smiled faintly. So, you agree? Long Yuyin glared and continued. But if you lose, you have to take 3 lashes from me, dare you? Xiao Yu panicked and thought to himself,
3 lashes? Nili hasn't even reached heavenly fate yet. Long Yuyin wants his life.
Don't act on impulse, Nikli. But he replied, What's there to be afraid of? Remember what you said. The deadline is today. If I get higher than you, you also have to take 3 lashes, dare you? Long Yuyin laughed scornfully. How ridiculous, me losing to you, Nilin said through gritted teeth. Do you dare or not? Long Yuyin glared, then casually said, What's there to be afraid of? I'll go up and wait for you. Then she stepped onto the stairs, walking past Xiao Yu, making Xiao Yu wonder, what deep-seated hatred do these two have? Nilin doesn't seem like a reckless person. On the side of the rankings, everyone asked in surprise, why did he immediately agree to this bet?
Taking 3 lashes from Long Yuyin? This kid's crazy. Another person said, This Nili is so smug he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. No matter how strong his talent is, he can't surpass Long Yuyin today. The top people on this ranking list are hard to change. Going up further than 120 steps is like ascending to the heavens. That Nili guy is so arrogant. Everyone thinks Nili will take 3 lashes from Long Yuyin and die for sure. On this side, Nanmen Tianhai also sighed. He's dead. If he has to take 3 lashes, Huang Yu exclaimed in surprise. This Nili kid has good talent, but he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, Nanmen Tianhai said. Even if he wins, besides making Long Yuyin humiliated, there's no benefit at all. On the contrary, we defend the Long Yin family. Who dares to offend the Long Yin family? Huang Yu sighed. Young people can't help but lose control of their temper. Long Yuyin is naturally arrogant. I'm afraid she said something to provoke him. If the situation becomes serious and irreversible, we'll have to step in. Meanwhile, Long Yuyin, after going up, turned her head to look down at Nili, who was cultivating. She snorted coldly, thinking, 129 steps is my limit. But I can feel that if I cultivate for a while, I can step on 130 steps. Then Nili, after finishing his cultivation, suddenly stood up, took a breath, and thought, No, I can't go any further. He walked up the stairs while thinking, Master is right, the etiquette on my body is too heavy. Although the world accepts all things, it is difficult to get the approval of the heavenly Dao. But how can I stop at step 122? Is this my limit already? Seriously, both lives lived in vain. Then he said aloud, The heavenly Tao is obvious. The heaven can cover but cannot repeat. The earth can repeat but cannot cover. The great Tao can encompass but cannot argue, knowing that all things have a place of possibility and a place of impossibility. As he said this, a surge of energy rushed into his body, causing Long Yuyin, sitting above, to ask in surprise, What's going on? The surrounding force of the heavenly Tao is extremely chaotic. What is that guy doing? Jin Yan and Xiao Yu also looked at Nili in surprise, thinking, Nili's aura seems to be completely in harmony with the surroundings, even undetectable. Nili, after absorbing the power, suddenly woke up, and before Long Yuyin's stunned eyes, he stepped up each step, causing the aftershocks to vibrate strongly. Everyone below shouted, Nili is advancing in rank. One person laughed gleefully, saying, See, Nili is sure to win. Another went crazy, saying, Isn't Long Yuyin also ranked first? Moreover, she is also a newcomer, and she can rank before 100th. Everyone else's talent is far inferior to hers. How can Nili win? So the two of them started fighting because of the argument, and the crowd also argued noisily about the name displayed on the board. Suddenly someone shouted, Stop fighting! Look quickly, the name on the board has changed. Everyone looked up and was speechless, while Ji Yu Bei also appeared here. Looking at the board and snorting coldly, Ji Yu Lan was also present, exclaiming, I didn't expect Nili's talent to be so amazing. He's really not inferior to Long Yuyin. The first time Long Yuyin entered the Sacred Spirit Heaven Board, she was ranked almost the same, Ji Yu Bain said. Among the people I have met, Brother Nili is someone I can't see through. I feel that he is hiding a lot of talent and potential. Ji Yu Lan also agreed. That's right, I also feel that he is not as simple as what we have seen. Let's go home, little brother. Hearing this, Ji Yu Bei turned to ask in surprise, Elder sister, don't you want to see the final result? But Ji Yu Lan said with a Yusmat, No, they're here. At this time, Ji Yu Heng and his group arrived. Seeing this face made Ji Yu Bei surprised. Ji Yu Heng uncomfortably said, Elder sister, let me take you home. So Ji Yu Bei quickly pushed the car to take Ji Yu Lan away. And immediately, Ji Yu Bei stood behind and shouted, Isn't that cousin Ji Yu Lan and younger cousin Ji Yu Bei? Why are you guys here to watch the fun too? Hearing this, Ji Yu Bei sighed uncomfortably, but then turned back with a fake smile. I heard that there was something interesting happening here, so I came to see. I didn't expect older cousin to be here too. Ji Yu Heng glanced at Ji Yu Lan, who was silently closing her eyes, and smiled. That's right, I'm here, haha. Then this guy pretended to care and asked about Ji Yu Lan's illness. Younger cousin still hasn't improved at all, looking at her haggard and silent appearance. Then Ji Yu Heng sighed, saying, What a pity. I thought with your talent, Tang Mei Mei, you could become the best of our Ji Yu clan. Then he instructed Ji Yu Bei, Your sister is a cripple now. Take good care of her. Ji Yu Lan glanced over, while Ji Yu Bei happily said, Thanks for your concern, Ji Yu Heng Ji.
My sister's still not feeling well, so I brought her out for some fresh air.
Ji Hang seemed pleased, chuckling, haha, I knew it.
After being crippled, this woman has no fighting spirit left. Ji Hang deadpanned. Since we're here, might as well watch the show before we leave.
Ni has no background but dares to challenge Long Yuyin. He really knows how to attract attention. Anyway, after Jiu Lan got sick, I became the sole heir to the Jiu clan, so I need to worry about the family more, ha ha ha. Jiu Bei nodded. Since you said so, Tengxiang, I'll accept your kindness. We'll watch, and then leave. So he turned the wheelchair around to continue watching Ni Li and Long Yuyin compete. Over on Ni Li's side, he stepped onto the stairs and said, Long Yuyin, you said you stood here the first day you came, is that all there is to it?
125 steps? Nothing difficult at all. Long Yuyin clenched her fist angrily, fuming. Just because you can pass 125 steps doesn't mean you can surpass me. If you can't pass today, then accept my 3 lashes.
Ni Li snarked.
You don't need to worry about that, you should worry about yourself first. I wonder where those 3 lashes should land to be effective. You're so beautiful, it's such a pity. Then Ni Li looked at her body and said, even if you're beautiful, your heart is like a venomous snake, I won't show any mercy.
These words stunned Xiao Yu and Jin Yan, leaving them speechless.
The others were also dumbfounded, unable to say a word.
Lu Piao gave a thumbs up in admiration, saying, so arrogant. Long Yuyin angrily shouted, where are you looking, you pervert? I'll gouge your eyes out. Ni Li smirked.
You think I'm interested in you? Don't be so full of yourself. Remembering his Shifu's past, he said, annoyed. No matter what your background is, you're nothing, in my eyes. Here's the thing. Even if you strip naked and stand in front of me, I wouldn't even glance at you, you venomous woman.
No matter how beautiful your appearance is, it can't hide your ugly insides, Long Yuyin flared up. Peasant, how dare you talk to me like that? I'll kill you.
A burst of radiant energy erupted. Then, she grabbed the longsword in her hand, but Ni Li coldly snorted. You really dare to kill someone from the Tianling Institute? I can yield to you 3 parts.
But you just rely on your superior background to oppress others. And the peasant in your eyes will surpass you here today, to let you know that the so-called geniuses like you are nothing more than a joke. Long Yuyin gritted her teeth and groaned. She thought to herself,
damn it, why am I so angry? I wouldn't normally pay attention to this kind of peasant, unless I really think he's a threat.
What a joke. I've always been number 1 since I was little. Then, she coldly said, fine. Let me see how you surpass me today.
If you can't do it, then you will die. She stared at Ni Li with a murderous gaze.
Ni Li said sternly,
then watch carefully. He then used the Heavenly Tao Divine technique, and immediately, a powerful force erupted.
Even Xiao Yu was surprised by this brilliant power, he thought. With Ni Li's cultivation, how can he have such terrifying Heavenly Tao power? He declared with blazing aura, I'm coming! Then he stepped onto the steps aggressively. With each step, the power exploded even stronger, shining so brightly that everyone was shocked. Even Long Yuyin was stunned. She backed away and thought in a daze,
why? He hasn't even reached the heavenly fate realm, yet I feel this pressure.
Ni Li was acting like a tiger. His aura made Long Yuyin stunned, thinking,
he's even stronger than a 5 fate expert.
In just a moment, Ni Li was able to pass Long Yuyin.
He couldn't resist a jab? Is that all you got? Everyone's jaws dropped at this boss-level scene. Then, Ni Li managed to climb to the next step,
leaving Long Yuyin frozen, eyes wide with disbelief.
Soon, Ni Li's name appeared on the board, and everyone cheered in astonishment. No way, Ni Li actually pushed Long Yuyin down? Unbelievable. Someone from the tiny world defeated Long Yuyin, who has Crimson Dragon bloodline.
Long Yuyin is a legend among the younger generation, and so is Ni Li now.
A dude with a side-swept hair retorted.
It's not the same. Long Yuyin has had cultivation resources since birth that ordinary people can't even imagine. You could say she's a heaven-blessed prodigy.
But Ni Li has no background. He's relying entirely on himself, and he's even surpassed Long Yuyin. He's even stronger than her. Long Yuyin stared blankly, bewildered, asking him, why is he like this? Watching Ni Li climb step by step, she clenched her fist, wondering, can he still go higher? Just then, Ni Li paused after climbing a bit, becoming silent. Long Yuyin looked up and froze.
Panting, she realized it was 136 steps. She couldn't do it, her body started trembling.
Yan Hao was freaking out, sweating buckets, saying, impossible, this kid is really a genius. Someone turned to Lu Piao and asked, are you guys really freshmen this year? You didn't lie about your age, did you? Lu Piao was dumbfounded and asked, what are you talking about? Everyone screamed in shock at this super OP record. Now that Ni Li was ranked 3rd, the stronger the connection to the Heavenly Davo, the faster the cultivation speed, and the higher the cultivation level, and the stronger the connection to the heavens and earth. This Ni Li hasn't even reached heavenly fate yet, but he already has such a strong connection to the heavens and earth. His future must be amazing. Over here, the Jiu Lan and Jiu Bei sisters exchanged glances. Jiu Bei sighed, thinking, I really underestimated him before. I'm afraid my talent can't compare to his. And Yan Hao looked up, thinking, this guy must be recruited. If I can't recruit him, then I'll just have to destroy him. Then he glared at the Gu Lan and Gu Bain sisters.
Over here, Ying Ruyu also watched from afar, surprised, asking,
Nilai, his talent is unexpectedly so high. But he's someone even I can't calculate his fate. I'll just leave it to the heavens. But I always feel a telepathic connection between us. This person is unpredictable. That's what makes it interesting. Then she left. The Hanjing squad also exclaimed in surprise, let's go, this Ni Li is too OP. What are we doing wasting our energy here? Our class has 5 spots this year, and now Ni Li, Long Yu Yin, and Ji Yu Bei have already taken 3 spots. How can the last 2 spots be ours? Hua Ling sighed. How is this Ni Li even above Zhao Yu's ranking, and he directly entered the top 3?
None of us from the tiny heavenly origin are in the top 3, damn it. On the Nanmen Tianhai and Huang Yu side, they were also stunned by this result, sighing. I didn't expect this Ni Lai to surprise us so much, Huang Yu agreed. That's right, he really gave us a big surprise. Top 3 of the Saint Soul Heavenly Board.
A genius like him will definitely be the object of special cultivation and protection by our Heavenly Spirit Institute. The Dragon Seal family can't casually attack Nilai.
Meanwhile, Qin Ling, sitting on the mountain, casting his fishing line, also exclaimed in surprise,
Ni Li, haha. When he condensed the spirit fire flame, I felt his talent was very high. Now it seems he's really extraordinary. It's a pity I only had him as a disciple for a year. Right now, he's probably caught the eye of quite a few powerful factions.
Meanwhile, Xu Feng continued cultivating. Suddenly, a red spark appeared in his soul realm, surprising him as he wondered,
is this the soul force about to take shape? Strange. Why is it red? Shouldn't it be colorless? But the soul force hasn't fully solidified yet, so who knows what will happen? Maybe after the destiny realm, the soul force will be like it was in my past life. Xu Feng opened his eyes, only to see Long Yu Yin, still staring intently at him.
She huffed, barely managing to stand up, trembling, and scolded. Damn it! Xu Feng saw that she was still at the 130th step. She lost. Long Yu Yin stood frozen, clenching her fists, furious and unwilling to accept defeat. Xu Feng then tossed the whip to her, saying,
a loss is a loss. Even though I lost to you today, I won't lose to you next time, Long Yu Yin. Without the Long Yin family's power, I'm still more than capable of defeating you, Long Yu Yin said.
Xu Feng picked up the whip and said, Long Yu Yin snorted coldly. He thought to himself, even though Long Yu Yin is arrogant and fierce now, she's still just a little girl. The blood debts of the past life belong to the past life. Today I'll just teach her a lesson and send her packing.
With that thought, he swung the whip. It flew towards Long Yu Yin, but then the image of his master appeared, saying, the highest good is like water, which benefits all things without striving. Let the grudges of the past life dissipate like smoke. This stunned Xu Feng, and he lowered the whip, sighed, and said, forget it, just go. I'm not even in the mood to hit you 3 times, you're not worth my time. With that, he tossed the whip back, then walked straight past Long Yu Yin, making her feel uncomfortable, and she quickly stopped him, saying, don't leave. Seeing her like that, Xu Feng said, I don't like wasting time here with you. Get out of my way.
Long Yu Yin remained resolute. I already said, losing has consequences. You have to give me those 3 lashes, whether you want to or not.
After you're done, I'll challenge you again to pay you back for today's 3 lashes. I've always meant what I said, an eye for an eye. Today, you insulted me and humiliated me, and I'll return it all. Then she held out the whip to him. Xu Feng grabbed it, saying, who do you think you are, Long Yu Yin? What do you think you are? Just because you're a genius, you can treat others like insects, without any humanity, treating human lives like dirt, demanding deaths for the slightest offense. Calling someone like you evil is an understatement. The crowd below was stunned by those harsh words. Xu Feng continued. So what if you're from the Long Yin family? If the Long Yin family is so amazing, why don't they dare to fight the demon god's sect? What's so great about a tyrannical family that suppresses talent? A family like that might as well disband to avoid destroying the Feather God sect in your hands. And you, thinking you're a genius, you're nothing but a parasite of the Long Yin family, a parasite of the Feather God sect. Having cultivation resources that ordinary people can only dream of since you were young, achieving some cultivation success, and acting all high and mighty, thinking everyone else is trash, haha. I think those students who don't rely on external forces, who study hard and cultivate every day, are the real geniuses.
People like you are the real trash, just wasting cultivation resources. This lash is for those Feather God sect disciples you've bullied.
He finished speaking and swung the whip, making Long Yu Yin's cheeks burn.
Next, Xu Feng swung the whip again, saying,
this lash is for myself, surprising her. Then, he swung the whip and struck her full, round breasts, saying, before, when you made a bet with me, You wanted to kill me, so I'll give you a light tap in return.
Her clothes immediately ripped open across her chest, causing Long Yuyin to quickly cover herself. Xu Feng snorted and continued.
I didn't even want to hit you in the first place, because it would just dirty my hands. I didn't expect you to come looking for it yourself. This last lash is for my master.
With that, he struck downwards without holding back, his entire being erupting in rage. The whip immediately lashed down on Long Yuyin's back, tearing her clothes to shreds. She hugged her trembling body, filled with grievance, tears welling up, and said, "Dares to insult me again? Is that how everyone secretly perceives me, as such a vile person?
Why do people look down on others with such indifference, making Long Yunyin think I only want to be stronger than others? Even if I'm overbearing, I've never slaughtered anyone. Towards Ni Li, I only wanted to teach him a lesson, never intending to kill him. Why is he so cruel? Was that one heavy blow for his master? But who is his master? I don't even know. Why is he so vicious in his words?" So she turned to Ni Li and cried out in resentment, "I hate you." With that, Long Yuyin wiped away her tears. Then, she turned and rushed downwards, quickly disappearing from sight. Ni Li thought to himself, looks like Long Yuyin doesn't plan to give up. What other tricks does she have up her sleeve? Bring it on, I'm not afraid. You guys won't be able to frame my master either. Xiao Yu on the side also sighed. Ni Li seems strange today. Even if Long Yuyin is domineering, there's no need to react so strongly. He even mentioned a master. Who is his master? Could it be his foster father? Impossible. His foster father has nothing to do with Long Yunyin. Lu Piao cheered excitedly. That woman ran off crying. Didn't think Ni Li's tongue was so sharp, so satisfying. Those people who look down on everyone clearly lack a good beating. Afterwards, everyone went down together. Lu Piao crossed his arms and stared silently at the ranking board, determined not to fall into the top 10. Lu Piao could only stay in the Saint Soul realm for one day. Then he waited and waited. But Ni Li still hadn't come out. Scene changed to the Dragonseal family. Long Yuyin is applying medicine for her injuries. She groaned as she applied the medicine herself. Feeling that Ni Li's whip could actually injure her Scarlet Dragon bloodline, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes again, and she clenched her fist, saying, "No one has ever treated me like this since I was little. I'll remember you, Ni Li." With that, she took off all her clothes to reach behind and rub the wound on her back. Then she touched the bruise on her face. Finally, Long Yuyin put on another set of clothes and admired herself in the mirror. Looking at the curves of her body, she thought of Ni Li's words, "A poisonous woman like you, no matter how beautiful the exterior, can't hide the ugly interior," causing Long Yuyin to glare angrily. The mirror immediately shattered, with shards of glass scattered all over the ground. She turned and walked out of the room with an extremely unpleasant expression. Hu Yong was waiting, and called out, "Yin Yin, what's wrong? I heard you were beaten up." Hearing this, Long Yuyin felt her blood boil, unable to speak. At this time, Hu Yong sighed and asked sullenly, "Who was it? I want to exterminate his entire clan." So he kept rambling, only making Long Yuyin remember the words from before. "Dares to insult me like that, I will exterminate your entire clan," Ni Li replied. "You want to kill people at the slightest provocation, treating human lives like grass? It's still a light thing to call someone like you evil," causing Long Yuyin to fall silent, and then angrily scold Hu Yong, "Get lost, my affairs are none of your business." Hu Yong blankly wanted to ask, but Long Yuyin sternly said, "I need to cultivate, haven't you left yet?" Causing Hu Yong to sadly ask, "Yin Yin, if someone hurts you, are you just going to swallow your anger? Aren't you going to take revenge?" Long Yuyin replied, "I'm not his opponent. Are you more powerful than me?" Hu Yong suggested, letting the experts of the family take action for her and demand justice. Long Yuyin snapped, "Every time something happens, you call for the family. Are you useless? I don't know what you can do without the family. Do you think you can solve what I can't?" Hu Yong, though intimidated, still asked, "Yin Yin, is the other party from a powerful family? Are they from the Shangyan family or the Jiyu clan?" Long Yuyin was speechless. Then, she smiled mockingly at herself. "Haha, as expected, everyone judges strength by background. I get what he means." She glared and shouted, "Get lost!" causing Hu Yong to scamper away. Then, she took a breath and sat down, saying to herself, "No matter what, Ni Li, I will surpass you. I'll return all the humiliations of today." Long Yuyin's energy surged. This surprised her, realizing her cultivation speed seemed much faster than before. Moreover, she seemed to understand a little of what ancestor Wuxiang said. Supreme goodness is like water. Water benefits all things and does not compete. Meanwhile, Ni Li popped his head out. Xiao Yu said, "I've reached the three-life realm." Ni Li chimed in, "I'm almost at the heavenly fate realm." Lu Piao sighed, "Everyone's leaving me behind." Suddenly, Xiao Yu saw someone approaching and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Hu Yong and his gang stuck their faces out and snorted, stomping their feet. "Who is Ni Li?" Then, he ordered his subordinates to surround the three of them. Ni Li calmly looked around, thinking 9, heavenly fate, and asked, "What do you want with me?" Hu Yong said, "So it's you. Turns out, it's just a little brat. Kid, you really have a death wish, huh?
Daring to cause trouble in our Heavenly Spirit Institute when you're from the tiny world. Nili scoffed disdainfully and asked, Did Long Yunyin send you? Hu Yong gritted his teeth.
Without another word, he lunged forward and grabbed Nili by the collar, angrily shouting, You dare mention Yin!
Nili, you dare hurt Long Yunyin. You really don't want to live, Nili asked.
What? Are you from the Long Yin family? Hu Yong smirked and said, Fine, I'll let you die knowing why. I'm Hu Yong, Long Yunyin's fiancé. Lu Piao's eyes widened in surprise, and he blurted out, You're that fiancé? Then, he glanced down at Hu Yong's lower body, confusing him. Lu Piao asked, Didn't I hear that Long Yunyin crippled you? Ha ha, didn't expect you to stand up for her, Hu Yong asked annoyedly. What are you laughing at? What's it to you? Do you want to die too? Lu Piao casually put his hands on his hips and asked, Who are you trying to scare? If you actually dare to make a move, I'll be impressed. Hu Yong gritted his teeth and said, Don't think I won't dare to act, just because we're in the Heavenly Spirit Institute, Nili taunted. Then try it.
Hu Yong's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he released Nili and said, Don't think that just because of the academy rules I can't do anything to you, he ordered.
Hu Tian, take these three with us. Let's have a little chat with these three guests somewhere else. The baldy with sparse hair grinned and accepted the order, then turned and said, 3 young masters, let's go, heh heh. Immediately, the 3 of them were shocked, Lu Piao exclaimed. This is a heavenly fate expert. I can't move, Zhao Yu said. I'm a heavenly fate expert now too, so his aura is useless against me, making Lu Piao startled. Ni Li and the others were now surrounded by the redneck thugs. Hu Tian stood flexing his muscles in front of them. Zhao Yu glanced around, thinking to himself, I didn't expect them to bring so many heavenly fate experts here. If they really attack, I'm not sure I can handle them. He glanced at Ni Li and asked, Got any plans? At this moment Ni Li laughed, Ha ha. Is this all you guys know? It's like kids fighting. You hit me once, I hit you back. How childish, Hu Yong said angrily.
Still acting tough. Ni Li smiled and said, Who's acting tough? Don't tell me you really think you can take us away. So he turned to Hu Tian and said, You 3 haven't even reached the heavenly fate realm, yet you dare to be so bold. He glanced and said, Hu Tian, stop messing around with them, make your move. If I don't capture you today, I'll eat my hat. Literally, if I don't catch you today, I'll write my name backwards. Just then, someone came over and said, Young Master Hu, you can't take these 3 away. Causing Hu Yong to be surprised, he shouted loudly, I said I'd take them away today, who dares to stop me? But when he turned his head, he was dumbfounded to see that it was the 2 elders, Nanmen Tianhai, who reminded him, Young Master Hu, the Heavenly Spirit Institute is not a place for you to act wild. Lan Hu Yong shrank back, stammering, It's the 2 elders, Elder Huang Yu spoke up. These 3 students are all young geniuses of the Heavenly Spirit Institute. No one is allowed to attack them. Even if they commit any crime, it must be judged by the Enforcement Hall of the Heavenly Spirit Institute. Young Master Hu is also a disciple of the Heavenly Spirit Institute. Whether now or in the future, if you dare to openly break the rules of the Heavenly Spirit Institute, then don't blame me for taking action to punish you. Hearing this, Hu Yong hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. Disciple knows his mistake. Lu Piao quipped on the side, Honey, what does your name look like backwards, Young Hu? So the whole group laughed heartily, ha ha hi hi, causing Hu Yong's heart to sting, and he glared threateningly. You just wait, I won't let you off. Especially after reaching the Heavenly Fate Realm, don't even dream of stepping out of the Heavenly Spirit Institute. Otherwise you'll die every time you go out. Ni Li put on an innocent face, and called out, Elder, making Nanmen Tianhai glance over, causing Hu Yong to shrink back, and he hurriedly called his buddies, Let's go! Watching Hu Yong and his gang tuck their tails and run, Ni Li snorted coldly, thinking, After reaching the heavenly fate, his soul is stored in the soul hall, so he's not afraid of death. If you want to fight, then let's fight. It's been a while since I've had a good brawl. Nanmen Tianhai turned to scold. The 3 of you should focus on cultivation in the academy. What's with causing trouble everywhere? If you dare to be so bold again in the future, you will be expelled from the Heavenly Spirit Institute. Lu Piao quickly defended himself. Elder, we were framed. They were the ones who provoked us. Nanmen Tianhai angrily asked. Where there's smoke there's fire. If you don't cause trouble, will trouble come looking for you? Lu Piao thought to himself. Why doesn't the elder bother to distinguish right from wrong? Huang Yu added. The 3 of you all have pretty good talent. You can be said to have limitless prospects, so you should be more humble. The Dragon Seal family, the Hu family, you can't mess with them easily. It's best not to touch them. Why bother arguing with them? Small things that are not tolerated will lead to big trouble. You must be more patient in the future. Ni Li smiled lightly. Thank you both elders for your guidance. I promise not to cause trouble with them again.
But if someone deliberately wants to start a war, we can't be patient forever. They will take advantage of our weakness. Nanmen Tianhai sighed. Indeed, youth is hot-blooded, Xiao Yu added.
If someone deliberately provokes us unreasonably, we have the right to defend ourselves. Today, Hu Young wanted to take us away. If the two elders hadn't arrived in time, who knows what the consequences would have been.
Nanmen Tianhai crossed his arms and assured, "If someone wants to cause trouble with you, we will naturally help." These words made Ni Li in surprise. Nanmen Tianhai continued, "I just have a word of advice. Don't waste your energy on internal strife. The Void Divine sect has many enemies. You young people should be more united," Ni Li replied. "That's for sure. We don't have the time to go causing trouble with them." Nanmen Tianhai nodded in agreement. Then the elders left. Ni Li saw that the two elders had left and said, "Let's go. After school we'll go to the second trial grounds. With two elders protecting us, no one should dare to cause trouble in the trial grounds."
Xiao Yu asked,
"Did you know that the elders would come?" But Ni Li replied, "Nope," causing Xiao Yu to laugh. "Ha ha. So you were using the situation to your advantage. Literally, so you were borrowing the wind to break the bamboo."
On the other side, after flying for a while, Nanmen Tianhai stopped and asked, "Lao Yu, weren't we set up by this kid?" Huang Yu pouted. Perhaps. Ni Li definitely thought of this. In the Holy Orchid Institute, his performance was so dazzling he would definitely attract the attention of the Heavenly Spirit Institute's higher-ups, Nanmen Tianhai said. Seeing him not afraid in front of Hu Yang, I guess he had already thought that we were here.
"I saw the information about them recorded by Xiao Yu. They are only 14 years old. Wait another year and they will only be 15. Yet they are so cunning." Huang Yu could only laugh. "Ha ha."
Long Yuyin and Jin Yan are relatively outstanding among the younger generation. But compared to Ni Li, they seem to be a bit behind.
Beside Ni Li, at this time he and his companions were walking when he suddenly stopped, thinking, "The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. It seems that these days I can't be peaceful." In front of him was Ji Yu Heng leading a group of people coming over, and he asked, "You must be Ni Li.
The first time you entered the Holy Orchid Institute, you jumped to the 3rd position on the Holy Orchid Heaven board, and you even beat up Long Yuyin, right?" Lu Piao was stunned and asked Ni Li, "Who is this guy?" So Ji Yu Heng raised his head proudly and said,
"I forgot to introduce myself. I am Ji Yu Heng of the Ji Yu family." Then a subordinate behind him loudly boasted, "Our young master is the first-in-line heir of the Ji Yu family." Ni Li thought to himself, "I've never heard of him. In my previous life, the strongest person in the Ji Yu family seemed to be Ji Yu Bei." Ji Yu Heng then waved his hand, signaling, "Enough," he chuckled. "I'm here to make friends with you young geniuses."
Xiao Yu whispered to Ni Li,
"Something feels off." Lu Piao suddenly switched to friendly mode, patted his chest enthusiastically, and declared, "Ji Yu Heng, I love making friends. From now on, we're buds." Leaving Ji Yu Heng speechless, Ni Li chuckled and said, "I feel the same way. We're more than happy to be friends with you, young master Ji Yu. We'll be worthy friends in the future."
This left Ji Yu Heng stunned. Then he patted Ni Li's shoulder, saying, "I like your attitude. You're always welcome at the Ji Yu family."
"Our Ji Yu family will definitely appreciate geniuses like you more than other clans." Ni Li brushed Ji Yu Heng's hand off and said, "I like having friends like young master Ji Yu too, but we're used to being free and easy. We're afraid we won't be able to adjust to family constraints." Ji Yu Heng glanced at them and said, "With your talent, if you have enough resources, you might reach the heavenly fate realm in less than half a month. Think it over carefully. The Ji Yu family's doors are always open to you." With that, he left, causing his subordinates to panic and rush after him, shouting, "Wait, young master!" Lu Piao then asked Ni Li, "Is this guy trying to recruit us? Haha. The way he talks, like he's the best thing since sliced bread, is completely different from Ji Yu Bei. I wonder what their relationship is." Ni Li replied, "Ignore him. He's just another self-righteous dude who wants to recruit us. He should look in the mirror and see if he's got what it takes. He's just the first in line to inherit, and he thinks he's the whole family already." Xiao Yu reminded Ni Li, "Be careful. After you showed off your talent today, the major families are definitely eyeing you."
Ni Li reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll get someone to spread the word that we want to consider joining a family after we finish our training at the Heavenly Institute. That way, we can buy time until we complete our training," causing Xiao Yu to exclaim and Ni Li to continue, "Before I finish my training, those families won't cause trouble. Give other families a chance." Xiao Yu, "That's not a bad option," Xiao Yu exclaimed. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Heng was fuming, grinding his teeth and saying, "Those ignorant fools, do they really think I want to be friends with them? To be willing to submit to me, and to see being a worthy friend as me promoting them? If they're not willing to submit, do they have the qualifications to be friends with me?" The subordinates behind him chimed in, "Yeah, these three are too ignorant." Ji Yu Heng sneered, "So what if they're geniuses? Without a backer, relying on their own strength, they can't shake our Ji Yu family. We can make them live or die as we please. If it weren't for the damn rules of the Heavenly Institute, I would have taught them a lesson already." With that, he sternly snorted and said,
Since you don't want to submit to me, then I can only make sure you never cultivate to the heavenly axis realm in your lives.
The situation remained tense as night gradually fell. In the desolate mountain area, a house suddenly appeared, surrounded by a dreamy peach forest.
This house was protected by surrounding inscriptions. Inside, Ying Ruo Yue was sitting with her eyes closed, cultivating. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder he looked so familiar before. The temporal demon spirit book is indeed extraordinary, capable of reversing time and space. But once you reach the heavenly echelon realm, become an emperor, you can slowly consider your existence. The only thing I can do to help you is to transfer your destiny to me. At that time, the sage emperor will come to me instead of you. This is all I can do to help you. Whether you can defy fate next depends on you. My mother is human, but the blood of a demon god flows in me, and I am destined not to exist in this world. I hope you can carry my future, my expectations, and continue to live well." After Nili finished speaking, the blue orbs spun around and disappeared. Scene change. The next morning. When the sun had awakened, the classroom was already in a hubbub. All eyes in the class were on Nili, and everyone was discussing.
"That's him, the one named Nili, who defeated Long Yuyin in the Holy Orchid Institute to contend for the position." Hearing this, a guy next to him said in a panic, "Hey, keep it down, aren't you afraid Long Yuyin will hear you?" The buzz-cut guy sighed and said, "She's not here. I heard that Long Yuyin was hit 3 times by Nili, causing the others to jump and widen their eyes." But the buzz-cut guy confirmed, "It's true. A proud woman like that, being humiliated like that, I think she feels worse than being killed now." As he was saying this, he suddenly saw Long Yuyin appear, and everyone fell silent in fear. Long Yuyin then found a seat and sat down, thinking sternly, "Just the results of the Holy Orchid Mystic Realm. It can't prove that you're stronger than me. I will defeat you in other aspects." Seeing Nili in front of him, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. On Nili's side, Ji Yu Bei suddenly popped up to greet Nili. "Lu Piao, my bro." He gave a thumbs up, praising, "Dude, Nili, you're freaking awesome." Nili was dumbfounded. Ji Yu Bei laughed heartily. "I didn't expect you to actually surpass Long Yuyin. I actually wanted to suppress that woman too, but she's too strong." "You're the real deal. I admire you more and more," Nili modestly replied. "It's just a competition on the Sacred Spirit Heaven board. Besides, you should be able to do it too, right?" Ji Yu Bei glanced over and shook his head, waving his hand. No, haha, although I'm confident I wouldn't lose to her. Whipping her is just too hard." "Seriously? You're the only person I admire right now." Nili gave an awkward smile. "No need to say that. The Sacred Spirit Heaven board doesn't really prove anything. Long Yuyin is just a passerby. She's not my enemy. What I really have to face is way more than that." Ji Yu Bei chuckled. "That's already hardcore enough. The ability to connect with the power of heaven and earth is also a symbol of power as cold as Long Yuyin. Conquering it must be awesome." Ji Yu Bei sighed.
"Honestly, I wanted to make her one of my many concubines. If you're interested, I'll give her to you," Nilin thought to himself. Ji Yu Bei is so unrestrained. I heard he had over 20 wives in his teens. Is he faking it, or is this really how he is? Ji Yu Bei continued to grin, rambling on and on. Nili suddenly remembered, "Oh yeah. Right after that, someone named Ji Yu Heng from your clan came looking for us." Hearing this, Ji Yu Bei froze, then bowed his head, saying, "Really?" He paused for a few seconds and then told Nili, "No matter what you and Lu Piao choose, you'll still be my friends." Nili and Lu Piao looked at each other and smiled. Ji Yu Bei reminded them, "But remember that Ji Yu Heng isn't a good guy. You better stay away from him. If you guys get recruited by him and become his subordinates, I hope you'll still be yourselves." But Nilin said calmly, "I already refused." Ji Yu Bei was taken aback and exclaimed, then burst out laughing. "PF'd, haha." He turned and said, "Ji Yu Heng is narrow-minded. You have to be careful." After rejecting him, Nili smiled slightly and replied, "I'm not worried. After the heavenly fate, we can go out and experience things. With the soul hall around, I can just die once if things go south." Ji Yu Bei laughed heartily. "Haha, only you would say that. In the future, if you ever need Ji Yu Bei's help, just say the word, and I definitely won't refuse." Nili waved his hand and pouted, "You're exaggerating." The group was gossiping non-stop when behind them, Wang Yang glanced over, feeling dejected, thinking, "Nili, the difference between him and me is too great." Rapid footsteps suddenly came, making Wang Yang realize, "He's here." Qiling appeared in front of the students, then he glanced around, and when he saw Nili, he laughed and said, "I know there are many people here. You've come to the trial grounds, and some of you have achieved results on the trial grounds ranking. Your talents have exceeded my expectations, which is excellent. The other students must work harder. There are only 5 spots for the East District. If no one gets them this year, then you'll have to wait until next year. Next year many people from the South and North districts will come up, so this year's list might be your last chance. The people below clenched their fists nervously after hearing this. Qiling sat down and said, "All right, let's get to studying. 3 days ago we tried to condense spirit fire flames. I wonder if you guys reviewed after returning home. If you can condense it, you can report it to me. This also means that you have a chance to enter the East District." But Lu Piao said with a sullen face, "I haven't practiced at all." Qiling continued from above. "In this class, we will learn how to temper the strength of the physical body. A powerful cultivator must first have a strong body, but increasing the strength of the body is not a simple matter."
As he spoke, he threw down a wrist weight, causing the students below to tremble all over.
Eyes wide with shock, Qiling said, "That's the Xuanzhong arm guard, filled with Xuanzhong sand inside."
Based on the amount of Xuanzhong sand inside, the Xuanzhong arm guards are divided into 5 types: 500 jin, 1000 jin, 1500 jin, 2000 jin, and 2500 jin. You can choose one and wear it, but no using heavenly Dao power, just your body strength.
Lu Piao, shocked, asked, 2500 jin. If that thing drops, is the floor gonna be alright? Ji Yubei reminded him, "Don't mess around. This is the Dragon Ruins realm, not like the tiny Linglong world."
"Of course, you gotta try your best," Qiling reminded. "Push your body to its limit." One guy went up to try lifting an arm guard and said, 1000 jin should be easy. But the next second, even using all his strength, he couldn't lift it, leaving him dumbfounded. The others laughed. Qiling said, "Remember, no using heavenly Dao power, or I'll misjudge."
One guy used all his strength, flexing his bulging muscles, gritting his teeth, and trembling as he put the Xuanzhong arm guard on his arm. Then he walked with a swagger, making Lu Piao stare in confusion. "Everyone's just grabbing the 500 jin one? Is it really that heavy?"
Quickly, Long Yuyin walked up with a serious face. She strode up, standing tall and looking around.
In just a few seconds, she chose a Xuanzhong arm guard and put it on her arm effortlessly, leaving Qiling speechless. Long Yuyin gently raised her fist, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise, "It's 1500 jin!"
She found the right arm guard in an instant. Qiling stroked his beard and thought, "Looks like Long Yuyin usually trains her body. With the Scarlet Dragon bloodline, she can probably handle 1500 jin."
Jin Yan turned to look, then looked at the pile of Xuanzhong arm guards and sighed. "That firecracker Long Yuyin can handle 1500 jin so easily. I can barely manage 100 jin." He put one on his arm and walked, panting heavily. Lu Piao stood up and laughed. "All right, our turn."
So they all rushed forward. Seeing this, Jin Yan watched with curiosity.
Of course, Lu Piao started, panting heavily with determination.
Lu Piao lowered his head to choose, saying,
"I can do 1000 jin." He put it on his arm, his face flushed, smoke coming from his ears, forcing a laugh and saying, "I can still do it." But Ji Yubei, who also put on 1000 jin, was rotating his wrist very easily, making Lu Piao freeze up.
Neely also had a serious face and bent down to choose.
He held the Xuanzhong arm guard in his hand and sighed. 1500 jin feels okay, he thought.
But wearing it all the time will be tiring. I'll stick with 1000 jin.
After a while, everyone had Xuanzhong arm guards on their arms. Qiling asked, "Now that you can't use heavenly Dao power, do you realize how weak your bodies are?"
Seeing one guy trembling and struggling to lift his hand, Qiling said, "All right, you can train in the training room. I'll teach you the secrets to training your body strength."
They looked at each other and nodded, then ran off in different directions, each in a corner, waving their arms and yelling, "HNG, HNG." Lu Piao also started swinging his arms like Ji Yubei had done. Qiling reminded them, "When training body strength, breathing is the most important thing. Inhale deeply, then exhale slowly when exerting force. This is also a form of connection with the heavens and earth. Only when the body is nourished by the heavens and earth can it become stronger."
As he said this, Qiling was surprised by Neely's posture, doing a handstand with one finger leisurely, which Qiling didn't understand.
He thought, "What's the point of putting all your strength into your hand to do a handstand? I've never even heard of this body training method." He has excellent body control, not moving a bit, and even his breathing is very stable. But then he noticed something was wrong. He can't be that still. Although his body isn't moving at all the muscles in his body are trembling. How interesting. What kind of technique is that? Geniuses really are different from ordinary people. Better not disturb him. With that thought, Qiling turned and left.
He walked past the others, saying, "Everyone, keep practicing. I'll give pointers to each of you." The disciples bowed their heads in thanks, Master. Over here, Long Yuyin practiced while glancing over, staring at Neely with a fierce, scrutinizing gaze.
Qiling spoke up. "You are all geniuses of the heavenly spirit root. Your comprehension abilities far surpass others, especially this year's geniuses, who truly exceed my expectations. However, I hope you all don't become too arrogant.
There's always someone better. You are outstanding existences in the martial god sect, but other god sects also have many geniuses. While you're resting, they're cultivating non-stop. Lu Piao was startled and astonished by this.
Qi Ling added, your goal is to surpass them. Hearing this, everyone was filled with determination, and so it went. After a while of training, Jinyan was panting heavily. Qi Ling saw this and said, you've been training for several hours now. I believe you've gradually become accustomed to your body weight. Let's immediately begin practical combat drills. Find your own partners, and then the two of you will spar with each other. It's best to be people of equal strength so you can discuss martial arts. Don't overdo it, Lu Piao asked blankly. Practical combat drills.
Ji Yubei suggested.
Lu bro, how about you spar with me? Lu Piao smiled lightly and agreed. Sure, I don't want to fight Ni Li. Our strength is too far apart. This made Ni Li chuckle as he turned and said, you little brat. You're fighting Ji Yubei. You'll find out soon enough. Suddenly, everyone looked at him in surprise, which made Ni Li wonder what was up.
Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind, spoken by a beautiful girl, Ni Lin Sr. You haven't found a sparring partner yet, have you? This made Ni Li dumbfounded as he turned around in a daze.
The other girls exclaimed and gossiped. Is Bao Hirenren making a move? Hirenren seemed shy as she continued. I just so happen to not have found an opponent. How about we spar together? What do you think?
Seeing this, Ni Li immediately agreed, saying, all right then, please give me your guidance. This made He Renren happily exclaim, great. Suddenly, Long Yuyin spoke up angrily. He, Renren, get lost. This startled her as she turned around. Ni Li was also surprised, as Long Yuyin stepped forward and declared, he's my opponent. The girls were about to faint as their eyes widened and they exclaimed, it's Long Yuyin.
He Ren blankly stared for a few seconds, then quickly turned and said, Ni Lin Sr., I'll go first, not forgetting to flirt. We can talk more after class if there's time. This made Ni Li dumbfounded.
Suddenly he said sternly, we'll talk about it later. Then, he looked at Long Yuyin, preparing to face her.
At this time, Long Yuyin coldly snorted as she watched He Renren leave. Then, she looked at Ni Li with a murderous gaze. The two glared at each other like true adversaries.
As He Renren walked towards the girls, they began to gossip.
Why is Long Yuyin looking for Ni Li? Could it be that she's also taken a fancy to Ni Li?
Hearing this,
the purple-haired girl retorted, what are you thinking? Don't you know what happened a few days ago? In just one day, Ni Li surpassed Long Yuyin on the Saint Soul Heaven board, and Ni Li even whipped Long Yuyin 3 times. With Long Yuyin's personality, how could she tolerate that? She's definitely looking for Ni Lan to take revenge. Hearing this news, the red-haired girl eagerly said, I've been cultivating so fast these past few days. Tell me about it. Everyone is talking about how amazing Senior Ni Lai is for being able to embarrass Long Yuyin like that. But Long Yuyin's physique is not something ordinary people can compare to. I'm afraid Senior Ni Li will suffer a loss.
Over here, Qi Ling also saw this, and solemnly wiped away his sweat as he walked over and instructed, remember, in the following sparring you can only use physical strength. You are not allowed to use the power of the heavenly Dao. Physical strength is the foundation of all cultivation. In the process of practicing with each other, carefully sense the movement of the meridians throughout your body. Ji Yubei then walked over and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Ni Li Sr., handle this well yourself. This woman has the Crimson Dragon bloodline. Her physical strength is extremely powerful. I'm afraid you're no match. Ni Li smiled lightly to reassure him. Don't worry, I know what to do. This made Ji Yubei very surprised. Ni Li continued, we're just comparing strength, so there's no need to pay attention to her. Hearing this, Long Yuyin gritted her teeth in annoyance, thinking, although I lost to Ni Li in the rankings on the Saint Soul Heaven board, I definitely cannot lose in physical combat. Qi Ling pondered, looking at Long Yuyin. If Long Yuyin goes all out, she might wreck the whole training room, he said. Everyone, stay within your 1 square meter boundary. I'll put up barriers around your matches. Try not to step outside. With that, he quickly erected barriers for each sparring pair. Long Yuyin declared, you humiliated me. I'll return the favor twofold. Today I'll thoroughly defeat you. Ni Ling casually replied, I'll play along. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yuyin launched a kick. Ni Li hurriedly raised his arms to block, shocked. Damn, I underestimated her. This woman's strength is truly on another level. Long Yuyin followed up with a powerful momentum-fueled kick. Nifli Lai nimbly ducked, causing her to exclaim internally, his dodging reflexes are too fast, I can't hit him. She immediately leaped up, launching another close-range kick at Ni Li. In that instant, he spotted an opening. Long Yuyin froze, unable to react, as Ni Li landed a punch right between her thighs. Long Yuyin was instantly hit and sent flying to the ground. Ni Li raised an eyebrow. Had enough, Qi Ling, astonished, thought. Long Yuyin's flurry of kicks all missed,
and before she could switch stances, Neely caught that one opening. Long Yunyin struggled to her feet, panting, and wondered, "What's going on? His strength is clearly far below mine, but that punch directly knocked me down, and I couldn't even stay on my feet." Long Yunyin then leaped up, saying, "Interesting." She launched another kick, but Neely swiftly dodged. Unwilling to admit defeat, Long Yunyin relentlessly attacked with a barrage of kicks. Neely thought, annoyed. Is she not going to stop? This woman is insane. Does she really think she can win without going all out? Everyone around watched the fight, marveling that Neely wasn't completely overwhelmed. Long Yunyin has the Scarlet Dragon bloodline, you know, Qi Ling observed. Although Neely's physical body is far weaker than Long Yunyin's, he knows how to use his strength skillfully. His understanding of martial arts is far superior to Long Yunyin's. Neely's talent is on a completely different level from the other students. Meanwhile, Neely leaned to the side and grabbed Long Yunyin's kick, causing her to freeze, unable to pull her leg back. The position made Long Yunyin blush and yell, "What are you doing? Let go!" Neely retorted, "You were going to attack me with everything you got? You think I'll let you off easy?" He stepped forward, raising her leg high, causing Long Yunyin immense discomfort. She could only hop backward. Nearing the barrier, her legs trembled in pain, leaving the nearby spectators speechless. Long Yunyin shouted, "Let go now, or I'll get serious." Neely growled, "Get serious? You still think your Scarlet Dragon bloodline makes you all that? Bring out whatever you've got. Let's see what tricks you still have up your sleeve." He tightened his grip, causing Long Yunyin to tremble and cry out helplessly. "Damn it," cracking sounds echoed. Neely asked, "What's wrong? Pressing on an acupoint and you can't struggle anymore. Is this the Scarlet Dragon bloodline? Just as I thought, you're just a waste who relies on your family's power. Take away your family, and you are just useless. Besides yourself, who else cares about you?" Long Yunyin was left speechless, tears welling up as she choked out, "You're bullying me too much." She immediately leaped, launching her remaining leg, clamping both legs around Neely's neck, causing him to realize, "Oh shit." Long Yunyin quickly gathered strength, squeezing his head and forcing him down, making Neely fall flat on his face. Lucky for me, that move worked and made Xu Feng gnash his teeth, thinking, unleashing that kind of power without using the power of the heavenly Tao, if I couldn't breathe, she would have crushed me to death. He hurriedly shifted his head upwards, right into Yu Yin's furnace. "Even so," she insisted, "I absolutely will not let go." She tried her best to squeeze even tighter, Xu Feng said. "Then let go of my legs," he pounced, using all his strength to grab Long Yun's neck, making everyone's jaw drop at their firewood chopping position. Xu Feng was clamped tightly by Long Yun's thighs, stuck and unable to pull himself out. While Long Yun's neck was being squeezed by Xu Feng's hand, this awkward position made them both tremble all over, shocking everyone around them. And the ladies covered their eyes in embarrassment. Xu Feng screamed, "This stinks like a dumpster fire. Let go, or I'll strangle you to death." But Long Yunyin stubbornly refused to release her grip, declaring, "I'll drag you down with me." This made Xu Feng's blood rush to his head. He glared and squeezed her neck even harder, making it hard for Long Yunyin to breathe as well. She shouted, "Let go!" Xu Feng tightened his grip even further, cursing, "You crazy woman!" Qi Ling outside looked on in stunned silence. Long Yunyin then suggested, "You let go first." Xu Feng snorted coldly, playing dirty. "If you still don't let go, I'll strip you naked." This startled her, and she exclaimed, "Wait!" Her legs loosened their grip, and Xu Feng released her as well. Long Yunyin gasped for breath on the ground. Xu Feng stood up, rubbing his neck and sighing, "This stinks so bad." Then, immediately, Long Yunyin took advantage of his carelessness and kicked Xu Feng straight in the stomach, sending him flying straight into the barrier with a crash. Xu Feng clutched his stomach in pain. "Ouch!" He yelled Long Yunyin's name, but she didn't know she was wrong, and even provoked him. Serves you right. At this moment, the barrier weakened. Xu Feng left that barrier, walking straight ahead. Before leaving, he cast a fierce glare that startled Long Yunyin with its terrifying intensity. She stood frozen like a statue, unable to speak, only silently watching Xu Feng's back as he left. At this moment, she pursed her lips tightly, her hands clenched and trembling. Everyone discussed amongst themselves. "It seems that Xu Feng can win this match," another person said. "Long Yunyin has truly met her match." When Xu Feng went to his companions, Lu Piao teased Xu Feng with a grin. Hey, you enjoyed that, huh?" Xu Feng's face darkened, confusing Lu Piao, who thought, what's wrong with Xu Feng? He's clearly angry after meeting Long Yunyin, even though they don't know each other. How strange, did they have some kind of grudge in their previous lives? Ha. The purple-haired girl also expressed her surprise, saying, "I didn't expect Long Yunyin to be so brave and selfless in defeating Xu Feng, even resorting to a sneak attack. Moreover, she couldn't win, even with the Vermilion Dragon bloodline." He Ren stated, "This is because Long Yunyin brought it upon herself. She thought she was invincible. but she still lost to Zhu Feng. The more I look at it, the more I feel like something is wrong with Long Yuyin. She was clearly humiliated in the Saint Spirit Immortal realm, yet she came here to pester and kill him relentlessly. Isn't she intentionally trying to get senior brother Zhu Feng's attention? The purple hair girl excitedly asked. Ren, what do you think senior brother Zhu Feng is like? Ren then said. You shouldn't even think about it. Many people are aiming for senior brother Zhu Feng, and it'll be a long time before it's your turn. This made the purple-haired girl sulk, saying, Who knows, senior brother Zhu Feng wouldn't like you either. Meanwhile, Jin Yan was dumbfounded, thinking, What exactly is this Zhu Feng? No wonder he looked down on me before. It turns out he didn't even consider me a threat. Nearby, the bald-headed group folded their arms and said to each other, Have you seen it? Why would we cause trouble for him? Wang Yang trembled with anger, glaring and muttering Zhu Feng's name under his breath. Seeing everyone making a fuss, Qi Ling spoke up and said, You have found suitable partners, and in the future, you can often spar to strengthen your physical bodies. Today's lesson ends here. You can continue to stay here and practice. The third lesson will be in 3 days. The students gasped upon hearing this. Zhu Feng then said, Let's go, guys. But suddenly, someone came from behind and said, You're not going anywhere, Long Yuyin said sternly, raising her fist, suggesting, Continue fighting me. This left Zhu Feng speechless.
Lu Piao, all riled up and pointing, barely got a word out before Ren chimed in. Long Yuyin, you're so shameless, can't you see Nili Shixiong isn't even giving you the time of day?
Long Yuyin growled, Say one more word, and I'll toss you out, shutting Ren right up.
Nili spoke up. Are you just asking for humiliation? Long Yuyin retorted. I didn't lose just now, and I refuse to admit defeat unless you actually beat me.
Let's go again. If you win, I'll grant you any request. If you lose, I'm giving you back those 3 lashes from before. But Nili, totally annoyed, snapped, Get out of my way, I don't have time for this nonsense. And he sidestepped past her. At this, Long Yuyin, fuming, ordered, I said, Don't move, she glared, and immediately launched a spinning kick at Nili. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he leaned back and dodged it. Now Nili was pissed. He planted a hand on the ground, used the momentum to spin around, and went straight for Long Yuyin with a flurry of punches. But she kept backing away, evading every blow. Loud crashes echoed as everyone exclaimed in shock. They're at it again. Is that Long Yuyin's true strength? And she's still carrying that 1500 jin weight?
Just then, Long Yuyin channeled her power into 1,000 jin punch, glaring at Nili with murderous intent.
Seeing this, he quickly raised both arms to block, but the force of the punch sent Nili flying back several meters, causing everyone to gasp in horror.
Nili scrambled to dig his heels in, stopping just short of the wall. In a flash, Long Yuyin appeared, her legs raised, ready to kick down, leaving Nili stunned.
As the kick slammed down with a thud, Nili shot up into the air. Ji Yubei, watching closely, thought, Long Yuyin isn't sparring, she's fighting. Nili Shixiong might be in danger. He gripped his sword, thinking, if things get desperate, I can't worry about exposing my strength anymore. Meanwhile, Nislin did a few flips and exclaimed, I've been holding back time and time again. Won't you just stop? But Long Yuyin roared, Never. And she launched another kick, aiming straight for Nili's nether regions. As Long Yuyin's kick closed in, Nili suddenly vanished before her eyes, leaving her dumbfounded.
Even Ji Yubei and Lu Piao were wide-eyed, asking, dodged in midair, where did he go? Just then, Nili suddenly reappeared right next to Long Yuyin.
While she was still in shock, Nili grabbed the foot that kept causing trouble, immobilizing her leg. She couldn't pull it back, even if she wanted to.
Then, Nili hurled her forward, sending Long Yuyin screaming.
That move gave her a face-first meeting with the ground. Bam! A hole appeared in the floor, and Long Yuyin lay motionless. Not stopping there, Nili grabbed her leg again and tossed her straight up at the ceiling. Then, Nili propelled himself upwards. As Long Yuyin opened her eyes slightly, she was shocked to see Nili already there. As she threw a punch, he leaned to the side to dodge it and countered with a punch of his own, sending Long Yuyin crashing back down.
The fall shook the ground, sending dust flying and rattling the floorboards, making the other students jump. They shouted, What's going on? Long Yuyin had the upper hand. How did she suddenly get knocked down? Another said, Yeah, she was overwhelming Nili at first.
Meanwhile, Ji Yubei thought, True, Long Yuyin's attacks are fast and powerful, but there are openings. Once Nilin seized one, he took the upper hand and kept stringing together relentless attacks, with exquisite angles. No wonder Long Yuyin couldn't defend. On Nili's side, he rushed forward and grabbed Long Yuyin's ankle again. Then, he slammed her miserably into the ground and stood over her, looking badass. Long Yuyin lay motionless in the rubble, panting like a stray dog, tears welling up in her eyes. Everyone asked each other in shock, Has Long Yuyin given up?
She's completely defeated, with no strength left. Her physical strength is supposed to be her strong point,
Neely said disdainfully. The world is vast, and there are countless experts. How dare you be so arrogant with just that little bit of power? I'm teaching you a lesson today. Tone down that attitude. If I don't step in, someone else will teach you a lesson.
After speaking, he turned to leave, but Long Yunyin sat up, wiped away her tears, and said,
Wait, a deal's a deal. You set the terms. I'll agree to anything. Neely replied, Stay away from me, that's it. Then he turned and left coldly. Long Yunyin sat gasping for breath in the thick smoke. She blankly thought, can't he even look at me for a little longer? In Neely's eyes, am I not even worth a speck of dust? When Neely walked over to his buddies, Ji Yubei and Lu Piao blurted out, So cool. Just turning around and leaving. So badass, Ji Yubei said. But he really doesn't know how to cherish a flower, does he? He actually told her to get lost. She would have agreed to anything. I'd definitely do things differently, haha. With that, they all chuckled gleefully. Neely said, Let's go. Soon everyone left. On the way back, Long Yunyin morosely thought about Neely's words. From now on, stay away from me, the further the better. She wondered, no one has ever dared to talk to me like that since I was a child. I can't believe you dared to humiliate me like this. But he's the first person my age to defeat me. Compared to him, I want to know and understand him even more. What kind of person is he? Really? I need to become stronger? Strong enough so that he can look me in the eye? But he told me to stay away. If I keep bothering him, wouldn't that just be humiliating myself? Back at her place, Long Yunyin opened the door and dragged her body inside, thinking, Why does Neely hate me so much? Maybe I shouldn't have kicked him, but he clearly humiliated me first during the spar. Suddenly, Hu Yong was standing there waiting for her. Seeing her, he called out, Yingir. Long Yunyin was startled and asked, Hu Yong, what are you doing here? Hu Yong pretended to be concerned and asked, I heard you were beaten by Neely. How are your injuries? I brought the best healing medicine to treat your wounds. But Long Yunyin looked annoyed and said, I have the Scarlet Dragon bloodline. How could I be injured? On the contrary, you dare to come to my private residence, I'll throw you out. Hu Yong said, Yin Chair, don't be like that. Seeing you like this breaks my heart. You should hurry and apply the medicine. Leave that Neely to me. I'll definitely take care of him. I could have taught him a lesson back in the Holy Orchid Institute, but those two old guys, Nanmen Tianhai and Huang Yu, stopped me. Long Yunyin was surprised and about to ask, but Hu Yong said again, But don't worry, Neely won't escape my grasp next time. Making Long Yunyin angrily shout, Who told you to go find Neely? No wonder he thinks I sent you. But Hu Yong quickly waved his hand and said, No, I never said you sent me, which made Long Yunyin go ballistic and yell, Stop talking nonsense, you good for nothing. Other than relying on your family's power to act tough, what else can you do? Neely and I had a fair fight. I lost, and Long Yunyin has nothing to say. If you're so good, then go find Neely and fight him yourself, without using the power of the heavenly Tao. If you can beat him, I'll immediately submit to you. Sadly, you're just showing yourself to be a coward, leaving Hu Yong speechless. Long Yunyin annoyedly said, Get lost now. If I ever see you again, I'll cripple you. Hu Yong tried to hold on and said, But, and Long Yunyin yelled, Get out! Hu Yong reluctantly asked, What's so great about you, Long Yunyin? Damn it, you're just the seventh in line to inherit in the Dragon Seal family. Only by marrying me will you have a chance to become the first heir. Don't think you're giving me face by rejecting me. These words earned him a kick straight to the chest, sending him flying. Long Yunyin stood there panting, then thought about her encounter with Neely. I lost again. And this time it was physical combat. Such a complete defeat, I don't even feel like arguing, she asked herself. Where's your pride, Long Yunyin? How can you let someone your age step all over you like this? I can't admit defeat. Absolutely can't admit defeat. Thinking of this, tears welled up in her eyes. Long Yunyin quickly wiped them away. Just then, Ying Ruoyu suddenly appeared behind her, startling Long Yunyin, who realized someone had come. She turned around and asked, Why are you here? Ying Ruoyu smiled and said, That's right, I'm here, senior sister. Long time no see. Seeing her, Long Yunyin looked annoyed and said, You succubus! You killed my master. How dare you show your face here? If it weren't for my master's dying wish, I would have slaughtered you already. But Ying Ruoyu calmly replied, I've already said, I didn't kill master. She knew her time was coming, and borrowed my hand to end her destiny. Master inherited the direct teachings of ancestor Wuxian. Although her cultivation was only at the heavenly axis realm, she held a high position in the martial god sect. She was destined to become the sect leader, but her status required her death. Long Yunyin couldn't listen anymore, gritting her teeth. Succubus, no matter how you explain it, I won't be fooled. Causing Ying Ruoyu to sigh softly, before saying, Yincher, you're the closest person to me in the entire martial god sect. Your personality is strong, and you'll face many difficulties in the future. There are many things waiting for you to fully understand, but by then it'll be too late. By then you won't be able to take it back. Why make things so difficult for yourself? Hearing this, Long Yuyin angrily asked. Ying Ruoyu, are you cursing me? But she only smiled. This isn't a curse, it's destiny. Who in this world can change fate? These words suddenly reminded her of Nilai. Suddenly, Long Yuyin blankly asked, Heavenly fate deduction. You learn the heavenly fate art from master, in that case you will die. But Ying Ruoyu lightly smiled. We all have to die, Yinyer. After learning the heavenly fate art, I finally understood master's suffering and ancestors' words. Supreme goodness is like water, benefiting all things without strife. The creation of all things is without basis. From ancient times to now, it's only a blink of an eye. Only those who break the baselessness can make everything true, making Long Yuyin stunned and asking again, what are you talking about? Thinking, does learning the heavenly fate art make you speak so incomprehensibly? At this moment, Ying Ruoyu smiled. Someone will explain everything to you in the future. I must leave now. Take care of yourself many times. The stronger the appearance, the harder it is to hide the softness in the heart. What's the point of winning? Saying that, she left, leaving Long Yuyin full of doubts, thinking, Ying Ruoyu learned the heavenly fate art. If I reveal this, she will definitely die. She told me this, at least proving that her heart is very pure. Could there be another hidden reason for master's death? Thinking then, coldly snorting, I'll keep it a secret for you for now, but I still can't forgive you. On Nili's side, he was feeding golden egg spirit stones in his room, sitting aside with his arms crossed, lamenting. No spirit stones. The rewards from the Sacred Elixir Heaven Board won't be available for another month, but I'm about to break through the Heavenly Fate Peak. Golden Egg is also about to become my soul beast, and Goddess Sister also needs spirit stones. In the Dragon Ruins realm, without spirit stones, there seems to be no way to cultivate. I have to think of another way to earn more spirit stones. Suddenly someone knocked on the door outside the room, and he said, Come in. Xiao Yu smiled and said, It's only been a few days since I've seen you, and you've already made such a big commotion, Nilai. But he replied, I don't go looking for trouble, but trouble always comes looking for me. That woman, Long Yuyin, is really annoying. Xiao Yu asked curiously, Isn't that Long Yuyin into you? But Nili frowned. Don't even go there. That woman thinks she's so great, but when she meets someone better than her, she keeps coming to bother me, so I have to take action. Otherwise, she'll think no one can beat her. Xiao Yu sighed and reminded. But you should be careful lately. You've offended a lot of people now, not just Long Yuyin. I received news that the geniuses of the East Institute are also paying attention to you. Before, their attention was all on Long Yuyin, but behind Long Yuyin is the Longyin family, and they are also powerless. But now that you've caught their eye and don't have a good background, Nilian nodded and said, I understand. As long as it's not life-threatening, even if I'm suppressed and humiliated, it's just a small matter. The battle of the Heavenly Spirit Institute is nothing. Hearing this made Xiao Yu silent, and then asked, Then are you going to the trial grounds again? Then Nili confirmed, Of course I'm going, of course I have to go. Quickly they went to the trial grounds, Xiao Yu introduced. The trial grounds we are going to this time was opened by a founding ancestor of the martial god sect. Because the trial grounds are in the ghost ruins, there is a very large demon spirit. Killing one will get you a soul scale. This soul scale can be exchanged for various treasures, but this ghost ruin can only be entered for 2 days each month, and the soul scales will dissolve outside, and cannot be put into a space ring, Nili said in surprise. Then can only be exchanged on the spot, Xiao Yu confirmed. That's right, only bags can be used inside. Every time the trial ends, all soul scales must be exchanged. Killing a demon spirit can be exchanged for 30 spirit stones, of course. Demon spirits, spirit stones, essences, and treasures can also be exchanged. Saying that, Xiao Yu said, Let's go. So the group went closer, and there was a board in front of them. Xiao Yu said, Like the Sacred Elixir Heaven, the Ghost Ruins also has a ranking board. So Lu Piao came closer and said, Let me see. Exclaiming in surprise, Long Yuyin is ranked number 1 again. Turning to Ni Li, she killed 30,000 demon spirits 2 days ago. 2 days, and she can kill so many. Then he blankly thought, But she can't beat you, so wouldn't you be able to kill more? 1,000 soul scales can be exchanged for 30 spirit stones. 10,000 can be exchanged for 300. 30,000 would be rich. When Lu Piao was excited, Xiao Yu smiled and reminded, You have to be careful. The ghost ruins are much more dangerous than the Sacred Elixir Heaven. Not only demon spirits, but others can also come out and block your way. Plus, we'll be teleported to different places, with no way to help each other. So, gotta be careful. Ni Li confirmed. Got it, let's go. Xiao Yu led the way, saying, Go. That vortex is the entrance. Lu Piao and Ni Li were about to take off their clothes to get in the water when Xiao Yu said, No need to strip. As they jumped down, the 2 old guys behind them smirked and said, They're newbies, haha, hope they make it. And so, the 3 of them plunged into the swirling underwater vortex on the lake. Hu Yang also appeared, looking serious as he watched. You guys remember their faces, right? The subordinates replied. Don't worry, young master, we'd recognize them, even if they turn to ash. We've all reached the heavenly fate realm already. Dealing with them is going to be a piece of cake, right?
Hu Yang smirked in satisfaction and ordered, "Go." Immediately, the subordinates quickly dashed off. Meanwhile, Hua Ling was also watching Hu Yong from behind. He sneered and said, "How ridiculous, Xiao Yu can barely protect herself, yet her subordinates provoke so many enemies. Really saves me the trouble." Then he glanced and said,
"The guys on our side have already gone in too. Act according to the situation." The subordinates immediately acknowledged the order and sped off.
At the same time, Nanmen Tianhai also learned about the situation and sighed. Those three guys sure know how to cause trouble. Turning around, he said, "Huang Yu,
so many people are following after them into this ghost ruins land," Huang Yu suggested.
"Should we step in and smooth things over a bit?" Nanmen Tianhai sighed.
"Not necessary for now. Just let them mess around, as long as it doesn't get too out of hand. We'll step in if the students below run into problems." On Ni Li's side, he entered the ghost ruins land and landed with a thud. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he mused. The spiritual energy in this ghost ruins land is much worse than the Saint Spirit immortal land. Suddenly, Ni Li was stunned when he saw the demon spirits flying in the sky, wailing miserably. Seeing this, Ni Li realized that these were probably all demon spirits. Suddenly, the demon spirits noticed Ni Li. They roared wildly and opened their mouths wide, charging straight at him. Seeing the crowd charging at him, Ni Li exclaimed, "Awesome!" He quickly transformed into a tiger-toothed demon spirit, Panda bursting with aura. When the ferocious demon spirits charged over, Ni Li immediately used the light-darkness energy to attack. A source of domineering explosive energy shot out, brightly illuminating and instantly obliterating the demon spirits. In an instant, explosions thundered in the sky, like a sun shining brightly. In the hazy smoke, pieces of soul scales fell one after another, followed by countless soul scales showering down. Ni Li excitedly held out a bag to catch these soul scales. After collecting a large bag, Ni Li felt quite satisfied. Feels too easy, doesn't it? People on the list only get a little bit like this in 2 days. So he reached into the bag and took out a piece of soul scale to examine. These soul scales are probably the condensed essence of demon spirits. Even the light darkness energy explosion can't destroy them, can't really put them in the interspatial ring. How do I carry tens of thousands of them? Immediately, Ni Li tried it out, and when the soul scale touched the interspatial ring, it immediately disintegrated, leaving Ni Li stunned. He immediately prepared a slightly larger bag. The demon spirits aren't that strong. I believe Lu Piao and Zhao Yu can easily handle them. Then he declared, "It's time for me to go on a killing spree." With that, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed the light darkness energy explosion, scaring the nearby demon spirits into screaming. And so, explosions echoed continuously in the sky, accompanied by screams of terror. After 5 hours, Ni Li had collected enough soul scales to form 1,000 pieces, and then the soul scales were fused into one large piece. Ni Li stuffed a big piece into his bag and sighed. "Only half a day, and I've already collected 2 big soul scale pieces. Who knows, I might even climb a few ranks on the board, but sadly I can't take them outside. This stuff would be amazing for making soul weapons, for sure. But 1 big soul scale piece can be exchanged for 30 spirit stones, and spirit stones are what I need the most." He hoisted his bag of soul scales and glanced around, saying, "Doesn't seem to be any soul fiends around here. Seriously, even the soul fiends are running away." Suddenly, Ni Li sensed something and stopped. At that moment, a guy in black clothes with a sword on his back, looking all cool, crossed his arms and stared at Ni Li. He turned back to assess. At least 5th Fate Realm, what's this guy trying to do? Suddenly releasing his aura towards me. Ni Li immediately unleashed his fire aura to face him. At this moment, the guy in black in the sky also released a brilliant aura. People nearby recognized him and said to each other, "Hey, isn't that the strongest one from last time? Murong Yu." They're facing off. "Who's that panda?" another person said. "That's Ni Li Shuai, the rising genius." "You really don't recognize him, young Master Hua Ling's servant? I've been watching him for a while now." The other person asked, "Who's young Master Hua Ling?" One sighed and said, "Stop making noise, let's see what they're gonna do. Ni Li's showing off like that. I'm afraid Murong Yu feels threatened." Over there, Murong Yu spoke up and asked, "Are you Ni Li?" Ni Li confirmed, "That's right, who are you?" Then Murong Yu snorted coldly and said, raising his face, "I am Murong Yu." Hearing this name, Ni Li recognized him as the top ranker on the board and asked, "What's the matter?" Suddenly, a group of people in the distance shouted, "Senior brother Murong! Senior brother Murong!" This call made Mu Zhirong furrow his brow in confusion. One person in the distance, as if seeing his idol, excitedly shouted, "Senior brother Mu Zhirong! We've long admired Senior brother Mu Zhirong's great name, and especially respect Senior brother Mu Zhirong's way of treating people." Glancing at Ni Li, he said, "But some new people are not respectful to Senior brother Murong at all. That Ni Li guy even said Senior brother Murong is a pile of dog shit, and said that he'd soon stomp Senior brother Murong under his feet. This left Ni Li dumbfounded. That guy continued to yell nonsense. We're even more unconvinced. He even said, how could you possibly be his opponent?
Mu Rongyu glanced at Ni Li and asked, is this really true? Then he glared. The pressure from his aura caused Ni Li to freeze and collapse to the ground.
The ground also cracked, making Ni Li panic and think, just his aura is already cracking my body, damn it. Are those two jerks making this up? Daring to find any excuse to harm me? Speaking up, he said, Mu Rongyu, with your intelligence you wouldn't believe the nonsense of petty people, would you? Hearing this, Mu Rongyu asked back, you mean that brother is framing you? Then he reached out his hand, still suppressing Ni Li with his aura, causing him to be even more suppressed. The ground shattered. Ni Li miserably thought, he doesn't even listen to what I have to say, damn it. Afraid that I'll challenge you in the future, so you're taking advantage of my low fate to bully the weak, how shameless. Ni Li strained himself, causing Mu Rongyu to frown and coldly ask, what's with that expression? You're not convinced. Looks like I have to teach you a good lesson today. At the Heavenly Spirit Institute, you must respect your seniors. Then he shouted, making Ni Li stunned when he realized the danger before him. Countless blade strikes were coming. Ni Li quickly gathered his strength and opened his mouth to release the light darkness origin chi blast. Immediately, Ni Li's power burst out, opposing his attack, making Mu Rongyu think, is this the technique he used to deal with soul fiends? The range is indeed large enough, no wonder he can kill them faster than me. This is absolutely unacceptable. Just then, Ni Li's blast was pierced through by Mu Rongyu's slash. Immediately, Ni Li was hit, and smoke and dust billowed out. Those nearby were shocked and said, will he die? Young Master Hua Ling didn't tell us to kill him. The person next to him asked, who is young Master Hua Ling anyway? But that person continued to watch the battle intently, saying, stop making noise, over here. Ni Li rolled a few times in the messy rocks. His shoulder was injured by the slash, making Ni Li extremely miserable, glaring at Mu Rongyu. As for him, he reached out his hand. Ni Li's bag of soul scales immediately flew into his hand. Mu Rongyu said, looks like your strength is only so-so. You haven't even reached heavenly fate. Yet you're using fraudulent means to snatch so many soul scales. Ni Li gritted his teeth and asked, cheating. But Mu Rongyu smirked and continued, these soul scales shouldn't belong to you. I'm going to confiscate them. This made Ni Li extremely annoyed, and he growled. Mu Rongyu hugged his arm. Trembling in pain, Mu Rongyu continued, this junior brother seems a little dissatisfied. But it's useless. Do you know how to respect your seniors in the future? Don't waste senior brother's good intentions. With that, he swung his staff down, startling Ni Li. A huge palm of energy came crashing down, creating a dazzling explosion. After that strike, Mu Rongyu withdrew his hand. He stared blankly below, looking at the devastation below, but he still felt like he hadn't hit him, thinking to himself, he transformed again just now. Could it be that he has a new demon spirit? How can one person use two demon spirits? Thinking this, he picked up the bag of soul scales and flew away. Damn it! It must be some kind of illusion technique. Let's see how I catch you. He flew around searching for Ni Li, but he had already used Shadow Devil to quietly hide in a corner, thinking to himself, in my previous life it took me over 100 years to reach heavenly fate, but in this life I've reached the door of heavenly fate in less than 2 years. But it's still not fast enough. In this Heavenly Spirit Institute, it's impossible to control one's own destiny. In the Dragon Ruins realm, to quickly level up, it's important to have cultivation resources. No matter how talented or anything, it's not as important as spirit stones. And the surrounding opponents will spare no expense to prevent me from obtaining cultivation resources. Without enough strength, you can't even protect your self-respect. At this time, Mu Rongyu, after searching for a while, landed and said, disappeared. Unless he used some kind of spatial combat skill, he ran away. The buzzcut guy, trying to provoke, hurriedly ran up from behind and said, that kid ran away, but he hasn't run far yet, we can catch up. Mu Rongyu glanced at him and slowly walked over, immediately punching this guy straight in the chest, making him unable to breathe, clutching his chest in pain and screaming, his body collapsing to the ground and trembling. Mu Rongyu said coldly, I don't like that little brat, but I also hate being controlled by others. The buzzcut guy glared fiercely, causing Mu Rongyu to frown and ask, you still dare to glare at me? Immediately delivering a roundhouse kick, smashing his jaw and sending him crashing to the ground, screaming miserably. Mu Rongyu put his foot on his head and humiliated him. You must respect the strong, understand, the buzzcut guy hurriedly said. Mu Rong senior brother, I'm sorry, making Mu Rongyu smirk and say, that's right. Then he took the bag of soul scales and asked, you only killed this little trash? The guy lying under his feet trembled and flattered. Mu Rong brother is joking. Senior brother took all the soul scales on my body. Making Mu Rongyu laugh out loud. Haha, so satisfying, you should have said so. But Mu Rongyu still didn't let him go, saying, Bark like a dog and I'll let you go. Making the buzzcut guy silent, glaring, causing Mu Rongyu to uncomfortably press him down on the ground with his foot
so that guy could only bark like a dog. Woof woof. Making Mu Rongyu laugh with pleasure, praising, "Very good, you bark very well." Meanwhile, Ni Li, hiding in the distance and watching, thought, "This Mu Rongyu is even more vicious than Long Yu Yin in my previous life. If I hadn't used the illusionary transformation skill to escape, I'm afraid I would have been even more miserable. But the time for illusionary transformation is limited, and movement is also slow. I must run quickly, using the godlike speed skill to run away directly." Thinking of this, Ni Li immediately revealed himself and ran away at full speed. He shot off in a flash, as fast as the wind, making Mu Rongyu look at him in surprise and smile faintly.
He runs pretty fast, but wanting to escape from the palm of my hand is not that simple.
Mu Rongyu hurriedly chased after Ni Li from behind.
Suddenly he stopped and said, "Wait a minute. Why waste time chasing him? If you are really eager to hunt demonic souls, then you can keep killing them. Collect some more soul scales, and senior brother will come to deal with you later." On this side, when Ni Li ran away with his head down, he was surprised that he hadn't been caught up for so long. Realized immediately, "Good thing I noticed. Looks like he's trying to snatch my soul scale again, trying to use me. Dream on, buddy." Analysis.
Besides Mu Rongyu, there must be others targeting me, and my strength is too weak right now. Even if I hunt a lot of soul scales, they'll be easily snatched away. The elder didn't step in to prove anything earlier, so they tacitly agree to this kind of competition. If that's the case, might as well just get out.
Wonder how Lu Piao and Xiao Yu are doing? The ghost ruins are so vast, but even if they fail, their lives can't be in danger. I shouldn't waste time here. With that, he immediately rushed towards the exit. The others asked in surprise, "Isn't that Ni Li? He's already coming out after only one day." "His name isn't even on the board." Another person smirked. "I heard he went into the ghost ruins to hunt demon spirits and got beat up by Mu Rongyu, who stole all his soul scales." Someone else crossed their arms and asked, "How do you know?" He laughed and said, "I just know. That kid knows what's up. Still not at Heavenly Fate. Staying in there would just get him beat up." Others chimed in, saying it serves him right for offending so many people. You gotta pay for being arrogant. Mu Rongyu is the top genius of the previous class. Ni Li messing with him is basically suicide. Either way, Ni Li will fight him sooner or later. Isn't Mu Rongyu gonna challenge the top dogs from the previous class anyway?
Li Xingyun sighed. Ultimately, the most outstanding genius of this class will inevitably become the target of countless competitors. Everyone will do their best to stop him from getting spirit stones. Although no one is strong enough to stop Ni Li lying in the Saint Soul Heavenly Board, in the Ghost Ruins, and the Blazing Inferno Plains, he can forget about getting any benefits.
Meanwhile, Ni Li thought, "Looks like this trial grounds is no fun anymore. Didn't expect the competition between students to be so malicious. Without spirit stones, there's no way to cultivate. I can't just sit around, and I can't stay in the trial grounds. The outside world is out of the question too. Before reaching Heavenly Fate, going out is basically suicide." He thought about curing incurable diseases to earn spirit stones. Nah, forget it. Unreliable, and I'm broke. On one side are fellow disciples with no good intentions, and on the other is a demon lord who could become strong at any moment, not to mention the Holy Emperor, who could come looking for me any time. I have to quickly increase my strength to cope with the future, whether I foresee it or not. If there's no way to increase my strength with spirit stones, then I'll switch to another path. Guess I have no choice. Last resort only. I don't want others to know about the existence of the nightmare demon fox, but only Ji Bei can help me right now. Scene change to the Ji family. In Ji Lan's courtyard, she was sitting cultivating. The steam rising caused Ji Lan to sweat, as if she had just taken a bath. Suddenly, she saw Ni Li appear before her, and was surprised, saying, "Did Mr. wait long?" Ni Li turned around and replied, "Not too long, but this mansion isn't very safe. Even I can easily get in." Then he lowered his head and said, "A bit rude, please forgive me." Ji Lan laughed and lowered her head. "I've been crippled for a long time. I no longer have any value to them. But if I die, it's feared that it would create a considerable shock. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do such a thing," Ni Li blankly asked. "Really? I wonder if elder sister's body is doing any better." Ji Lan was dripping with sweat, her clothes soaked, steam rising from her whole body. She smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your concern. The medicine Mr. prescribed has helped a lot." Ni Li said, "Oh," in surprise, and then they both became embarrassed. Ni Li looked around casually, thinking, why isn't Ji Bei back yet? Then suddenly, Ji Bei appeared and asked Ni Li, "Why are you here?" Ni Li also acted innocent and asked, "Oh, why are you here?" Ji Bei blankly asked. "I just heard outside that you fought with Mu Rongyu. Did a conflict occur?" Ni Li was stunned and asked, "Conflict? Are you not giving me any face?" Ji Bei asked again. "Did he beat you up?" Hearing Ni Li confirm, Ji Bei laughed awkwardly. "Haha, so what are you planning to do? Mu Rongyu's strength is very strong. We are no match for him, Ni said calmly.
We can only endure for now. This surprised Gu Lan,
Ni said. Actually, I came here this time because there are some things I want to ask Brother Gu Bei to help with. Gu Bei immediately agreed, patting his chest and saying, Just say the word. I will do my best, Ni sighed. You're too kind. I want to ask you to help me purchase demon spirits. No matter what the growth rate is, I need them. This made Gu Bei wonder and ask, You need everything, Ni added. The more the better. Which made Gu Bei confused and ask, What do you want so many demon spirits for?
In the Dragon Ruins realm, most are high-level creatures, many with dragon bloodline inheritance, which are much better than the ordinary demon spirits you need.
Ni said, I don't need dragon bloodline inheritance, just a large quantity, Gu Bei then asked. But ordinary demon spirits don't have a high growth rate, they're completely useless. If you want to fuse with demon spirits, I can help you make something better than that. But Ni laughed and said, I have my own way of using them. I'll pay you for purchasing the demon spirits later. I need a lot, the more the better. Gu Bei immediately agreed.
Those common demon spirits don't need spirit stones,
because there aren't many in the Dragon Ruins realm, but there are many small worlds. I'll send some people to the small worlds, and we can get a lot quickly, Ni said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble you, bro. Gu Bei replied with a smile. Why be so polite? We're all good brothers. Besides, you saved my sister. Just give it back to me. Then Ni said goodbye and left, not forgetting to remind him that this matter must be kept secret. Quickly. By the afternoon of the next day, Ni had received a pile of demon spirits. He laid out the demon spirits on the table with the nightmare demon fox, and sighed. More than 20,000 demon spirits in one day, enough to refine more than twice. Immediately, Ni stretched out 2 fingers and chanted a spell. The demon spirits floated around the furnace, and then the nightmare demon fox lit up. Ni's face was full of anticipation, but the next second the furnace hissed with smoke, making him hiss and realize directly refining with high quality is easy to fail. But the nightmare demon fox is also absorbing the power of the shattered demon spirits. Maybe it will be easier to create good demon spirits. After refining for a while, Ni happily said, That's right. More than 20,000 demon spirits refined into 3 God-level demon spirits. God-level growth rate.
These ordinary bloodline demon spirits with God-level growth rate can be sold for 3,050 spirit stones. Although it's nothing to the rich kids, ordinary students can afford it. Selling stuff at the market, you guys are out of options. Right? I can't let myself die with my bladder full. With spirit stones, I'll surpass Murong Yu very quickly. I wonder how he'll react then.
At this time, Xiao Yu and Lu Piao also returned. But Lu Piao had been beaten black and blue, tattered, and his eyes were bruised. When Ni came out and saw this, he was stunned and surprised, and rushed to ask, What's wrong, Lu Piao? He said aggrievedly. Don't mention it. I originally hunted more than 3,000 soul scales in the Ghost Ruins land, but they were all snatched away by Hua Ling's subordinates, and I was beaten up, Xiao Yu next to him said. I also encountered some trouble, but fortunately their strength couldn't do anything to me. But I only hunted more than 5,000 soul scales. After I came back, I heard people say that you came out on the first day. Ni nodded and said, I met Murong Yu, Lu Piao asked in surprise. Is that the guy at the top of the list? Ni sighed and confirmed. Yes, he took away all my 20,000 soul scales, Lu Piao said sullenly. No wonder his record was updated when we went out, collecting 120,000 soul scales at once. At this time, Xiao Yu said, I didn't exchange for many spirit stones. You guys can share them and use them first. Xiao Yu took out a bag of spirit stones and said with a smile, More than 160 spirit stones? This is the most I've ever harvested. But Ni sighed and said, No need. I have a way to get spirit stones. Those guys want to block all our ways to harvest spirit stones? It's not that simple. Let's go to the Tianling Institute market. Immediately, they went to the exchange market, which was very lively, Lu Piao asked in confusion. What are we doing here? The spirit stones on hand are not enough to cultivate, and not enough to buy things, Ni replied. Today we're not buying things, we're here to sell God-level demon spirits with growth potential. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was startled and asked, Where did your demon spirits come from? Lu Piao smiled. Ni definitely has a way, Ni said. If someone asks, just say you brought them from the little exquisite world. Anyway, they can't get in. Those people don't dare to do anything to us in the Tianling Institute. Find a place before they come to cause trouble. Sell as much as you can. Quickly, they set up a stall. Ni sat down and waited for people to buy. While Lu Piao went to the booth next door to peek, he said, Ni, I've discovered a problem. There's a magic weapon here that's too important. The opponent I encountered this time is about the same strength as me, but he has a rank 2 magic weapon and I can't beat him at all. The salesman invited Lu Piao. "This young master, which of my magic weapons do you want? You've been looking at them for a long time." But Lu Piao asked, "Can I buy on credit?" Then the seller turned his face down and said, "Get out!" Lu Piao slumped back to his seat dejectedly, and he lamented, "When we were in Glory City, we were so rich." Anyway, no one here is familiar with demon spirit currency. At this time, the surroundings were very noisy, and everyone was passing the word around. "I heard that the new guy named Ni Li is selling god-level demon spirits with growth potential." Another guy asked in surprise, "Does it contain dragon bloodline inheritance?" The other person said hesitantly, "How could it? You couldn't even buy it if it did."
"They're all just common god-level growth rate demon spirits."
"Then what's the point?" one guy retorted. "A god-level growth rate demon spirit isn't bad, you know. In my world, only 1 in a million is like that." A few others chimed in. "Yeah, and the price isn't too bad either. Ni Li is starting to sell off everything." "Why did I hear that he got beat up?" "Your world is just weak," one guy asked. "What's he selling?" "Over here," Lu Piao loudly announced. "Selling god-level growth rate demon spirits with the best growth rate, 50 spirit stones each, buy 3, get 1 free." Everyone was surprised and said their stall was over there, and went over to take a look. Lu Piao beckoned. "Fresh demon spirits here."
The people who bought the demon spirits cherished them joyfully, making the others stunned. "It's real. 2 people have already bought." One person spoke up. "A rare opportunity. It'll be gone if you miss it. I need to go gather money." With that, he hurriedly ran off. Another person chased after him, saying, "Wait for me. I want one too." Everyone then flocked to Ni Li's stall, all jostling to choose. At this moment, a group of people standing far away observed that the people who were choosing suddenly felt a surge of energy that heated up the area, and hurriedly turned around to look, surprised to see a young man rampaging as he led a group of people over. Lu Piao was sweating profusely and asked, "Is there a fire? Why is it so hot?" Ni Li then looked at the young man in the lead and recognized him as Long Yan. This person's aura indicated that he cultivated the 9 transformations of the dragon flame technique of the Shangyan family. His strength was even a few levels stronger than Murong Yu.
Lu Piao stammered, "Big bro, what do you want?" The other person bluntly said, "I heard you guys are selling god-level growth rate demon spirits here." Ni Li then replied, "That's right." So the other person calmly said, "I'll buy all that you have left, just according to your price." Making Lu Piao incredibly happy, Ni Li smiled slightly and asked, "May I ask what I should call this young master?"
The other person laughed heartily and said, "Ni Li, I know you. In the new class, only you and Long Yuyin have piqued my interest. This one is Li Xingyun of the Shangyan family."
Ni Li recognized Li Xingyun. "In my previous life, I had also heard of this person. It seems that after failing to compete for the position of head of the Shangyan family, he retreated to the Wushen sect, and then became a hegemon of one side. Although he was also someone whose good and evil were hard to distinguish, he socialized with people all over the world, and his subordinates and brothers were extremely loyal to him."
His fame was much greater than that of Beijia and Long Yuyin. Ni Li smiled slightly and said, "We have 24 god-level growth rate demon spirits left here." Young Master Li Xingyun, heard this and said with an "Oh, that's more than I thought, but no matter how many there are, I can eat them all."
"It's just a pity that these demon spirits don't have dragon bloodline inheritance. With dragon bloodline inheritance, even growth or excellent growth is fine." Ni Li thought to himself that it seemed that he had quite a few subordinates now, and said, "If there are any more demon spirits of this kind in the future, I will contact young Master Lan."
Li Xingyun was silent for a few seconds, and then said with a smile, "Okay. In short, as long as there are god-level growth rate demon spirits, just contact me. No matter how many, I will take them all."
Lu Piao next to him then asked Ni Li, "Then what now?" Ni Li then said, "Hand them over to young Master Li," making Lu Piao happily agree, and then laughed joyfully. "He, 24 spirits is a total of 9 million spirit stones."
Li Xingyun then straightforwardly threw over a storage ring and said, "Take it." Lu Piao accepted it and happily thanked young Master Li. Ni Li immediately handed over the goods and said, "Young Master Li, your demon spirits." Li Xingyun accepted them and hummed softly, and then put his hand on Ni Li's shoulder and said,
"I like you very much. If you are interested in joining my command, just come find me. Here, you will definitely be treated with great respect. If you don't like it, that's okay. Just contact me if you have any good demon spirits in the future." Ni Li replied with a smile, "Thank you, young Master Li, for thinking highly of me. If there are any god-level growth rate demon spirits, I will contact young Master Li immediately." Making Li Xingyun stunned for a few seconds, and then smile slightly, praising,
"Good. I'll wait for your news." Turning to his subordinates, he said, "Go back and tell Hua Ling that Ni Li will be protected by me from now on. If he dares to play tricks again, I will deal with him."
Then he turned to Ni Li and bid farewell. Ni Li also bowed and thanked him. Thus, Li Xingyun's group turned their backs and left. The people around were talking about why young Master Li bought so many demon spirits. The person next to him said. Of course he bought them for his subordinates. Young Master Li is very good to his loyal subordinates. Everyone has a third-grade treasurer or higher. Another person exclaimed, I also want to join them. This person froze and ridiculed. They may not even look at you. Then he said, I don't know where Neely went to get so many growth rate demon spirits. Just the spirit stones he got from this sale are equal to my earnings for several years. There are people with heavenly spiritual roots in the little Linglong world, another person said. It's normal to have so many god-level growth rate demon spirits.
Over here, Xiao Yu asked Neely. Were these demon spirits really brought from the little Linglong world? Neely then nodded and said,
I can't explain it for the time being, I will tell you later. Causing Xiao Yu to glance at him suspiciously, Lu Piao next to him asked, Then will young Master Li help us deal with Hua Ling? Why didn't you mention Hu Yong's matter? Isn't it already very clear, Neely said with a smile. If you want others to help, of course there must be conditions. People won't help you for nothing.
Lu Piao was left dumbfounded and confused, prompting Neely to furrow his brow and say,
But if he wants to buy endless demon spirits, maybe we can make the business even bigger, since the real money is in dragon blood demon spirits. Hearing this, Lu Piao exclaimed, Dragon blood demon spirits, awesome. But Neely said, haven't even gotten one yet. Time passed, and 3 days later, the group was back in class.
Everyone was chattering like a marketplace when Ji Yubei looked at Neely, gave a light smile, and handed over a storage ring, saying,
Here, my subordinates hunted down over 60,000 demon spirits again. Neely happily accepted it and said, Thanks a lot. He hurriedly rummaged through his pockets, pulled out a bag, and said, Here are 600 million spirit stones. Ji Yubei was stunned and asked, What are you doing? You're paying for these demon spirits. Is our friendship just a transaction? At this point, Neely interrupted, saying, I still want to ask you to help me buy some Dragon Blood Inheritance demon spirits. Common or growth type ones are fine. So Ji Yubei took it and laughed heartily. No problem. At this moment, Qi Ling spoke up, saying, Alright everyone, in this lesson we will learn about the cultivation of combat techniques. Everyone was focused. As Qi Ling lectured from above, Neely frowned, thinking about cultivating all night last night. He had used over 200 million demon spirit stones, and the consumption of his soul sea was too terrifying. To cultivate steadily, he needs even more spirit stones.
Once he has enough dragon blood demon spirits, he'll start using the nightmare demon fox to fuse. Meanwhile, Long Yuyin was sitting behind, looking at Neely. She thought to herself, I will definitely catch up to you.
Neely. At this time, He Ruren, sitting next to him, called out affectionately, Neely. Meanwhile, he was thinking about his master. Ever since the day he met his master, he hasn't had any news. He doesn't know if they are still in that mountain valley. He needs to find some free time to visit. Time passed, and Qi Ling continued, saying, Cultivating demon spirit combat techniques is important, especially since most students' demon spirits aren't strong. Only when you reach the heavenly fate realm can you fuse them well. Demon spirits with dragon blood inheritance are geniuses who possess heavenly spiritual roots. I hope the dragon blood demon spirits you fuse are at least excellent with growth type. Everyone was stunned after hearing this, Qi Ling added. This will be more beneficial for your future development. A guy below frowned and said, A good growth type dragon blood inheritance probably costs 70 to 80,000 spirit stones. An outstanding level must be thousands of spirit stones. Others lamented, saying, I guess only the direct descendants of superfamilies can afford that. Neely thought. A god-level growth-type dragon blood demon spirit is probably only possessed by others in the 3 major families of the Wu Shen sect. This kind of thing can be said to be a strategic resource. With enough demon spirits, the Wu Shen sect will also regain its competitiveness.
In other words, the Nightmare Demon Fox can create god-level growth-type demon spirits.
It's no exaggeration to say it can interfere with the situation of the entire Dragon Ruins realm. It is a truly rare treasure. If people discover its effect, I'm definitely dead. Maybe this time was reckless. In the future, I have to be more careful when refining demon spirits. Qi Ling continued. Of course, a dragon blood inheritance demon spirit, with excellent growth type, is something you can only encounter, not seek. If you really can't find the excellent grade, a good grade is fine too. When you reach the heavenly fate realm, you can go to the greater world to hunt 8 dragon blood demon beasts. By then, you can slowly look for it. After hearing this, everyone cheered.
Qinyan snorted coldly, thinking, That's just what they say. But for someone without a background to get an excellent or god-level growth-type demon spirit is impossible.
He looked at Neely and chuckled. Ha, family wealth. So what if your talent far exceeds mine? My family has already prepared an excellent dragon blood demon spirit for me, just waiting for me to cultivate to the heavenly fate realm, and I can immediately fuse it. Neely, you come from a small world. Finding a good growth type is already lucky. You might not even find one. This is the difference between status and identity. Even if you enter a certain family, others will not give you any good demon spirits. No matter how strong you are just a dog of the major family. How can you compare to our direct descendants? Haha, the genius from the lower realm will eventually be subdued by the families, and the power will forever remain in our hands. This is the Dragon Ruins realm. This world is inherently unequal. Let me see. Without relying on your family, how far can you go? Ni Li Qiling at this time instructed. After you all go back, review a lot. If you have any questions, you can ask me next class. Then Qiling announced the end of class, and everyone quickly left.
Ni Li and his group also left. Ji Yubei turned around and said, Ni Li, I heard you sold a lot of god-level growth-type demon spirits. He smiled in confirmation.
Ji Yubei then chuckled. Won't you share some with your brothers, the subordinates of the Ji clan? I also raise a group of people. They also need some things to win people's hearts. Of course, swallowing hundreds of god-level growth-type demon spirits is no problem. Dragon blood inheritance is even better.
In terms of price, it will definitely not be lower than Li Xingyun's. Hearing this, Ni Li nodded and said, It's true that I wasn't thoughtful before, forgetting that your family also needs demon spirits.
But how are you not asking where my god-level growth-type demon spirits came from? Ji Yubei chuckled. If you don't say it, I won't ask, Lu Piao chimed in, puzzled. Yeah, where did we even get so many demon spirits? Hearing this, Ni Li just brushed it off with an "Oh." Ni Li said to Ji Yubei, Thanks a lot. When I have god-level growth rate demon spirits, I'll come find you at your villa. He then thought to himself, Still shouldn't explain to Lu Piao. Then, he said to Ji Yubei, But it seems like this batch hasn't been fully digested yet. No worries, what about your demon spirits? Ji Yubei laughed. Then, see you next time.
Scene change. Ni Li quickly returned to his room. He sat down, completely focused on fusing with the dream demon sacred fox demon spirit. Bright flashes erupted repeatedly, as god-level growth rate demon spirits were churned out. He picked up the demon spirit pouch Ji Yubei gave him this morning and sighed. The demon fox is definitely getting stronger. It refined nearly 100 god-level growth rate demon spirits. Then, he brought the refined demon spirits to Ji Yubei. When leaving, he used the shadow devil to slip past the door, unnoticed like a gust of wind. Then left quietly. That night, Ni Li went to a high mountain peak. He went to Ying Ruo Yue's peach blossom-surrounded house. He arrived at the silent house, and stood there blankly. He recalled a past scene, and asked unhappily, Master, you always talk about, supreme good is like water. But how can a living person let go of everything? Take me, for example. I was born in Glory City. My family, lover, and friends are all dead. You want me to tell my enemies? Supreme good is like water. I only believe in an eye for an eye. As long as you give me a sliver of a chance, I will definitely wipe them all out. Saying this, he huffed, causing Ying Ruo Yue to smile wryly. Incorrigibly stubborn, Ni Li shouted, I am incorrigible. Look around this entire martial god sect. There are eyes watching me everywhere. When I have enough strength, I'll make them all kneel before you and apologize for their wrongs. This is my life, haha, Ying Ruo Yue said. People in this world suffer repeated hardships, but water can flow vast and long, gently nourishing all things. Ni Li was confused and speechless. Back in the present, he thought to himself, I still can't understand. I am a revenger. Whether it's the demon lord or the sage emperor, the old and new hatreds haven't died out. I can't have peace for even a moment. How should I face my hatred in this life? Should I come to see you? Then Ni Li stepped to the door and thought, I'm here, master. Tears suddenly welled up in the corners of his eyes. He raised his hand to the door, hesitating. Then, he knocked, and a voice called out, Come in. When he opened the door, he saw Ying Ruo Yu sitting and smiling. You've come. Sit down. Ni Li went and sat in front of Ying Ruo Yu. As he opened his mouth to speak, Ying Ruo Yue suddenly spoke. About what I'm about to say, you don't need to ask about things you shouldn't know. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. Things you should know, you don't need to ask, I'll tell you anyway. Ni Li smiled faintly in surprise and asked, I wonder what it is that elder sister Ying wants to tell me. Suddenly, Ying Ruo Yue tapped him on the head, saying, You little rascal, causing Ni Li to gape in astonishment, remembering when she also tapped his head and said, Dare to call me elder sister, that's so disrespectful. Ni Li was hugging his head and laughing foolishly. Ha ha. Back to reality, he tearfully called out. Master. She immediately asked, Very strange, right? Why do I know these things? But the heavenly deduction art is just that mysterious, capable of exploring all illusions within space and time, calculating the mandate of heaven. Although to calculate these things, I had to expend 20 years of my lifespan, Ni Li asked in surprise. Why did you have to calculate this? If you ask me about the future, I'll tell you everything. But Ying Ruoyu retorted, No, you're still a person involved. After my calculation, I have far surpassed what you know, Ni Li then asked. A person involved. Could it be that my fate in this life is still not related to my free will?
How have I already resolved the crisis of Glory City?
Hearing this, Ying Ruoyu smiled lightly and said, "What you have to do next is compete for the position of sect, master of the Wu Shen sect." This made Neely freeze in place. Then he confirmed, "Right, it's the first step of my plan. This step must be completed." Ying Ruoyu continued, "If you want to become the sect master, I can recommend someone to you. She can become a powerful aid to you." Neely asked in surprise. "Who?" Then Ying Ruoyu replied, "It's my junior sister, Long Yuyin." Hearing this name made Neely startled and asked, "Are you kidding me? Work with her? Do you know I only wish I could kill her? If it weren't for the instructions of my previous life, I would have already destroyed the Longyin family. I won't let you die again in this life." "But Long Yunyin is not certain," Ying Ruoyu asked. "Because she forced me to death in my previous life? There is a reason for this." "Because in her eyes, I am the one who killed her master, because our master was indeed killed by my own hands." Ying Ruoyu lowered her head and sighed. "The karma in this world is mysterious. I can't explain it to you clearly in a moment. You resent her and she resents me. This hatred has turned into an impasse, and only you can resolve this hatred." He then remembered the scene in his previous life of his master dying in his arms, and felt heartbroken and hesitant. Ying Ruoyu asked again, "After 2 lives you still can't let go?" Neely was still hesitant. Then Ying Ruoyu continued, "I don't force you to be able to achieve supreme good like water. But Long Yuyin will not threaten me. Why not let go of the hatred for her?" Neely was silent for a few seconds and then said, "Right," thinking to himself, "Long Yuyin is indeed Master's junior sister. Master learns how to save people, calculates the mandate of heaven. Asking me to do so must have a reason." Ying Ruoyu continued, "Every calculation of the heavenly deduction art revealing heavenly secrets will consume lifespan. You also shouldn't ask too much." Neely thought to himself, "Master isn't joking, right? She's only in her teens now, still a young girl." So Neely agreed. "Okay," Ying Ruoyu instructed. "After this return, don't come here for the time being. You coming to this place will attract other people's attention." Neely then listened and said, "This time being able to see you alive and well, I am relieved." Then Neely stood up and said, "Master, wait for me. I will definitely become the sect master of the Wushen sect. I will definitely protect you." Master Ying Ruoyu watched Neely's figure and said to herself, "I'm just afraid I won't be able to wait until the day you become the sect master." The door of the house then closed. On the way back, Neely walked and thought, "Now the factions within the Wushen sect are springing up like mushrooms. The struggle is extremely fierce, and in 100 years it will completely collapse. Only by becoming the sect master can I rectify the order of the Wushen sect. This is the first step to resist the Sage Emperor. And now, I must quickly advance to the Heavenly Fate Realm. The Heavenly Fate Realm is coming soon. I can feel it." But right now, he suddenly saw Long Yuyin from afar and wondered in confusion. Could she be going to find Master? This is the only road to the valley where Master lives. Long Yuyin suddenly froze, panicked, widened her eyes, and unconsciously stepped back, stunned. She looked around and was stunned when she saw Neely in front of her. He spoke up and asked, "Why are you here?" Thinking to himself, "This woman is actually my master's martial sister. I really didn't expect it." Long Yuyin suddenly blushed and hesitantly said, "I am looking for someone," making Neely think seriously. What is she doing? Why is she so shy? Is this person really the domineering Long Yuyin of the past? Perhaps she is afraid of me. Neely pretended to be deaf and asked, "You, speak louder. What are you saying? What are you trying to do?" Long Yuyin unconsciously stepped back and worriedly said, "This is the Heavenly Spirit Institute. What can I do?" Making Neely nod slightly, looking at Long Yuyin's blushing and shy face, thinking, she's still a girl now. After all, personality also changes gradually, according to cultivation. It becomes stronger and stronger. She also becomes more and more domineering, eventually becoming a tyrant in the Wushen sect. In the end, even Master died at her hands. But in this life, she has been taught a lesson by me twice, and seems to have been shaken a little. Looking at her like that, I don't hate her anymore. Master was right. I was blinded by hatred. To deal with an enemy, why resort to tit for tat? The opponent is young. I can totally reform her, even turn her into one of my own. Long Yuyin panically grabbed herself and screamed, "You, what exactly do you want to do?" She screamed like she was being violated, annoying Neely, who said, "Stop yelling," thinking, why is Long Yuyin like this? Is her true nature so weak? I heard that she never had a father since she was young, and her mother remarried, so she uses such a fierce personality to disguise herself. She's both hateful and pitiful. I'm starting to understand what Master said. Since Master is like that, let me be the bad guy till the end. Neely reached out his hand, making Long Yuyin look at him in fear. Suddenly, he touched her shoulder and said, "Long Yuyin, Ying Ruoyu is my master. Although I don't know what feud is between you two.
You should know that my master is kind and would never hurt others. I hope you can let it go and carefully reconsider if there are any misunderstandings in this matter."
Even so, Long Yuyin's face was still as red as a tomato, only mumbled, making Ni think, "Why is Long Yuyin so easy to talk to today? Is this the real Long Yuyin?"
He then sighed and said, "After you go back, think about it carefully. If there's anything questionable about what I said, you can come and talk to me." Then he slipped past her, making Long Yuyin stunned, then suddenly turned around and said,
"Wait,"
making Ni turn back and wonder, "Is there anything else?"
She then sulked and asked,
"Didn't you tell me to scram as far as possible?"
Ni smiled slightly and said,
"What I said to you before, I'm afraid you didn't understand. I used to be filled with hatred towards you, but after my master's teachings, I've let it go."
"Long Yuyin, I hope you can also let go of your hatred towards my master. Maybe we can still become friends. Next time, remember to wait for your answer at school."
Long Yuyin was stunned, absent-mindedly wondering, why does Ni hate me? Is it because of Ying Ruyu? Why is Ying Ruyu his master? She sighed. Then she slowly walked away thinking, Ying Ruyu's fate is in my hands. If I reveal her heavenly deduction technique, she will die. Does she really want her to die? The scene changes to Xiao Yu's small courtyard. Seeing Ni return, Xiao Yu asked in surprise, "Ni, where did you go?" Ni closed the door and said, "I went to see an old acquaintance." Hearing this, Xiao Yu wondered, Ni hasn't been here for long. How could he have an old acquaintance? Suddenly, Ni stared and asked, "Huh, you're here too." Huang Ying suddenly came over, hugged Xiao Yu's arm, and greeted Ni with a friendly smile. Seeing this, he grinned and said, "I'm going inside to cultivate. You guys do your thing," Xiao Yu embarrassedly said after him. "Hey, don't misunderstand."
Ni turned back in surprise and asked, "Weren't you two talking? Could it be?" Over here, Huang Ying looked at Xiao Yu and smiled gleefully. Ni quickly returned to his room.
When he closed the door, a dazzling light suddenly burst out. When he looked up, he saw Yunyan cultivating and exclaimed, "I didn't expect Goddess Sister to reach the heavenly fate realm before me. Moreover, her heavenly fate is much stronger than ordinary people's. I don't know what realm she has reached." Ni was stunned and thought, "I better not disturb her." Then he looked to the side. The carefree chicken kept eating and sleeping and eating, thinking, every time after sleeping and waking up, its aura becomes much stronger. The speed of this guy's promotion is too amazing. Then he added, "I also felt that Lu Piao is about to break through to heavenly fate, only I am stuck in the middle. The energy of the spiritual stones has been absorbed by the devil orchid. Hopefully it's a good thing. Quick, start cultivating." The storm of the Heavenly Spirit Institute's freshmen quickly subsided, and the students were still focused on cultivating. Hua Ling, after being warned, became much less wanton and also buried himself in cultivation, no longer causing trouble for Ni Li. Murong Yu broke the record of the Netherworld Ghost Place again, but he still seemed to be brooding about Ni Li and said, "That kid actually ran away." As for Ni Li's cultivation, he had to consume several hundred spiritual stones every day, but the spiritual stones in his bag were getting more and more. Of course, it was the result of refining dragon blood demon spirits every day, which quickly accumulated in his hands. Without any major events happening, it was soon time for class again. Qi Ling lectured, and the content of this class was the subject of physical strength. Find someone to spar with. Hearing this, the students quickly turned their eyes to Ni Li and Long Yuyin. Someone sulked. Are those two knuckleheads gonna wreck this classroom again? Long Yuyin suddenly asked softly, "Ni Li, can you spar with me?" This made everyone's jaws drop in surprise. Ni Li chuckled at this time and replied, "Sure, let's go," making Lu Piao and the others dumbfounded. And the old classmate immediately asked, "This psycho chick is acting weird today, huh?" Lu Piao added. "Am I dreaming or something?" Then slapped his head to confirm. "This is real life." Qi Ling burst out laughing on this side. "Ha, conflicts between classmates can be resolved, that's the best. Then the protective barrier is no longer needed, everyone starts sparring." Long Yuyin and Ni Li were now serious and ready to fight. Immediately she rushed forward and swung her meter-long legs. Ni Li looked and judged. The speed is still not too fast. Then he ducked and dodged, immediately saw an opening, and threw a punch. In just a few basic moves, Long Yuyin was defeated. She staggered backwards, Ni said. "It's all openings," making her think to herself, Ni strength is so much higher than mine, so he was holding back before. Not willing to give up, she rushed forward, determined to try again. But Ni sternly said, "The angle of attack is wrong. The reaction is still too slow. No, I'll show you here and here." In just a few moves, Long Yuyin was knocked over backwards. She struggled to get up and snorted coldly, then smiled faintly, and suddenly rushed towards Ni but before she could do anything, he sent her flying, causing the student standing next to her to cry out in pain and ask, "The more she gets hit, the more excited she gets. Is Long Yuyin crazy?" Meanwhile, Long Yuyin was lying face down, but she still resolutely said,
"Very good again," Nilai thought to himself at this time. In just a few short rounds, Long Yuyin has started to get stronger. Geniuses are indeed geniuses, can't compare to people like us.
Qiling looked stunned and sighed in a low voice. Nilai is too strong. Maybe my understanding of physical combat isn't as good as his. It seems like there's nothing left to teach him in this subject. I'll just pretend nothing happened. Long Yuyin said excitedly at this time, I understand. Let's go again.
After saying that, she rushed up. Nili smiled lightly, thinking, Long Yuyin was really lacking discipline. That's why she became like that in the previous life. Be a good person in this life, he continued to point out. This move is wrong.
So the two of them rushed at each other and beat each other nonstop. The other students started discussing among themselves. In just a few days, how did Long Yuyin become a different person? Another person asserted. Maybe she hasn't changed. She's just submitted to Ni Li. After all, Ni Li's skills are completely above hers. Isn't Murong Yu even more powerful?
Another person snorted coldly and said, How old is he? Even if she changes, I won't accept it.
On this side, Long Yuyin was walking and thinking, so that's how it is, so this move is like that. She secretly praised, Ni Li's knowledge is extensive, it really exceeds my imagination. In this world, only my teacher gives me this kind of feeling, that's right.
Ni Li said that Ying Ruyu is his teacher. Could it be that Ying Ruyu is even stronger? Suddenly, Long Yuyin was startled. When someone rushed past, it turned out to be Hu Yong. He rushed over and called out, Long Yuyin. She immediately showed disgust and asked, Hu Yong, didn't I tell you not to come? He replied, I heard that you are sparring with that kid Ni Li again, and you are being very gentle with him. Then he pointed at Long Yuyin and asked, Are you sneaking around with another man behind my back? She immediately asked, sternly in a cold voice. Do you remember that I crippled you once? Ni Li can beat me, and he can guide me in cultivation, so I admire him. If you have the ability, you can fight me one-on-one. After speaking, Long Yuyin took a fighting stance and shouted, Come on, bring it on! Making Hu Yong panic, he said. Wait, I'm your fiancé, Long Yuyin coldly declared. I have never acknowledged that engagement. How can trash like you be worthy of saying the words, my fiancé? If you want to marry me, beat me first. Ho Dung heard this and went ballistic, stuttering. You just wait, Nupakachi, mark my words, you'll regret this, you adulterous bastards. With that, he turned tail and scurried off. But Long Yuyin wasn't about to let him get away that easily, her eyes blazing. She immediately charged forward, delivering a flying kick from behind that sent Hu Yang soaring through the air. After that, Long Yuyin sought out Ni Li for every sparring session, even asking him for guidance in cultivation matters. Now, Long Yuyin was completely submissive to Ni Li. Even when faced with his scolding or slapping, she didn't dare resist. She even treated Lu Piao and Ji Yu Bei with unusual gentleness. But towards everyone else she was still the fearsome Long Yuyin. Ni Li cultivated while accumulating spirit stones, occasionally instructing Long Yuyin. 10 days passed quickly, Lu Piao also advanced to heavenly fate, and the rewards from the Sacred Spirit Board finally arrived. Ni Li took the chest and opened it. Lu Piao, equally curious, leaned in to take a look, and exclaimed, It's a heavenly silk armor, a 4th grade artifact. Calling it inner armor confused Lu Piao, who asked, What's the deal? Ni Li explained. This is worn under your clothes and can block attacks from 5th Fate experts. Even if your physical body is destroyed, it can protect your soul, giving you a chance to escape. Lu Piao then remembered the Demon Lord wearing this armor. Ni Li confirmed. That's exactly how the Demon Lord escaped. Haha, his was just a 3rd grade artifact, not even as good as mine. Then, sighing, he put it away, saying, Don't think too much about it, let's look at the others. Then he pulled out and exclaimed, It's 3 Spirit Stone essences, excellent grade Dragon Blood Demon Spirits, Lu Piao suggested. With so many good things, should we sell them off? Ni Li chuckled. Haha, no need. I've already got over 30,000 Spirit Stones lately, enough for us to cultivate comfortably, Lu Piao asked in surprise. Over 30,000, Ni Li put on the protective armor and said with a smile. Surprising, right? Work hard, and maybe you'll get a reward too. Immediately, Lu Piao jumped up, turning away and saying, Off to cultivate. Ni Li picked up a stone, saying, All right, I'll start absorbing the Spirit Stone essence too. Soon, the sky darkened. Ni Li sighed, then pouted. My soul realm is already full. Still no breakthrough. Ever since Wan Tang appeared, cultivation has become difficult. If I followed my past life's progress, I would have reached heavenly fate already. Aside from the excellent growth rate ones, I've bought over 30,000 common grade Dragon Blood Demon Spirits, originally planning to refine them after reaching heavenly fate. Since cultivation isn't progressing anyway, might as well start refining them now. He went to the table and said, Dragon Blood Demon Spirits have to be fused with previous Dragon Blood Demon Spirits. Directly fusing them with common Dragon Blood Demon Spirits would just suppress the other Demon Spirits, wasting a lot of money. Can't deny that the dragon bloodline is really much stronger than ordinary demon spirits. The price has also increased a lot.
He laid out the demon spirits on the table, then began to fuse them. The demon spirits began to float in the air, and the characters on the nightmare demon pot glowed. The demon spirits were immediately absorbed into the refining furnace. Neely closed his eyes, sensing the demon spirits inside. Then, a demon spirit appeared. It opened its mouth wide, extremely ferocious, devouring the other demon spirits. Quickly, the demon spirits were all devoured by this one. Then, a dazzling light burst out from inside the furnace, leaving Neely dumbfounded. He then noticed that the patterns on the nightmare demon pot had changed, causing Neely to ponder what it meant. In any case, it's finally a success. He took out the demon spirit inside, smiling. Dragonblood demon spirit with good growth rate. This time the price will increase several times over. With that, Neely immediately perked up, diligently sitting down to make more. Thus, his room lit up again. As demon spirits were continuously refined inside, Neely said gleefully, "The nightmare demon pot has indeed become stronger. Over 50 times. Only failed a few times. I'm gonna be rich." Neely's eyes lit up, giggling. The furnace was shaking violently. Immediately, a dazzling aura erupted, causing Neely Lean to exclaim, "So bright!" Intrigued, he opened the bottle and peeked inside, then sighed in admiration. "It's got good maturity, but it's way stronger. Looks like another mutation happened before." Fanged Panda and Shadow Devil also completed a mutation during development, but that happened during fusion. Never heard of this. Each mutation makes a spirit stronger, and a spirit that mutates before being used is worth 10 times more. Could it be the effect of the nightmare demon fox? Let's try again.
So a series of new demon spirits were born. Neely cheered happily.
Awesome. From over 30,000 ordinary grade Dragonblood demon spirits, I got 500 good grade, and 23 of them are mutated.
Nightmare demon fox, what other surprises do you have for me? Stronger demon spirits devour weaker ones, so if I put 1 mutated and 9 non-mutated ones together, wouldn't I get an excellent grade Dragonblood demon spirit with mutated growth?
The lid of the furnace was opened again, but the furnace didn't react at all. Leaving Neely dumbfounded, he asked, "Is it not working? Let's try again." But nothing happened. But Neely wasn't willing to give up, and decided to try to the end. Suddenly, a ray of light emitted, and he cheered with joy.
Success! The mutated demon spirit has inherited the dragon race bloodline, and possesses excellent growth.
He quickly put it away, saying, "Looks like failure is just a matter of probability. Using mutated and non-mutated demon spirits to refine is prone to problems. Let's optimize the technique and see how it goes." Thinking it, he immediately took action. Thus, the experiment for the nightmare demon fox began. The furnace successively sucked in the demon spirits and lit up. After successful refining, the patterns on the bottle suddenly changed to a dragon. Unexpectedly, the furnace burst into a dazzling golden light, making Neely unable to open his eyes and realize, looks like the nightmare demon fox evolved again. It's a pity that there's no record in any classic texts about what other effects the nightmare demon fox has, so I can only explore it myself. Neely then let out a breath and bowed down to continue experimenting diligently. After a while, he crossed his arms and said, "Finally refined it. After emitting golden light, the success rate has increased quite a bit."
500 demon spirits with good growth refined into 230 excellent grade, and 23 excellent grade refined into 21 transcendent grade. But unfortunately only 3 mutated. Neely hesitated. Should I continue to fuse into God grade? There are only 2 chances, and 1 failure means half the results are gone, even if I succeed.
I can't put this level of demon spirit on the market. I'm afraid I'll encounter a lot of trouble. But if it's a genius with an 8th grade heavenly spiritual root, and they fuse with a God grade Dragonblood demon spirit, once this news spreads, not only the high-level members of the Heavenly Spirit Institute, but also the high-level members of the Martial God sect will be alarmed. They will definitely hold on to such a genius. If I receive the attention of the Martial God sect, I can take it to the next level. Thinking of this, Neely made up his mind. Forget it, let's go for it. Immediately, he laid out the demon spirits on the table, clasped his hands together, and began refining, saying that giving up another mutated one, the more dangerous, the more benefits gained. I have to gamble. The furnace immediately activated, and the demon spirits were quickly sucked inside, and the light emitted. Neely exclaimed, "Very good. That mutated one has started swallowing the weaker demon spirits." While sitting and concentrating on watching, Neely was suddenly surprised to see something strange. There was another demon spirit also devouring other demon spirits. Then the 2 demon spirits confronted each other. Neely said worriedly, "This isn't good, Your Majesty. These 2 demon spirits have equal strength, and neither can swallow the other. But they are constantly merging, and an unstable power will be released, and then everything will turn into ashes. Must suppress them." He immediately unleashed the power of the heavenly Tao, trying to separate the 2 demon spirits. But it was no use. they continued to merge even more. Neely was currently using all his strength to stop them when he sensed that his own heavenly Tao power was about to be completely drained by this pot. At this moment, the zither inside his soul realm was constantly emitting a dazzling golden aura, leaving Neely confused. Heavenly Tao power was constantly flowing out. It seemed like this vine wasn't impossible to enter after all. Afterwards, he secretly thanked it. "You vine, now merge," he said, looking at the two demon spirits. However, an hour passed, and the alchemy furnace still shone brightly. Neely sighed, merging to the very end. "The power of the demon spirits is too great. Just a little bit more. Hurry up and merge. I can't hold on much longer." He strained his strength and said, "How can I give up at such a crucial moment?" Then, Neely slowly opened his eyes, looked on with anticipation, and thought to himself, the demon spirit's growth rate after fusion must be off the charts. Why is it so difficult? Damn it, just a little bit more. I absolutely can't give up, but my soul realm is about to be drained dry. Having come this far, how can I fail like this? The nightmare demon fox hides some kind of profound concept. Even a little of it causes my soul realm to surge violently. Since there's no other way, I'll directly use my divine sense to go inside it and see what's going on. Immediately, he used his divine sense to enter, and all around was a dazzling light, like the Sahara Desert. Neely asked in confusion, "This is the nightmare demon fox. Not bad. The heavenly Tao power here is truly endless. Even all the heavenly Tao power in the Holy Orchid Institute is not comparable to a drop of water in the ocean. Those demon spirits that exploded will also turn into power to merge into this space, and those powers do not cause any big waves. This vast heavenly Tao power is falling into slumber." Neely sat down and continued to cultivate the heavenly Tao divine art. The Tao between heaven and earth was constantly changing. All the changes from his previous life and this life had undergone enormous changes. This was the state of the Tao in the heavenly Tao divine art that naturally formed, the Tao of nature, water of nature, the Tao law of nature. Benefiting all things, Neely tried his best to concentrate. He was constantly reminding himself, "I must be calm. Now is the best opportunity to temper my fate soul." The rays of light were constantly emitted. It immediately surrounded the fate soul and burst out. And immediately, a red flame gradually appeared. Dazzling golden light radiated from Neely, he exclaimed. "The fate soul is condensed. It's now absorbed the heavenly Tao power inside the soul realm." That flame was absorbing power and gradually grew bigger. Neely also broke through to the heavenly fate realm. He happily sensed. Directly reached the peak of first fate. Must seize this opportunity, at least saving several months compared to others. But the color of this fate soul is a bit strange. Since the Holy Orchid Institute appeared, it has been dark red. And the dark red fate soul is much stronger than the colorless fate soul of his previous life, although he didn't understand it very well. But in short, it's a good thing. He clasped his hands together and concentrated his strength. Immediately, the nightmare demon fox shook violently. Inside the demon spirit churned like a tornado, Neely said. "Merge for me." Then, inside the demon spirit merged again. The furnace also immediately changed its inscriptions, and a source of aura burst out, illuminating the entire room. Neely felt like he was about to join the blind squad any second now that everything was settled. Neely instantly froze, panting as he looked, then reached out to receive the demon spirit, exclaiming, "Finally succeeded. After breaking through to heavenly fate, I finally suppressed their fusion. This is a dragon bloodline demon spirit of God level with growth potential, and it's even mutated. Selling it on the market would be a bit of an exaggeration, better to fuse it myself." Thinking this, he immediately merged with the demon spirit and closed his eyes to sense it. Tries to realize it was a dragon. This demonic beast's dragon bloodline is quite pure. A fully grown Saint Blood-winged wyvern can reach the martial ancestor level, and this Saint Blood-winged wyvern's scales aren't red, and the thorns on its back are long and wavy, making it much stronger than the average one. This is a top-tier creature. I can feel an extraordinarily powerful force within its body. After so long, I've finally found my third demon spirit. Neely's vine from his soul realm instantly sprouted another branch, stabbing directly into this dragon. He determined. This demon spirit has currently reached the heavenly fate realm, and with its invincible physical body and dragon breath it can absolutely super challenge stronger enemies. Neely suddenly woke up, feeling his body had completely fused. "Now, I've finally truly entered." Then he stored away the nightmare demon fox and said, "Its power still needs to be tested in actual combat to be truly understood. Moreover, the Saint Blood-winged wyvern has many powerful combat skills waiting for me to gradually discover." He looked around the room, saying, "If the Saint Blood-winged wyvern transforms, this whole room might explode. After all, Xiao Yu rented this place. I should take some time to find another place to test it out. Now that I'm heavenly fate, my control over the nightmare demon fox should be greatly improved, so I can make a lot of money and train everyone and the dragon bloodline demon spirit." Saying this,
He looked up at the moonlight, remembering Ye Zong. He's probably very happy.
In the next few months, besides attending classes and cultivating, Nili went crazy fusing demon spirits after returning to the villa. Leveraging Jiyubei's wide network, he bought a large number of ordinary dragon bloodline demon spirits with growth potential, then sold off the satisfactory or excellent growth potential demon spirits, and even occasionally put up rare transcendent grade growth potential ones. Nili's assets reached over 1 million spirit stones. Having such a large amount of wealth, he finally refined more dragon bloodline god-level demon spirits, giving 2 of them to Lu Piao and Jiyubei. Although Xiao Yu politely refused, she eventually had to accept one. The next few days were peaceful. With spirit stones, everyone focused entirely on cultivation.
After all, one had to be at least at the Two-Fate realm to dare venture out into the outside world. According to Nilia's cultivation speed, he was almost at his goal.
Jiyubei then walked into the small courtyard, looking around,
searching for Nili,
who was planting a banana tree next to a tree trunk. Seeing Jiyubei, he asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Jiyubei excitedly announced, "I got some news. Today, some disciples from the Tianyin Divine Sect and the Fire God Sect are coming here."
Hearing this, Ni Neli asked in surprise. Tianyin Divine Sect, Jiyubei happily confirmed. That's right, it said that all the disciples of the Tianyin Divine Sect are women, and they're all as beautiful as immortals. Should we go take a look? Lu Piao said seriously.
Then let's go quickly, Nikli also enthusiastically said. Then let's go, surprising Jiyubei, who laughed. Ha ha, I didn't expect you, Nikli, to be interested in this too, Jiyubei explained. The disciples of the Tianyin Divine Sect and the Fire God Sect come to the Wushan Sect once every year. Besides the geniuses competing with each other, it's also to trade some items. For example, the Tianyin Sect produces Tianyin Du. It's an absolute holy product for cultivation. Speaking of the Tianyin Divine Sect, this sect is really different from other sects. From top to bottom, they're all female disciples. And only a small number of young women in the sect are allowed to marry outsiders.
So unlike us, the Tianyin Divine Sect is extremely united. And now the sect's strength is surpassing the Fire God Sect. As for the Fire God Sect, there's nothing to talk about. Scene change at the Tianxing Institute. In the main hall, people were packed so tightly it was suffocating.
Everyone was squeezing to the point of almost losing their breath. Unable to bear it, they rushed out, panting. Jiyubei then had an idea. Why do we have to squeeze in the main hall? I'll take you guys to the Tiandian. Outside are all ordinary disciples. The family disciples of the great divine sects, the geniuses, are all gathered inside the Tiandian. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Tianling Institute, the 6 great divine sects of the Dragon Ruins realm have allied together, fighting with the 3 evil sects for territory. To maintain the relationship between the sects and the alliance, the younger generations of the sects will meet and exchange ideas. Of course it's necessary. And this year is when the Tianyin Divine Sect and the Fire God Sect are visiting the Wushan Sect. Zhao Ningye also appeared here. She's currently at the 5 Fate, Heavenly Fate realm. Xiao Shui asked her, "Ningzhi, do you think Nili and Lu Piao are coming?" Ningzhi replied, "I don't know." Then she sighed, looking around to observe.
Suddenly Shen Ling, with her fiery figure, sat close to Ningire and asked her, "Who are you looking for?"
Annoyed, Xiao Shu put her hands on her hips and said to Shen Ling, "What's it to you who we're looking for?"
Shen Ling laughed and said, "Junior sister Ninger is one of the most promising geniuses of our Heavenly Note sect. She's already reached the 5 Fate realm at such a young age. In the future, she'll be one of our heavenly proud daughters. If junior sister Ninger likes some young master, of course I have to care. Who exactly is it that has moved our sect's fairy? Unless it's someone I know."
Ninger turned and replied, "Sorry to trouble senior sister Shen. You probably wouldn't know the person I'm looking for." Shen Ling then gave a fake smile and said, "What a pity, I thought it was young Master Ye." Then Shen Ling pouted and laughed, making Ninger sigh in dismay, thinking that young Master Yi must have gotten some benefits from Ye Xuan. He's at the 9 Fate Heavenly Star realm, and all day long he's talking about young Master Ye in front of me. He's indeed very outstanding and has great power, but in my heart there's only room for one person. At this moment, Murong came over and asked Ye Xuan, "You seem very interested in the young lady from the Heavenly Note sect." Seeing Ye Xuan's blank expression, Murong laughed and said, "With young Master Ye Xuan's background, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping your hand?" Ye Xuan retorted Murong's words. "You're wrong. Everyone in this world has their own preferences. Some are greedy for money, some are lustful. But how could those vulgar women catch my eye?"
Hearing this, Murong asked in surprise, "Could it be that young Master Ye Xuan truly values this woman's iron will? Even a handsome and refined man like young Master Ye Xuan can't move her heart? What kind of identity does she have?"
Ye Xuan replied, "I've already inquired. She's a genius from the newest class of the Heavenly Note sect. From the Little Linglong world. Hearing about the Little Linglong world, Murong was shocked. Yechuan continued happily. She reached the Five Fate realm at a young age and is known as one of the rising twin stars of the Heavenly Note sect. In fact, her cultivation speed is admirable, but she doesn't have any notable background. Murong laughed and said, "Indeed, a graceful lady is a gentleman's good match. As the saying goes, a handsome face is no match for a thick face." But Yechuan put on a sullen face and said, "No way!
She's very interesting, and it's hard to even have a conversation with her. I've tried countless ways on this trip." Then he glanced at Ning'er with infatuated eyes.
Meanwhile, at another table, a young man saw Ning'er and exclaimed, "That's the girl Yechuan likes." The person next to him reminded, "Keep your voice down." They immediately began to discuss. A peerless beauty, truly a fairy descended from the heavens. What kind of person is she? The person next to him said, "Since she came from the Heavenly Note sect, she must be no ordinary person. It seems young Master Yechuan hasn't caught her eye. If she doesn't like young Master Ye, then who could it be?" Suddenly, Ning'er stood up abruptly, excitedly ran off, and her eyes seemed to light up.
Yechuan looked on in surprise. It turned out that Ningxier had seen Ni Li at this moment, and Lu Piao also pointed in their direction. Ning'er ran over and shouted, "Ni Li!" He turned around and smiled, recognizing Ning'er, and Xiao Shu as well. Before he could react, Ning'er rushed over and gave Ni Li a tight hug. Her eyes welled up with tears as she called out. He worriedly asked, "Ning'er, did someone bully you?" He gently patted her back to comfort her. Ning'er wiped her eyes and smiled, saying,
"No, I'm just very happy." "How's life in the martial god sect?" Ni Li replied. "Very good." However, Ni Li immediately became the focus of attention. "Who is that kid? Why is she with him?" The purple-haired guy spoke up, saying, "Don't you know? He's a rising genius within our martial god sect. Even Long Yuyin has been subdued by him." Hearing this, everyone exclaimed, "So it's him." At this moment, Long Yuyin glanced at Ning'er and raised her cup to drown her sorrows. On Yechuan's side, seeing the woman in his heart hugging another guy, his jaw dropped in shock, Murong reminded.
"Young Master Yechuan, it seems Zhao Ningxier already has an owner," Yechuan calmly replied.
"If that's the case, then I'll just have to give up." Annoyed, Murong snorted coldly and laughed, saying,
"Young Master Yechuan seems to lack confidence. That Ni Li hasn't even reached the Heavenly Star Realm, and his background isn't outstanding at all. He's just using his smooth tongue to deceive an inexperienced young girl. Young Master Yechuan is already retreating so quickly." Hearing this, Yechuan was surprised.
"He hasn't even reached the Heavenly Star Realm." Immediately, the aggressive guys burst into laughter, saying, "WTF, a mere Earth Fate Realm kid, how could he be worthy of such a beloved goddess?" On Nili's side, he turned to see Ji Bei standing alone, and introduced him to Ning'er. "This is my friend, Ji Bei." He went over and gave a friendly smile, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law." These words made Ning'er shy, and she quickly looked around to confirm if he was talking about her. Nili cheerfully suggested, "Let's not stand here, let's find a place to sit and talk." They went to an empty table. Nili turned to ask, "Isn't Xingyun coming?"
Ning'er said, "Xingyun was chosen to cultivate in a secret realm within the Heavenly Note Divine Sect. We can't contact her." Ni Li pulled out a chair and thought to himself, "I wonder what kind of secret realm Xingyun entered and if she's doing okay." Then he chivalrously invited Ning'er to sit down. As Ning'er shyly thanked Ni Li, Li Xingyun suddenly laughed and asked, "Can I sit here?" Ni Li nodded in agreement. Ji Bei, standing beside him, also greeted Li Xingyun warmly. They greeted each other, laughing and talking happily. Then, a polite voice came from behind, asking, "May we sit here?" Yechuan and Murong Yu came over, pointing to the empty seats. Ning'er turned back in surprise, recognizing Yechuan and Murong Yu. Suddenly, Xiao Shu appeared next to the empty seat and winked at Ning'er, causing Yechuan to scratch his head awkwardly and say with a smile, "Sorry, then we'll just sit opposite you, that's fine." The two young men pulled out chairs and sat down, leaving Ni Lin speechless. Lu Piao and Xiao Shu were chatting non-stop. Ji Bei came to Ni Li's side and said with a smile, "We'll have to squeeze a bit." Ni Li happily agreed. As Ji Bei was pulling out a chair to sit down, Long Yuyin suddenly appeared and snatched the spot, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Li Xingyun quickly pulled out a chair for Ji Bei, saying, "Young Master Ji, let's sit here." And so, a small table was filled with people. At this moment, the outside of the Heavenly Spirit Hall was peaceful and deserted. But inside, it was crowded and lively, with laughter and chatter echoing around. On Nili's side, Yi Han poured wine and said, "Today's banquet is organized by the higher-ups of the three major divine sects for us to interact with each other, so that we can help and take care of each other if we enter the greater world in the future. I, Yi Han, respectfully toast you all. Today, everyone is friends." Ye Han raised his glass and drained it, but everyone ignored him.
Some closed their eyes to rest, while others happily chatted together. Lu Piao and Xiao Shu were flirting, making Ye Xuan think, "Oh, my hometown river, referencing a very sad song.
Standing there silently, only Murong glanced over, smiling faintly. Then he stood up, raised his glass and said,
"Young Master Yi is right. Before, in the Ghost Ruins land, because I didn't know junior brother Ni Lai, I offended him. I asked junior brother Ni Li to forgive me." With that, he drained his glass. Ni Lai then said, "Senior brother Murong is joking. Senior brother Murong is a senior in the 5th rank Fate Celestial Realm. To be guided by you is something I couldn't even ask for. I hope to see senior brother again inside the Ghost Ruins land next time."
Murong said, "That's for sure, anytime." But in his heart he sneered, "Haha, beat you until your face is swollen. Ni Li wants to be tortured again." Li Xingyun glanced over and reminded Murong, "You've challenged me so many times, haha. If I hadn't held back, you might have become a cripple long ago. Remember the last time I told you to scram if you ran into me? Looks like you didn't understand at all." Ji Yubei curled his lip and smiled upon hearing this. Ye Xuan turned to ask, "This must be Li Xingyun, right? I often hear my father talk about you. Our Ye clan of the Fire God sect and the Shangyan family of the Martial God sect can be considered acquaintances." Li Xingyun immediately recognized the Yin clan. He tapped his finger on the table, thinking that the Fire sect was the strongest family, holding 6 parts of the power within the Fire God sect, and asked, "May I ask how I should address you?" He smiled lightly and replied, "Ye Xuan." Li Xingyun thought that he was the direct descendant young master, so he raised his glass politely. Ni Li looked at Ye Xuan, assessing him. It seemed that this Ye Xuan's identity was not simple, but in short it had nothing to do with him. Just don't be like Murong and cause trouble. Suddenly, Ye Xuan glanced at the goddess, and saw her smiling and talking happily with Ni Li, making him sigh, thinking, "Young girls are easily blinded by love." The 6 major divine sects in the Dragon Ruins realm are all ruled by families. No matter how good your talent is, without a family to rely on you can never grow into a great tree. How can you have a future following him? He looked at Ning Zhe and sighed. What a pity. On this side, Niklia asked Ning Skyer, "How many days do you guys want to stay at the Martial God sect?" She replied, 2 days. Neely was stunned and said bluntly, "Come to my place tonight, okay?" Ninger's face changed, and she was shocked. Ji Yubei, who was listening on the side, spat out the water in his mouth. Ninger blushed shyly and nodded, thinking, if Neely leaned in and whispered, "I'll make a god-level growth-type demon spirit for you to fuse with." Hearing this, Ninger realized that it was just her own overthinking, and her face turned red as if she was about to explode, leaving Nika Li completely confused. Long Yu Yin glanced silently without saying a word. Ni Lai blankly asked Ninger, "Are you listening?" She dazedly hummed, thinking to herself, "Does Ni Li understand my feelings?" At this moment the crowd became commotion, and suddenly someone shouted, "My aura is running wild." While panicking, a young man in pure white clothes suddenly appeared, and everyone exclaimed that it was Long Tianming. He actually came too. This Long Tianming is at the 9-star Heavenly Star realm, the curly-haired guy nearby introduced. He is the first heir of the Long Yin family, the chosen one for the next term of the sect master. It's not easy to meet Long Tianming. He usually concentrates on cultivation. It seems he just came out of seclusion today. Everyone was surprised when he walked towards Niling's table. Long Tianming said, "Brother Ye Xuan is here too." Ye Xuan respectfully greeted. "How are you, Brother Long?" "It's been almost 3 years since we parted at the Divine Sect last time." Long Tianming smiled lightly and replied, "It's been a long time indeed. Brother Ye Xuan's cultivation has also improved quite a bit." Ye Xuan gave a forced smile. "Brother Long is too kind. It's Brother Long's cultivation that makes it hard for others to keep up." Ye Xuan was ashamed. Then, Long Tianming turned to Long Yuyin and asked, "Oh, so cousin is here too?" Long Yuyin turned away unhappily. Immediately, he glanced at the side and met Li Xingyun's glare. He turned to Ye Xuan and said, "It seems Brother Yi has friends, so I won't bother you anymore. If you're free these 2 days, please come to my place for tea. We can reminisce about the old days. I have to go see other friends." Ye Xuan smiled and agreed. "Brother Long, please go do your thing." So Long Tianming turned and left. Ni Li watched him leave, thinking, "Long Tianming, I'm very impressed. In my previous life, the internal struggles of the Wushen sect were also like a fog to me. As an outsider, I didn't understand the reasons. But in the end, I realized that the only one who benefited from all of this was him." Long Tianming served as the sect master for a period of time, and then obtained the qualifications to be a celestial ancestor. After he left, the Wushen sect fell apart. It's undeniable that his strength and scheming are top-notch. He's a difficult guy to deal with, but he doesn't even see me as anything. He didn't even bother looking at me just now. At this time, Ye Xuan laughed and sat down, pretending to say, "I didn't expect to be found by Brother Long even when sitting here." This made Li Xingyun give him an unpleasant look.
Ni Li said to Li Xingyun, I heard that some treasures from the 3 major divine sects will be sold here later. I wonder if there's anything that will interest people. Li Xingyun smiled and replied, Of course, each time the 3 major divine sects auction, they take out some rare items for auction to prevent the geniuses in the major divine sects from losing interest in participating.
Murong Yu chimed in and said, Could it be that junior brother Ni Li is also interested in the treasure auction? Each auction does indeed have some rare treasures, but those items cost thousands of spirit stones to obtain, and the expensive ones can cost tens of thousands of spirit stones.
Ni Li casually replied, Oh, is that so? Let me go take a look. This made Murong smile mockingly. Then go take a look, haha.
Suddenly, Li Xingyun, who was sitting next to him, also wanted to burst out laughing. When Murong turned to him in confusion, he said, It's nothing, he thought to himself. This kid Ni Li is really talking in a serious manner. The spirit stones in his hands are probably tens of thousands.
Ye Xuan added, This auction has many holy grade cultivation items, such as heavenly yin dew. Many people probably don't want to miss it, Ji Yubei asserted. Although heavenly yin dew is good, it's not as good as this year's finale. I wonder what the finale will be. Ye Xuan agreed. That's right. The last finale was a 3rd grade spirit beast, Cloud Crane, which sold for more than 60,000 spirit stones. However, only Brother Long and the others are qualified to compete for these items.
Ni Lai and the others were talking excitedly,
when suddenly, Ningir tugged at his sleeve, saying, Look. Suddenly, a beautiful and gentle girl like a fairy appeared. Ningir introduced. That is the saintess of our heavenly yin divine sect, Ming Yue Wushuang.
Ni Li looked and exclaimed,
So that's what she looks like. Thinking to himself, she's the top-ranked expert in the entire Longshu realm. She can kill the entire demon god sect alone and slay 2 super powerful powerhouses. And yet she's such a beautiful and refined woman. You really shouldn't judge a book by its cover.
But Ningxia pointed and said,
And there, that's Yan Yang of the Fire God sect, Ni Li asked in surprise. Yan Yang, isn't that the Fire God sect's leader from 100 years later? This little gathering is turning into a reunion of powerhouses from my past life. Yan Yang ushered in an era belonging to the Fire God sect. At that time, the Fire God sect looked down upon the world and once suppressed the Demon God sect, to the point they couldn't raise their heads. It's a pity that even the mightiest of the 6 great sects can't defy fate. They still couldn't stand against the power of the sacred ancestor grounds, not to mention the sacred emperor. But even if my past life's cultivation could surpass the sacred emperor, it would still be difficult to win against his overwhelming power.
The sacred emperor has reigned for hundreds of millions of years,
grasping all of time and space. Relying on one person's strength alone would only lead to the same ending as my previous life. Thinking of this, he realized he needed more allies. He turned to look at Long Tianming, then at Mingyu and Yan Yang.
Ni Li thought, the holy maiden of the Heavenly Note sect, the future leader of the Fire God sect. This trip is turning out pretty good. Ni Li then sent a voice transmission to Ji Yubei, saying, How do you think I can get in touch with those 2, Mingyue Wushuang and Yan Yang?
Ji Yubei was startled, and replied via voice transmission, Don't ask me such difficult questions, I'm not qualified to meet them. At most, I just know which courtyard they're resting in. Ni Li nodded with a faint smile. Ji Yubei pouted and said, Ni Li, don't mess around. Those 2 are honored guests of the martial god sect. Ni Li just smiled slyly, making Ji Yubei break out in a cold sweat. As time passed, someone stepped onto the stage. Ji Yubei's eyes glazed over as soon as he saw the beautiful girl. A woman with radiant orange hair stood on the platform and announced, It's a great honor to be at the martial god sect today. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Note sect, named Jin Yu. As always, we will be holding an auction at this gathering. Many treasures from the 3 major sects will be auctioned off, and we hope for your enthusiastic support. The young men below were all eager and focused their eyes on the stage. Jin Yu announced, The first auction item is a growth-type god-level blood dragon spirit, a blood rage earth dragon. Ni Lai was also impressed. A growth-type god-level, Ji Yubei was equally shocked to hear about the blood dragon spirit. Everyone began to bid enthusiastically, and the price gradually rose to 15,000 spiritual stones. Ye Xuan said to Ningir, Junior sister Ningir, if you need a growth-type god-level blood dragon spirit, I'll buy it. But Ningir flatly replied, No need. Lu Piao couldn't help but grin. Ni Li turned to whisper, How about I make you a god tier 1? She nodded with a faint smile, her face flushed and her eyes full of affection. Ni Li's offer irritated Ye Xuan. Quickly, the first item was sold for 27,500 spiritual stones. Jin Yue announced. Thus the 6th one has also been sold. This is the last one. Congratulations, Gu Bei sighed. The fire god sect's disciples are really rich. No wonder they're the leaders of the 6 great sects. They managed to get all 6 demon spirits so quickly. Jin Yue introduced the next item. Being auctioned is a bottle of demon spirit essence. This bottle of demon spirit essence has been verified as being of heavenly star grade, with a starting price of 10,000 spiritual stones. Is anyone interested? Neely looked at it and thought, demon spirit essence. This is something that can increase the strength of a demon spirit. They're bringing out such valuable items right at the start.
Then he glanced at Gu Bei and said, "Help me buy this bottle of demon spirit essence," Gu Bei replied. "Don't worry." Just as he was about to raise the price, Murong suddenly bid 11,000 spiritual stones. Gu Bei turned to look at him unhappily and bid 11,100 spiritual stones. Murong, equally displeased, raised the price 12,000 spiritual stones.
But Gu Bei immediately and casually raised the price 12,100 spiritual stones.
Murong bid again 13,000. At this moment someone sighed and was about to bid. But the person next to him stopped him and said, "Wait a minute. Let's watch the show first."
On this side, Gu Bei raised his chin and bid 13,100 spiritual stones, making Murong furious. He thought, "You little brat, trying to stand up for Ni Li, huh?" He immediately bid 15,000. Feeling the pinch, he thought, "If I bid any higher, I'll be broke." But Gu Bei still provocatively and calmly raised the price 15,100 spiritual stones, making Ye Xuan stunned, thinking, "This Gu Bei is really rich. I only have 30,000 spiritual stones in hand. If I were to buy this bottle of essence, I'd have to reconsider."
At this price, Murong's face fell, and he said,
"If brother Gu needs it, then I'll yield to you."
Gu Bei pouted and asked, "Yield? Can I even yield this bottle of demon spirit essence to you?" Someone on the other side bidding 16,000 spiritual stones. Gu Bei scornfully said to Murong Yu, "See that? There are tons of people bidding. If you don't have money, then don't cause trouble and make a fool of yourself," making Murong furious and snort coldly. But he still forced a fake smile and said, "Then brother Gu continue to compete." Gu Bei nonchalantly said, "That's a given. 17,000. Hearing the price, the other young men were stunned. Jin Yue happily announced, "Looks like there are no new bids. Congratulations to this senior brother. But don't worry everyone, next up we have 5 more bottles of demon spirit essence." Murong Yu thought in surprise. There's still more. But when Jin Yu added that they were of heavenly fate level, Murong Yu said dejectedly, "Nothing interesting at all."
But then Gu Bei continued to bid on the following bottles. The transaction was completed. The bottles of demon spirit essence were neatly arranged on the table, with Gu Bei wearing a smug look on his face.
Ye Xuan reminded,
"Brother Gu, demon spirit essence is good, but now you've spent all your money. I'm afraid you won't be able to buy good stuff later." Gu Bei glanced at him and said, "This is none of your business. I hate those who pretend to be big shots when they don't have money." This made Ye Xuan feel guilty. He coughed lightly a few times and said, "I was just kindly reminding you. If brother Gu doesn't accept it, then forget it." The young men next to him also wondered and asked the people at that table, "What's going on?" One of them explained with a smile, "Haha, it's Gu Bei. He's famous for being a playboy. It would be strange if he didn't cause trouble. Moreover, there are 2 beauties at that table." Meanwhile, Long Yu thought with a gloomy face, "What am I doing here?" recalling what her master said before.
"Yinjer, with such a hot temper, no matter how beautiful you are, no man will like you."
These words surprised Long Yu, and she snorted coldly, saying, "Since when did I need men to like me?" Back to the present, she looked at Ni Lai, feeling like she was slapping herself in the face with those words. On the stage, Jin Yu took out the next treasure, the celestial sound dew. Then she advertised, "The celestial sound dew is made by alchemists of the celestial sound sect, who collected various herbs to refine it. Its medicinal power is much stronger than spirit stone essences. Most importantly, the celestial sound dew is easy to absorb, so the effect is even more obvious."
The crowd cheered excitedly. Jin Yu reassured them, "Everyone, don't be impatient. We brought 100 bottles of celestial sound dew this time, and we'll auction off 3 bottles at a time."
Hearing this, the crowd was very excited and gathered to ask each other, "How much money do we have to gather to make a bid?"
While excitedly shouting the price. 10,000, someone suddenly said. 10,000, 1,000. This made the young men stunned and shout, "Why are you raising the price like that? There are 100 bottles anyway. Wait for the next round." Jin Yu then finalized the price. 10,000, 1,000. Next round starts. Just as 10,000 was said, everyone excitedly bid, but someone continued to raise the price. 12,000. Final offer.
Everyone turned to ask, "Who is that? They're really rich." Gu Bei smiled and said, I'll leave the remaining 3 bottles to you. Everyone doesn't need to be so tense. Everyone discussed among themselves, saying, how can this guy get everything? He must have spent tens of thousands of spirit stones already, right? How much resources did the Gyu family give this good-for-nothing? But Gyu Bei was still smiling enthusiastically. Xiao Ning'er said to Ni Li, I have a lot of celestial sound dew. When we get back, I'll give you dozens of bottles. I can't use it all up anyway. I'll give it all to you. Ni Li smiled and agreed, thinking,
because of the vine in my soul sea, my cultivation progress is much slower than others, but every time I advance, my strength increases far beyond others.
This vine is a black hole that absorbs energy, but I can feel that when it's nourished, it's definitely not ordinary. The resources in my hand are far from enough, so Ni Li turned to signal Gyu Bei. Every time he did, Gyu Bei understood and said, don't worry. Then he announced, I want this too, I want that too. He kept closing deals, causing everyone to hold their heads and scream.
You little bastard. Murong Yu sat here, green with envy. Jin Yu's familiar words rang out. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Then congratulations to this senior brother. Gyu Bei smiled happily. Ah hi. This made Murong Yu's heart ache, and he said, you little bastard, you raise the price every time I want to buy something, right?
With a face as gloomy as shit, Jin Yue announced, the next treasure is the 3rd grade Mystic Heavy Iron Armor. Hearing this, Gyu Bei was surprised and determined. Great, I must get this. But Ni Li thought, this thing is nothing special. Jin Yu said with a smile, starting price, 8,000 spirit stones. The crowd then competed to bid enthusiastically.
Gyu Bei loudly shouted, 11,000 spirit stones. This made everyone speechless. Jin Yue raised her hand and asked, 11,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Then Murong said sternly, 12,000 spirit stones. Gyu Bei hummed and raised the price. 13,000 spirit stones. Murong Yu glanced at him contemptuously, thinking, what an idiot. He has money but no brains. He just keeps raising the price of what I want to buy, when this thing is only worth 10,000 spirit stones.
That's why I'm a genius and you're just a dumbass playboy. Only an idiot would spend money on this crap, he thought, then slammed the table and shouted a price. 14,000 spirit stones.
He excitedly thought that Gyu Bei would bid higher, waiting for him to shout a price.
But everyone was stunned. Ni Li muttered, 14,000. I overpaid. The entire room was waiting for Gyu Bei's offer, but he suddenly yawned widely, leaving everyone confused.
Then Gyu Bei turned and said, Mu Shuang, if you want this Xuanzhong Ziyi armor, just take it. I, Gyu Bei, am magnanimous and won't haggle with you. This made Mu Shuang break out in a cold sweat, stunned in surprise.
Everyone snickered. Mu Rong swallowed hard and asked Gyu Bei, why aren't you raising the price? Suddenly, Gyu Bei grinned and slammed the table, saying, this Xuanzhong Ziyi armor is worth at most 10,000 spirit stones, and someone wants to waste 14,000 spirit stones to buy it. Only a moron would do that. He then laughed mockingly, making Mu Rong Yu gnash his teeth, unable to speak, causing everyone to laugh at him. Mu Rong thought, how is this kid so sure how much I'll raise the price? Suddenly, he paused, then deduced, thinking back to how you bid against me before, could it be that you wanted to probe my wealth? Gyu Bei. Is this guy pretending, right?
Damn it, I was careless. Ye Xuan, sitting beside him, called out. Mu Rong, the auctioneer, is announcing that 14,000 spirit stones is the final price. Ye Xuan reminded him that buying this Xuanzhong Ziyi armor was a bit reckless, but Mu Rong Yu sighed. 14,000 spirit stones is nothing. Consider it a token of my sincerity. Gyu Bei immediately mocked, I wonder if there's anything good coming up next. Mu Shuang is so generous, you definitely need a few more items. Lu Piao also grinned, and Ning secretly smiled, thinking,
as expected of Ni Li's friend, full of wicked ideas, like Ni Li who never suffers losses. At another table, several people looked over and asked, isn't that Gyu Bei? His older sister lost her position as heir due to illness, and Gyu Bei himself spends his days loafing around, not even qualified to be an heir. Everyone thought he was a good-for-nothing. It seems these rumors are a bit off, huh? Another person said, that's right, to have such financial resources, I'm afraid his background is not simple. On Long Tianming's side, he glanced over and thought, hiding for so long, and now he reveals himself as Gyu Bei? Does the Gyu family give their disciples so much money? Or does he run some kind of business himself?
It's a pity. The Gyu clan is one of the 3 great families of the Wushen sect. Among these youngsters, besides Gyu Heng, no one has such outstanding talent. But even Gyu Heng is hardly worth my attention. In the Wushen sect, the only ones worth my attention are Li Yufeng and him.
To step onto the position of sect master, he is my biggest obstacle. Suddenly, a blonde-haired guy shouted, another mature growth-type dragonblood demon spirit is up for auction. The bald guy added, there are really a lot of mature, growth-type dragonblood demon spirits being auctioned this year. Long Tianming laughed and said, that's right, another person said. In previous years, it was rare to see one or two of these types of demon spirits, but this year they're being sold continuously. A dozen of them. The person next to him agreed. And it doesn't seem to be ending. Over here, Ni Li was silently observing when Ji Yu Bei transmitted his voice, asking, "I've already sold 2. Is that enough?"
Meanwhile, Li Xingyun said sternly, "What's the use of just a growth type?" He snorted and drained his cup in one gulp.
Ye Xuan also sighed in agreement. That's right, Mu Rongyu also sighed, looking sullen.
Ni Li looked over and thought, Li Xingyun's talent is no less than Long Tianming's. It's a pity that because of his status as the son of a concubine, the Shangyan family can't give him a growth-type dragon blood demon spirit. Li Xingyun became a hegemon in his previous life, and eventually naturally obtained a god-level dragon blood demon spirit, but he is still in a depressed state, lacking momentum. Suddenly, Ni Li transmitted his voiceover, saying, "Li bro, I have a deal. I wonder if you're interested."
Li Xingyun asked. "What deal?" Ni Li replied. "If Li bro is really interested, I might be able to create a demon spirit that you want." Hearing this, Li Xingyun gripped the cup in his hand and asked, "Are you talking about a Dragon Clan's growth-type dragon blood demon spirit?" Ni Li replied. "It will take some time," Li Xingyun asked directly. "Then what is the deal you're talking about? As long as I can get a god-level growth-type dragon blood demon spirit, the price is up to you." He thought to himself, "I'll sell all my assets. I might be able to gather enough." But Ni Li said, "No need for spirit stones. I only want 100,000. Making Li Xingyun surprised. Only 100,000? At this time, Ni Li added, "I want Li bro to agree to 3 requests.
The first request is to form an alliance with Li bro. In the future within the Wushen sect, no matter what happens, who I have conflicts with, Li bro must stand on my side." Li Xingyun immediately agreed, saying, "That's natural. Ni Li bro gives me a god-level dragon blood demon spirit for 100,000. It is not for free. I, Li Xingyun, am not a person who does not speak of righteousness. As long as it is not a matter of betraying the sect, within the scope of my ability, I will definitely do my best," Ni Li affirmed. "I certainly won't let Limbro have to betray the sect. That's not beneficial to me either. As for the remaining 2 requests, I haven't thought of them yet. I'll tell you when I have." As for the growth-type dragon bloodline demon spirit, I'll try my best to find one. Xu Feng nodded in agreement. Ni Li flashed a friendly smile, thinking to himself,
"To be honest, I still don't really understand Xu Feng. I just have a bit of an impression of him from my past life, so I'm willing to lend a hand."
Whether this collaboration will be profitable or not is still unknown, but 100,000 spirit stones should be enough to create a growth-type dragon bloodline demon spirit.
Then, he turned to Ji Yu Bei and asked through voice transmission, "What kind of influence do you currently have in your family?" He pondered and said, "If the clansmen see me as a playboy young master, how could I have any influence? At most, I have some connections accumulated by my father and uncles, and can only mobilize a few people. If my older sister could stand up, naturally many people would support her." "She was a genius back then, comparable to Long Tianming," Ni Li quickly objected. "It's best for your older sister to focus on cultivating to recover. I might need you to do some things next." Hearing this, Ji Yu Bei was quite surprised. "Ni Li, you saved my older sister. Just for that favor alone, I wouldn't refuse, even if it meant giving up my life." "Just tell me what you need me to do," Ni Li said. "It's not that dramatic. Today, you suddenly displayed such incredible financial resources, it's bound to attract the attention of some people in the Ji family. On one hand, you still need to keep it a secret. Don't reveal the source of the spirit stones," Ji Yu Bei agreed.
"Of course," Ni Li continued. "On the other hand, as we said before, we'll start step by step by pulling Ji Yu Heng down from his horse," Ji Yu Bei affirmed.
"My older sister was poisoned. That brat, Ji Yu Heng, definitely can't escape the connection. Even if you didn't say it, I would still deal with him. But Ji Yu Heng's position in the family is very stable, and he's also the #1 genius of the Ji Yu clan, so pulling him down from his horse will be extremely difficult. I'm not trying to dampen my own morale, but the gap between my strength and Ji Yu Heng's is still too wide right now." Ni Li said, "Of course, this can't be accomplished so quickly. In the near future, I will guide you in your cultivation. On the other hand, at the appropriate time, you need to show off a growth-type dragon bloodline demon spirit in front of your clansmen." Ji Yu Bei was stunned for a few seconds, then sighed and said, "Yeah, I also feel like the time has come."
Ni Li nodded and smiled, thinking, "The 3 major forces are the Wushen sect, the Shangyan family, the Ji Yu clan, and the Long Yin family. Both Xu Feng and Ji Yu Bei have the qualifications to compete for the position of heir. That leaves only the Long Yin family."
He then looked at Long Yin and concluded,
"Even though she's ranked near the bottom, she still has the qualifications. It's just that Long Yin is obsessed with martial arts and has no interest in fighting for power."
"But there's also a benefit to being obsessed with martial arts. She's all muscle, As long as I have a better relationship with her. Looking at Long Yuyin, he hesitated. Talking to her now is still a bit difficult. This should be done slowly.
Scene change. 2 hours later, Neely asked,
"How did this round of spending go?" Ji Yubei replied. "Already spent 170,000 to 180,000 spirit stones. Of course, there are still quite a few spirit stones left. Everything we bought was good stuff."
Saying that, he tossed the interspatial ring to Neely. He happily caught it and said, "Next, there will be a good show to watch." Immediately, Xin Yu, who was hosting the auction, spoke up.
"I'm sure everyone can't wait to know what the final treasure for today is, right? This item is extremely extraordinary. It is an ancient treasure, it's just that we still don't know its miraculous effect.
We only know that wearing it can increase the speed of cultivation.
But no one can deny its value." A very mysterious, high-level figure from a divine sect, who does not want to reveal their identity, hopes to give it to someone with fate.
Everyone started discussing.
Its origin, use, and the seller are all unknown. How mysterious. Hurry and let us see it, Miss Xin Yu. All eyes were focused on Xin Yu, who continued, "It seems everyone is very curious about this auctioned item. Then, bring the treasure here."
Immediately, 2 girls carried a tray onto the stage.
Neely wondered. "It's covered in brocade. Why is it so grand? What exactly is it?"
Xin Yu happily said, "Although it's a pity, we still haven't been able to research this item. What exactly is it? We can only confirm that it's definitely not ordinary."
The crowd immediately widened their eyes and sighed in admiration. Neely was shocked to realize that it was a scroll painting. Xin Yu was holding it in her hands, slowly pulling the scroll open before everyone's eyes. It was a painting of overlapping mountains, with 4 words written at the bottom: Wan Li He Shan, 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. The crowd immediately became excited, exclaiming, "This item is extraordinary." Ji Yubei also affirmed, "This is good stuff, amazing. It's just a souvenir painting, but it contains endless intent." He turned to Neely. This painting, seeing Neely motionless, he sighed. Looks like he's in shock.
Meanwhile, Neely thought absent-mindedly, "Why is it here and being auctioned off? This is weird."
This painting is the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting.
According to the records inside the Temporal Demon Spirit Book,
this was left behind by a super expert from the Archaic era, using a lifetime's worth of danking ink. After completing this Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting, that expert's energy was completely exhausted and they died.
And its main use isn't just to assist in cultivation.
What a waste of the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. If I can unleash all of its uses, it could even become my capital to contend with the Holy Emperor. It absolutely can't fall into anyone else's hands. He immediately turned to Ji Yubei and said, "No matter what, buy that Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. I'll cover the money." Ji Yubei immediately obeyed, saying, "Leave it to me. I don't need to know what it does. Just knowing it's not something simple is enough. Isn't money meant to be spent anyway?" Ji Yubei excitedly got ready. "All right, let's get this show on the road."
At this moment, Xin Yue didn't hesitate either and spoke.
"I'm sure everyone has sensed the extraordinary nature of this painting. Under normal circumstances, treasures like this would never be put up for auction. Even the high-level expert from the divine sect doesn't know all of its uses. Carrying it around is only for show." Everyone below hesitated upon hearing this. Even that expert doesn't know. "Are we going to spend a fortune buying it?" Xin Yu continued. Therefore, the great master who consigned this Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting said that if anyone can figure out the uses of this scroll, they are willing to spend 200,000 spirit stones to buy it back and take back the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting.
The crowd immediately burst into an uproar upon hearing the number 200,000. Gasping in amazement, Neely Li thought to himself, "This master really doesn't want to sell this painting." But he couldn't figure out the uses of the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting no matter what, so he had no choice but to sell it.
Xin Yu said, "If no one knows its use, then according to the owner of this painting, let's start the auction." Neely determined that those divine sect bigwigs definitely couldn't break the tens of thousands of inscription patterns contained within the painting, so how could they grasp the use of the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting? "Only I can unlock the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting," Xin Yu announced. "The starting price is 100,000 spirit stones." Hearing this number made everyone jump back in shock. How many people in the entire Sky Soul Institute have 100,000? Suddenly, the crowd fell silent. The atmosphere was still. Long Tianming suddenly spoke. "I'll buy it. 100,000 spirit stones." Everyone stared blankly and exclaimed, "It's Long Tian Kaming." They sighed and said, "Only high-level people like them can compete." But at this moment, Yan Yang crossed his arms and offered 120,000. Long Tianming looked at Yan Yang, then raised the price, 130,000. But Yan Yang still calmly raised the price. The number was pushed up to 160,000, making everyone's jaws drop at this number. Long Tianming smiled lightly and had to give up. Everyone sighed. The fire god sect is really rich, Xin Yu asked. Senior brother Yan Yang has offered 160,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone who will offer a higher price?
But suddenly a voice rang out. I'll offer 170,000 spirit stones, making the audience exclaim. It turned out that the person who bid was Mingyu. She spoke up and said, if anyone wants to bid higher, go ahead, no need to hold back. Yan Yang looked over and said with a smile,
logically speaking, if senior sister Mingyu wants it, I would give it to senior sister. It's just that I'm a little curious about this myriad miles, rivers and mountains painting, and this thing is suitable for the cultivation technique I practice, so I don't want to miss it. Therefore, I still hope senior sister Mingyu can forgive me, Mingyu replied with a carefree smile. It's okay, senior brother Yan Yang, please feel free. After smiling lightly at the beauty, Yan Yang immediately bid 200,000 spirit stones, making everyone exclaim in shock. Is this the holy son of the fire god sect? He's really rich. This is the holy son of the fire god sect, Yan Yang. The elders of the martial god sect don't have that many spirit stones either, and they're using them to exchange for a magic treasure with unknown effects, another person said. This thing is already Yan Yang's. Is his cultivation technique really related to the myriad miles, rivers and mountains painting? The person next to him retorted. It's probably just bragging, he just wants to buy it. In short, it absolutely can't fall into the hands of others. Suddenly, at this moment, Ji Bei leisurely walked out, causing everyone to look over. He said, I once heard a senior talk about the myriad miles, rivers and mountains painting. A great expert set up a myriad spirit lock inside. Even if young master Yan Yang buys it, it won't have the slightest effect. How about you yield it to me? I'll offer 210,000 spiritual stones. Everyone laughed mockingly. Haha, why is Ji Bei raising the price himself? Isn't it just the myriad spirit lock? The guy with glasses sneered, thinking he was smart, saying, Ji Bei wants to raise the price to find an excuse, just to give Yan Yang a step down. Get it? Yan Yang then spoke. This gathering of the three major divine sects is originally to help each other communicate. Peace is precious. Everyone can freely compete for the price. The highest bidder wins. No need to mind the identity. Junior brother Ji, please feel free. One guy was stunned and praised. As expected of Yan Yang, extraordinary demeanor, Qin Yu happily confirmed. Senior brother Yan's words are very true. 210,000. Anyone else want to bid? Immediately Yan Yang raised the price. 220,000. But Ji Bei calmly raised the price. 230,000 spiritual stones, making Yan Yang stunned. The crowd wide-eyed and silent for a few seconds. Yan Yang announced, I withdraw from the contention for this myriad miles, rivers and mountains painting. I'll leave it to junior brother Ji Bei respectfully replied, then thank you, senior brother Yan Yang. Qin Yu announced, congratulations, Ji Bei. Although the penultimate treasure has been auctioned off, our auction is not over yet. Everyone, please look at the next treasure. Then the crowd started chattering again. On Ni Li's side, Ji Bei transmitted a message. A total of 20 transcendent dragonblood demon spirits with growth potential bought the myriad miles, rivers and mountains painting. 30 bottles of heavenly yin dew. Ni Li was surprised. There's still so much left? Selling dragonblood demon spirits really makes a lot of money. Plus, what I have on me, I still have 200,000 spiritual stones left. Ji Bei smiled and continued. Anyway, it's not every day that there's an auction like this. It's usually hard to buy goods. Ni Li confirmed. That's right, Ji Bei asked again. What do you think? Want to bid for anything else? But Ni Li smiled and replied, the harvest is enough. Thinking to himself, based on my inscription level, there's a good chance to open the myriad miles, rivers and mountains painting. I wonder if it's like what's said in the books, with endless magical effects. Even if I can find one use, it's worth the money. I have to open it when I get back. The crowd was already buzzing when Qin Yu announced, all right, our auction has ended. Next will be the Dao discussion round of this gathering. This Dao discussion round of ours is relatively interesting. The theme is Qin, Zither, Qi, chess, Shu, calligraphy, Hua, painting. Xin Yue announced the competition rules. Incorporate your understanding of the great Dao into the Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting for everyone to evaluate. One person excitedly said, if we can see Yan Yang's calligraphy, Mingyue Wushuang's painting, or hear their zither music, feel the Dao principles within, maybe it will be enough for our martial Dao to take another step forward. Qin Yue happily said to everyone, if this is a performance initiated by me, I am willing to embarrass myself. I hope you will enlighten me. The crowd immediately cheered and encouraged. Qin Yu went to the front of the zither. Then she sat down, reached out and plucked the strings, emitting sounds that traveled, causing dark clouds to gather in the sky, and heavy rain to pour down, making the trees flourish. The sound produced by Qin Yu was extremely melodious, making everyone intoxicated.
Qin Yu's zither music made the listeners seem to see a rushing stream.
Everyone was bathed in the cool water source, extremely enjoying it.
Someone exclaimed, "Wonderful! My soul sea is very excited." Ye Xuan had to sigh that this zither playing was like celestial music, truly making people happy and comfortable. The Tao principles contained within even made the aftertaste linger.
Others felt that the sound of Miss Qin Yu's zither music was like the sound of flowing water. The hidden feelings contained enlightenment. Truly unlike ordinary people, the lingering sound still echoed in the ears.
Mingyu Wushuang and Yan Yang both closed their eyes to appreciate it. Ni Li thought to himself, "I'm not good at performing, but Qin Yu's zither music is still far from the mystical sounds of my master."
At this time, Qin Yu had also finished performing, stood up to greet the audience, and then said, "Qin Yu has made everyone laugh again. Qin Yu was just opening the show, it's your turn next."
The bull-headed guy said timidly,
"Qin Yu's senior sister's zither music has already reached this level. It would be a real embarrassment for us to go up."
Ye Xuan on this side, seeing Ninger as if he wanted to show her, stood up from his seat
and said to everyone, "Since Miss Qin Yu has played her zither music for everyone to hear, then I don't mind embarrassing myself."
She pouted, pretending to be disgusted. Qin Yu happily said, "Please, senior brother Ye Xuan,
Qin, chess, calligraphy, painting. I wonder which one senior brother Ye Xuan will choose." Ye Xuan smiled. "I choose calligraphy."
Qin Yu quickly went to the table and said, "I'll grind the ink for senior brother Ye Xuan." He praised, a beauty adding fragrance to the scene. "I am extremely honored." Soon, Qin Yue had finished grinding the ink, and then respectfully invited Ye Xuan. He immediately picked up the brush and dipped it in ink, looking very impressive. He picked up the brush, scribbled for a few seconds, then lifted it.
All eyes in the audience were now focused on him. After finishing, he smiled and said, "Done." Qin Yu took it and showed it to everyone, then held up the painting for everyone to admire, which had the character Love written on it.
Seeing this character, everyone stared in amazement, exclaiming, "Love!" A masked person praised, "Senior brother Ye Xuan's calligraphy is excellent. Each stroke contains a mysterious realm. Senior brother Ye Xuan's single, Love, character is no less profound than Miss Qin Yu's performance."
The younger disciples were all exclaiming in admiration. The understanding within this love character contains profound Taoist thought. This insight is truly embarrassing. Ye Xuan then looked over at Ning Xie. Ni Li turned to tease Ning Xuan. "Looks like Ye Xuan has deep feelings for you, hee hee." Ning Xuan blushed and exclaimed, "Ni Li, don't make fun of me."
Seeing them happy together below, Ye Xuan felt a pang of disappointment and left the stage. Ni Li smiled and said, "Ye Xuan's up. Looks like I have to show off my talents a bit too, can't let him outshine me." This surprised Ninger. Li Xingyun thought to himself, Ni Li wants to show off too. Judging by his tone, he doesn't seem weaker than Ye Xuan. I wonder what Ni Li will demonstrate. His cultivation is pretty average after all. Could he have already gained an insight like Ye Xuan?
At this moment, when Ye Xuan returned to his table, Murong Yu praised, "Worthy of being young Master Ye, just a few strokes, and he inspires admiration." Ye Xuan responded modestly, "You flatter me. Well done, Murong brother." The crowd continued to buzz.
Suddenly, someone spoke up, I say, among all the Heavenly Palace disciples, senior brother Yan Yang, senior sister Ming Yu, and senior brother Long are the top three. Invite the three of them to come up and guide us. Others chimed in. That's right, guide us. Your understanding of the Tao must be extraordinary. Let us learn a little.
Qin Yu nodded in agreement. That makes sense. On Long Tianming's side, people told him to show off his talent, senior brother. He smiled lightly and replied, "Among the three of us, I'm the weakest."
He stood up and said, "Then I don't mind making a fool of myself. Afterwards, please invite senior sister Ming Yu and senior brother Yan Yang to come up." Everyone applauded wildly. Ni Li grimaced and thought, it's hard to compare to the performances those three put on. For Long Tianyuming to admit he's not as good as the other two right off the bat, he's really playing the game.
If it were my past life, I might even think he was being humble. Yan Yang glanced at Long Tianming and snorted coldly. He stepped onto the stage and said with a smile, "In front of Miss Qin Yu and brother Ye Xuan, who performed music and calligraphy respectively, but I can't play any instruments,
so I'll paint a picture." With that, he raised his brush, causing the people below to exclaim in anticipation. Long Tianming was holding the brush with a refined, scholarly air, but as soon as the brush touched the paper, a wave of overbearing power erupted, and his eyes lit up. This aura made everyone below feel like a storm was crashing down, and they cried out in alarm. Such a strong, overbearing aura. He scribbled for a while, and everyone below struggled to resist the force. When the brush stopped, a painting of a winged dragon was complete. He then put down the brush, flicked his sleeves with imposing air, and looked at Qin Yue, saying, "Please, enjoy." Qin Yu quickly thanked Senior Brother Long and held up the painting, saying, "Please, everyone, evaluate." Everyone looked at it and exclaimed in shock. Looking at the painting, a young man exclaimed, "Senior Brother Long's painting has extraordinary momentum, filled with the aura of the King's Way, making people fear and admire." Ye Xuan praised. The heavenly blood-sacred dragon that Senior Brother Long painted in the picture surveys the land, proudly looking down on all heroes, and also expresses Senior Brother Long's vast ambitions. Ni Lai, seeing this, froze and thought, "These people really know how to blow hot air." The Taoist thought inside Long Tianming's painting is, at most, just an overbearing aura. It's far from the King's Way. This painting has nothing to do with lofty ambitions. On the contrary, you can see his great ambitions, which matches what my master encountered in my previous life. Long Tianming is really a troublemaker. Long Tianming pretended to be modest, and said, "I've made my senior brothers and sisters laugh. Now of all the arts, only strategy remains. I wonder if the two of you are willing to show us your strategic skills." Hearing this, others asked excitedly, "These two want to show us their strategic skills. So isn't this about comparing the levels of Dabio intent? One's the holy son of the fire god sect, the other's the holy daughter of the heavenly sound sect. What's gonna happen? I'm hyped." Yan Yang chimes in, "I'm game." But Mingyue Wushuang says, "Please forgive my shortcomings, everyone. I rarely play Go, and I'm not very skilled in the art of Go. My Dao intent can't compare to junior brother Yan Yang, so I won't compete. I wouldn't want to be laughed at by the pros." Everyone then expresses their disappointment. Suddenly, Mingyu stands up and says, "Allow me to express myself through my art." The crowd cheers in excitement. Long Tianming thinks to himself, "Looks like Mingyue Wushuang is backing down. Honestly, even I wouldn't want to challenge Yan Yang. He's too OP." Mingyue Wushuang gracefully walks towards the zither. She lightly strums a few notes, and instantly a surge of power erupts. The listeners feel like they're floating on clouds. The entire audience closes their eyes, basking in the serenity. Over on Lu Piao and Xiao Shu's side, they're holding hands, lost in their bliss. Long Tianming is stunned, exclaiming, "I didn't expect senior sister Mingyu to have mastered the harmonious celestial zither melody. This music is truly extraordinary." Long Tianming admits defeat. Mingyu replies with a gentle smile, "Senior brother Long certainly has a discerning eye. This is indeed the harmonious celestial zither melody. My performance is over. Next, please." She gracefully steps down, but the audience is still immersed in the lingering melody. As Mingyu brushes past, Neely snaps out of it. Neely declares, "Regardless of their strength, Mingyue Wushuang's mental state surpasses Long Tianming by several levels. Perhaps only my master can surpass her." Next, the strongest one, Yan Yang, steps up. Everyone wonders, what will he perform? Yan Yang turns around and says, "Someone wanted me to display the art of Go earlier, but senior sister Mingyu didn't agree to perform with me. I'm a little disappointed. I'll just casually show something." With that, he reaches into the Go pot, takes out a black piece, and then he vanishes. Only the empty Go board remains, leaving everyone dumbfounded, asking, "Where'd he go?" Suddenly, the space shifts, and everyone's like, transported into the Go board. Then, they're surrounded by a vast desert. Someone blurts out, "The Go board's turned into a mini-world." Yan Yang places a Go piece down, and miraculously, rivers and vegetation are created, bursting with life. They're resurrected with full of the power of life, and everyone is like turned into plants. The audience is grooving, basking in the life force. When Yan Yang stands up and says, "If no one's competing, I'll wrap it up," Neely sighs in admiration. To think Yan Yang's so young, yet his understanding of Dao intent has reached this level. This is true kingly Dao. No wonder he can lead the fire god sect to usher in a golden age. After Yan Yang returns to his seat, Qin Yu announces, "Thank you, three senior brothers and sisters. You've truly broadened our horizons. I think there's no need to compare strengths anymore. The important thing is that the three of you have given us new insights into Daddio intent. Today's gains are equivalent to months of arduous cultivation. This trip was worth it." The audience agrees. "Yeah, our levels are way behind. We're ashamed of ourselves." Qin Yue asks, "Are there any other senior brothers, sisters, or junior brothers and sisters who'd like to show off their skills?" This makes everyone else shrink back, thinking, "After those three, who dares to go up?" HMPH. They turn to each other and ask, "You gonna go?" The other retorts, "Are you kidding? Going up now would be like teaching your grandma to suck eggs." When no one else dares, Neely stands up and says, "I'll go." Everyone stares at him in disbelief. Long Tianming and Ye Xuan stare with astonishment. The audience buzzes, asking each other, "Who is this guy?" Someone else says, "Isn't he supposed to be the top genius of the younger generation in the martial god sect? Haha, he wants to go up there and embarrass himself." Ye Xuan glances at Ningxia and thinks, "Even if you wanted to compete with me, you shouldn't have waited until now." Xiao Ningxia, "How could you be into such an idiot?" Mu Zhongyu facepalms in disdain. Meanwhile, Lu Piao excitedly shouted, Awesome! Ni Li's definitely got something new up his sleeve. Ni Li passing by, instructed Ji Yubei.
Later, you absolutely have to watch closely. Use your heart to see. Sensing the artistic conception within will greatly benefit your cultivation.
Hearing this, Ji Yubei was dumbfounded, but still nodded. Okay, Murong Yu sneered. Haha, look at the way he's acting, pretending to be generous.
Long Yu Yin wondered. Beneficial for cultivation. Why only Ji Yubei? What is Ni Li trying to show? As he stepped onto the stage, Qin Yu said, "This junior apprentice brother seems a bit young. For him to want to express himself already, we should really applaud his courage. We don't need to be too harsh."
The crowd below burst into laughter. Haha. Nikoli glanced at the paper and brushed beside him and said, "Someone wrote love poems earlier. This humble junior is untalented, but I'd like to offer a small contribution and write a character." Ye Xuan thought to himself. As expected, he's targeting me. How foolish. Even if he wants to compete with me, he should challenge Yan Yang and the others first. Even if he writes well now, he'll only be ridiculed more. Besides, he can't beat me. Ni Li smiled lightly and said, "This character is for someone with affinity." The crowd below jeered, "Ha! Who among us in the heavenly palace isn't a super genius from the three major divine sects? Who needs his guidance?" Others immediately burst into laughter. Ha! Seeing Ni Li's posture as he wrote, many people whispered to each other, "Judging by his aura, he hasn't even reached heavenly fate yet. Hey, this young man is a bit too full of himself. Youth is a good thing," someone reminded. "Don't talk. Pay attention to sensing his aura. Maybe his understanding of the Tao has something special." So everyone started staring intently at Ni Li. But a moment later, they looked at each other. What's going on? Why can't I sense any Dako intent? Then they realized he was simply writing a character. Morong Yu laughed as if he'd struck gold. Is this kid brain damaged? Ye Xuan also mocked. This round is about comprehending Tao intent. What's the meaning of this kid writing a single character? Qin Yu gently approached and asked. This brother, our round is about battling Tao intent. You have to infuse your comprehension of the Tao into your calligraphy, not simply display your calligraphy. But Ni Li ignored her and continued writing diligently. The people below covered their eyes and sighed in exasperation. I can't watch anymore. Another person laughed. I wonder what his master will think tomorrow. But then Ni Li lifted his brush and announced with a smile, My character is finished. Xin Yu's eyes widened as she stared in a daze, thinking, what does this represent, calligraphy? The people below were also curiously looking. When Xin Yu held it up for everyone to see, it was the character for sword, leaving everyone speechless. Xin Yu sighed in disappointment. Even if he writes the character, if there's no Tao intent in it, how can anyone evaluate it? Long Tianming snorted dismissively. The top newcomer of this class, I thought he was some kind of genius, but he's just a fool. He's really embarrassing the martial god sect. Ye Xuan loudly proclaimed, Ni Li Apprentice Brother really misunderstood the point. I admit my calligraphy isn't as good as Ni Li Apprentice Brothers, but what's the use of good calligraphy? Murong Yu was laughing so hard he couldn't pick himself up. Even senior brother Ye Xuan is sighing that his calligraphy isn't as good as Ni Li Apprentice Brothers. He's truly reached the highest level, haha. The crowd continued to laugh and jeer, haha, incessantly, while Long Yu Yin thought in confusion. What is Ni Li ultimately trying to do? This sword character just looks like a normal sword character. Could it contain some kind of Tao intent? Looking at Ji Yubei, she wondered, what exactly did Ni Li want Ji Yubei to see? Isn't he a waste? Laughter continued to echo throughout the auditorium, but Ni Li remained steadfast, his expression unchanged. Ming Yu and Yan Yang were still watching with serious faces, but they couldn't sense anything either. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Ni Li, haha, Ni Li is the real genius. Ji Yubei blurted out, his understanding of the Tao is much deeper than Yan Yang and those others, you bunch of fools. Everyone looked at Ji Yubei in surprise. Ni Li smiled in satisfaction. Worthy of you, Murong Yu said disdainfully. Higher than Yan Yang? You're exaggerating too much. Look who will believe you. Are you saying that among the geniuses of the three major divine sects in this hall, only you can comprehend the Tao intent? Ji Yubei retorted. Say what you want. Your inability to comprehend the sword intent within that character is your loss? Long Yu Yin thought in surprise. Sword intent? How can't I see it at all? Am I even more foolish than Ji Yubei? What kind of Tao intent is hidden within this ordinary sword character? I really want to know. Li Xingyun also wondered. Is this real or fake? Xiao Ning'er asked. Lu Piao, can you see anything? But he lamented. Nope, nada. The others were also puzzled. Isn't this just a normal brushstroke? There's no Tao intent at all? Another person said. You believe Ji Yubei's words? This character has to be evaluated by those three, Long Tianming said with a smile. Ni Lai, junior brother. This sword character isn't bad at all. From a calligraphy standpoint, it's definitely high level. But why can't I feel even a trace of Davio intent?
To be honest, that love character was a bit better. Hearing this, the others started buzzing. Senior brother Long has said so. Looks like Nilai just casually wrote a character, Nilai then admitted. That's right, I thought everyone was just showing off their skills.
If Senior brother Long and the others aren't satisfied, then I'll erase this character right away. He reached for the character, secretly laughing in his heart. Hee, it's just as well to get rid of it quickly, to prevent Long Tianming from comprehending something later. But unexpectedly, Yan Yang crossed his arms and said, wait, making everyone extremely surprised. When Yan Yang stared intently at this character, he suddenly felt something. Suddenly, an overwhelming force crashed down, shocking him as he thought. To think someone could comprehend sword intent to such a high degree. Compared to the talents in the immortal abode world, I am truly ashamed. So true, there is always someone better out there. This young man is indeed much stronger than I. Long Tianming looked at Yan Yang, puzzled. What's wrong? Could it be that this sword character really contains some profound Dao intent? So he and Mingyu carefully looked at the sword character again. Mingyue Wushuang also realized, I can feel a profound sword intent from this sword character, but I can't seem to grasp the essence of it from start to finish. Which really makes one think, Nili called to Yan Yang, secretly thinking, judging from his expression, he's probably fallen into the sword intent. This character originated from the ancient true intent of Myriad Images Heavenly Book, which contains boundless artistic conceptions. Just this one sword character is enough to make Yan Yang comprehend for days and nights. Once he understands it, then it's all over, and I don't want Long Tianming to comprehend anything. Nili snatched the sword character from Qinyu's hand and said, sorry about that, haha. The true intent of this character can be written without using Davio intent. It's just an ordinary sword character. I'm sharing it with everyone today. If you can comprehend something, then consider it fate. However, let's stop here. Yan Yang thought to himself, it's over? What a pity. If I could look at it for a few more days, I would definitely be able to comprehend something. Suddenly, Yan Yang abruptly stood up and said calmly, please enlighten me. Making everyone dumbfounded. Ye Xuan was confused. Even Yan Yang is like this. Is it possible? Ji Yubei burst out laughing at this moment. Ha ha, senior brother Yan Yang also saw it? Are you also exaggerating? Seeing this, Long Yu's face darkened, thinking dejectedly, am I not even as good as Ji Yubei? No, I must see the mystery in the sword character written by Ni Li. Ni Lai, holding the character, casually went back to his seat when Yan Yang spoke up. Wait, Ni Li turned around in surprise and asked, what's wrong? Yan Yang proposed. I want to buy this calligraphy, junior brother Ni Lai. Would you agree? I am willing to pay 50,000 spirit stones? Making Long Tianming stunned. Ni Li was also stunned and asked again, is it 100,000? Then he propped his chin and pondered. 100,000 spirit stones aren't few either. It's just a character anyway. Seeing Ni Li hesitate, Yan Yang said, if junior brother Ni Li feels that's too little, how about 150,000 spirit stones? Although this number of spirit stones cannot match the value of this calligraphy, I still hope junior brother Ni Li will reconsider. Long Tianming was stunned and advised, if junior brother Ni Li doesn't want to sell, then you shouldn't force him. Ni Li then waved his hand and said, you two senior brothers are being too serious. I can write dozens of these characters a day, but it's just a character, not Dao intent. If you senior brothers and sisters all want one, I can give each of you one. Making Long Tianming think in confusion. Is this kid brain damaged or just pretending to be stupid? Looking at Yan Yang, he regretted not being able to stop him. On this side, Yan Yang said firmly, regardless of how many characters junior brother Ni Li can write in a day, I will still buy it, for 150,000 spirit stones. A gentleman's word is his bond. I will definitely not go back on my word. How can I accept such a precious character for free? Ni Li looked surprised. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to interact more with Yan Yang. If it's just a simple transaction, then what's the fun? He immediately suggested, how about this? Since senior brother Yan Yang is willing to spend so many spirit stones to buy it, I will gift senior brother Yan Yang a character. Amidst Long Tianming's dumbfounded expression, Ni Li went to the table. He put pen to paper and finished another character in just a few seconds, then rolled it up and handed it to Qinyu. Please, sister Qinyu, give it to senior brother Yan Yang. Making Qinyu sigh. So fast, she quickly took the character and ran off. Everyone around was curious, wondering what character was written inside. When Qinyu handed it over, Yan Yang thanked her and accepted it. When he opened it, the character dance was written inside, making Yan Yang bewildered. He hurriedly folded it up, turning to thank junior brother Ni Li. The two words that junior brother Ni Li gifted are too light for all worldly possessions, and handing the ring with the character on it to Qinyu, saying, please trouble Miss Qinyu to give this ring to junior brother Ni Li, declaring, from now on, junior brother Ni Li is a friend of Yan Yang. Qinyu handed the ring to Ni Li. He accepted it with gratitude. Ni Lia was also very happy to have a friend like senior brother Yan Yang. Long Tianming snorted coldly, seeing that Yan Yang not only bought one word but got both. Over here, Mingyue Wushuang also spoke up. I wonder if junior brother Ni Li can write a word for me. I'm also willing to spend 150,000 spirit stones. This made Long Tianming and everyone jump. Even Ye Xuan was drenched in sweat. Stuttering and unable to speak, Qin Yue immediately ground the ink. Ni Li, holding the brush, happily agreed, saying, "Yes, I can. For fairness, I'll write 2 words for senior sister Mingyue as well." The brush powerfully descended, and the character Hako was quickly born. Ni Li rolled it up and handed it to Qin Yu, who was acting as the delivery person. "Troubling senior sister Qin Yu." Qin Yu happily replied, "I'm extremely honored." Mingyu Wushuang accepted it, and thanked junior brother Ni Li. It seems junior brother Ni Li has fallen in love at first sight with junior sister Ning Yu. In the future I will also pay more attention to taking care of Ning Yu. The girls all admired that they could receive the care of the saintess Ningguo, and would definitely have a bright future in the sect. Ningguo blushed with embarrassment at the mention of love at first sight. Ni Li immediately clasped his hands and smiled, replying, "Then thank you senior sister Ming Yu, and thank you senior sister Xin Yu." Ni Li thought to himself gleefully. Writing a few words for Yan Yang and Mingyu earned me 2 allies, and also 300,000 spirit stones. Selling calligraphy isn't bad, it's more profitable than selling demon spirits. He happily went back to his seat. Ji Yubei praised. "You're the only one who could pull that off, Ni Li. All the junior sisters of the Tianyin divine sect in the world acknowledge you," Li Xingyun also remarked. "Although I don't fully understand it, I can't help but admire brother Ni Li." He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Murong Yu, on the other hand, was burning with anger, thinking, "In the Gi Shungachi I tried every possible way to stop Ni Li from getting spirit stones, and after all my hard work he easily got 300,000 spirit stones." Over here Long Tianming thought to himself, "Let those 2 get the characters and leave. At least it proves that there's really something mysterious in the characters. I also don't know what other talents he has besides knowing how to write strange calligraphy." When writing the characters, he didn't use Delonian, so I couldn't see his cultivation. If he has such a deep understanding of Deflonian, why doesn't he even have the aura of destiny? Or is he hiding it? If he's hiding it, why would he show his talent at this time? A bit interesting, can't see through him. So young, if he really has potential, maybe I should recruit him. As for those characters, if he's already a disciple of the Yushen sect, he'll naturally give them to me. In the meantime, the crowd continued to be noisy. Ni Li asked Ji Yubei, "How's your comprehension?" Ji Yubei laughed heartily. "I only sensed a heroic sword intent, but it's too profound. I can't fully comprehend it at once," Ni Li reassured. "It's okay. When we get back, I'll write you a piece about your understanding of the sword Dao. It'll be even more powerful than the geniuses in this entire hall." Ji Yubei laughed joyfully. "Ah-hee-hee." Meanwhile, Long Yuyin heard this and felt uneasy, her face stiffening as she thought, "What sword intent? I didn't feel anything at all. If Ji Yubei can get it, why can't I?" She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought, "But I don't have 150,000 spirit stones, and I'm not as close to Ni Li as Ji Yubei is." Suddenly, Ni Li called out, "Long Yuyin, is there something you want to say?" She hesitated and stammered, sweat pouring down, then immediately blurted out, "That character you wrote, can I see it again?" Ni Li burst out laughing. "I knew you were going to say that. You can't comprehend that character right now, let's talk about it later." This made Long Yuyin's blood boil, and she turned her face away sullenly. Ning Sher smiled lightly as she watched, thinking, although Ni Li often acts indifferent, he treats the people around him extremely well. How could this not make girls like him? She suddenly thought, what am I in his heart? Over here, Li Xingyun raised a glass to Ni Li. Qin Yu said shyly, "I didn't expect junior brother Ni Li's Daonian to have reached such a level. Before this, Qin Yu was indeed blind. It's just a pity that my aptitude is dull, and I can't comprehend the mysteries within. Otherwise, if I wasn't embarrassed, I couldn't help but want to ask junior brother Ni Li for a piece to resolve the curiosity and doubts in my heart." However, junior brother Ni Li has also said that the profound meaning in the characters is, "For those who are destined, I'm afraid I'm not destined." The crowd below also sighed, "I also want a piece." But another person retorted, "Does Ni Li even know you?" That person added, "Even if you can't make friends, you can find an opportunity to approach him. After all, everyone is a disciple of the Yushen sect. There are still many days ahead." Over here, Ni Li transmitted his voice to Ning Yu. "Before we go back, I'll write you a piece. You can take it to the Tianyin divine sect and sell it, or give it to people worth giving it to." Xiao Ningguo happily agreed, thinking to herself, "As long as I have a place in the Tianyin divine sect, I can help Ni Li." On stage, Qin Yu continued, "To have such a genius, the Yushen sect is truly the envy of others. I wonder if we can meet junior brother Ni Li in the great world." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Ni Li was also surprised to hear about the Great World and thought, it's indeed time to take a step. Disciples of the major divine sects will compete in the Great World. If I can show my talent, then I can gather strength that belongs to me. Only then will I have the qualifications to compete for positions in the great divine sect. It's just not the right time yet, Xu Feng said. Thank you, Senior Sister Qin Yue, for your concern, but I don't have any plans to head to the greater world for now. This surprised Qin Yue, and the people below breathed a sigh of relief, saying, almost got another enemy. Someone else replied. They said they're not going for now. Who knows about later? Yan Yang also spoke up. If junior brother Xu Feng wants to go to the greater world, my fire god sect won't make things difficult for him. If you need any help, you can come find me.
Hearing this, everyone jumped. The entire fire god sect? Yan Yang's intention is to use this opportunity to support Xu Feng, Long Tianming thought. I am the strongest disciple of the martial god sect, yet Yan Yang wants to support Xu Feng like this? Is he afraid I don't have enough rivals? Why do I feel like Yan Yang is going against me? Did I offend him somehow?
Seriously thinking, if Xu Feng really intends to compete for dominance right now, Xu Feng respectfully saluted. Senior brother Yan Yang is too kind. I thank you in advance. But I really don't have any plans to go to the greater world right now.
Long Tianming sighed in relief, thinking. At least he knows his place, Yan Yang replied with a smile. No problem, then let's forget about it. Qin Yue spoke up, saying, looks like we've gone off topic. Then, is there anyone else willing to come up and demonstrate their Dao insights today? Hearing this, everyone fell silent, and everyone pushed each other forward.
Seeing this, Qin Yue announced, looks like there's no one else, right? Then, today's Dao discussion ends here. Thank you for your appreciation. If you're attending tonight's banquet, please be sure to participate.
At this time, Lu Piao stretched and sighed. Finally over. So boring. Xu Feng, on the other hand, urged, Ning'er, come to my place first. She nodded, but asked, what about the evening banquet? Xu Feng bluntly said. No more partying. I can't take it anymore. After that, the crowd dispersed, and Xu Feng and his group also set off to leave.
Li Xingyun respectfully saluted and said, Brother Xu Feng, I'll take my leave first. If there's any news, you can always let me know. As for the 100,000 spirit stones, I'll immediately send someone to deliver them.
Xu Feng replied, Senior brother Li is too kind. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Thinking in his heart, I have to refine a dragonblood demon spirit for Ning'er first. Then they left happily.
Yan Yang, on the other hand, sighed and said, it's a pity that a talent like him didn't join our fire god sect. In the martial god sect, his talent can only be wasted. If he came to my fire god sect, he would definitely be a great help.
Another person then asked, Senior brother Yan Yang, aren't you afraid that he'll rise up and seize your position? Yan Yang frankly replied. Why be afraid? If there is someone with greater talent than me, who can lead the fire god sect to glory, what's wrong with giving up the position of Holy Son?
After that, Yan Yang led his companions away. Ye Xuan, on the other hand, reached out and called Ning'er.
But she was happily with Xu Feng's group, and didn't hear his call, making Ye Xuan sigh in frustration.
Mu Rongyu came over to provoke him. Senior brother Ye Xuan, you're not going to give up, are you? Ye Xuan said with a faint smile. Then what else can I do? Mu Yu then reminded. You all overestimate that kid. Think about it, he hasn't even reached the mandate of heaven. Some time ago, I even scared him half to death, Sende. He didn't use any Dadio intent when writing that word. What can he possibly comprehend?
I guess this kid probably got an ancient manual from somewhere, and the writing on the manual is from some great master. This kid copied it, so the writing carries Dafio intent, but I'm afraid he himself doesn't understand anything.
Hearing this, Ye Xuan also found it reasonable, and asked,
what should we do? As long as he's in the Heavenly Spirit Institute, no one can do anything to him, Mu Rongyu then said.
Of course, sooner or later he will go to the greater world, and when that time comes, he might need senior brother Ye Xuan's help.
Ye Xuan said sternly, as long as you can help me vent my anger, I will fully support you in the greater world. Mu Rongyu smiled happily.
Thank you, senior brother Ye Xuan.
Haha. Right after that, Shen Ling came over and said, Young Master Ye Xuan, it seems that Ningxier's heart already has an owner, so there's nothing I can do. Ye Xuan then said, Sister Shen, it's okay, Ye Xuan still has to thank Sister Shen for being willing to help. Shen Ling replied apologetically, since I can't help young Master Ye Xuan, should I return the essence spirit stones to you? But Ye Xuan waved his hand and refused. There's no need for that. Who knows, I might still need Sister Shen's help in the future. Seeing this guy's performance, Mu Shongyu determined, it seems that Ye Xuan really has feelings for that woman. Haha. The more he cares, the better, that way he can help me.
Scene change. As the sky gradually sets, inside Xiaoyu's small courtyard, Lu Piao's painful screams echoed. Xu Feng in the room looked indifferent. because this scene was too familiar. Ning Xier smiled and said, "These two troublemakers can really fight anywhere," Xu Feng retorted. "No, it's just that someone is getting beaten up," making Ning'er cover her mouth and laugh. "Ha ha." Then she asked, "Have you always been here?" Xu Feng nodded in confirmation. "These villas are rented by Zhao Yu. Lu Piao and I are staying here. This Zhao Yu doesn't know what he's doing. I haven't seen him all day." Ning'er nodded, thinking to herself, "The whole room has Xu Feng's aura." Seeing Ning'er looking around, Xu Feng asked, "Not bad, right? I'll make a demon spirit for you later." Ning'er replied with a smile, "Thank you." Suddenly her face flushed when she saw the bathtub, thinking, "Is this where Xu Feng bathes?" Seeing her staring at the bathtub, Xu Feng understood what she meant and said, "That's right. You must be tired from coming from the Heavenly Note sect, right? How about I go out first, and you stay here to take a bath?" Saying that, he stood up. But Ning'er suddenly said, "No need." And Xu Feng asked, "Aren't you going to take a bath?" Quote, she said with a blushing face, "You don't need to go out. There's a screen anyway, just don't peek. I haven't been in the martial god sect for long, I want you to chat with me." Xu Feng happily agreed. "Okay, I also have to take the time to make the demon spirit. It's troublesome if I go to another place and people see it, so let's just do it here." He then took out his familiar furnace and began to fuse the demon spirit in front of Ning'er. Meanwhile, the bathroom light flickered on. Ning'er wasted no time stripping off her clothes, soaking her smooth body in the hot water tub. "On this side?" Nili asked. "That's right, Ning'er." As he turned his head, Ning'er's curvy figure immediately caught his eye, making it hard for Nilin to look away. Ning Xier called out and asked, "What is it?" Nilai blushed and hesitantly continued, "To what level have you cultivated the Gale Thunder Winged Dragon formula?" Ningdu replied, "My Gale Thunder Winged Dragon formula has reached the Thunder Condensation stage. Every time the Gale Thunder Winged Dragon formula is raised by one level, the cultivation base will increase by 3 realms. Originally, I was at the 2 Fates realm, but from Lightning Guiding to Thunder Condensation I've directly reached the 5 Fates realm." Ni Li thought in astonishment. 5 Fates already? As expected of Ning'er, I've got to try harder too. He turned and asked, "So, after 5 Fates, did you go to the Great World?" She replied, "I only took 1 trip to the Great World, hunted down 3 dragon blood demon beasts, and also harvested some spiritual medicine, but since I was alone, I didn't dare to venture deeper." Nialine chuckled. "Makes sense. Given your personality, you wouldn't want to get involved with those messy mixed hunting groups." However, training in the Great World can quickly increase your cultivation, and the Great World market might also have astonishing treasures popping up. Ning'er agreed. "That's true. Does Ni Li know about the Great World too?" While fusing the demon spirit, Ni Li explained, "The Great World is an extremely mysterious place. Even martial ancestor rank experts have only explored a fraction of the territory there. If you haven't reached the Heavenly Fate realm, ordinary people with only a few lives basically wouldn't dare to proceed." Hearing this made Ning'er worry. Ni Li continued, "The major divine sects only control the surrounding territories. The more vast areas in the Great World are inhabited by countless powerful demon beasts. If it weren't for the protective sect formations set up by the major divine sects, many ancient demon beasts could even destroy an entire sect. However, the major divine sects also have their own rules. Only the descendants of the established powers in the Great World have the qualifications to compete for the successor position. The sect and major clans in the Dragon Ruins realm will also rely on an assessment when transferring the position of family head. The important thing is the successor's ability to self-manage the forces. A greenhouse flower is not qualified to lead a clan into battle." "You've been to the Great World before, didn't your mentor introduce this to you?" Ni Li asked. Ning'er smiled. "They did talk about it." Haha, Ni Li was surprised and chided. "You've learned bad habits from Zhao Shu, you actually know how to tease people now." At this moment, the nightmare demon pot kept shaking. Ni Li was surprised that the demon spirits were still fighting. Suddenly, the light in the room flashed brightly. Ni Li sighed with emotion. Success. The black-winged dragon eagle didn't mutate. It seems it's not quite suitable for Ning'er's cultivation technique. Ni Li immediately asked Ning'er, "Is the demon spirit you've merged with still the Gale Thunder Heavenly Sparrow?" She replied, "No. I merged with a mature, excellent dragonblood demon spirit. The Snowwind Heavenly Sparrow you gave me. I've cultivated it to the point where I recently acquired a green Gale Thunder sword." Ni Li secretly thought, "It seems the Heavenly Note Divine Sect treats its disciples pretty well, unlike the Divine Feather Sect which only knows how to fight internally." "So," he exclaimed, "that's really not bad. To be able to get such resources, you must have performed very well within the sect. I'm happy for you, Ning'er." Ning Xier humbly said, "No, I'm still far behind Xinyan. She's the strongest. Furthermore, because of her similar bloodline, she's entered the sect's secret realm for cultivation. Her current cultivation is several levels stronger than mine." Ni Li happily said, "In short, knowing that both of you are living well puts my mind at ease." He secretly thought, Regarding the struggle for supremacy, I won't drag them into it. Ninger blushed and replied.
Me too, Neely continued to ask. So, are you preparing to enter the Great World soon? Neely confirmed.
Absolutely. However, I've only just reached Heavenly Fate. I'd need to at least reach the Two Fates realm before I dare to go, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died, Ninger agreed. Just have faith in Neely.
Neely looked at the nightmare demon pot and happily exclaimed, Success again, he thought. Using the power of the heavenly Tao to suppress the demon spirits and forcefully fuse them worked. Thankfully, I had enough demon spirit fortification items bought by Gu Bei. Although it's not the Gale Thunder system, it's the Scarlet Thunder Divine Bird of the Thunder system that has mutated. It's also quite decent for Ning Rear. I'll give the black-winged dragon eagle to Zhao Shu, and see if I can refine a suitable demon spirit for Zi Yun for them to take back. Just as he thought this, Ningir finished bathing, and slowly, shyly, stepped out from behind the screen.
Ninger wrapped a thin towel around her body, wet with dripping water. Neely stared, stunned, his face turning red at the blatant invitation. Neely quickly restrained himself, turning his head away, ignoring her, which made Ninger pout and sigh, then quickly rush into the curtain,
after which she put on a thin nightgown and shyly walked out, saying, I'm done bathing.
Neely presented the newly produced demon spirit and said, Perfect. I just helped you fuse a mature, god-level dragonblood demon spirit. Take it and merge it. Ninger nodded in agreement, immediately taking the demon spirit and starting to merge it into her body.
Neely happily rested his chin in his hand and watched, unable to take his eyes off the curves peeking out on Ningir's body.
Ninger was closing her eyes at this moment,
but she felt Neely's gaze, trembling and unable to concentrate, so she said, Neely, if you keep looking at me, I can't calm my mind to fuse the demon spirit.
Neely sighed.
I was just being tempted. Couldn't you let me look a little longer? You made Ningir's face as red as a gassic fruit.
Scene change. In some private courtyard,
Qiling quietly approaches. He pushes the door open and silently observes.
Seeing the dazzling golden light before his eyes,
an old man with a white beard is sitting with his eyes closed, practicing his cultivation. His power is very overbearing.
Qiling respectfully bows and calls out,
Master, this person is Tianyun Shenzun. And he asks, What brings you here, disciple?
Qiling says,
It's nothing big. The new students have been cultivating in the Heavenly Spirit Institute for some time, and there are quite a few outstanding students, one of whom has an 8th grade Heavenly Spirit root, an extraordinary talent, and his body refinement techniques are beyond my understanding.
Hearing this surprises Tianyun Shenzun, Qiling continues, Apart from that, today the disciples of the 3 great god sects gathered, and during the Tao discussion, Yanyang, Mingyu, Wushuang, and our Long Tianming all displayed their skills in zither playing, chess, calligraphy, and painting. That student then wrote a single character. Everyone in the main hall, including the geniuses and even Long Tianming, couldn't sense even a trace of Tao intent within it.
Tianyun Shenzun then asks, Not even Yanyang. Which family of the martial god sect is he from?
Qiling replies, This young man doesn't belong to any family, and he declared publicly that he won't join any family after graduation.
That's why I came to you, since you're the only one who doesn't care about the struggles between these families. Also, he's not from the Dragon Ruins realm. He comes from the tiny world. He basically has no resources. I wonder how long he can hold out.
This makes Tianyun Shenzun feel very interested. Coming from the tiny world like him, refusing to join any family, he must be under a lot of pressure. Tell the people of the 3 great families, I've taken a liking to this kid. Tell them not to cause him any trouble. I'll observe what kind of person he is.
Qiling respectfully obeys. Then this disciple will take his leave. Suddenly, Tianyun Shenzun says,
Wait, after you return, ask him for that character and bring it here. I want to see what mysteries are.
In his writing, Qiling immediately accepts the order and leaves. The next morning, the sun gradually rises, and the birds are already out looking for food. Ninger steps out the door, feeling a pleasant surge of strength throughout her body.
Neely happily laughs. Haha, of course. This is a mutated dragon bloodline god-level demon spirit with growth potential. Ningir asks in surprise. Neely merged as well. He crosses his arms and replies, Of course, me and Lu Piao. As he says this, a loud call rings out, Neely. As he turns around, Lu Piao, with a bruised face, excitedly runs over to tell him. Zhao Shu, Neely, is puzzled, and quickly asks, What happened to Zhao Shu? But Lu Piao says with a delighted grin, She let me touch her, Neely blankly asks. Touch what, reminder? We're in a shonen manga, watch yourself. Lu Piao then says, I gotta hold her hand. Hearing this makes Neely go crazy, and he yells at him, You've been engaged for so long, and just holding her hand makes you this happy. Ningzir covers her mouth and giggles. Neely whispers into Lu Piao's ear as if giving him advice, causing him to giggle and ask, Really? Neely confidently affirms.
100% certain.
Go, go, go. Lu Piao takes a deep breath, steels his resolve, and then turns around with a renewed spirit to go find Zhao Shu.
Ni watches Lu Piao's back as he chuckles softly.
Ningxue then curiously asks, "What did you say to Lu Piao?" But he laughs with amusement. Hey hey. Suddenly, Zhao Shui's loud scream comes from inside the room. "What are you doing?" Immediately followed by Lu Piao's miserable yet thrilled scream. Ni Li outside is stunned and horrified.
After a while, Jin Dan, well-fed and well-rested, suddenly hears someone knocking on the door outside.
Hearing this, Ni Li thinks that Zhao Yu has probably returned. He walks over, grumbling, "Why knock on the door of your own house?"
He definitely won't expect his sister to be here. Ning. How about I hide and scare him a bit? As she finishes speaking, Ni opens the door, but the person who came wasn't Zhao Yu. Instead, it was a tall, burly guy with a bunch of green-haired and blonde-haired followers. The leader speaks up and asks, "Are you Ni?" Ni blankly replies, "That's right, what do you want? I'm not selling anything." Then he thinks to himself, this leader has reached the heavenly star realm.
Suddenly, he laughs. "Haha, let me introduce myself. I'm Long Yu, from the Long Yin family.
I was entrusted to ask you for a piece of calligraphy. My two serious-looking lackeys are here with me."
Ni Li wondered, "Calligraphy? Why does it feel like they're here to cause trouble, Long?" Yu chuckled. "Besides a piece of calligraphy, my young master also wants to meet you and invite you to join the Dragon Scale family's Dragon Guard. Any request you have will be granted." Ni Li waved his hand and said, "Senior brother, you're too kind. I've already announced that I won't join any faction. As for calligraphy, I'll write a few words for you to take back and make things easier."
Long Yu was stunned, thinking, this kid? Judging by your aura, you're not even qualified to join the Dragon Guard. Why did the young master specifically instruct me to recruit him at all costs? Ni pointed aside and said, "Please wait at the door, everyone. I'll go inside, write it, and bring it out to you, Long." Yu nodded in agreement, thinking, he knows his place. He probably knows who sent us. I guess I won't give him a hard time today, according to the young master's instructions.
Ninger worriedly asked, "These three want calligraphy, just like that. Are you just giving it to them?" Ningali shrugged and sighed. "The times are tougher than people. They're from the Dragon Scale family, and they even have a celestial star realm expert." Ninger lamented, "How could the Divine Feathers sect be like this?"
Ni thought to himself, that little brat Long Tianming, I knew he'd send people, but not even willing to spend 10,000 spirit stones. He is far behind Yan Yang and Ming Yu.
Then, he went into the room to get paper and ink, picked up the brush and smiled.
Anyway, if you promise people something, you have to show sincerity. Ninger stared blankly. Ni focused his mind, and then two violent auras burst from his body, making Ninger realize in surprise that they were Daos.
Ni explained, "I comprehended two kinds of law powers, darkness and light, in the tiny world, and discovered a mysterious Tao in them, the coldness of darkness and the heat of light."
Of course, this is just the Tao that I comprehended. It's far inferior to the grand existence who created the calligraphy. They don't want to spend money but want to get calligraphy, so it can only be cheap, low-quality stuff.
Ningxie covered her mouth and laughed. "Haha, Ni is still Ni. He won't suffer losses easily." At this moment, Ni finished writing a word and said, "One word doesn't feel sincere enough. Long Tianming even sent people, so I'll write 2 more words for him." Ni finished writing quickly and exclaimed, "It's more than the 2 words for Yan Yang and Mingyu. He should be able to feel my sincerity." Ninger came over to comment, "This sword character seems similar to the previous one." Nigli made a treacherous face and said, "Writing the words of that grand existence requires reaching a similar realm to carry Dabio. Writing randomly naturally has no effect." Ninghair covered her mouth and laughed. Ni Li is really too wicked. Ni Li quickly gave the calligraphy to the 3 thugs.
Long You glanced at the calligraphy, scrutinizing it, thinking, just this little bit of Dabio. Nothing special. I'm already in the celestial star realm. Couldn't I comprehend it myself? Then they turned and left.
Ningxie poked her head out and said,
"This person is so rude." Ni Li replied, "It's fake anyway. Why bother?" Ni Li wondered, why isn't Xiao Yu back yet? Did he have a date with a beauty? Ningir gossiped? Really? Tell me the details. Just then, someone came to the door, and Ni Li happily assumed, speak of the devil. And he appears. Maybe he even bumped into Long Yu at the door, right? But when he opened the door, he was surprised that it was Venerable and bowed in greeting. "May I ask what brings the Venerable to this disciple's humble abode?" Qi Ling laughed loudly. "Haha, you're honest. Sorry to bother you. Outside of teaching hours, I was asked by a great figure to ask you for a piece of calligraphy." Ni Li was surprised, thinking, Venerable Qi Ling has disciples everywhere in the Divine Feathers sect. For him to call someone a great figure, they must be extraordinary, Qi Ling suggested. If you're willing to write it, I can buy it for 150,000 spirit stones.
Ni smiled broadly. Haha, Venerable, you're too kind. For an instructor to ask a student for calligraphy, how could the student accept money? I'll write a few words and give them to you. May I ask which great figure asked you?
Qiling honestly replied. This great figure has always lived in seclusion. Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't know. He's one of the 5 major figures in the Divine Feathers sect. The outside world calls him Divine Venerable Tianyun. Ni was stunned, thinking, I know him. Divine Venerable Tianyun is the only one of the 5 who doesn't compete for power. He was loyal to the Divine Feathers sect his whole life. Only when the Divine Feathers sect split did his age catch up with him. Even Divine Venerable Tianyun is gone, Ni decisively said. If that great figure likes this disciple's calligraphy, I'll definitely do my best to help the Venerable. Anyway, it doesn't take much time to write a few words. I'll give them to you, Venerable.
Qiling smiled and replied, Then I thank you for your kindness. I'll pass it on to Divine Venerable Tianyun. However, I can't take your things for free. With Divine Venerable Tianyun's protection from now on, at least in the Heavenly Spirit Institute, you don't need to worry about any family pressuring you.
Ni was surprised. Venerable, you're too kind. Please wait a moment. I'll go inside and come out.
Then he and Ningxie went into the room to write. She was surprised to hear the name Divine Venerable Tianyun. Ni confirmed. That's right, having him as a backer will definitely reduce a lot of trouble. It's not that he has a high and supreme position.
On the contrary, he doesn't belong to any faction in the Divine Feathers sect. That's why all the families don't want to offend a powerhouse like that.
Ningyu realized. It's similar to your situation, Ni confirmed. That's right, thinking. In my previous life I heard that Venerable Tianyun liked to protect geniuses who didn't join the major families. Even my master, Ying Yueru, had his secret protection, so no one dared to touch her.
Unfortunately, 100 years later, Divine Venerable Tianyun grew old, and the internal control of the Divine Feathers sect gradually loosened, and troubles gradually came to my master. Then he sighed and reassured himself. Don't think too much. Focus. As he wrote these words, he suddenly fell into an empty space, causing Ningnier to be stunned.
Quickly, the calligraphy was completed. Ni rolled it up and ran out to give it to Qiling. The old man thanked disciple Ni, and Ni also bowed respectfully. Venerable, you're too kind, please leave safely. After Qiling left, he closed the door, chuckled with glee, and exclaimed, Even Venerable Qiling came looking for me. Looks like I'm making a name for myself in the Wu Shen sect. Just as he thought that, someone knocked on the door again, one after another, all begging for his calligraphy.
Ni, of course, wouldn't refuse, based on his memories from his past life. He wrote seriously for some, and just dashed something off for others. On the other side, Long Tianming was still contemplating the sword character Ni had written, pondering until he finally sensed something. Even though it was just a sliver of Dao intent, he still caught it. Looks like Yan Yang and Ming Yue Wu Shuang aren't that much stronger than me. The reason I couldn't sense it before was because I wasn't focusing, so he continued to stare intently at the calligraphy, sensing the hot and cold Dao intent, but is that all? This kind of Dao intent wouldn't have moved Yan Yang so much. There must be more to this sword character. But no matter how long Long Tianming looked, he couldn't sense anything else, making him frustrated. He thought, why isn't there any other Dao intent? This is impossible. Could it be that I'm that much weaker than Yan Yang and Ming Yue Wu Shuang? Unless, Long Tianming carefully examined the character, then reached out and touched it. He realized it was exactly the same. And the handwriting was exactly like the calligraphy from the Tianling Institute test. Plus, he wrote these 3 characters so seriously, almost as if he was deliberately trying to curry favor with me, the new guy at Tianling Institute. That makes perfect sense. Therefore, these 3 characters can't possibly be fake. It's just that I'm too impatient to sense it. It just needs time. As time passed, Long Tianming angrily threw the calligraphy on the ground, cursing like a maniac. Damn it, there's no Dabio intent in this calligraphy at all. But he froze for a few seconds, then humbled himself and bent down to pick it up, saying, Let's take another look. Meanwhile, on Tianyun Godlord's side, he was examining the 5 characters Ni had written. He marveled. To think that these seemingly simple characters actually contain an understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Although these calligraphic styles probably weren't created by him, for someone so young to be able to reproduce these characters so perfectly is truly remarkable. Even I can't confidently say I could replicate these characters. After all, to write characters with Dado intent, one must personally comprehend the Dado intent within them. This kid's talent is extraordinary, extremely gifted. In the future, he might even become a hegemon, haha. Coming from the tiny world is very interesting. The tiny world really is a magical place. I wonder if Nilin can grow to be like that person. On Nilin's side, he sighed wearily and said, Finally, the customers are gone. He then pulled out the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Yunyan asked in surprise, Nilai, what's this? Nilai unrolled the painting and said, This thing is called the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting.
Sister Yuyan, Ninger, I need you two to protect me. I need to break the inscription seal on this Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting, Ninger thought in surprise. This thing actually ended up in Ningeli's hands, and he can even break it. Isn't this painting something that even experts of the God sect don't know the use of?
Nin Li said sternly. If anyone else comes, tell them I'm not here. I'm counting on you. Ningger agreed. I'll keep watch outside, goddess sister. Stay in this room, Yuyan replied. Don't worry. Immediately, Neely started drawing runes all over the room. After working hard for a while, he sighed in relief. Done. He then chanted incantation, unleashing his power. Ninger outside asked in surprise. Why did the aura in the room suddenly disappear?
Nilai, after sealing off the power in the room, folded his arms and walked up to the painting, marveling. I can't sense anything at all in the painting. It's the Myriad Spirit Lock.
I have to break this outermost inscription first. After observing carefully for a long time, Neely suddenly realized. Besides the Myriad Spirit Lock, there seems to be a hidden Tao intent. This Tao intent is not simple. It was left behind by a martial ancestor-level expert. He sighed and smiled lightly. I knew it. A high-level God sect expert really shouldn't sell such an astonishing treasure for a few dozen myriad spirit stones. Even if they don't know the treasure's use, they would definitely keep it for themselves. He left his Tao intent here. Doesn't that mean he can find the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting at any time? Why? Does he want to wait for someone to discover the painting's use and then snatch it back? Neely snorted coldly. Luckily, I was born quick-witted. Otherwise, someone else would definitely be ambushed. Too bad for him, he ran into me, Neely. But the opponent is a martial ancestor-level expert. I can't erase his Daco intent. Doing so would definitely alert him. It won't be long before he discovers us. I, an old man, can't deal with a martial ancestor-level expert, he pondered, resting his chin in his hand. What to do? Then, looking at the painting, he had an idea. If I've already written fake calligraphy, then I'll make another fake painting. So he started rolling up his sleeves, went to get paper, carefully measured everything, and trimmed it to look like the original. Once the paper was a perfect match, he started painting. Zhu Feng lifted the original, observed the size of each detail in the painting, and then began to paint the first strokes. Time passed, and the fake painting was completed, Zhu Feng said with satisfaction. It's exactly like the painting, but right now, it's just a normal painting. So he took out the bottle of potion, adding the inscription arrays written on it, identical to the original. He thought, sweating. So many layers of inscription arrays should be enough. Finally, add the Myriad Spiritual Lock. An hour later, Zhu Feng looked at his fake copy and praised. Not bad at all, it can definitely turn fake into real. This Tao intent has also perfectly transferred onto this fake artifact. Zhu Feng came up with a plan. At some point, have someone from the old geezer side bring the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting to the greater world for a trip, stage a fake bitter flesh ploy, pretending to be injured and fleeing, and have the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting stolen by powerhouses from other sects. Over time, that higher-up will have a hard time guessing where the real one is. Besides, he might not even be able to tell that this Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting of mine is a fake. I can't even tell. Even if he does see it, the higher-up will sense the existence of the Tao intent and find the piece. But he'll definitely have to wait a while. After all, he has to wait for someone to discover the function of the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Plus, the time it takes to track down this fake can buy me a lot of time. It's best to have the fake change hands a few times like that. It's a little safer. He crossed his arms and chuckled. The hidden Dacio intent has been dealt with. What other tricks are there? Zhu Feng carefully looked and sensed. The sealing inscriptions of the Myriad Spiritual Lock have been touched by someone else. Someone once tried to open the Myriad Spiritual Lock. This person must have suffered a lot. Although solving the Myriad Spiritual Lock isn't too difficult, martial ancestor experts can also sense it. But under the Myriad Spiritual Lock are hidden many layers of sealing inscription arrays. Once you want to break the Myriad Spiritual Lock, it will trigger a chain of other seals. Even if it's a martial ancestor level expert, if they don't study the inscriptions for 50 or 60 years, wanting to open the inscriptions above is just asking for trouble. Luckily, I once studied inscriptions for 100 years. In the Temporal Demon Spirit Book, a great power once said, "Treasures in the world are only obtained by those with virtue." He was wrong. It should be said that whoever is more skilled is the one who's qualified. Then he picked up the brush to break the seal. His hands moved as fast as the wind, and the inscriptions below emitted a golden light, the light becoming stronger and stronger, erupting with astonishing power. At this moment, Zhu Feng was shocked when he couldn't stop, and the inscription characters lit up. Immediately afterwards, a surge of power erupted like a storm, pouring out a dazzling light that made Zhu Feng feel like he was about to fade away. He struggled to say, "Almost done." Determined not to stop, the seal will lock immediately. The whole Zhu Feng screamed, feeling like the bones in his entire body were cracking. His body almost couldn't hold on, then Xu Feng froze, the brush stopped, and he realized. Completed? He quickly threw the brush away, then brought his hand to his mouth and bit down, spitting blood.
Immediately, Xu Feng used his own blood to dab on the painting, quickly breaking the seal.
The power dissipated fiercely.
The aura in the room gradually dissipated. Xu Feng, panting heavily, sat down on the ground with a thud, sighing. Finally subdued this hot potato, and established a bloodline connection with me. Didn't expect my skin to be so tough, almost couldn't bite through it. Xu Feng stared blankly at the painting,
reached out and placed his hand on it, and the painting was immediately collected inside. The painting then appeared in the soul realm. Xu Feng exclaimed.
No wonder the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting is a supreme ancient treasure. Now it has transformed into a soul form, and has merged into one with my soul. As long as my soul is not destroyed, it will also exist along with me.
Unless my soul is scattered? This myriad miles rivers and mountains painting will go find the next master. As its master, I can naturally summon it at any time.
Xu Feng reached out and summoned the painting.
Then his body was sucked into the painting.
Xu Feng looked around blankly and asked,
"This is inside the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. There really are thousands of miles of mountains and rivers here, and the power of the heavenly Dao is truly dense. The sky eye here is not just a space, but also a realm.
But apart from entering and exiting the myriad miles rivers and mountains chart freely, it seems to have no other use. Legend has it that the myriad miles rivers and mountains chart is a formidable divine artifact that once caused countless great wars and changed owners several times, yet every owner had their soul annihilated. It truly is an unlucky item.
However, I've already died once, so what is there to fear? I can slowly explore the uses of the myriad miles rivers and mountains chart.
It's very safe here. I can let Goldie and the goddess Yu Yan come in to cultivate."
Suddenly, I just thought of something. He immediately took out the nightmare demon pot. Unexpectedly, the inscriptions on it suddenly flashed, then continuously absorbed the power of the heavenly Tao. Ni Li exclaimed. Although the power of the nightmare demon pot keeps flowing out, its own energy is constantly increasing. The legend is true. The myriad miles rivers and mountains chart can nurture other ancient divine artifacts. So, from now on, I'll merge demon spirits here.
Ni Li suddenly remembered.
That's right. There's also the Heavens Fall Divine Lightning Sword. What effect will it have? As he took it out, suddenly a tyrannical burst of lightning power surged forth. The sky inside here immediately darkened, and the lightning struck, making Ni Li stare blankly. The Heavens Fall Divine Lightning Sword absorbed the power of the heavenly Tao. Then, as if reborn, it became immensely huge. Ni Li was astonished. The Heavens Fall Divine Lightning Sword. With my current heavenly fate level strength, activating it will surely shock others. However, for now, I should still leave it to be nurtured in the painting. Along with the nightmare demon pot, I wonder what other marvelous uses the myriad miles rivers and mountains chart has.
I'm really looking forward to it. It's a pity there's nothing else worth taking out in my spatial ring.
These 3 divine artifacts are now the foundation for me to venture out into the world. Although I can't fully exert the full power of each one yet. The painting glowed at this moment. Ni Li instantly flew out. Then he dissolved the inscriptions he had placed to seal the room. Yu Yan looked on curiously, thinking, what kind of treasure is this, that it can allow a living person to enter inside?
Ni Li saw Yu Yan and was surprised, laughing as he spoke.
Sister Yu Yan, this treasure is the myriad miles rivers and mountains chart. Inside, there's an extremely vast space. You can enter it to cultivate later. Yu Yan asked in surprise. A separate space? And one you can cultivate in? I've never seen a magic artifact, like a spatial ring, that a living person can enter. Then let me go in and see. Saying that, she darted straight inside. Ni Li smiled lightly in approval. Then he turned around and saw the chicken lying asleep, so he grabbed it by the neck and said, "You go too." Immediately he brought the chicken and jumped inside, floating in midair.
Ni Li chuckled, introducing, "This is the world inside the painting." Goldie, who was feeling anxious, suddenly opened its eyes, looking on in astonishment.
Immediately, it spread its wings and flew off, full of excitement, which puzzled Ni Li, when suddenly Goldie looked around, cheeping, then opened its wide mouth, and sucked the spiritual energy inward. The powerful surge of ki being sucked in made Ni Li worry. The power of the heavenly Tao in the myriad miles rivers and mountains chart won't be completely eaten by Goldie, right? On this side, Goldie sucked so much that its belly puffed up like a perfectly round ball, too heavy, and it plunged straight down. Seeing the chicken fall, Ni Li thought, this guy really ate too much. Fortunately, this myriad miles rivers and mountains chart is constantly producing the power of heaven and earth, and Goldie is only absorbing a tiny portion. Now, even though Goldie is still just a small chick, its cultivation is already equivalent to a 3 fate expert, and its body is incomparably sturdy, practically invincible. It's a pity its limbs haven't fully developed yet, so it still can't fight. At this moment, Yu Yan saw Nili gazing intently at the chicken, and she spoke up.
The power of the heavenly Tao here is incredibly abundant.
Then, the aura of fire around her body began to erupt. Nili looked over and sighed with emotion. Goddess Yu Yan's cultivation is improving so fast, she's reached the 3 Fate realm at least. I'm afraid she's even stronger than when she was a spirit god.
He then smiled and said,
Sister Yu Yan, then you should cultivate inside the myriad miles rivers and mountains chart. Yu Yan happily agreed.
Nili looked around and thought,
this myriad miles rivers and mountains chart is equivalent to a territory, and there will be many things to do in the future.
After that, he returned to reality.
Calmly stepping out of the room, Ning Sengye, who was guarding outside, immediately called out Nili and ran over to ask, how did it go? He replied with a smile, it's all taken care of. It has merged with my soul sea.
Ninger happily said,
that's great. She thought to herself, if Nili really managed to unlock that treasure, that's something even the higher-ups of the divine sect couldn't do. He's so amazing. Nili smiled and said, I made you wait for so long. Let me take you out for a stroll.
Ninger happily agreed.
And immediately the two of them walked around the streets together.
So they met Jiyubei. Nili told him the story, and Jiyubei was stunned. The myriad miles rivers and mountains painting is spicy. Nili started explaining this and that. Then, it's totally doable.
Jiyubei proudly replied, I get it, leave it to me. But seriously, you actually found the mark left by a martial ancestor expert and figured out a solution like this, little bro. I'm impressed, Nili laughed.
Stop sucking up.
Then, Jiyubei gave Nili a spatial ring, saying, this is a dragon blood demon spirit, common growth rate, just bought it. Nili accepted it. Jiyubei hurriedly left, and Nili didn't forget to thank him.
Brother Jiyu, Nili turned to Ningzher and said, perfect. No one's around here and it's pretty secluded. Wait for me a bit. Making Ningzher full of questions, Nili then pulled out the painting and said, I'm gonna fuse a demon spirit. So Ningzher went back to guarding. A few hours passed, and the sky gradually darkened.
Nili returned, and the two of them went back to the small courtyard together.
Ningzher said, it's really lively outside tonight. The students from the Fire God sect and the Martial God sect seem to be gathering. Heard there's even a competition between geniuses. Why don't you give it a shot, Nili?
The higher-ups of the 3 major god sects are even offering rewards. Nili nodded and said, based on my cultivation, going there would just be asking for a beating.
Forget it, I'm not interested anyway.
When he opened the door and went in, he immediately ran into Xiao Yu, who was smiling.
Ning Li. Then he was surprised to see Ningzher and asked, you're here too? Ningzher smiled and replied, that's right, Xiao Yu, long time no see.
Nili asked Xiao Yu curiously, where have you been these past 2 days? Haven't seen you at all. The aura on your body is a bit off.
You had already advanced to the 4th life realm before.
How did you go back to 3rd life? You went to the Great World. Xiao Yu also nodded in confirmation, lowering his head and saying, yeah, I wasn't careful. Nili asked sternly, who did it? Was it Hua Ling? Xiao Yu silently admitted. Yes, I went to the Great World to bring something to my uncle. Unexpectedly, Hua Ling tracked me down.
Almost got killed by his subordinates. Nili snorted coldly upon hearing this, and asked, how much power does Hua Ling have in the Great World? What bases does he have? Xiao Yu replied, Hua Ling's forces in the Great World are basically all gathered in the north, near the Spirit Jade Divine Pool. About 60 or so people are all Heavenly Fate experts. Over 90% are from the Little Thousand Worlds. Nili's face was now filled with killing intent. Xiao Yu quickly reassured him.
Nili Stauk, don't get worked up. There are too many of them. We can't fight them with our strength.
Ningzher also reminded.
Brother Nili hasn't even reached the 2nd life realm yet. It's very dangerous to go to the Great World carelessly, Nili firmly said. They killed my people. How can I not make them pay the price?
He then patted Xiao Yu's shoulder and said, relax, I'll help you get justice. Ningzher asked in surprise. How are you planning to do it, Brother Nili? Nili laughed.
Of course, I'm not going to go looking for death. No need for me to act. Let's go meet someone. Xiao Yu was stunned, but still followed Nili. They left Shemei Inn and quickly went to Li Xingyun's place. A subordinate then led the way. This way, please, Nili politely replied.
Thanks. Suddenly, there was a commotion from Li Xingyun's other courtyard. Nili asked curiously, is young Master Li having guests? The subordinate confirmed. That's right, please wait outside for a moment, the 3 of you, Nili verbally agreed,
but actually ran closer to eavesdrop, leaving everyone speechless.
He stood by the door, nosily peeking inside. Li Xingyun inside. 2 elders were saying, Xingyun, we can't deny your talent is really not bad, but compared to Li Yufeng, you're still far behind. Li Xingyun then said unhappily, could you not say the first sentence?
The 3rd elder continued. Among the 10 elders of the family, 6 of us have determined that Li Yufeng is the successor family head. The remaining 4 elders have 2 supporting Liu Shui, 1 supporting you, and 1 giving up their right, and Liu Shui has decided to withdraw from the competition for the position of family head.
Is fully assisting Li Yufeng now. We also hope you can consider the big picture, Li Jingyun retorted.
Third elder, if Liu Shui has given up competing, then I'll just withdraw too, but the request you guys are making, I can't possibly agree to it.
The power I, Li Xingyun, built up in the great world, the industries I hold in my hands, why should they all be handed over to Li Yufeng to manage? What right does Li Yufeng have to take over my brothers and subordinates' industries? The third elder added. The Shengyan family only needs 1 family head, Li Xingyun retorted. I never said the family needs to have 2 family heads, but in the history of successor family heads, there has never been a precedent for taking back all the forces and subordinates in the hands of other successors. Why is it different for me? The third elder glanced and asked.
Li Xingyun, are you pretending not to know? Li Xingyun asked.
Pretending what? I just don't understand. Li Yufeng's strength is stronger than mine, but the subordinates under his command are really not up to par. If you want to recruit my subordinates, that's fine, but it has to be with the consent of my brothers. You can set the conditions. As long as they are willing to go, I, Li Jingyun, will definitely not stop them. The third elder snorted coldly, thinking, Li Xingyun is tricky. His subordinates are all of one mind. Every method has been tried, threats and promises, yet no one is willing to join Li Yufeng, so he said, as long as you wholeheartedly assist Li Yufeng, the others will naturally follow you. Shu Yufeng firmly said, loyalty to the family, I can do, but telling me to be a lackey for Lin Yufeng, he's not worthy.
Our Shengyan family, all these years, has hunted down a god-level growth rate demon spirit. According to family rules, who should it go to? Ask yourselves, back then, was my talent really weaker than Li Yufeng's? Should that demon spirit have belonged to me? Just because he was the son of the previous family head, he could use despicable means, ignore the family rules, and fuse with that demon spirit first. After that, my strength fell further and further behind him. But I wasn't convinced, fifth elder. I appreciate the reminder, but your position isn't really suited to say those words.
Third elder questioned. Xu Feng, are you still not over what happened back then? The results of the test back then had no problems. Your talent really was inferior to Li Yufeng's. You still think it was just a misunderstanding? Xu Feng said. Whether there was a misunderstanding or not, I don't care. Elders, don't you guys have any power of your own? Why let Li Yufeng take in my brothers?
Turning to fifth elder, he asked, tell me, does our Shengyan family have this rule?
Fifth elder cautioned. Xu Feng, this is a family decision, because the power you hold is an unstable factor for the Shengyan family in the future. Xu Feng burst out laughing. Ha ha, you finally said what's in your heart.
That little punk Li Yufeng, even though he's stronger than me, he doesn't have the hearts of the people. No one is willing to listen to him. You guys are worried that my brothers are growing stronger, that I'll compete with him for the position, so you want to nip the threat in the bud, right? Going to such lengths to let Lin Yufeng inherit? You guys are really burning the midnight oil?
The 2 elders were speechless.
Ni Li, who overheard everything, was surprised, thinking to himself, so that's the truth. According to the events of my past life, Xu Feng will eventually leave the family. Looks like he's being forced out. However, this happened after Li Yufeng became the family head. There's still some time to go, Xu Feng then said, seeing them out. Elders, please leave. No matter what, I won't agree.
Wanting me to hand over my subordinates and brothers to be lackeys for Li Yufeng? Absolutely no way. Third elder angrily pointed at him and shouted, Xu Feng, don't be asking for it. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xu Feng raised his head and replied, Xu Feng has never violated the family rules. Third elder, fifth elder, you want to use your power to bully me? Then go find my uncle, second elder, to talk to, third elder said angrily. One day you'll regret this. Fifth elder also snorted coldly. They turned around and left in a huff. Stepping outside, the subordinate bowed his head and greeted, Third elder, fifth elder, take care, on Xu Feng's side. He was sitting down when he was surprised to see Ni Li's group enter and asked in delight, Why are you guys here? Ni Li replied with a smile. Couldn't help but think of you, Xu Feng laughed. What else can I do? Cry? Looks like you guys heard everything, but it's nothing. Airing my dirty laundry in front of you guys. I wonder what brings Ni Li bro to my place. But I've already prepared the 100,000 spirit stones. He threw the ring to Ni Li. He took it, surprised, and laughed. Aren't you afraid I'll take the spirit stones and not work for you anymore? Xu Feng chuckled and said, Ridiculous, Xu Feng. I might not have other talents, but I'm good at judging people. I believe in you, Ni Li bro. Hearing this, Ni Li happily replied, Thanks for the compliment, Xu bro. I've prepared what you wanted. He then took out the demon spirit in his hand, causing Xu Feng to freeze in shock. Taking it,
he blankly asked.
So fast, Neely boasted. Not only fast, but it's also a mutated one, guaranteed to be stronger than Li Yufeng's demon spirit. Xu Feng then clenched his fist and thanked him. I won't say much more, as long as there's something Xu Feng can do. Just say the word. Ni Li spoke frankly. I came this time because I need your help. My brothers were killed once by Hua Ling's subordinates in the Great Thousand Realm, so I want you to send some people to me, Ni Li declared. I want to destroy all of them, Xu Feng coldly snorted. Ni Li's brothers are my brothers. How many people? When? Just say the word, Ni Li then said. At least 200 people, preferably with Celestial Star Realm. Want them the day after tomorrow. Xu Feng happily agreed. Rest assured. Leave it to me. I'll send a few more Celestial Axis Realm brothers. Ni Li laughed with interest. Ha. Then thanks. Xu Feng smiled and said, Why do you need to thank me? How many thanks do I need to say to you, Ni Li bro? I'm very happy today. Why don't we brothers stay at this villa and have a few drinks? Xiao Yu was shocked and hurriedly refused. No need. Thus the two sides said goodbye. On the way back, Ningzhouer asked, Ni Li, are you going too? Ni Li replied with a smile. Don't worry. I'll advance to the second Fate Realm within these 2 days. I've already reached the peak of the first Fate Realm. Using a little method to accelerate it, I can break through to the second Fate Realm in a few hours. Hearing this, Ningzher nodded with a smile. Xiao Yu chuckled and called softly, Ningyer, Ni Li. As they returned to the small courtyard, Ji Yu Bei suddenly jumped out and said, I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Ni Li asked in surprise. What's up that you were waiting for us? We just saw each other this afternoon. Xiao Yu was startled and thought to herself, how did this guy get in here? Ji Yu Bei ran over excitedly and said, Don't ask so much. Let me take you to see a good show, Ni Li wondered. Don't we need to call Lu Piao? Ji Yu Bei replied. He's probably cultivating, just leave him be. I've already sent people to do the thing ye entrusted to me, so rest assured that it will definitely be taken care of. Then, he said seriously, something's going to happen tonight. Ni Li was puzzled and asked, What's going to happen? They quickly followed Ji Yu Bei. At this time, the streets were bustling with people, all gathered densely in the martial arts arena, where fiercely contested battles were taking place. The people below were cheering enthusiastically. Ji Yu Bei led everyone quickly through this side. Ni Li was surprised to see Ji Yu Lan, his sister, sitting there. She looked over and greeted. Young Master Ni Li. Ni Li complimented. Ji Yu Lanji's complexion is getting better and better. Ji Yu Lan smiled and narrowed her eyes. I must thank you for your help, young master, Ni Li observed and thought. Both siblings are here, so it seems this show is being put on by Ji Yu Bei. Ji Yu Bei introduced the surroundings. Most of the people in that arena are members of my Ji Yu clan, and there are also several elders among them. Right now, it's a competition for the newest batch of Ji Yu clan disciples. Ni Li looked over in surprise. That's Ji Yu Heng, and the person next to him is probably an elder, Ji Yu Lan said. Let's go over there. Ji Yu Bei nodded in agreement, then he reached out, and the chair along with his sister was lifted up. Thus, Ji Yu Lan was lifted over by Ji Yu Bei, astonishing everyone who watched. They looked over and discussed. The siblings Ji Yu Bei and Ji Yu Lan have also arrived. Ji Yu Lan has been in seclusion for so long, she's finally willing to come out. One person sighed and said, If Ji Yu Lan hadn't been crippled, the one sitting in front would be her. How would it be Ji Yu Heng's turn? Someone else agreed. That's right. Then, they changed the subject. Have you guys heard? Ji Yu Bei became famous at the auction yesterday. Another person asked in surprise. What auction? One person explained. It's the Heavenly Hall, which only the wealthy elite can access. Roughly estimated, he spent over 400,000 spiritual stones. Truly astonishing. Ji Yu Bei hasn't even gone to the Great World, so how could he have so many spiritual stones? It must be his sisters. Over here, Ji Yu Heng looked over in surprise and said with a smile, Ji Yu Lan, Ji Yu Bei, you guys came to join the gathering too. Ji Yu Bei smiled insincerely. Haha, join what? We're just taking a stroll. The weather is nice today. Ji Yu Heng's expression turned serious, and he said nothing. The great elder Ji Yu Ya, who was sitting on the side, spoke up and asked, Ji Yu Lan, how is your body doing? Ji Yu Lan happily replied, Thanks to the great elder's blessing, I've been feeling much better recently. Ji Yu Ya nodded slightly and thought to himself, Ji Yu Lan's meridians are blocked, making her practically a cripple. It's truly that heaven isn't protecting our Ji Yu clan. Ji Yu Lan was a genius that only appears once every 100 years. The first successor is far inferior to her. Ji Yu Heng spoke up. It's a pity. Ji Yu Lan's complexion is much better than before. It's just a pity that those blocked meridians can't be restored. Ji Yu Lan looked regretful. Ji Yu Bane said with a smile.
It's so lively today. I heard that the younger generation of our family is competing here, so I came to join in the fun, haha.
Xiao Yu on this side silently watched. Ji Yu Heng looked surprised and asked, "Younger brother Ji Yu Bei is also interested. Coincidentally, the young geniuses of our Ji Yu clan are all competing. Hopefully we can discover some good seeds. How about younger brother Ji Yu Bei give it a try?" These words stunned the elders present.
Ji Yu Heng continued. It just so happens that Ji Yu Quan is the same as you, also at the peak of Earth Fate. How about I have him play with you, Ji Yu Bei asked in surprise. Ji Yu Quan. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Ji Yu Heng said with a smile. It's just a spar anyway, younger brother Ji Yu Bei. Don't worry, I'll tell Ji Yu Quan to be mindful of his limits. Ji Yu Bei looked hesitant, but had no choice but to agree.
The crowd on this side discussed. "Hey, have you heard? That young master with over 20 wives is going to compete," another person asked in a daze.
Is it Ji Yu Bei? The black-haired guy laughed painfully and said, haha, his cultivation is only at the bottom of the Earth Fate realm, and he doesn't know any combat skills. Every time he encounters someone of the same level, he gets beaten up. He's practically a useless piece of trash. The crew cut guy asked in surprise. But isn't he a 7th grade heavenly spiritual root? That guy snorted coldly. What's the use of a 7th grade heavenly spiritual root if you don't cultivate diligently? That guy blankly said. He's still Ji Yu Lan's younger brother anyway.
But he was retorted, "The difference between the two siblings is too big. Are they really related by blood?" Others chimed in, "Maybe Ji Yu Bei is acting. Just wait and see. How could that be?" The crowd on this side started discussing non-stop again. And Ji Yu Heng smiled disdainfully. Haha. He turned around and called out, "Ji Yu Quan, beat him to death for me." Ji Yu Kuyan suddenly appeared and said, "Got it," making Ji Yu Heng jump in fright.
Ji Yu Kuan made a sullen face, looked over at Ji Yu Bei, and snorted, thinking, do I have to fight this useless piece of trash again? Thinking that, he flipped a few times in the air and landed powerfully on the arena floor. Immediately after, Ji Yu Bei rushed forward, also putting on a show by flipping a few times in the air, but when he landed, he staggered unsteadily, causing the crowd to comment with disdain. Shaky steps. He's probably controlled by women already. How can he even fight? Ji Yu Bei forced a smile. Haha, Neely sighed in silent admiration. This kid's really hamming it up. Isn't he afraid of getting struck by lightning for playing dumb like that? Ye Ziyun covered her mouth and giggled. Ji Yu Bei learned that from you, Neely asked in surprise. Do I really do that?
Xiao Yu rolled her eyes and smirked.
Indeed. Birds of a feather flocked together, making Neely jump up and shout, You're hanging out with us too! On the side, the crowd started cheering loudly for Ji Yu Bei. Don't embarrass your sister, others shouted. Ji Yu Quan, go for it, beat that playboy to a pulp. Ji Yu Quan pointed his finger and said, Ji Yu Bei, what I despise the most is a rich, spoiled brat like you. A degenerate like you isn't even qualified to stand in our Ji Yu clan. What a waste of your 7th grade heavenly spiritual root. I declare that today I will represent the family to teach you a lesson, he said as he charged forward, making Ji Yu Bei pretend to be worried, raising his hand to say, Wait, Ji Yu Kunyan released his aura, transforming as he said, Ironback Eagle, lend me your strength, unleashing sharp claws that pounced towards Ji Yu Bei. Ji Yu Yai sighed. Ji Yu Kuan isn't holding back at all, it seems. Ji Yu Bei can't withstand it. What a pity. But Ji Yu Bei easily dodged, taunting, Can't catch me, neener. Shocking him. Ji Yu Bei suddenly charged straight into Ji Yu Kuan's massive body, unexpectedly causing him to faceplant onto the ground. The force of the fall, creating a violent tremor. Ji Yu Kuan, from the force of the fall, stayed in his transformed state, lying motionless and in great pain on the ground. Everyone below was stunned, not understanding what the hell just happened. Ji Yu Yai burst out laughing. Ha! It seems this kid's been hiding his strength. Turning to say, Ji Yu Heng, send another First Fate realm to test this kid. Ji Yu Heng was speechless, swallowing hard as he thought, this kid's been playing dumb all along. Unforgivable. Ji Yu Bei is younger than me. Once he reveals just enough talent, the family will definitely start to value him. In a dozen years, who knows if he'll be a threat to me. So he immediately ordered his subordinate, Ji Yu Yun, you go. Ji Yu Yun immediately jumped up, saying, Understood. Ji Yu Yai below asked in surprise, Is that Ji Yu Yun of the First Fate? Ji Yu Yun casually walked over. Ji Yu Bei said disdainfully, Didn't expect a playboy like you to actually have some strength, but once it's my turn, you won't have a chance. Ji Yu Bei crossed his arms and asked, Some strength? Didn't you see me knock him down with one move? If it wasn't for the arena having protective inscriptions, you wouldn't even have a chance to come up here. You know why? Ji Yu Yun was blank-faced and confused, so Ji Yu Bei said sternly, Aren't you going to worship me a little? Ji Yu Yun replied, I just want to see exactly what you're capable of. He immediately charged forward. But Ji Yu Bei quickly retreated. Ji Yu Yun swung his fist, flames blazing with aura on his hand as he rushed forward. Ji Yubei suddenly stood firm with a serious and calm expression. Raising his hand, his body suddenly erupting with aura, shocking Ji Yun. As he launched his fist, Ji Yubei's body suddenly turned into a sharp sword.
Before Ji Yun could attack, Ji Yubei rushed out, flashing past him, extinguishing Ji Yun's flames, leaving him standing motionless, panting heavily. Turning to look at Ji Yubei standing behind him, full of coldness,
Ji Yubei said indifferently, "You should go down. If this were a real fight, you'd already be dead." The girls below looked at Ji Yubei like a swooning teen idol.
Ni Li smiled with amusement, but Ji Yun, unwilling to accept it, asked, What's going on? So Ji Yai reminded him, "Enough, Ji Yun. You're no match for Ji Yubei."
Didn't expect Ji Yubei's sword intent to have reached this level already.
Ji Ya thought to himself,
just based on this sword intent alone, even a second Fate Realm cultivator might not be his match. Raising cultivation level is much simpler than mastering sword intent. We've neglected him for so many years. He glanced at the other elders. Ji Yuheng clenched the armrest of his chair in fury, thinking, damn it, his focus is on sword intent. I underestimated him. Because his cultivation hadn't improved, I absolutely can't let him rise again. Ji Yun, feeling as spicy as if he ate a chili pepper, shouted, "Damn it!" Ji Yubei sighed and asked, "You're still here?"
Ha ha! Ji Yubei's laughter echoed nonstop.
Meanwhile, Long Yuyin, who was also present below the stage, watched and thought, has Ji Yubei's strength already surpassed mine? His strength has increased so quickly. Could this sword intent be comprehended from that sword character? I want to take a closer look. Ji Ya ordered. Ji Yubing, you're a third Fate Realm cultivator. Go and spar with Ji Yubei. Ji Yuheng angrily said, did you hear that? Go up there and fight properly. Don't embarrass me. Ji Yubing acknowledged the order and immediately jumped onto the stage. He said sternly, I admit we've underestimated you before. Your strength is beyond my expectations. Since Elder Ji Ya has sent me, I won't hold back. Ji Yubei casually smiled and replied, whatever. Which made Ji Yubing annoyed, snorted and grabbed his clothes and ripped it apart, revealing his ripped six-pack abs. Then his aura erupted. His body transformed. Muscles bulged with red flames. He laughed and immediately transformed into a scarlet flame giant bear, a god-level spirit with growth potential.
Faced with such a powerful force, Ji Yubei only sensed a third Fate Realm cultivator, but he felt a strong pressure, smiling slightly and praising.
Awesome, now I finally don't have to hide my strength anymore, let me have a good fight. Ji Yubei also burst out a cyan aura of beginner level, making Ji Ya surprisingly asked, his aura is actually first Fate peak. Ni Lai was stunned and said, his aura seems to be still increasing. Ji Yubing was also shocked when facing this power. At this time, Ji Yubei's soul sea began to release a vortex force, which became larger and larger. He yelled quickly. Ji Yubei became Heavenly Fate, Second Fate. Then Ji Yubei shouted, Dragonbone Winged Tiger. He merged with his demon spirit extremely aggressively. His body gradually transformed, fangs, claws and wings behind him. A blazing demon spirit appeared roaring in front of Ji Yubing, making him want to piss his pants. Ji Yubei waved his hand and said, take this. Meanwhile, Ji Yubing was dumbfounded. Just one punch came and gave Ji Yubing a deep kiss into the ground. Everyone below screamed in surprise, feeling the pain for Ji Yubing. When Ji Yubei's arm lifted, he quickly transformed back into his original form, lying motionless on the ground. Ji Yubei was stunned. Maybe I overdid it a bit. Ji Ya stood up in shock, feeling Ji Yubei deeply. How did he get this Dragonbone Winged Dragon? This is a god-level, growth potential dragon blood demon spirit. Ji Yuheng worriedly thought, no way, how could he have this? The crowd began to cheer, displaying such strength and having a growing god-level dragon blood demon spirit. He will definitely be listed by the family as one of the heirs. But Ji Yuheng gritted his teeth and thought, dream on. Don't even think about it, you two siblings. One who is crippled is still not satisfied, and the second one wants to try too. Since Ji Yubei is determined to show himself and compete, he must be well prepared. If that's the case, I'll slowly play with you, he began to plan. But poisoning can't be the same trick. Using it twice won't work, so I'll have to think of a way in the great world.
While Ji Yuheng was thinking, Ji Yulan glanced at the crowd.
At this time he excitedly cheered loudly. Ji Yubing of the Third Fate was defeated by him in one move. I wonder who the Grand Elder will send next. Ji Ya was silent when he heard this, put his hands behind his back and said, alright, Ji Yubei's test ends here. We must convene an elders meeting urgently. All Ji Yu clan disciples listen up. Ji Yubei will become one of the heirs of the Ji Yu clan. As for which heir he will be, we will determine that later. Ji Yuheng stood up with a fake smile and said, Congratulations, junior brother Gu Bei, for obtaining a god-level growth dragon bloodline demon spirit, solidifying your position as heir. I didn't expect you could truly surprise us. The crowd gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What the heck, a dragonbone winged tiger? That's a god-level growth dragon bloodline demon spirit? Where did he dig that up from?" Another said, "He must have gotten it himself. Our family has only hunted 2 of those in all these years. One for Gu Lan, and one for Gu Heng," someone confirmed. "That's right, isn't it a good thing? The Gu clan has another genius who fused with a god-level growth dragon bloodline demon spirit. Judging by his performance, he can directly become the second in line to the heir position. After all, Gu Lan is already crippled. There are only 2 descendants in the family with god-level growth dragon bloodline demon spirits." The crowd started gossiping again. Meanwhile, Gu Bei recalled his demon spirit, returning to his original form, and glanced at Gu Heng, who was grimacing with a cold snort. Scene change at the Gu clan. The elders had gathered in full force. Gu Tianlong, the Gu clan's patriarch, began to speak. "Elders, what are your thoughts on Gu Bei's matter?" The third elder stood up and said, "Where did Gu Bei get this demon spirit from anyway? This must be thoroughly investigated. Furthermore, he disregarded the family rules by fusing such a precious demon spirit without informing the clan. He must be punished. Otherwise, others will follow suit, obtaining god-level growth dragon bloodline demon spirits and fusing them on their own. Wouldn't that ruin the rules?" Gu Ya chuckled softly. "Haha, third elder, you want to punish a genius who just fused with a god-level growth dragon bloodline demon spirit? Gu Lan's meridians are blocked. As Gu Lan's younger brother, Gu Bei has suffered a lot. He has also been humble and patient. Now that he has finally surprised everyone, you want to punish him? Wouldn't that make him miserable?" The third elder said, "But Gu Bei did violate the family rules," Gu Ya reminded him. "There are many who violate the family rules. Gu Heng is one of them too." Gu Yu asked in surprise. "When did Gu Heng violate the family rules?" Gu Ya said bluntly. "Unless you don't do it, don't expect others not to know, third elder. Do you want me to continue?" Gu Yu suddenly fell silent. The other elders started to argue, while Gu Tianlong remained silent. A balding elder with a few strands of hair suggested, "This matter should still be decided by the patriarch. I think this child, Gu Bei, although he seems mischievous, he secretly works hard to comprehend the sword Dao like that. Plus, he fused with a god-level growth dragonbone winged tiger. He is fully capable of taking on the position of the second in line to the heir." Hearing this, the other elders agreed. Gu Tianlong immediately decreed, "I have decided to make Gu Bei the first in line to the heir. What do you all think?" Causing the elders to jump in shock, Gu Tianlong asked sternly, "Do you have any objections?" Everyone blankly asked back. "First position. What's going on?" The third elder spoke up, asking, "Patriarch, Gu Bei says cultivation is not enough, and he hasn't built up his own power in the great world. To make him the first in line to the heir of our Gu clan. Isn't that a bit reckless?" The patriarch replied. Gu Heng's character is not upright. Although his talent and strength are superior, he has always been unable to take on the position of the first in line to the heir. Therefore, he will temporarily be demoted to the second in line to the heir, under observation. Hearing this, the third elder couldn't say anything more and had to bow his head in agreement. Several other elders started discussing among themselves, "His character isn't upright. Gu Heng's usual demeanor doesn't have any problems." Another said, "Gu Bei suddenly rising up, does that have anything to do with him? The great elder just mentioned a violation of the rules. Plus, Gu Bei's older sister suddenly had her meridians blocked and became crippled, unless," speaking to this point, the elders immediately changed their tune, shouting, "I agree with the patriarch's decision." Supporting the patriarch, Gu Tianlong nodded slightly. Quickly, the news spread, everyone exclaiming in surprise, "It was just decided in the elders' meeting that Gu Bei is the first in line to the heir." Someone asked, "Straight to first? He's not as strong as Gu Heng. Could it be that Gu Heng has problems?" On this side, Gu Heng, hearing this news, was boiling with anger, his face darkening. He thought to himself, hurriedly convening an elders' meeting only to discuss such a result. Gu Bei doesn't even have any power in the great world. What qualifications does he have to steal my position? It seems the patriarch has learned a few things. Is he trying to provoke me with this method? He coldly snorted, thinking, Gu Bei will just become the second Gu Lan. You can't rise up. That year I helped that person drag Gu Lan down. This time he will definitely help me. On this side, Gu Lan burst into happy laughter, saying to Ni Li and the others, I didn't expect that the patriarch would actually make me the first in line to the heir. It seems those old geezers have seen that I am a once-in-a-lifetime genius. The only man who can save the Gu clan, Ni Li said. How is that possible?
Even if your talent is high, you only have second fate.
I think the main reason your patriarch is supporting you is to warn Ji Yu Hang about what Ji Yu Hang did to your older sister that year. The patriarch probably already knew, but he didn't know what to do since he was the only one in this generation with a god-level growth dragon bloodline demon spirit.
But now that you have risen up,
they are worried that Ji Yu Hang will pull the same tricks, so they are using this method to restrain him, to make him wary. Ji Yu Bei happily laughed coldly, saying, "Serves him right." Ji Yu Hang, Ji Yu Lan, reminded him,
if you can't protect the position of first in line to the heir, given his personality, he will definitely play tricks again. He also has deep-rooted power in the great world. If you don't establish your own power in the great world, then when the true succession happens, the position of first in line will still be Ji Yu Hang's, because the position of family head can't be passed down to someone without roots.
Ji Yu Bei happily said, "I understand, big sis. Let's go to another arena to watch." Ni Li happily agreed. "Okay, let's go." They left before Ji Yu Hang's resentful gaze, he thought to himself. And that little brat Ni Li, he doesn't want to drink the toast, he only wants to drink the penalty cup. He's been on the same side as Ji Yu Bei and Ji Yu Lan from the start. I can't deal with Ji Yu Bei right now, but dealing with Ni Li is no problem at all. He then stood up and told his subordinates, "Let's go too." A few hours later at the training ground, it was still as crowded as an anthill, everyone talking boisterously.
Ninger at this moment, with tears in her eyes, sadly said, "Ni Li, it's almost dawn. I have to return to the sect with my sisters."
Ni Li placed his hand on Ninger's shoulder and instructed, "Take good care of yourself when you return to the Heavenly Note sect." Ninger smiled lightly and stepped forward, gently tiptoeing, gave Ni Li a peck on the cheek, then shyly turned away. But Ni Li grabbed her hand and said, "Wait," making Ninger turn her head back, full of questions. Ni Li smiled gently, offering the ring. "There are some spirit stones in this ring, and a Bloodwing St. Zhao dragon spirit to test growth rate. You can divide them yourself."
"Oh right, I also wrote some stuff, it's all inside. Besides, is there anything else you need? Tell me now." Ninger's face turned as red as a furnace as she stammered, "No, nothing. I'll go first." Ninger ran for a bit, then turned back to wave goodbye to Ni Li. Mingyue Wushuang watched all this, thinking to herself, Ni Li and Ningyu are so sweet. Ni Li waved goodbye as well. Xiao Yu also thought,
Ni Li and Ningxie are a perfect match, even their hair color is the same. Suddenly, Yan Yang appeared and greeted, "Junior brother Ni Li." Yan Yang sighed, "What a pity. Today's time is too tight, can't chat with you for long. Bidding farewell here today, hopefully we'll meet again someday. If you come to the Fire God sect, you can come find me, we'll have a nice chat."
The others, seeing this attitude, exclaimed, "The Holy Sun is so polite to him, seems like he's no ordinary person." "Over here," Ni Li respectfully replied, "Senior brother Yan Yang, you're too kind, I'll definitely come to greet you then."
Yan Yang happily said, "Then I'll go first," then waved to the Fire God sect disciples, "Let's go." On the other side, Ye Xuan's group also quickly left. He didn't forget to give Ni Li a nasty look, cursing in his heart, "Ni Li Sai, you little punk." As time passed, the sunlight gradually emerged. Inside Ni Li's room, he took out the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, suspending it in the room. He himself entered the illusory space of the painting to cultivate. As he closed his eyes, Ni Li sensed, it's coming again. A flickering, faint red flame was appearing in his soul sea. Ni Li's cultivation had now reached the heavenly fate realm, second fate, and another soul force had appeared, surprising him. A blue soul force? Why are the two soul forces different colors? Doesn't seem like there's anything particularly special about it. Quickly consolidate my cultivation a bit, finally reach the second fate realm. Afterwards, he shot out to return to the real world, muttering to himself, "It's time to go to the great world."
Scene changed to the great world, northern part of the martial gods sect, at the Spirit Jade Divine Pond. The Divine Pond absorbs the power of the Heavenly Tao in the world, and the entire power of the Heavenly Tao of the Draconic Ruins realm in the world has become extremely thin due to the existence of countless Divine Ponds, but humans have obtained Spirit Stones that condense a large amount of the power of the Heavenly Tao in the Divine Pond, and it only belongs to the owner of the Divine Pond. Hua Ling laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha!" Thinking to himself, the 5,000-year-old Spirit Jade Divine Pond was originally very dry, but now it shows signs of recovery. A few days ago, my subordinates even killed Xiao Yu once. Truly a double blessing at the door. Thinking this, he covered his mouth and chuckled gleefully. He continued thinking, Xiao Yu, I've never liked this sissy. If he dares to come to the great world later, I'll kill him every time I see him. Who told his father to dare compete for the position with my father? Suddenly, he was startled to find someone coming. Someone was actually visiting his broken divine pond. So he called his subordinates. "Come down here quickly. Prepare to protect the divine pond." He stared blankly, saying, "Seems like there's quite a few people." 3 people shot down from the sky. Hua Ling looked up, surprised.
then laughed gleefully. Ha ha! Triumphantly, he said. Xiao Yu, this idiot, actually dares to show up in this place. Does he think that bringing two little devils from the tiny world will prevent him from dying?
Lu Piao pointed and cursed. Hua Ling, you get out here for me. Are you going to hide in the divine pond like a turtle? Lu Piao cursed loudly, and Hua Ling appeared,
accompanied by countless lackeys surrounding the sky, rendering Lu Piao speechless. Hua Ling said grimly, Xiao Yu, seems like you didn't die enough last time, huh? Why did you bring two more doomed devils this time to seek death?
Lu Piao coldly snorted.
Hua Ling, you guys have so many people, yet you bully Xiao Yu alone, how shameful. Tell me, how should this matter be resolved? If you don't want to compensate with money, then kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes.
Hua Ling laughed so hard he doubled over. Ha ha!
You three idiots think this is the Sky Origin Chamber, Ni Li coldly said. Harming my people can't go unpunished. Leave all the treasures on your bodies as compensation for Xiao Yu's losses, and I might spare your lives.
Hua Ling disdainfully thought that he truly didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth.
In this great world, it's the law of the jungle, yet you dare to be so arrogant without any strength. I see you completely don't understand anything.
He immediately gave the order. Brothers, send these idiots back to the Soul Hall.
Immediately, the small fry surrounded them on all sides. But Ni Li calmly smiled faintly, saying, You said it's the strong bullying the weak. Then, I guess there's no choice. A blonde-haired guy, hearing this, uncomfortably gritted his teeth and coldly snorted, thinking that he was about to die and was still acting tough. Then suddenly, his face and those of his companions turned green, and Hua Ling was also confused, as his body became unable to move.
From behind, Li Hu, who was at the Heavenly Star Realm and Heavenly Axis Realm, appeared and said,
Hua Ling, you seem to have no memory at all. Hua Ling tried to turn his head to see who was talking, only to freak out when he realized they were surrounded.
Hua Ling frowned, recognizing the red-haired guy as Li Hu, one of Li Xingyun's men. Li Hu said, Our boss said, stay away from young Master Ni Li.
If you don't listen, don't blame us, Li Hu glared, releasing an aura that made Hua Ling and his crew tremble.
Hua Ling shouted,
trying to explain. This is just a grudge between me and Xiao Yu. We have no beef with Boss Xingyun. Why are you coming after me? Li Hu said. Ni Li's brothers are our boss's brothers. Offending Ni Li is the same as offending our boss.
Now we all listen to young Master Ni Li's orders. Your life and death are decided by young Master Ni Li. Hua Ling was speechless. Suddenly, Ni Li ordered, Kill them all. Li Hu's men immediately charged forward. Li Hu responding, Understood, brothers. Hua Ling panicked and shouted, Wait! But Li Hu retorted, No waiting. Hua Ling bitterly asked,
I don't understand. Why is Li Xingyun helping these three kids from the tiny Linglong world to deal with me? I mean, we from the tiny origin world aren't pushovers either. Killing us is the same as declaring war on the entire tiny origin world.
Isn't Li Xingyun afraid of our tiny origin world's revenge? Li Xingyun is only the third in line to the Kang Yan family. Too many enemies are more harm than good for him to compete for the position of family head.
Li Hu smirked and asked, Are you threatening me? Our Tianxing syndicate has never been afraid of anyone, even the entire minor world. If you want to start a war, just try it.
Waving his hand as a reminder, Young Master Ni Li, please step back, Hua Ling said angrily. If that's the case, then I, Hua Ling, admit defeat today, but I will get this debt back sooner or later.
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hu unleashed a palm strike with explosive power. The sky turned red like a erupting volcano, instantly wiping out Hua Ling as he screamed his last. The palm strike then rushed forward and eliminated all of his subordinates.
Lu Piao cheered with delight, exclaiming, Isn't this Li Hu just a lackey of Brother Xingyun? He's this strong. One person destroyed over 60 heavenly fate-level experts. Right after eliminating the cannon fodder, Li Hu reached out and grabbed something, then rushed over, calling out,
Young Master. Ni Li held out his hand and said, These are the space rings that Hua Ling and his crew left behind.
Ni Li took it and said,
Sorry for the trouble, but in such a dangerous major world, no one keeps good stuff in these rings, since you could get killed if you're not careful. That's right, the Tianxing Syndicate brothers helped me out. How can I let you guys go back empty-handed?
Distribute these spirit stones to the brothers. He handed the ring containing the items to Li Hu, who was stunned and cautiously said, Our boss sent us. How can we accept your things? Ni Li said, No need to be polite. You need some travel expenses for working for me, otherwise I'd be too stingy. I'll tell Li Xingyun about it. If you don't accept it, you're not giving me face. Li Shua had no choice but to accept, saying, Thank you, young master.
Ni Li suddenly remembered. That's right, the spirit jade pool. Then he rushed off, making Lu Piao call out in surprise, Ni Li. He rushed down and said, You guys wait for me a moment, I'll be right back.
The brothers watched and sighed. This is too much. So many people to deal with, just a few dozen guys. What was the boss thinking? Suddenly, Li Hu appeared unexpectedly, saying, This is yours,
causing these guys to exclaim in surprise. There are more than 50 spirit stones. Even more than we earn in a month.
We're over 200 people. Didn't this young master Ni Li just throw out over 10,000 spirit stones? Oh my god, this financial power is too scary. And he's still going down to the divine pond to pick up spirit stones? What a hard worker.
Meanwhile, Ni Li arrived at the divine pond, went down into the middle of the lake, and waved his hand, using his soul force to emit a golden light.
Suddenly, the inscriptions written by Ni Li lit up in mid-air, covering the entire area.
Then, these inscriptions plunged straight into the water,
surrounding Ni Li. Like a vortex, the entire mountain shook violently, making Li Hu and his crew look on in shock. In an instant, the surface of the lake glowed brightly, and the power emitted from the water surged up into a pillar.
Ni Li watched and sighed. It's out. This is the origin of the Chen Zihe divine root.
Deep within the Dragon Ruins realm, a few of these are occasionally conceived, and this one has the spirituality of a divine root. The divine root gestates underground for 10,000 years,
absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. It gathers on the mud and flies up, forming a divine pool. The moment it appeared, Ni Li pounced and grabbed it with both hands.
Gotcha.
But the divine root struggled to escape, making him scoff.
Still want to run? He channeled golden energy into his hand, instantly unleashing the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting and suppressing the divine root inside.
Li Hu watched in surprise and asked, "Young Master Ni Li, it looks like you caught something." Ni Li flew over, laughing heartily. "Wasted everyone's time, let's go." Then, as Ni Li's group happily prepared to leave, suddenly, the divine pool cracked and shattered with a loud crackling sound.
Huge chunks of rock fell down, and quickly,
in just a few seconds, the entire spirit jade divine pool was destroyed. A few days later, when Hua Ling and the others returned, they were dumbfounded. "Where's the divine pool?" Hua Ling's face turned purple with anger, and he couldn't speak. He gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Ni Li, Li Jingyun, it's one thing if you kill me, but you even destroyed my divine pool." He clutched his head and roared, "You ruined my life."
"Destroyed my divine pool, I'll never let this go," his screams echoed. Scene changed to Zhao Yu's villa.
At this time, in Ni Li's room,
he took out the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting and went inside. He crossed his arms and looked at the mountain before him, marveling.
"Looks like this divine root is being nurtured extremely well in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. It's already condensed into a small mountain so quickly. After all, the power of the heavenly Dao in this painting is boundless. And furthermore, spirit stones have already been produced in the new divine pool. The output is even higher than the original output from the Dragon Ruins realm. The myriad miles rivers and mountains painting is truly the perfect environment for nurturing divine pools. Why didn't the previous owner nurture a divine pool? Or did they not care about these spirit stones? They really didn't care about fame or fortune.
Speaking of which, that kind of mentality is also my weakness.
There's always a higher mountain, and there's always someone better. I should still strengthen my cultivation in all aspects. Scene change to the Heavenly Spirit Institute. At the Hall of Enlightenment, Ji Yubei loudly announced, "The Demon League is recruiting. We provide 20 spirit stones per month, and various subsidies. Upper grade Earth spiritual roots get 30 spirit stones per month. Heavenly spiritual roots get 40 spirit stones. Applications will not be accepted after the deadline. Sign the covenant now, and get a subsidy of 30 spirit stones immediately." Everyone there was surprised to hear this. 20 spirit stones per month. That's a lot for a newbie. How is it several times more than other factions? But once you sign the covenant, you can't switch anymore. The benefits are high, but the leader of the covenant might not be that strong.
"Let's go see." They rushed to Ji Yubei's table and asked curiously,
"Who is that guy?" The blondie replied. "You don't know. That long-haired guy is Ji Yubei. He was just confirmed to have fused with a god-level growth dragon bloodline demon spirit, so he was directly considered as the first heir of the Ji clan. The others gathered around and discussed, doesn't that mean he has a very good chance of becoming the clan leader? Ji Yubei doesn't have any power in the great world yet. If we join now, and he becomes the Ji clan leader, then we'll become godsons in the future. Plus, he's offering these benefits." Immediately the crowd clamored to volunteer. "I want to join, me first, don't push." Lu Piao helped out by writing out the agreements, and with one hand, he stamped them non-stop, as person after person came to register and get stamped, greatly increasing the number of members. However, the crowd still squeezed and rushed over. Ji Yubei spoke up, "I'm not the leader," making the crowd dumbfounded. "Not you. But even the first heir of the Ji clan is willing to stand below this person, so isn't the leader of the Demon League even more badass?" The crowd immediately clamored, "I want to join, don't push, I was here first." So those on the other side also ran over to the Demon League. The crowd became chaotic, and this place became the center of attention. Ji Yubei calmed everyone down. "Yo, chill out. As long as you're loyal to the Demon League, we'll treat you right." Join us, and each of you gets a personalized, martial ancestor-level cultivation technique. Hit Heavenly Star Realm, and BAM! A rank 3 treasure for everyone. And when you reach Heavenly Fate Realm, you all get top-tier growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. Gu Bei keeps his word, and the crowd goes wild. Other factions are probably cursing us under their breath.
Seriously, treasures and demon spirits. This is straight-up market dumping, cutthroat competition. Isn't Gu Bang afraid of bankrupting his clan with this stunt? Someone else chimes in. He's rich, he can do whatever he wants. And just like that, the Demon League recruits over 600 people on day 1. Gu Bang stoked. With this many people, we can take over a couple of god-level pools. Plus, 3 Heavenly Star Realm experts who haven't joined other forces yet? That's a rare find. What's their story? Lu Piao jokes. You're gonna be rolling in gifts when you get home. Gu Bei suddenly snaps out of it. Wait, how did I end up in the West Courtyard with you while chatting? Lu Piao bursts out laughing. Dude, you're such an airhead. Over on Ni Li's side, he picks up a spirit stone and muses. 1 god-level root isn't enough, gotta grab a few more. That way, spirit stones will flow endlessly, and we can use them to support a big force. Lessons learned from the past life. Going solo won't cut it against the Sage Emperor. We need to build a strong enough force to stand against his and shatter his endless spacetime seal. The Sage Emperor controls endless spacetime, including the Dragon Ruins realm. He's the true overlord of the ancestral land of saints and demons. In my past life, only the ancestral land heavenly gods could challenge the Sage Emperor, but then the holy maiden of the ancestral land heavenly gods suddenly disappeared, and the ancestral land heavenly gods all turned into golden flames, reduced to ashes. That's how the Sage Emperor took over. Before that happens, I must build a force strong enough to fight him. First step. Unite the splintered martial gods sect and become its sect master. Time passes, and the Demon League is officially established. Next, Ni Li and the guys reorganize the Demon League, passing down cultivation techniques and selecting core members. The whole Demon League dives into intense training.
Li Xingyun also swings by frequently to share experience and lead his subordinates. They haven't even reached the 6 major sects yet, but the Demon League is already causing waves and drawing attention in the Heavenly Spirit Institute. A month later, Gu Bei tells Ni Li,
people from the Yin League are saying that if any of our members dare to enter the major sects, they'll start hunting us. Ni Li raises an eyebrow. The Yin League? What's that?
Gu Bei explains. They're a force under the Yin clan and the O clan, which is the 4th strongest family of the martial god sect. The leader is Yin Wufeng, the top legitimate heir of the Yin clan, a Heavenly Fate Realm expert who's tight with Gu Heng. I think Gu Heng sees me as an obstacle in the Gu clan, but he doesn't want to make a move himself, so he's using the Yin League to suppress us.
Ni Li smirks. Got it, no biggie. If we want to gain a foothold in the major sects, we'll have to fight our way through. We can get Li Xingyun to help us expand first. I'll go say hi and ask him to send you guys into the major sects. Gu Bei's surprised.
What about you, Ni Ling grins? I want to take care of something on the major sects. Sigh. At this moment, Li Xingyun speaks up. Nilik, I've contacted the guys you wanted to buy from, but why do you want their dried-up god-level pools? They only produce a few thousand spirit stones a year, and you'd have to send people to watch over them. It's really not worth it, Ni Li chuckles. I need them for something. Hope you can keep it a secret, line bro.
Li Xingyun laughs heartily. Always full of tricks, Ni Li. Relax, I got you, Ni Li thinks to himself.
The Spirit Jade god-level pool may be dried up, but after its god-level root is reformed inside the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting, it'll produce 3,000 spirit stones in just 1 month, and even 3 essence spirit stones. Those are usually only found in high-grade god-level pools with a 1 in 1,000 chance. The Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting will make these god-level pools way more valuable than they seem. Soon, they arrive at the Fire Feather god-level pool. A curly-haired guy points and says, "That's the Fire Feather god-level pool. If you're friends with Xingyun, I'll be straight with you. This pool's a dead end. It only produces around 2,000 spirit stones a year, tops. We got over 70 brothers watching over it just to scrape by. If you really want it, I'll sell it to you for 5,000 spirit stones." Li Xingyun jumps in.
Teng Zhe, Ni Li's my bro, 3,000 spirit stones. Take it or leave it. Teng Zhen's face falls, and he scratches his head with a sigh. If Xingyun says so, then fine. They quickly make the deal. Teng Zhe bolts.
Li Xingyun sighs. Even though the Fire Feather god-level pool is dried up, people still fight over it. It could have fallen into the wrong hands. 3,000 spirit stones in their pockets is a win for them. They're probably thrilled. Honestly, we could have just taken the pool from them. But your way is right. The righteous get help, while the wicked don't. It's wrong to bully the weak. Ni Li nods. Exactly. Then he flies up to the god-level pool and says, "Wait for me," leaving Li Xingyun dumbfounded, flying up to the god-level pool. Then, strange things start happening on the pool. Golden light shines, and the pool shakes violently.
Inside the dazzling light, Neely grabs the god-level root.
Li Xingyun sees it, and realizes Neely got something good. When Neely comes back down, Li Xingyun asks, Neely, what was that thing in the pool? How could there be something like that? Did you get something from the spirit jade god-level pool too? Neely replies honestly.
This is the god root. Without it, the god pond will collapse quickly. But this must absolutely not be known to others, or things will get serious. Li Xingyun blanked out for a few seconds, then replied.
Relax, Neely chimed in. Let's continue then. And so it went on. Countless exhausted god pawns were bought up by Neely, he exclaimed. Bought another 7? This kind of business is convenient, fast, and doesn't offend anyone. Not bad at all, Li Xingyun confirmed. That's right, but the prerequisite is having money. Neely turned to ask.
Brother Li, do you have any god pawns? Can you sell them to me?
Li Xingyun replied. Not gonna lie, Brother Neely. I have a total of 3 low-level god pawns. Each year they can produce 20 to 30,000 spirit stones.
This is also the foundation for me to control the forces in my hands. Of course, if Brother Neely wants one, I can give you one, Neely hurriedly declined. No, Brother Li is too kind. I'm willing to buy one of Brother Li's. For 10,000 spirit stones, how's that? Li Xingyun also declined. No need, Brother Neely gifted me a mature Bloodwing Saint Jiao dragon. If I, Li Xingyun, can't even afford a god pond, then I'm too petty. Suddenly he remembered. That's right. Recently I discovered a masterless god pond deep in the great world. Moreover, it seems to be a mid-level god pond, but that god pond is guarded by demon beasts, and I haven't decided to attack yet. It just so happens that this time I can bring some teams over to occupy this mid-level god pond, Neely asked in surprise. You haven't gone yet. Looks like those demon beasts are no joke, Neely continued. I'm quite interested in this god pond. Can Brother Li take me to see it? Li Xingyun advised. Brother Neely, it's better if you don't go there. It's too dangerous, Neely replied with a smile. It's inevitable to encounter danger in the great world, and now I'm already at second fate, nothing to worry about. If Brother Xingyun can escort me to the center of the god pond, that would be great, Li Xingyun asked in surprise. To the center of the god pond? That cost is actually much lower than attacking the god pond. After all, there are many Heavenly Axis Bloodwing Saint Jiao dragons there, and even a Dragon Realm one. If I really have to attack, I still have to join forces with other forces, and the issue of distribution in the end is not something I can decide alone. Therefore, attacking it is really not profitable, and many brothers will die. This is also one of the reasons why I haven't taken action yet. If Brother Neely needs it now, then I'll take everyone on a trip to help Brother Neely get that god root. With that, he immediately went to call people.
Neely then said, Wait, are we setting off immediately? Li Xingyun replied with a smile. That's right, isn't it? So when can we set off? Neely replied. 2 days later, Li Xingyun confirmed. Okay, then I'll gather the people, striving for a single, successful attempt. Then, let's go to our god pond first, Neely agreed. The two sped towards the god pond.
The brothers here recognized that it was their boss, Li Xingyun, flying over, discussing this plan and that plan. Then they flew away with their subordinates. Neely stayed behind, watching them leave, thinking to himself, might as well cultivate here first. Looking down at the god pond, he thought, the god root inside the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting seems to have some power surging out after gathering the divine will inside the painting. Then he found a place to sit down and calmly began to cultivate. At this time, Neely's body flew up and floated in the air. A source of blue power erupted around him. In the soul realm, suddenly it expanded. The runes surrounding the flower bud vine were agitated, shaken by the source of the runes. Then, the flower bud of the vine bloomed into a flower. Blue and red aura rushed into Neely's soul realm, making him endure a painful sensation. It's so hot. The soul realm seems to be about to explode. The source of blue aura surrounding Neely burst out violently. He cursed inwardly. Holy crap, damn it! Why is it always like this? Gotta hang in there. The 3 demon spirits in his body were also screaming wildly at this time. After a while, suddenly, a golden fate soul gradually appeared. He, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, 3rd fate already, and still a golden fate soul. Truly strange. The feeling now is that cultivation is completely out of my control. Sometimes, no matter how many spirit stones I absorb, I can't advance. Sometimes I suddenly advance, wanting to explode my soul realm. There's absolutely no warning at all. Could it be related to the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting? Forget it. Still gotta quickly consolidate my cultivation first. He sighed and hurriedly cultivated.
After a while, suddenly someone with a surging aura rushed towards this god pond. That person turned out to be Long Yuyin.
Seeing this, Li Xingyun's subordinates immediately pounced up, asking sternly, who are you to barge in here?
Long Yuyin calmly announced her name. I'm Long Yuyin, here to find Neely. A dumbfounded guy asked, how did you know young master Neely was here, and came looking for him? Long Yuyin blushed and said,
I'm his disciple, which surprised the guy, who crossed his arms and asked confusedly, Disciple, I heard Long Yunyin is from the Long Yin family. The person next to him said, Just let her go. She's only at the heavenly fate realm, there's no danger, the young man blankly said. Young Master Ni Li is cultivating, you can't see him right now. Pointing to the rock, he said, You can only sit here and wait for the young master to finish cultivating. Long Yunyin immediately agreed and quickly jumped down to sit under the rock. Looking at Ni Li in front of her, she sighed. The pressure is so strong. In terms of martial arts understanding, he has definitely reached a transcendent realm. Since Master passed away, Ni Li is the only one who has made me submit. Only he can lead me to the peak of martial arts. I must formally take him as my master. On the other side, Ni Li was constantly cultivating, and the 3 soul realms in his soul sea were constantly moving around the vines. Suddenly, the vines released power towards the Saint Blood-Winged Flood Dragon, causing it to roar fiercely. The Saint Blood-Winged Flood Dragon's cultivation base rapidly increased, finally reaching 5 fate. Its eyes burned with a fiery red energy. Ni Li sighed. The Saint Blood-Winged Flood Dragon is growing too fast. If it weren't for the vines locking it down, it would have broken free already. I must cultivate quickly. I can't let it upgrade any further, and I can't let it surpass my cultivation level too much. They are both God-level growth, and both are at the 5 fate realm, but the Saint Blood-Winged Flood Dragon is many times stronger than the other 2. Is this the power of the dragon bloodline? Time passed. Ni Li slowly opened his eyes, and under the sunlight, he suddenly saw Long Yunyin peeking at him, making him confused and stunned as he asked, Why are you here? She hesitated for a few seconds, then turned serious and said firmly, I've thought about it for a long time since I returned. I want to take you as my teacher. Please accept me as your disciple. Ni Li froze, as if sprayed with hairspray, then said, This isn't very appropriate. You're my master's junior sister, and you want to take me as your teacher. He immediately stood up. Ni Li waved his hand. How about we just forget about it? But Long Yunyin called out, Wait, this isn't a problem. The problem is the rules of the martial path. You're qualified to be my teacher. This is our personal matter. Please accept me. Ni Li pouted and asked, Are you kidding me? I'm going to make my master's junior aunt call me master? Long Yunyin affirmed. I'm not kidding, I'm very serious. If you're willing to accept me as a disciple, you can ask me to do anything. These words made Ni Li waver a bit, and he turned to ask, Are you sure? She replied. Definitely. As long as it doesn't make me betray my family or sect, I'll do anything. Ni Li revealed a wicked smile, then moved closer to her and asked again, Really? Making Long Yunyin blush, panting heavily. Being face to face like this made Yunyin shy, turning her into a young maiden. Ni Li then burst out laughing. Ha ha! Turning away, he agreed. All right then. Making Long Yunyin happy, he added, I can accept you as a disciple, but you have to show me what you've got. If this master isn't satisfied, I can kick you out of the sect at any time. Long Yunyin hurriedly asked. Then master, can you write that sword character for me to see? Ni Li casually replied. I know you're still hung up on this. You are not suitable for cultivating sword intent. I'll write another character for you, Long Yunyin stubbornly said. But I still want to try, wondering why Jiubei can and why can't I, Ni Li agreed. Okay, but, he reminded, the martial path is vast, and everyone has their own strengths. Comparing your weaknesses to others' strengths is a very foolish act. Once it forms an obsession, you may be stuck forever in a field where you can't advance even a single step. Long Yunyin immediately nodded and said, Yes, Ni Li thought to himself. Right now, Long Yunyin is clearly still a fairly simple young girl. What exactly did she encounter in her past life that turned her into such an extremely vicious person? Returning to this life, being able to change Long Yunyin can also be considered a decent stroke of luck, Ni Li said. There are still many things in this world that you guys don't know. Long Yunyin asked in surprise. Master, what do you mean by that? Ni Li replied. Aren't you very curious as to why I'm the same age as you guys, but my cultivation realm far surpasses yours, Yunyin then said. Perhaps I'm a few years older than you, but Ni Li said, Cultivators have very long lifespans. There's no need to compare ages. In short, the reason I can be like this is because I know many things that ordinary people don't know, Long Yunyin said. I also wanted to ask that question. Ni Li continued. Martial ancestor is actually not the limit of martial arts. In this universe, there exists an ultimate supreme being, and that is the Sage Emperor. He has sealed endless spacetime, controlling the 3 major worlds, including the Dragon Ruins realm. Although he is in a high position, he is extremely cautious. Anyone who makes him feel threatened will definitely be hunted down by him. Even friends and relatives will hardly escape his ruthless hands, and even their souls will be difficult to preserve. For millions of years, countless patriots full of compassion have deduced the heavenly secrets, reversing spacetime in order to fight against him. And these things can only be accessed a little by those who have learned
the Heavenly Evolving God Technique.
Wu Shen sect's founder Wuxiang, founder Xuan Kong, and even your master, Venerable Yu Wu, they are all people who have learned the Heavenly Evolving God Technique. The Heavenly Evolving God Technique is constantly evolving in their bodies, and before they evolve to the extreme, they are forced to die.
Long Yuyin asked with doubts. Forced to die, Ni continued. Once the Heavenly Evolving God Technique evolves to its limit, it will be discovered by the Sage Emperor, and at that time the entire Wu Shen sect will face annihilation.
Over millions of years, the super experts who have died in the hands of the Sage Emperor have numbered in the millions. And the Sage Emperor has also died countless times. But the resistance has never been successful, and the Sage Emperor still holds his hegemony.
Long Yuyin sighed. Heavenly Evolving God Technique. I seem to understand a little of what my master said that year. She recalled her master saying, if heaven has no way, man will destroy it, billions of wrong souls will not die in vain. Long Yuyin, life also has an end. Each human life is but a node in endless space-time.
There's no need to feel sad for your master, but no matter what, please don't learn the Heavenly Evolving God Technique. One successor is enough, Long Yuyin blankly called out.
Master. At this moment, she exclaimed, Master wasn't killed by Ying Ruyu. Perhaps Ying Ruyu could die at any time.
Ni affirmed.
She won't die, because I will defeat the Sage Emperor. Are you willing to help me?
Long Yuyin asked in surprise.
You also want to fight against the Sage Emperor? Didn't you say that no one can succeed? Ni nodded in confirmation, and he said seriously, going it alone is indeed impossible, but if there are teammates it's not necessarily so. I won't force you, after all this is very dangerous, Long Yuyin said firmly. No matter what you ask me to do, I will listen to you, Ni continued. The Sage Emperor's power exceeds your imagination. We must unite all the strength we can.
I want you to become the family head of the Dragon Seal family.
These words made Long Yuyin exclaim in surprise. Become the family head? But how can I compete with Long Tianming?
Ni affirmed, as long as you make up your mind, anything can be done. Your talent may not necessarily be worse than Long Tianming's, it's just that he has cultivated for a longer time than you, and you have a god-level growth rate demon spirit. I'll guide your cultivation, and one day you will definitely be able to surpass Long Tianming.
Before that, I still need to build a force in the major world in your name, and I will fully help you. Long Yuyin nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Ni pointed and said,
the Crimson Dragon bloodline flows in your body, but there are still a few key acupoints that have not been opened.
Once these acupoints are all opened, stimulating your full potential, your strength will be able to reach an extremely terrifying level.
This kind of power is hard for even Long Tianming to touch. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, then I will help you open all of these acupoints. Hearing this made Long Yuyin jump.
Ni frowned and said,
Another day we'll find a secret place to help you complete this matter, Long Yuyin asked in surprise. Isn't this place secret? But Ni refused. Never mind. Unexpectedly, Li Xingyun also arrived, and said with a smile, Isn't this Long Yuyin? This popular person is indeed only something Ni Bro can do. Suddenly he realized his words were a bit off, and became silent.
Ni reproachfully asked,
What are you thinking? She came to find me to become a disciple, Li Xingyun burst out laughing. All right, I thought she was also one of your women.
These words made Long Yuyin's face flush red, while Li Xingyun laughed loudly.
Ni said, Xingyun bro, Long Yuyin has decided to compete for the position of family head of the Dragon Seal family. In the future she will build her own forces. Please Xingyun bro, take care of her more.
Hearing this made Li Xingyun stand still in surprise, thinking to himself, Jiyu Bei has become the top heir of the Jiyu clan, and now Long Yuyin also wants to compete for the position of heir of the Dragon Seal family? In that case, the heirs of the two major families are likely to be people of Ni Li's. Even I have no choice but to participate in the struggle for the heir of the Scarlet Flame family.
He pondered. Is this a coincidence? Or is it Ni Bro's intention? If it's all within his calculations, then he's too terrifying. But indeed, it's a coincidence. Isn't our acquaintance with Ni Bro just a coincidence?
Ni then called out, Xingyun bro. Li Xingyun startled, and said,
Yeah, don't worry, I got this.
Before Jiyu Bei and Long Yuyin's forces get too big, I'll do everything I can to help them, Long Yuyin said. Building my own power base is easy. My dad has some old loyalists, all in hiding right now. Once I decide to fight for the family head position, one call, and they'll definitely come help me.
Li Xingyun asked in surprise. There's more to it than that, Ni thought to himself. Long Yuyin isn't even the first in line to inherit the family, but her father managed to leave her a god-level growth rate dragon blood demon spirit. You can imagine how high her father's position used to be.
No wonder Maester said Long Yuyin was super important, helping me get one step closer to the sect leader position of the Feather God sect.
Unifying the strength of the Dragon Seal family would be a huge boost for me in vying for the sect leader position. But if Long Yuyin wants to step into the Dragon Seal family head position, The first obstacle she has to overcome is Long Tianming.
Ni Lai reminded her. No need to rush with the air competition, you should go gather your people first. Long Yuyin agreed. Ni Li turned to Li Xingyun and said, then let's go prepare for what comes next. Li Xingyun nodded in agreement.
Quickly, everyone left.
3 days later, Li Xingyun's team was packed tight. He asked Ni Li, how's this? I brought 500 brothers,
including 16 in the Heavenly Axis realm, 36 in the Heavenly Star realm. This time we're definitely getting that divine root.
Ni Li sighed and said, Xingyun bro, tell the brothers for me, if this mission is a success, everyone gets 200 spirit stones. Hearing that number shocked Li Xingyun, Ni Li continued. If any brother is unfortunate enough to die, those in the Heavenly Fate realm get 100 spirit stones, Heavenly Star realm get 200 spirit stones, and Heavenly Axis realm get 500 spirit stones.
All these spirit stones are on me.
Seeing this generosity made Li Xingyun dumbfounded, exclaiming, Ni Li bro is loaded. He bowed and said, Ni Li bro is too kind, I'll thank you on behalf of the brothers. Ni Li happily replied, it's what I should do.
The guys below cheered, oh, we get spirit stones for success too, awesome, let's get going, what a pleasant surprise. And so they excitedly zoomed off, full of vigor. As they left, another group was eyeing them, led by Gyani. He was gathering his people, standing there snorting coldly. An orange-haired guy rushed down to report, and Gyani asked, have you confirmed their intentions? The orange-haired guy replied, reporting boss, I used sound-gathering art to eavesdrop on their conversation. They seem to have discovered a mid-rank divine pool deep within the great world, and are probably getting ready to go take it. Gyani laughed gleefully. A mid-rank divine pool. Unexpected. A mid-rank divine pool is bound to have a lot of dragon blood demon beasts. Looks like it won't be easy for them to take it down. Perfect. They're like the mantis stalking the cicada, and we're the orioles waiting behind. We'll wait for them to do half the work before we strike and snatch the divine pool, making them get nothing.
One guy hesitated. But boss, Li Xingyun's power is not small. If we snatch his divine pool, won't that lead to revenge? But Gyani angrily scolded, worthless. We'll have a mid-rank divine pool. What do we have to fear from them? When the divine pool is first taken, there's bound to be a huge amount of spirit stones accumulated inside, and lots of spirit stone essences. With these spirit stones, we can recruit some experts to guard the divine pool. By then, what can Li Xingyun do to us? He thought to himself. Though Li Xingyun's power is not small, I'm still sitting in the position of the first legitimate heir. My power is not lacking either. Why would I be afraid of him? Thinking of this, he smirked and snorted, announcing, who told them to protect Ni Li Gu Bei? You two are dead meat. And so he zoomed off, ordering, follow them. On this side, Li Xingyun's group was still flying forward. A blonde guy ran up to report, boss, we're being followed. Li Xingyun glanced over and asked, who is it? The young man replied, unclear, about 600 or 700 people. I just noticed them, and immediately came to report. Didn't dare to spook them. Li Xingyun praised, good job. He turned and called out, Ni Li bro, the other side's coming with bad intentions. I'm afraid the news of that mid-rank divine pool has been leaked. They want to steal it. What do we do? It's too late to retreat now, Ni Li calmly replied. No need to rush. We didn't really want to take that divine pool anyway. The other side probably thinks we're going to fight the demon beasts guarding the divine pool to the death, and they'll swoop in for the easy win. As long as we're prepared, they won't get what they want. Li Xingyun agreed. That's right. The other side would never guess what we want to do. Then I have an idea. After walking for a bit, Li Xingyun stopped and reminded everyone. Be careful. Don't get spotted by the demon beasts in the great world. Before them was the divine pool surrounded by dark clouds, with thunder rumbling. Everyone hid in the bushes, marveling at the demon beast they saw. It's huge. There are so many ember serpents here. Just one type, Li Xingyun reminded. Those thunderfire ember serpents are dangerous. This type of demon beast is extremely irritable and very territorial. Any living creature that gets close will be attacked. There's one that's reached the dragon realm in here and over 30 at the celestial star realm. The biggest one at the dragon realm is a huge pain in the butt. Ni Li stared for a moment, then said, let's just stick to the plan. Have a few celestial fate realm guys lure them out from the west, and absolutely no heroics. Xingyun bro, you bring the rest of the crew and follow me from the east. Li Xingyun nodded and said, leave it to me. Go men, everyone, remind each other to be careful, and get a little closer. Meanwhile, Gyani had also arrived, and was gazing at the divine pool before him. He scoffed to himself. A mid-rank divine pool is something I've never had before. I wonder when this divine pool was born. Once they start fighting, we'll make our move and take everything. Then, he laughed heartily. Ha ha. But after waiting for a while without anything happening, Gyani was dumbfounded. His subordinates also anxiously asked each other, what the heck are they doing? There's no action at all. Gyani sweated nervously and asked, no way, did I get it wrong?
They're not here to attack the divine pool, they're just here to steal spirit stones.
If he gets it, won't I have come all this way for nothing?
No way, we have to follow them and kill them all before they prepare to retreat.
Meanwhile, on this side, Li Xingyun's group was still quietly advancing, taking light steps. Ni Li said, "Close enough, let's start." Ji Yubei and Li Xingyun's group charged out from the bushes. Everyone aimed for the divine pool, rushing straight at it, slashing off the heads of the ember serpents as they passed.
The ember serpent leader turned around and roared, and the smaller ember serpents immediately swarmed to attack. On Ji Yubei's side, he shouted orders, "Into the divine pool! The ember serpents behind are chasing after."
The ember serpent leader was standing there watching,
when suddenly the second team acted and charged. The smaller ember serpents immediately rushed to chase after.
The subordinates being chased were about to poop their pants, but were still running for their lives.
And the ember serpent leader was still standing guard, refusing to leave, causing Ni Li to sigh. "That Dragon Realm one is pretty smart," Li Xingyun snorted and said. "It's not falling for it at all. If that ember serpent doesn't leave, it'll be hard for us to sneak in." Ni Li still smiled lightly and said, "It's okay, we just need an opportunity. It's only just begun." At this moment, streams of runes suddenly surrounded the bottom of the divine pool. Then an explosive blast erupted, with flames bursting into the sky, killing countless smaller ember serpents. Ji Yu Heng watched in puzzlement. A rune explosion? How could they have done that? On this side, the Dragon Realm ember serpent roared, then charged straight down there. Ni Li determined. It's been tricked. The opportunity has come. He immediately ordered the charge. He and Li Xingyun dashed forward. The two of them went to the side of the lake. With ember serpents flying all over the sky, Li Xingyun threw a punch and charged up, saying, "There are still quite a few ember serpents left. Brothers, kill them!" Immediately, Li Xingyun's subordinates attacked with all their might, and the battle became extremely fierce, with explosions ringing out constantly. Right then, a massive raging inferno serpent appeared beside Li Xingyun, and he turned to say, "Ni Li bro, we'll hold off the raging inferno serpent. Hurry and go down." Ni Li immediately nodded in agreement. Ni Li floored it, speeding straight down towards the divine pond. But the raging inferno serpents below the lake were lying in wait, mouths wide open, threatening Ni Li. He was coming in like a rocket, so there was no way to dodge. He instantly summoned his holy blood raging inferno demon spirit, then fused with it, transforming into a superpowered beast with surging strength. Ni Li slammed straight into the raging inferno serpent in front, sending both serpents spinning in circles. Dazed, they roared, unleashing fireballs to attack Ni Li. But he was totally unfazed. Charging forward, he thought to himself, the physical defense of this holy blood-raging inferno is insane, plunging straight downwards. But at this moment, 3 more raging inferno serpents attacked. Ni Li knew something was wrong. 3 celestial star-rank serpents. These 3 were super fierce, mouths agape, ready to pounce. But suddenly, a slash came flying, cutting them in half. Turns out it was Li Xingyun helping him. He shouted loudly, "Leave the rest to me, Ni Li. Just charge ahead." Ni Li immediately plunged into the lake at the speed of light. In the middle of the lake, he channeled his energy. Surrounding himself, mysterious inscriptions gradually appeared, floating in the air before diving straight down into the lake. Li Xingyun looked down from above and exclaimed, "He succeeded." Turning to his brothers, he said, "Hang in there, protect the divine pond." He raised his sword, fiercely ordering, "Subordinates, kill." Many people died after being blown up by demon beasts, screams echoing non-stop. Meanwhile, under the divine pond, dust swirled everywhere. The Dragon Realm raging inferno serpent glared, then it quickly spread its wings, flying towards the divine pond. Li Xingyun's subordinates were still fighting fiercely, but suddenly paled when they saw this Dragon Realm serpent. It spread its massive wings, displaying a pressure that terrified everyone. The Dragon Realm raging inferno serpent then opened its mouth wide and roared. Li Xingyun looked on in horror, saying, "It's back so fast, everyone, stop it together." The bloodthirsty subordinates charged forward, yelling and screaming, but the Dragon Realm serpent glared at them, then whipped its tail, sweeping away a bunch of people in an instant. Screams never stopped. The survivors were stunned by this overpowering force, exclaiming, "Even Brother Shu, a celestial star, was instantly killed. Are Dragon Realm demon beasts really this terrifying?" But their fighting spirit surged again, they shouted. "We absolutely cannot let it get close to the divine pond." The Dragon Realm raging inferno serpent opened its mouth and roared again. Meanwhile, Ni Li was focusing intently, ignoring the chaos above. He was trying his best to unleash the inscriptions into the water. Ni Li wrote the inscriptions and fired them straight down into the surface of the lake. Immediately, the swirling inscriptions surrounded him, glowing brightly. Back to the fight. The flood dragon fires a fireball at the crowd, then dives straight into the lake, freaking everyone out. Li Xingyun yells, "Everyone, stop it now." He braces himself, unleashing a raging aura that surrounds him, instantly transforming and merging with his crimson blood golden Zhao demon spirit. Meanwhile, the blazing serpent dragon at the Dao realm level opens its mouth again, spewing out a fierce flame. The brilliant fire incinerates anyone in its path in an instant. Then, it opens its mouth again, firing a blast of fire straight at Ni Li. But suddenly, Li Xingyun steps in front of the fire, blocking it with his hand, declaring, "You won't touch Ni Li." A thunderous explosion booms above Ni Li's head. Li Xingyun says to the blazing serpent dragon, "Your opponent is me." This makes the blazing serpent furious, and it roars. Suddenly, Li Xingyun freezes, trembling and saying, "I'm locked on by the Thunderfire Blazing Serpent Dragon King, I can't move." Abruptly, two of his subordinates dash to save Li Xingyun, shouting, "Boss, watch out!" The demonic beast opens its savage jaws wide. It swoops past, engulfed in flames, incinerating the two subordinates with their screams of agony. Li Xingyun stares blankly as his subordinates sacrifice themselves before his eyes. The two subordinates are burned to ashes in the demonic beast's flames, making Li Xingyun roar in fury. "No way, damn it!" He unleashes a surge of power, creating a fiery blast aimed at the demonic beast. The powerful fireballs launch out, but when they hit the blazing serpent's body, it's like a mosquito bite to an electric pole. Li Xingyun and the others taunt the demonic beast, "Come and get us!" But it doesn't even bother, glancing at Ni Li below. Then, it opens its mouth wide, unleashing a devastating blaze. Xingyun cries out in panic, "This is bad! It saw through our plan." He immediately dives towards the divine pool to intercept it, but another fireball blocks his path, filling Li Xingyun with bitterness. I can't catch up anymore. He can only watch as the fireball hurtles down towards Ni Li. Getting closer and closer, he raises his hand anxiously and shouts, "Ni Li." But he's completely focused on his task. As the fire gets dangerously close, he finally catches the divine root, exclaiming with joy, "Success!" Instantly, the fireball plunges into the water's surface. The lake's surface trembles. Smoke rises everywhere. Ji Yu Heng watches from the bushes, gloating, "Haha, looks like Li Xingyun's group got trashed. This Thunderfire Blazing Serpent King is way too strong. We better not mess with it. Such a big divine pool right in front of us. But we can't take anything. It's so annoying." Suddenly, the divine pool starts to collapse, with rocks gradually falling down, leaving Ji Yu Heng dumbfounded as he asks, "What's going on? Why is this divine pool starting to collapse on its own?" Then, the Thunderfire Blazing Serpent cries out in shock. In an instant, its divine pool almost completely collapses, making it mad with rage, yelling out, immediately scanned around for the culprit. Suddenly, it sensed the god Root's aura in the distance, and quickly turned to head that way. Meanwhile, Ni Li, who had been in a precarious situation, used Shadow Dance to sneak into the forest after completing his mission. Apparently, the demon beast noticed, and it roared, charging towards Ni Li, which confused Li Xingyun, who asked, "Where does it think it's going?" Suddenly, Ni Li took flight. As the demon beast targeted him, he shouted, "Xingyun bro, don't worry about me, get the brothers out of here, NOW." On the other side, the god pool without the god roots completely shattered and collapsed. Li Xingyun called out worriedly, "Ni Li bro, even though you got the god roots, the spatial ring can't bind with the soul. If Ni Li gets killed, the god roots will be lost too." He thought, "Damn it, even if I try to help, I'll just be running to my death." "Screw it," he waved his hand, ordering his subordinates, "Retreat." Large chunks of rock rained down from the earth. Ni Li turned and muttered to himself, "Great, they're all gone. The god roots are now in the myriad miles, rivers and mountains painting. Bound to my soul, even if I die, it's fine. Too bad about my cultivation though. All that effort to go from second life to third life, wasted." Suddenly, as Ni Li floated in the air, he spotted Ji Yu Heng and his group hiding in the bushes below. He grinned at Ji Yu Heng, and a plan formed in his mind. He swooped down toward them, startling Ji Yu Heng's group. Ni Li chuckled, "Isn't this young master Ji Yu Heng? What a coincidence. What are you guys doing here? Wow, 1, 2, 3, not bad. Almost 100 people." Ji Yu Heng grumbled, "Ni Li, what the hell do you want?" Ni Li didn't answer. Instead, looking up at the sky, Ji Yu Heng followed his gaze and gasped. Everyone was terrified to see the Thunderfire Sky Serpent charging down in a frenzy. Mouth wide open, Ji Yu Heng cursed in a fit of rage. "That bastard Ni Li?" He scrambled to his feet and ordered, "Everyone, retreat now!" But the demon beast wasn't about to let them off so easily. It opened its massive jaws and snapped down on the panicking subordinates, who screamed as they ran. The demon beast's enormous body crashed down, flattening everything in its path, and cries of terror echoed. Ji Yu Heng cried out in horror, "Run for your lives!" The demon beast was right behind them, spewing fire that incinerated countless people. Ji Yu Heng said, "We can't fight a Dragon Realm Thunderfire Sky Serpent." Ni Li flew alongside him, waving, hey there, little Heng." Ji Yu Heng jumped in fright and yelled, "Hey, what the hell? It's all your fault. Stop following me." He pointed and threatened, "If you follow me again, You won't get a clean death, got it? I'll make sure you're turned to ash. With that, he sped forward. But Ni stubbornly stuck to him, saying, Young Master Ji Yu, it wasn't intentional. Ji Yu Heng was surprised that Ni could keep up with him using some kind of qinggong. Ni pointed behind him and said, The demon beast is too close, I don't know where to run. Ji Yu Heng turned to call to his subordinates behind him, but was horrified to see the demon beast right on their tail, and he yelled, Ni, if you want to die, go die on your own. Don't drag me down with you, Ni replied. I don't want to drag you down, young master, but I have no choice. If young master would send some people to hold this fire serpent back, I won't follow you anymore, Ji Yu Heng shouted. You're so shameless. But the Thunderfire Sky Serpent was still chasing them relentlessly. Ji Yu Heng pointed and ordered his subordinates. Everyone, stop him for me, kill him. The subordinates immediately obeyed, rushing to surround Ni. He said in surprise, Locked down by Heavenly Star level guys. Looks like I can't escape this time. Ji Yu Heng ran off. Laughing triumphantly, Ni crossed his arms. Don't think this is where it ends. It's all part of the plan. Even though my cultivation regressed a bit, getting Ji Yu Heng to lose so many people is an unexpected win. That's totally worth it. I wonder who that luminous fire serpent king is gonna rage at when it finds out there's nothing left after I'm gone. Since the god root ain't on me, it's definitely gonna think I left it for someone else. Quickly, the fireball hurtled down, slamming straight into Ni. The power was immense, smoke filled the air. Ji Yu Heng's underlings, losing their cool, shouted, He's dead. Blasted to ashes by a Dragon Realm Long-Legged, they cheered excitedly. Yes, we finally dealt with Ni. Just when they thought the luminous fire serpent would retreat, it suddenly attacked even more furiously. Following it were countless baby serpents rushing forward, covering the sky. Rocks tumbled down haphazardly. The demon beast roared madly. It spewed fiery red flames down on the crowd, killing countless. Ji Yu Heng panicked as the demon beast approached him, fearfully shouting, Underlings, quickly, protect me and get me out of here. Hearing this, the subordinates hurriedly turned back, even as the demon beast continuously spewed fire, obliterating their comrades. Everyone focused their strength to protect Ji Yu Heng to the end. Seeing this, the demon beast shot over. The subordinate, thinking it was game over for him, was stunned when the demon beast ignored him and focused only on chasing Ji Yu Heng. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Heng, thinking he could safely escape, was suddenly scared shitless when the demon beast was right on his tail, roaring fiercely. One guy asked, confused. Why isn't it chasing anyone else and just keeps chasing us? Ji Yu Heng guessed. Could it be trying to avenge Shen-Chi? Or is it looking for something? It sees you guys protecting me, so it must know the one inside is the most important. So he commanded, Don't stick with me anymore, split up, lead it somewhere else. The underlings immediately did as they were told. Ji Yu Heng smugly thought, Heh, for a Dragon Realm demon beast, its intelligence isn't that high. Lucky I'm so awesome. But life ain't a fairy tale. The demon beast just kept chasing after him, leaving Ji Yu Heng speechless. It fired flames behind him, making Ji Yu Heng scream in despair, Ahaya, Ni, I won't let you get away with this. Scene change. At the Heavenly Spirit Institute, in the Soul Hall. At this time, the inside was a vast space. Here, there were many iron cabinets hanging by chains, looking like tombstones. Among them, a flame burst into life. Quickly, this iron cabinet glowed brightly, dazzlingly. A few hours later, Ni stretched his joints and walked out, laughing. Finally revived. Stretching, he thought. After reviving, my cultivation is only at second fate, and for a long time my soul will be unstable. There's no way to deposit my fate into the soul hall, so I can't enter the great world. I have to stabilize my soul first. But there seems to be something very strange about my soul. Logically speaking, I fell from third fate to second fate. One of my soul flames should have gone out, but that golden color only weakened a little. Looks like I can cultivate back very quickly. Anyway, too many strange things happened in my soul sea in this life. All in all, this trip to the great world, even if I died once, was worth it. The intermediate god root was put inside the myriad miles, rivers and mountains. Painting, I wonder how many spirit stones it can produce. At this moment, Li Xingyun unexpectedly stretched out his arms to welcome him, calling out, Ni, brother? Ni asked in surprise. Brother Yun. He rushed over, lamenting. It's such a pity I couldn't protect you, Ni laughed, replying, It's a small matter. If you guys didn't leave, there would have been even more losses. Li Xingyun asked in confusion. Did the god root also get lost? Ni replied. The god root is still here. Thanks for your concern, Brother Xingyun. Hearing this made Li Xingyun extremely surprised, and was about to ask further when someone angrily walked over. It was the Ji Yu Heng gang. They had also just been revived. Seeing this, Li Xingyun laughed mockingly. Isn't this young master Ji Yu Heng? Why did you come out of the soul hall? Ji Yu Heng gritted his teeth and said, Li Xingyun, Ni, you guys remember this. This debt isn't over between us. Li Xingyun chuckled. Young Master Gu, that's a bit harsh. We haven't offended you in any way, why be so absolute? Gu Heng, speechless and enraged, snapped. Don't get cocky, you better watch yourselves. Then he told his subordinates, let's go. Following him were countless resurrected underlings. Li Xingyun, seeing this, sighed. That's quite a crowd, about 300 or 400. Ni Li laughed, ha, this'll give him a headache for a long time. Let's go too. First, we'll settle the spirit stones with the brothers at your place. Li Xingyun happily agreed. Scene change. Night falls, and Ni Li has returned to his small courtyard. He sat in his room, cross-legged in cultivation. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Ni Li went to the gate, muttering, which little beauty is looking for Xiao Yu in the middle of the night? When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Long Yuyin, and poked his head out to ask, Long Yuyin, what kind of outfit are you wearing? She hesitated and asked, Master, can you unblock my acupoints? I heard you were back, so I came right away. Ni Li was stunned and asked, is there really a need to be this hasty? Long Yuyin said, of course I want to know how great my potential is, and what it feels like. After unblocking my acupoints, Ni Li was speechless, and had to say, then come into the room with me. Long Yuyin obediently followed. After entering the room she said, my father's former subordinates have already helped you send the message. To compete for the position of family head, my strength needs to be greater. Right, master's martial arts. Suddenly, she fell silent, blushing at being alone with a man in a room late at night, which made her a little nervous, as she had never been in the same room with a man at night. Unexpectedly, Ni Li bluntly said, take off your clothes, making Long Yuyin jump. Ni Li held out his hand, saying, how can I administer the needles if you don't take off your clothes? Causing her to blush with embarrassment, she had no choice but to comply. Quickly taking off all her clothes, revealing her fair skin, with only a cloth wrapped around her chest, she shyly sat huddled up, her face flushed, so nervous that sweat began to break out. Seeing Ni Li rummaging through several needles, Long Yuyin reached behind her, intending to remove the remaining covering, causing Ni Li to panic and shout, wait a moment, that's enough. Hearing this, she nodded. Okay. Ni Li stood up and went behind her, saying, then let's begin. Long Yuyin then lifted her hair up. He reminded her, it might be very painful, don't move around. Hearing painful made Long Yuyin wonder, and she asked, I have the body of the Crimson Dragon bloodline. Even weapons can hardly make me feel pain. As she said this, Ni Li suddenly inserted a needle. A feeling of astonishment surged, as if electric sparks appeared. This needle seemed to open up her body's meridians. A surge of pain made Long Yuyin groan. Ni Li immediately reminded her. Don't move around, Long Yuyin wondered. In my bloodline, such power is hidden. Ni Li chuckled, haha, saying, this is just the first needle. He then brought the second needle, and as it touched her skin, Long Yuyin began to moan, oh. Thus, Ni Li became tense, sweating profusely, as he pierced the needle into her skin. After a while, Ni Li breathed out, saying, I have used needles all over your important acupoints. Next, the Crimson Dragon bloodline power in your body will gradually awaken and then impact your 100 meridians, he said with a smile. Concentrate on cultivating here. Long Yuyin nodded in agreement. Needling dragged his exhausted body out the door, thinking, needling consumes a lot, so tiring. He went outside and quickly closed the door. Just as he was sighing in relief, Xiao Yu suddenly stood in front of him, making Ni Li jump in fright, grumbling and shouting, you scared me to death. What combat skill did you use, appearing and disappearing like a ghost? But Xiao Yu still glared and snorted, making Ni Li confused, and he asked, what's wrong with you? Why the long face? Don't tell me you went to the greater world again and got killed, Xiao Yu asked through gritted teeth. How could you do something like that? Do you even deserve Ninger? Ni Li asked, surprised. What are you talking about? How did I let Ninger down? Xiao Yu said, disgusted. You know what you did? Ni Li hurriedly asked. You mean Long Yuyin? What happened? Let me explain. But before he could say anything, Xiao Yu had already zoomed off, leaving Ni Li stunned, realizing, looks like he misunderstood my relationship with Long Yuyin. Suddenly wondering, letting Ninger down, was she my wife in my past life? Wait, no. Why is Xiao Yu even concerned about this? Could it be that Xiao Yu has feelings for Long Yuyin? Do they know each other? If it's not Long Yuyin, could it be that Xiao Yu has feelings for me? Thinking of this, he started pulling at his hair, saying, no way, that can't be it. Inside the room, Long Yuyin's moans continued to echo. Just like that, half an hour later, the light inside suddenly brightened. This light shone brightly throughout the room, illuminating straight to the heavens. Ni Li thought to himself in surprise. This is it? Looks like she's awakened? This aura is at least at the 5th fate realm? Cultivation will probably be even faster in the future. He pushed the door open and said, can I come in?
Long Yuyin suddenly blushed and screamed shrilly.
Ah! Ni quickly covered his ears, staring in confusion, wondering why she screamed so loudly. Then his eyes widened in shock. Below her fragrant area were scattered pieces of scorched fabric, revealing her bare skin. Long Yuyin shyly covered herself, making Ni realize that her clothes were all burned, and he exclaimed, "My bad!" He hurriedly ran out and closed the door. A moment later, Long Yuyin came out, shyly calling out, "Master?" He came over and asked, "Long Yuyin, how is it? Are all the acupoints cleared?" She replied, "They've all been cleared." Ni smiled and said, "That's good." Then he instructed her, "After you go back, consolidate your cultivation. You will definitely develop very strongly in the future. Your cultivation is already so strong, I'm no longer suitable to be your master." But Long Yuyin firmly said, "No, I have already acknowledged you as my master, so no matter what, you will always be my master." Ni laughed and said, "I was just kidding. You should go home quickly. It's so late. Others might get the wrong idea." Hearing this, her face turned as red as a tomato, and she ran away. A moment later, she turned back and said, "Master, I'll visit again some other day." Ni looked on and sighed, thinking, this visit already made Xiao Yu misunderstand. If she visits again at night, who knows what will happen? In the middle of the night, all alone, Yu Yin dragged her feet back home. Suddenly someone appeared in front of her, surprising her. It turned out to be Hu Yang. He questioned her, "Long Yuyin, where are you going so late at night?" Then, he huffed and puffed as he brushed past her. Long Yuyin frowned and asked, "Are you stalking me? What's it to you where I go? If you dare to stalk me again, I won't let you off." Hearing this, Hu Yang turned around unhappily and said, "Long Yuyin, I see through you now, you're just a slut." These words made Long Yuyin angry. She glared at him and shouted even more clearly, "Going to find a man in the middle of the night, and you're not even ashamed?" Long Yuyin asked through gritted teeth. "What did you say? Say it again?" Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Hu Yang gritted his teeth and said, "Long Yuyin, I'm cursing you, so what? Don't forget you're my fiancé. You're not following the way of a wife. Sooner or later I'll kill your man." After he finished cursing, he panted like a stray dog, while Long Yuyin walked up to him with a sullen look, glaring and declaring, "Don't think that just because you have your family as a backing, you can do whatever you want. A piece of trash like you is worthy of being my fiancé." With that, she stomped her foot, then kicked straight at Hu Yang's lower body, making the thrush birds shut their beaks. Hu Yang hugged the bird's nest, whimpering incoherently, kneeling, rolling, and crawling on the ground. Long Yuyin was panting, out of breath, when suddenly a few people rushed over, anxiously surrounding Hu Yang and asking, "Young master, what's wrong?" Long Yuyin was speechless, then leaped away. Scene change. Over to Ni Li's side. Right now, he's back inside the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, sitting in cultivation, sighing in frustration. Leveling up is so damn slow. Long Yuyin is already a 5 fate. I can't let myself fall behind. Good thing I collected those divine seats. The recovered ones are already on a decent scale, so I won't have to worry about spirit stones in the future. Suddenly he glanced over at Wu Yan, wondering, "Goddess Wu Yan, I wonder what realm her cultivation has reached now. She's probably surpassed her fire spirit god already. Better not bother her. Let's go see what Jin Dan is up to." He then flew down to check on the little chick, who was lying on its back, belly full, fast asleep. Ni Li thought, looking at it, "All this guy does in the painting is eat and sleep. I should take him outside for some fresh air." But didn't Jin Dan used to get smaller as he grew? Now he's starting to grow up again, he then said with a smile. "Jin Dan, I'll cultivate here with you. Since we have divine seats now, there's no need to skimp on spirit stone essence. It's 1,000 times more effective. Let's see how many it takes to restore the 3 fate realm." So he began to cultivate. Very quickly, the golden soul realm ignited again. He was stunned and said, "3 pieces down," Ni Li exclaimed. "Awesome, let's add some more." He cultivated like this for 5 days, using up a pile of spirit stone essences, and his aura exploded powerfully. Inside the soul sea, the 3 burning soul realms were equal in size, and suddenly a black soul realm appeared. Ni Li immediately advanced to the 4 fate realm. Ni Li asked in surprise, "It's black." Getting weirder and weirder. What color will it be next? Scene change. Inside the great world, explosions constantly resounded at the divine seat. Ji Yu Bei and Lu Piao stared blankly down at the divine seat. Lu Piao laughed delightedly. "Haha, we, the Demon League, finally took down a divine seat." Ji Yu Bei also agreed. "This way we'll have a foothold in the great world, and we can continue to recruit more experts." Lu Piao wondered, "Can this low-level divine seat attract experts?" But Ji Yu Bei raised his face and replied, "Divine seat, SHT. It's just a difference in spirit stones. The one thing we don't lack is money. More importantly, this divine seat is the first foothold of our Demon League." Turning to say, "Everyone can cultivate in this place. The subordinates immediately shouted, "Yes sir, quickly." Night fell. The Demon League had set up camp here. At this time, someone ran over to inform Gu Bei. "There is a force called the Gu League that wants to join us."
Ni Li, soaking in the lake, asked in surprise. Gu League, what? What's their background? Gu Bei stroked his chin and thought, this is a small force in the great world, probably close to 60 people, basically all heavenly fate realm.
Compared to other forces, they are nothing. And they are considered a clean force, Lu Piao blurted out. That's awesome, you even know this. Gu Bei crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Of course! Did you ask them why they want to join us? The subordinate replied. They said they had a hard time in the great world, because their strength was too weak, and other major forces didn't want to accept them. Recently, they heard that the Gu family was building a force, so they came over to ask. Lu Piao asked in surprise. Very weak. So should we accept them? Gu Bei happily replied. Accept them? Of course we'll accept them. Other forces are worried about taking on too much burden and refuse people, but we are not the same, Neely said. Okay, accept as many as we can.
Then he ordered, let them in. The curly-haired guy led the group over and respectfully greeted, Gu family, I am Hangyan. Gu Bei said. If you join my Demon League, you must follow my rules. Are you all clear? Hangyan replied with a smile. We understand. Gu Bei reached out and said, then it's settled, let's sign the contract. Hangyan immediately followed, then remembered and said, oh right, Patriarch Bei, we control a low-level shrine, but it's almost dried up. We still have a dozen or so people guarding it. Do you guys want it? Making Gu Bei exclaim in surprise. A shrine? Of course we want it. After you guys join the Demon League, I will send people to take over the shrine. Of course, all new members enjoy the benefits of the Demon League. Hangyan, upon hearing this, happily announced to his brothers in the Ancient Jade faction, disband. Everyone cheered. Awesome. The next morning, the news spread, and everyone met to discuss, hey, have you heard? The Ancient Jade faction has joined the Demon League. Would Hangyan really dissolve the force he painstakingly built up like that? That guy analyzed, think about it, every year we guard the shrine, and after a whole year we only get a few dozen spirit stones. Each member of the Demon League gets dozens of spirit stones every month. Reaching this point in his analysis, the young man pondered for a moment, then decided, pack up and go. For a period of time the forces disbanded one after another. In 1 month the Demon League took in dozens of members from various forces. Ni Li naturally obtained dozens of shrines as well.
With such a large force, how can the Demon League possibly support them? But Ni Li, at this moment, was diligently picking up spirit stones in the painting, complaining, there are a few too many spirit stones, it's so tiring. At the same time, at the Heavenly Spirit Institute, everyone was gathered, in large numbers.
Those bull-headed, horse-faced guys were grimacing fiercely, full of killing intent. Gu Heng spoke up and asked, you probably already know the purpose of summoning you.
Gu Bei's Demon League has recruited more than 300 people in such a short time.
If we don't suppress the Demon League's development, our words will lose weight in the Heavenly Spirit Institute. Hearing this, everyone stroked their chins thoughtfully. One person spoke up, young Master Gu Heng, we've already calculated it. That brat Gu Bei has to spend more than 10,000 spirit stones every month. How can he still expand? If he expands further, how many more spirit stones will he have to spend?
At this rate, they will disband on their own soon. The others agreed, that's right, that amount of money isn't small, he's just showing off, we don't need to take action. Gu Heng angrily reminded, you're wrong, and even more wrong, to think that way. I heard that the Demon League is not only not stopping recruitment, but is still blatantly expanding. As long as they're above second fate, they're taking them all, one person asked, puzzled. How is that possible?
Mirong Yu stood up to confirm. I've also investigated, and it's indeed the case. They really have a large amount of spirit stones.
We haven't seen any signs of them running dry yet. That kid Gu Bei spent almost 400,000 spirit stones at an auction. I think they might have obtained the treasure of an ancient expert, which is why they can squander it like that. The young men, upon hearing this, opened their mouths in shock and disgust with their arms crossed.
Something like that can't be brought to the greater world, and we can't snatch it. Mirong Yu coldly snorted with a stern face. If they really keep getting spirit stones, and the Demon League's benefits are so high, what will your subordinates think?
Will they still risk their lives for you like before? How can you offer conditions as high as the Demon League? Gu Heng agreed. Brother Mirong is right. The Demon League is breaking the rules. If we let them continue to develop, and given Gu Bei's outstanding talent, if he ascends to the position of family head of the Gu family in the future, we'll all be powerless. Saying that, he took a deep breath and continued, I have a plan, and I've already obtained the support of someone. As long as you all join forces to help me, that Demon League won't get far. The young men respectfully said. Please explain, leader Gu Heng. He gritted his teeth and said, if we all join together we can mobilize almost 5,000 people. We can definitely suppress the Demon League. While the Demon League hasn't developed to the point where it can threaten us, we'll completely nip it in the bud.
Everyone looked at each other hesitantly. One person asked.
Leader Jiyu Heng, Jiyu Bei is currently the first successor of the Jiyu family, but, after all, we're not like you. We wouldn't dare to offend the Jiyu family successor for no reason. Jiyu Heng glanced and said, "This matter isn't just about my own interests. If the Demon League continues to develop, none of you will be able to live in peace. Everyone here is family today. As long as you help me eliminate the Demon League, I can copy a portion of the true word incantation and give it to you."
Hearing this tempting offer shocked everyone.
The true word incantation is the Jiyu family's secret, only passed down to those with the most outstanding talent. Once it's leaked, the person will be purged from the family. Is Leader Jiyu Heng serious? Jiyu Heng affirmed. That's right, a promise is a promise. The group immediately agreed. I'll do it. I'll do it too. Jiyu Heng curled the corners of his lips into a faint smile, thinking to himself, nonsense. How could I possibly give you the true word? Incantation. At this moment, one person came forward with a suggestion.
Leader Jiyu Heng, why don't we draw up a written confirmation? That way, we'll trust you more.
Jiyu Heng replied, Of course, but I will use a formation and inscription to seal the death certificate. We'll unseal it together when you bring the death certificate. The young men exchanged glances, then agreed. Thus, they all laughed happily together.
Scene changes inside the greater world. At the Demon League's headquarters,
Jiyu Bei and Lu Piao were instructing the bros on martial arts training when suddenly someone came running up to them, shouting, which surprised Lu Piao.
Heng Yan crawled on the ground, body bruised and battered, covered in injuries, gasping as he reported,
Bei Ji, we were ambushed, lost over 100 men.
Lu Piao was shocked. Heng Yan, Jiyu Bei immediately tossed Heng Yan a pill, saying,
This is a quick healing medicine, eat it. Heng Yan took it, Jiyu Bei said sternly.
Explain clearly. What exactly happened?
Heng Yan swallowed the healing pill and recounted. We were ambushed by a group of Heavenly Star experts. We were completely outmatched, only I managed to escape, Jiyu Bei angrily growled. A group of Heavenly Star experts, Jiyu Heng, finally couldn't sit still anymore. Turning to his subordinates, he ordered, Send people to call back the others. We can't wait here any longer. We'll retreat to the Heavenly Spirit Institute first. The subordinate immediately acknowledged. Understood. Then they all retreated from here. As they were flying in the sky, Lu Piao irritably said, This Jiyu Heng is really something. Did we provoke him? I'll be damned. Suddenly, Jiyu Bei was astonished to see a dark mass of people like a swarm of flies surrounding the sky in front of them. Led by the fierce Jiyu Heng and a bunch of goons, he smirked and said, Beidi. Long time no see.
Jiyu Bei, now completely surrounded with no way to retreat, said, Heng Xiong, long time no see. Bringing so many people to visit me, you can't just be wanting to say hi, right? Jiyu Heng said.
I came to discuss something with Beidi, Jiyu. Bei listened attentively, secretly glancing around and thinking, too many people. Today I'm afraid none of us will be able to leave. Jiyu Heng smiled and said, If Jiyu Bei, my dear younger brother, is willing not to compete for the position of family head, and also disband the Demon League, I can disregard our previous grudges, and in the future, me and Jiyu Bei, my dear younger brother, can jointly manage the Jiyu family. How about it? Jiyu Bei secretly thought upon hearing this. How generous. My older sister only showed some talent, and he already tried to kill her. This kind of person would be willing to manage the family with me? Jiyu Bei my ass? He then smiled insincerely and said, I think disbanding the Demon League is somewhat possible. I'll go back and consider it, and give elder brother an answer in 3 days. How about it? This made Jiyu Heng stunned, and several subordinates looked at each other in confusion. 3 days later, so we spent so much effort gathering so many people to eliminate the Demon League, and we're just going to go back like this.
Are you kidding me? Jiyu Heng smiled contemptuously and said,
Beidi, what name didn't you take, but you took Demon League? It's too easy for people to associate it with the Demon God sect. He then waved his hand, and the subordinates immediately swarmed closer, tightening the encirclement. Faces grim with killing intent. Jiyu Bei then laughed and said, Heng Xiong, you're really joking. I just casually picked a word. How could it have anything to do with the Demon God sect? Then he glanced at those thugs. Jiyu Heng reasoned, in order to prevent Jiyu Bei, my dear younger brother, from going down the wrong path, as your older brother, I naturally have to teach you a good lesson. He immediately ordered, Kill! The rural hooligans rushed up excitedly, shouting in unison, Kill! Jiyu Bei hurriedly shouted, Everyone, run! But the enemy's numbers were too great, and the illusion array trapped everyone, leaving them no choice but to fight. Heng Yan suggested, Bei Ji, Lu Ji will cover your escape. Jiyu Bei agreed. Break through the encirclement together. Then he unleashed a palm strike, sending out a dazzling force.
From Ji Yubei's palm strike, several of the enemy's subordinates were instantly wiped out.
Ji Yu Heng on this side, seeing this, was annoyed and coldly snorted. "Want to run?" His eyes lit up. Then he dashed toward Ji Yu Bei and channeled his power to unleash a palm strike.
2 subordinates from the Demon League, seeing this, rushed forward and shouted, "Don't even think about harming Bei Ji,"
and hurriedly used their bodies to block the blow. Immediately, screams of anguish rang out. Lu Piao, seeing this, was shocked that 2 Heavenly Star Realm brothers had been directly killed, and shouted, "Tell Ji Yu Bei to be careful." Ji Yu Heng laughed loudly upon hearing this and said, "I am the peak of the Heavenly Star Realm. You can't escape."
Immediately, a lightning-filled palm was closing in on Ji Yubei, declaring,
"Die." Ji Yu Bei panicked, knowing something was wrong. Oh crap, his body couldn't move anymore. His body seemed to be about to be crushed. Just as the attack was getting closer, Ji Yu Bei suddenly seemed to fall into a void from the sword word of Nik Li from before, making Ji Yu Bei look in shock at the sword word forming before his eyes. And unwilling to think about dying in Ji Yu Heng's hands, his mouth unconsciously uttered the word sword, and suddenly the character for sword before his eyes transformed into a beam of light,
instantly gathering into a dazzling sword, leaving Ji Yubei stunned. He realized, so that's it, the meaning lies within the character.
Then he raised his hand to control the sword. A surge of sword intent burst forth from the void. It shot straight towards Ji Yu Heng in a direct attack, but luckily he dodged by leaning aside, though it still slashed across his face, causing fresh blood to spurt out, leaving Ji Yu Heng wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Ji Yu Heng watched the sword intent and asked in bewilderment, "What was that?" Ji Yu Bei, despite spitting out blood, laughed heartily. His hearty laughter left Ji Yu Heng utterly perplexed. "Ji Yu Bei, it's truly thanks to you, cousin Ji Yu Heng. Without you this time, I wouldn't have unexpectedly comprehended this sword ancestor intent." Hearing this left Ji Yu Heng stunned and confused. Ji Yu Bei continued, "As long as I have this sword ancestor intent, even if you kill me and my cultivation remains in Tianming, my strength will one day surpass yours. How will you suppress me then?" These words drove Ji Yu Heng mad. He barked, "Sword ancestor intent my ass? You dare to fake sword ancestor intent with some petty tricks? You want to rebel against me? You're still far from it." At this moment, a Yao Ming subordinate shouted to report, "Our Ji Yu family only has about 200 people left." Ji Yu Bei was shocked, while Ji Yu Heng laughed triumphantly. "Ha, let's see how much more heavenly Dao power you can muster. Can you still use that sword intent from before?" Saying this, he channeled his strength, preparing to attack, thinking to himself, his heavenly Dao power should be exhausted, but for safety's sake, I'll still keep my distance. Thinking this, he unleashed a palm strike. "Say your goodbyes." At this moment, a palm struck towards Ji Yu Bei, but he remained still, smiling faintly as he braced himself, which made Ji Yu Heng gleeful. But unexpectedly, another streak of sword energy shot out and shattered Ji Yu Heng's palm imprint, sending him tumbling backwards several times. He was bewildered and dumbfounded. "The heck? What's going on?" Ji Yu Bei was also puzzled. But opening his eyes, he realized that Li Xingyun had stepped in to help. Behind Xingyun at this moment was a group of bros, rushing to support, making Ji Yu Heng exclaim in surprise. "Li Xingyun!" Someone shouted to report, "It's the Tianxing Alliance. All 3,000 of them are here." Looking at Xingyun and his powerful subordinates before him made Ji Yu Heng pissed. "Li Xingyun, you want to help Yao Ming? Take a good look at how many people there are. If the Tianxing Alliance wants to get involved, I wouldn't mind wiping you out too," Li Xingyun replied. "Li Xingyun only follows one principle, and that's loyalty. The people in Yao Ming are my brothers. If anyone makes trouble for Yao Ming, they're making trouble for the Tianxing Alliance." Ji Yu Heng clicked his tongue and said, "Li Xingyun, if you want to drag the entire Tianxing Alliance into this, then don't blame me for being merciless." Hearing this, Ji Yu Heng's subordinates hesitated, calling out, "Boss, although the Tianxing Alliance has more than 3,000 people, Li Xingyun's bros are all over the world. Many of them are big shots in their own right. Once we start a war with the Tianxing Alliance, the war will escalate, and we don't know how far this battle will go." At this moment, Ji Yu Heng ordered, "Kill," causing his subordinates to hesitate. One of them said, "The arrow has already been knocked, we can't not shoot. If we back down now, we'll lose too much face. Let's go." So the group rushed forward. Li Xingyun immediately brandished his blade and charged into battle with his brothers. The two sides clashed, but the numbers were uneven. The defeated were sent plummeting from the sky straight to the ground, with screams echoing incessantly. The Yao Ming side worriedly said, "There are too many of them, protect young Master Ji Yu." A long-haired, muscular dude held the line. Then he turned to Xingyun. "Bro, if we keep fighting like this, we're screwed." Li Xingyun confirmed it, and hurriedly said, "Come here. I didn't expect more than 2 forces to join hands. If Ji Yu Heng wants to start a war, then we'll play to the end with them. Today, we'll escort Yao Ming out of here first, and then we'll settle the score with him next time," Xingyun ordered.
Everyone, follow me closely and charge.
Li Xingyun unleashed a spinning kick to the enemy's jaw, leading his brothers to break through the encirclement.
This made Ji Yuheng angry, and he said, "Just arrived and running away. Dream on." He immediately ordered his subordinates, "Block them." The goons charged fiercely. "Kill them." They all unleashed deadly moves, but luckily he ducked. Instead, he unleashed blows that stuffed the goons' mouths with a beating. Xingyun went berserk and charged forward, leading his subordinates behind him.
And just like that, they successfully broke through the encirclement and escaped from the enemy. Ji Yuheng's subordinates fell all over the place, groaning in pain.
This made Ji Yuheng, who was standing by, curse in anger as he watched them leave. "Damn it, so many people." And he still broke through the encirclement. But they don't have many people left either. Whether it's Yao Ming or Tian Xingming, the losses are much greater than mine. This is just the beginning, he thought to himself. In the future, I will kill all of you from the great world. Everyone quickly returned to Zhao Yu's small courtyard to report the current situation to Ni Li.
He asked annoyedly. Something like that actually happened, asked everyone. What were your losses? Lu Piao replied with a gloomy face. We've added it up. Yao Ming lost more than 3,000 people, and only a few hundred people successfully retreated. Tian Xingming also suffered a lot of losses, at least 2,000 people. Zhi Yubei said dejectedly.
Actually, Xing Yunxiang didn't need to participate, causing Tian Xingming to lose so many people, Li Xingyun retorted. How can you say these words? In the great world, if my brothers are in trouble, should my Tian Xingming cower and retreat?
After so many years in the great world, this battle's losses can't be considered too great. Moreover, we dealt with a lot of Ji Yuheng's people. In short, deal with him first, and run if we can't beat him. That's right, Ji Yuheng and several Blood Moon Alliance forces have gathered to declare war on you. How are you preparing to respond? If you decide to start a war, I can contact some brothers to help you, and we can deal with the Blood Moon Alliance together. Gathering a few thousand people wouldn't be a problem.
Hearing this, Ji Yubei and Lu Piao turned to look at Ni Li. Testing his intentions, Ni Li was pondering at this moment, and said with his arms crossed,
I don't think we need to drag so many people into this. We have enough people now, but I need Xing Yunxiang to help a little. I wonder if Xing Yunxiang is willing. Xing Yun then smiled and said,
What do you mean willing or not, as long as Ni Li Chong says the word? But do you really not need me to call people? Ni Li affirmed. Not for now, making Xing Yun ask in surprise. Do you have another way?
Ni Li then asked. Xing Yunxiang, have you ever seen gangsters fighting? When fighting against many people, what should you do? Lu Piao volunteered to answer. Then you should ignore everything and grab the leader and beat him to death.
Making Xing Yun pout and sigh, asking,
Is that so? Lu Piao, being unusually smart, approved and said, That's right. Why do we need to deal with the other forces? Taking down the Blood Moon Alliance is enough.
Li Xingyun immediately understood.
This is indeed a good way. Deal with the Blood Moon Alliance. The other forces will probably be more wary and we won't have to fight them to the death. Ni Li Zhong can collect god roots, right?
Ni Li was also startled by this sentence. Xingyun said enthusiastically, Let's take down all the Blood Moon Alliance's gods so they have no tears left to cry.
Ji Yubei also contributed. Destroying his wealth is not enough. It would be best to buy a dozen of his subordinates to closely monitor Ji Yuheng and take care of him at the first opportunity, so he doesn't dare to go out anymore. Saying this, the group laughed gleefully.
After discussing, they prepared to take action and said, Ni Lai, you just keep the hawk's claw. Ni Lai agreed and sat down thinking, I must quickly consolidate my soul force to recover my strength.
This soul force is extremely mysterious. The soul force sent to the soul hall is equivalent to a virtual body. Once the owner of the soul force dies, the new body will be reforged according to the form when the soul force was sent. But after reforging, it can only have about 8 or 9/10 of its previous strength. Plus the soul force will be missing one. This is also the reason why cultivation base declines after resurrection. It is because of this ability that the human race can expand and develop in the great world. Among the great families, only those who dominate a region in the great world are qualified to compete for the position of family head. A weak heir will not be accepted by the family. Currently, Yao Ming is being suppressed by the Blood Moon Alliance. If Ji Yubei can't resist, not only will he not get help from the family, he will even lose his position in the great world.
This is the Dragon Ruins realm, a world where humans and demon beasts, the strong devour the weak. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Ni Ling thought in surprise. Another guest. He quickly went to open the door but was surprised when it was Qi Ling, Honored One. Ni Ling smiled and performed a student's salute. Greetings, Honored One. May I ask what brings you to me? Qi Ling smiled and replied, Tian Yun Godlord wants to meet you. Would you like to come with me? Ni Li thought to himself, Tian Yun Godlord, he is a righteous figure in the Feather God sect. After thinking, he agreed and said, Please lead the way, Honored One. They quickly arrived at the villa. Tianyun Godlord was levitating in the main hall, emitting an aura of mystical energy around him. As Neely stepped through the door, he was stunned by the old man's overbearing aura, thinking to himself, Tianyun Godlord's aura is indeed unique, somewhat similar to my master's. Could it be that Tianyun Godlord also practices the heavenly deduction technique? Seeing Neely, he laughed heartily and asked, You must be Neely. He hurriedly bowed and greeted. Greetings, Godlord. The yellow-robed figures beside him were stunned and asked each other, This is Neely, Tianyun Godlord said. I've read your writing. The profound artistic conception within it amazed me. With your current realm, to be able to write such words is truly remarkable. Then, he sat down and continued. I heard that you've already taken Ming as your master in the tiny world, Neely confirmed. That's right. The Godlord smiled gently and said, Speaking of which, Ming is somewhat related to me. He's a disciple of an old friend of mine. Then he pointed and said, I want to take you as my 39th disciple. I believe Master Ming won't refuse this matter, but I don't know if you're willing. Neely froze, thinking to himself, to be able to become Tianyun Godlord's disciple, that would be awesome. With such strong support, I'll be even closer to becoming the sect leader. Just as he was about to speak, a disciple beside him spoke up. Master, this might not be appropriate. Tianyun Godlord glanced at him in surprise and asked, What's inappropriate? The man replied. Master's disciples have always been outstanding individuals of the same age, and their cultivation at least reached the heavenly axis realm. Neely is currently only at the heavenly fate realm. Besides, Neelin was originally Qi Ling's disciple before coming here. Wouldn't that make the hierarchy a bit messed up? Neelin wondered. What's wrong with that? Long Yuyin is also my disciple. Qi Ling respectfully spoke up. Godlord Master. Although Neely was previously my disciple in name, in reality, I have nothing to teach him. He basically cultivated on his own. The man retorted. Even so, the status of master and disciple cannot be erased. Tianyun Godlord said calmly. Mundane perspectives are completely unnecessary to consider. When it comes to realm, cultivation is secondary. In terms of comprehending the Tao, Ni Li may be stronger than many heavenly axis realm cultivators. These words left the disciples stunned, rendering the man speechless. Unable to say anything more, Ni Li looked at Qi Ling and asked, Honored one? Who is he? The honored one replied, Honored Wu Yan. He is my master's eldest disciple, responsible for managing the affairs in the Tianyun Divine Palace. Usually, when the master is cultivating, the Tianyun Divine Palace is under his control. It seems he doesn't like you very much, Ni Li. Ni Li cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your concern, Tianyun, Godlord. I've always wanted to become your disciple, but I'm used to being free and unrestrained and don't like being controlled by others. If I become Tianyun Godlord's disciple, I hope I can freely roam the Tianyun Divine Palace. Hearing this, honored Wu Yan angrily shouted, How audacious! The Godlord Master is already bestowing an immense favor by accepting you as a disciple, yet you dare to make demands here. Where's the decorum? Ni Li rolled his eyes, thinking, Isn't it because of your appearance that I'm afraid I'll be ostracized? Tianyun Godlord thought to himself. What a surprise! If it were another disciple from the Heavenly Spirit Institute who was chosen by me as a disciple, they would have been overjoyed. But looking at Ni Li's calm demeanor, indeed his writing reflects his character. His comprehension of the Tao has definitely reached a transcendent state in some sense. Qi Ling reminded Ni Li, Don't act on impulse. Being able to become my master's disciple is definitely a great opportunity, don't give it up. Because honored Wu Yan's father once saved Master, and he's also Master's eldest disciple, Master usually takes great care of him. His temperament is a bit narrow-minded. Don't mind him. As long as you become Master's disciple, you don't need to worry about him doing anything to you, Ni Li replied. Don't worry, Honored One. I have my own plans. Honored Wu Yan glanced at Tianyun Godlord, who was silent, and said disdainfully, What do you think the Tianyun Divine Palace is? A place you can come and go as you please. How laughable. A heavenly fate realm student really thinks he's some big shot. Ni Li calmly replied, Honored One, I respect Tianyun Godlord, and am willing to become his disciple. I'm simply stating my own requests. It's Tianyun Godlord's decision whether or not to agree. You butting in here seems to be overstepping your bounds. These words were like a slap in the face to Honored Wu Yan, leaving him and the other disciples astonished and speechless. Suddenly, Tianyun Godlord spoke. Ni Li is right. Accepting a disciple is originally something that must be agreed upon by both parties. Others have no right to interfere. Honored Wu Yan was about to say something, but the Godlord glared at him and said, No need for further words. Causing Honored Wu Yan to obediently comply and immediately retreat, the Godlord said, Ni Li, your understanding of writing is astonishing, so let me ask you, what is your insight into the word wu, ma, nothingness? Ni Li replied. The word wu means to follow the heavenly Dao, To follow nature. Wu wei, wu bu wei. Ma wu, acting without acting, yet nothing is not done. Wu wei yu wei. Ma wu, acting without acting, yet something is done. Leaving the godlord stunned, propping his chin and contemplating the words Ni Li had just spoken, savoring each word and exclaiming, "Indeed profound and mysterious. I admit I am not your equal." The disciples and Qi Ling dropped their jaws, staring in astonishment. Even Venerable Wu Yan was taken aback, thinking, "What the hell, my master said I'm not as good? Who is my master? He's one of the top 5 martial grandpas in the entire Wu Shen sect. How could anyone be stronger than my master? This guy must have gotten his hands on some ancient scroll and is trying to scam people. If his cultivation was really that high, why is he still stuck in the heavenly fate realm?" Ni Li, with a grin, said, "Godlike Senior Tian Yun is too kind. I just stumbled upon some insights, nothing compared to your greatness." The godlike Senior Khan praised, "You're too modest. Even if you gained insights from an ancient scroll, being able to write those insights into words is incredibly impressive. Though I can't teach you anything about Tao intent, I can still give you some guidance on your cultivation path. If you're willing to become my disciple, you'll have free reign in the Tianyun Divine Palace." Without any restrictions, Ni Li immediately bowed respectfully. "Many thanks, Grandmaster." Godlike Senior Tianyun happily said, "Good, haha." Making Venerable Qiling think blankly, Master actually agreed. "Tianyun Divine Palace, this is a first." The other disciples started whispering, "Master's usually super strict with disciples. Looks like Ni Li's gonna be special." Venerable Wu Yan was speechless, unable to say anything. The godlike senior laughed heartily. "Everyone else, head out. I want to discuss Daogyo intent with Ni Li." The disciples immediately cupped their hands in farewell and left, leaving only Ni Li in the main hall. Wu Yan left in a huff, scoffing as they scurried away like quails. The doors closed, leaving only the master and disciple in the hall. The godlike senior said, "Let's begin." Time passed. After some chit-chat, Ni Li analyzed and explained things to the godlike senior, who listened intently. In this situation, it was hard to tell who was the master. Suddenly, the godlike senior, hearing Ni Li's words, was stunned, thinking, "Everything he's saying benefits me." He marveled. "What a treasure I've found. Wu Shen sect's troubles, both internal and external, are quite dangerous now." Relying on Ni Li's talent, it's not impossible for him to become a pillar of the Wu Shen sect in the future. Outside, in a pavilion, Wu Yan was drowning his sorrows, sighing dejectedly. Suddenly someone approached and asked, "Venerable Wu Yan seems to be having a bad day." He glanced over and recognized Long Tianming, the first-in-line heir of the Long Yin family. Wu Yan beckoned. "Brother Long, haha, if you're here, join me for a drink." Long Tianming agreed, pulled out a chair, poured wine, and asked, "May I ask, what's troubling Brother Wu Yan?" "So," Wu Yan sadly said, "don't even mention it. I've been cultivating under the old man for 30 years. In these 30 years, I've been loyal and devoted, but I always feel like he's keeping me at arm's length. He still hasn't passed on the most important incantation of the Tianyun Divine skill to me. I've asked to practice the final level incantation many times, but he always makes excuses that the time isn't right." Long Tianming said, "Godlike Senior Tianyun is selfless, devoted to our Wu Shen sect, a role model for us, Brother Wu Yan." "You might be overthinking it," Wu Yan sneered. "Selfless, haha, I'm so devoted to him, why isn't he selfless with me? Isn't he just afraid of the student surpassing the master?" Then he chuckled. "If my father hadn't saved his life back then, would he even be where he is today?" Long Tianming reassured him. "Brother Wu Yan, no need to be troubled. Among godlike Senior Tianyun's many disciples, you're the most valued. If godlike Senior Tianyun really wants to choose a successor for the Tianyun divine skill, it will definitely be you." But Wu Yan said, "I thought so too, but now the old man has taken in a new disciple named Ni Li. The old man seems to really adore and trust him. Looking at his attitude towards him, it's like he's a cherished treasure." Long Tianming asked in surprise. "The new disciple, godlike Senior Tianyun took in, is named Ni Li." Wu Yan confirmed. "That's right, Brother Long knows him too." Long Tianming nodded. "I've heard of him. This Ni Li comes from the tiny world, considered quite an outstanding one among the new recruits this time around." He secretly thought, Ni Li's methods are not simple. In such a short time he has actually apprenticed under Tian Yun godlike. Moreover, during this time, Long Yu Yin has been very close to Ni Li, and listens to him a lot, and has started gathering people to contend for the position of family head of the Long Yin family. Wu Yan scoffed. "An outstanding newbie? What can a heavenly fate realm ant do? He's just using some tricks to get on the old man's good side." Long Tianming reminded. Wu Yan honored master. "If you still don't take him seriously, then you're wrong. This guy is really not simple. If we don't deal with him soon, he'll become a major threat in the future. Who knows, Tianyun Godlord secretly passed the Tianyun divine art to him." Hearing this, Wu Yan's eyes widened with worry. and he quickly asked, according to Long Xiang's opinion, what should I do? Immediately, Long Tianming suggested, how about this? A super insidious plan was laid out in the pavilion.
Wu Yan agreed, consenting to return to the Godlord's villa. At this time it was already dusk, and Ni Li happily thought to himself, to be valued by Tianyun Godlord, what a surprise. This way, I'm one step closer to the position of sect master. Ni Li returned to his familiar little courtyard. Arriving, he was surprised to see his bros already there, asking, you guys are back so fast. How did things go? Lu Piao coldly snorted and said, we hit 2 Blood Moon Syndicate strongholds. The cost was wiping out over 1,000 of their people. Although we lost over 60 people, even though those we killed weren't that strong, it's still enough to make Ji Yuheng uncomfortable.
Li Jingyun determined. The result isn't bad. We've got a clear picture of the Blood Moon Syndicate situation. Once your soul fate is stable, we'll find a chance to hit their god pond, so they'll starve. Ni Li oed, in surprise.
Ji Yu Bei happily announced, Ni Li, I also got another piece of news. Ji Yuheng has a confidant who's always been secretly pocketing spirit stones from the Blood Moon Syndicate, but Ji Yuheng trusts him immensely, so those who know can only be angry but dare not say anything. This might be the breakthrough we need to collapse the Blood Moon Syndicate. Someone that greedy, as long as we offer a promise or threat, will definitely betray Ji Yuheng. What do you say, want to go meet him? Hearing this, Ni Li laughed and replied, meet? Of course I want to meet him.
Scene change. At Wushen Sect. At Mingshan Stronghold.
This place is totally city lights. I'm dressed up. The lights of the city are dazzling. Ni Li and the gang arrived here, standing in front of a small building. This fatty is He Gi, and he's a subordinate of Ji Yuheng. Holding 2 girls under his arms, he happily laughed.
Serve this master well today, and I'll reward each of you with a spirit stone. Hearing this, the 2 girls cheered excitedly, hugging and acting coquettish, calling out Lord He, making him laugh heartily. Suddenly someone came to report, Deacon He, there are a few lords inside who want to see you. He Guy irritably scolded. What lords? Disturbing my mood? I don't want to see anyone. But the waiter whispered. They said they want to do a deal worth 10,000 spirit stones with you.
Hearing this, He Guy stood up abruptly, throwing the 2 girls away and asking, such a big mouth, then let me go meet them.
The waiter immediately led the way, taking him to another room.
When he opened the door and entered, familiar faces appeared before his eyes, making He Guy stunned as he asked, what are you doing? Suddenly the door slammed shut, startling He Guy. Ji Yu Bei, lying on the bed, said seductively, long time no see, Deacon.
He Guy swallowed hard, thinking that there were at least 5 heavenly axis experts nearby. It's impossible to escape.
So he said softly, young master Ji Yu Bei, what do you want from me? Ji Yu Bei sat up and said, I want to ask you to help us with something. He Guy stammered and asked, what is it? Ji Yu Bei went to the table, pulled out a chair, sat down and poured some wine, saying, from now on, wherever Ji Yuheng goes, you have to tell us his whereabouts. He Guy asked in surprise. What? You want me to betray young master Ji Yuheng? No way. Ji Yu Bei raised his glass and reminded. A wise man submits to circumstances. What future do you have following Ji Yuheng? Just being a deacon, earning a few hundred spirit stones each month. If you're willing to cooperate, each successful report will get you 2,000 spirit stones. Hearing this generous sum startled him. Ji Yu Bei threatened, if you don't cooperate, Ji Yu Bei might not be able to do anything to Ji Yuheng, but dealing with you is no problem. Moreover, your hands aren't clean either. If Ji Yuheng finds out, what will happen? He Gui was sweating profusely. Ji Yu Bei took a sip of wine and continued, I'm not forcing you. Whether you want to cooperate is up to you. He Guy's face turned pale as he thought, not forcing me, isn't this directly threatening me? Seeing He Guy silent, Ji Yu Bei asked again, what's wrong? If you're not willing, then forget it, let's go. These words made Ni Li and the gang speechless. At this time, He Gui shouted, wait a minute, young master Ji Yu Bei. So Ji Yu Bei sat down and listened with a slight smile as he cleared his throat and said, I can cooperate with young master Ji Yu Bei, but young master Ji Yu Bei must absolutely keep this a secret for me. Ji Yu Bei happily replied, that's for sure. As long as you cooperate with me, you'll be my person from now on. Secrecy is a must. Moreover, the treatment will definitely be better than when you followed Ji Yuheng. If you're useful to me, I definitely won't be stingy. He Guy nodded slightly and said, I have a request. I don't know if young master Ji Yu Bei can agree. Ji Yu Bei was surprised and asked, what request? He said, Ji Yuheng's right-hand men. One is me, and the other is Chai Yu. This guy has always been against me. I want to ask Ji Yu Bei to help me deal with him.
Ji Yu Bei immediately agreed. Of course, no problem. I know this. Chai Yu, he's extremely loyal to Ji Yuheng. To deal with Ji Yuheng, you must first cut off his limbs. He Guai was startled and exclaimed, you want to get rid of me too? Ji Yu Bei reassured him. You're a spy now, it doesn't concern you. After you return, spread the word that Chai Yue has been in private contact with us. He Guai wondered. Just that, I'm afraid it won't be enough to make Ji Yu Heng suspect Chai Yu. Ji Yu Bei smiled faintly and said, therefore, the next step depends on you. Making He Gi stunned and confused, Ji Yu Bei said, as long as you can reveal Ji Yu Heng's location to us so we can ambush him once. Won't he suspect Chai Yu then? When the time comes, we'll add fuel to the fire, and Chai Yu will definitely not escape suspicion. He Guy laughed and replied, ha ha, Ji Yu Bei is brilliant. Ji Yu Bei reminded him, stop talking nonsense, it's your turn to show sincerity. Write a few letters for us. This is evidence of our secret communication. He Gi widened his eyes in surprise and asked, letters? Ji Yu Bei threatened. If you mess around during the cooperation, these letters will be delivered to Ji Yu Heng. You know the consequences, right? He Gi hurriedly said. Yes, yes, sir, Ji Yu Bei shouted. Hurry up, right as I say. And so, he rambled on and on, while He Gi wrote accordingly. After finishing, Ji Yu Bei patted him on the shoulder and praised. Not bad. Then he rewarded him with a storage ring, saying, this is your reward. Working for us in the future will definitely not let you suffer. He Gi took it and put it on his finger, immediately astonished that there were over 2,000 spirit stones inside. He laughed joyously. Haha, what was I thinking? Following Ji Yu Heng, and risking my life every month to lick up 200 to 300 spirit stones. Immediately bowing his head to thank Ji Yu Bei after he left. Ji Yu Bei sighed. I didn't expect to finish it so quickly. He Gai's position is really not firm at all. Turning to Ni Li, he asked, what do you think? Is this He Gio trustworthy? Ni Lin asserted. This guy's eyes light up at the sight of profit. If we've offered great benefits and have his weakness, we're not afraid he won't listen to us. Perhaps he himself understands that there's no benefit in going against us. Li Xingyun nodded, confirming and agreeing. What a pity. Ji Yu Heng's right-hand man, He Gui, is a petty person. But that Chai Yue is indeed a talent. If he's abandoned by Ji Yu Heng like that, it's really a bit of a pity. Ni Li then asked, Xingyun bro, have you ever been in contact with Chai Yu? Li Xingyun nodded and said, I once invited him to our Tianxing alliance, but he refused. Ni Li stood up and said, if that's the case, Xingyun bro can continue to contact him. Chai Yue was framed by He Gui in conjunction with us, and sooner or later, he won't be able to continue following Ji Yu Heng, and a character with the reputation of a traitor. Apart from those who know the truth, no power will be willing to take him in. Lu Piao cleverly said. Isn't the one who knows the truth us? Ni Li nodded. That's right, so we must try our best to frame him. Perhaps it's also helping him. Li Xingyun also had to sigh. Your trick is really awesome, Ni Li, and the others then laughed heartily. Soon after, the group went outside, to a large building. Lu Piao looked at it and exclaimed, what is this place? It's so beautiful, Ji Yu Bei explained. This is the Treasure Item Merchant Association, called Tianbao Pavilion. This is the Treasure Item Merchant Association in Mingshan Stronghold. Above it is the Divine Will Sect, a powerful force comparable to the Divine Sect, specializing in manufacturing treasure items, Ni Lin suggested. Since we've come to Mingshan Stronghold, we can't return empty-handed. Let's go shopping. So the young men went inside Tianbao Pavilion. At this time, everyone was gathered in large numbers. An old, hairy-mouthed man came and said, hello, 4 young masters. Welcome to our Tianbao Pavilion. May I ask what you want? The 4 handsome young men were quite surprised to meet him. Lu Piao sat down and asked, Uncle, do you sell treasure items that protect life and kill people here? The old man laughed loudly. Ha, this place is basically full of treasure items for killing people and protecting life. What level do the 4 young masters need? Ni Lai clearly said, bring out the best stuff for us to take a look at. The old man was very surprised, recognizing VIP customers, and invited, please follow me. 4. Upon reaching the upper floor, the old man went to a landscape painting and pressed a button to open a secret mechanism. The painting gradually moved up, revealing an entrance, causing Lu Piao to exclaim in surprise. They quickly went inside. Lu Piao sulked and said, who came up with this? Stepping inside, it was a magnificent place, displaying countless treasures. The old man chuckled. Welcome. Just then, a voice nearby said, didn't expect to see others here. Another voice replied, apologies, young master. Only customers looking to buy rank 5 or higher treasures can come to this place. Hearing a familiar voice, Li Xingyun looked over and saw a girl promoting products to a young man who looked a lot like him. He frowned, annoyed at the interruption. Suddenly, Li Xingyun and the guy locked eyes, both shocked and dumbfounded. Seeing Xingyun's expression, Ni Li asked, confused, who is that? Xingyun replied, it's Li Yufeng. Yufeng laughed heartily. Never thought I'd run into my dear cousin, Xingyun. Since we're here by chance, why don't you come join me? Li Xingyun rolled his eyes, scoffed, and turned away. Seeing this, Ni Li and the others followed suit, snorting and looking away. Yufeng, completely ignored and annoyed, put his hands behind his back
and also turned away. Ni Li and the gang walked over to a set of seats to rest.
Immediately, a girl came up with a welcoming smile and introduced herself. I'm Kai Dai. May I ask what the 4 young masters are looking to buy? Ji Yubei laughed heartily, praising, Tianbao Pavilion really knows how to do business, sending such beautiful ladies. We have no choice but to spend money.
Kai Dai modestly said, Young master is too kind. Kai Dai doesn't deserve such praise. Ji Yubei scratched his head, chuckling.
Ni Li turned and sighed. Alright, let's get down to business, Miss Kai Dai. I want to buy a few rank 6 or higher treasures. What good stuff do you have here?
Kai Dai thought to herself. A single rank 6 treasure is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. The entire pavilion doesn't have that many, and even fewer that are rank 6 or higher, and he wants several. Meanwhile, Yu Feng sat at the table next door thinking seriously. What the heck are they on about? A rank 6 armor that can block attacks from Dragon Realm experts or higher. Maybe only the legendary Shenyi sect can afford to buy something like that, the red-haired girl asked. Young master, do you still want this treasure? Making Yu Feng pause, he pointed and said,
Selling for over 50,000 spirit stones. A bit expensive. Let's change to another one. The girl nodded and said, If young master wants other treasures, Wu Dai will go get them for you.
Yu Feng agreed and looked over, saying, Then get that rank 5 treasure. Ji Yu Bang said, Even though this treasure can be easily picked up by others if it dies, but possessing a rank 6 treasure, even a Heavenly Axis Realm expert can hardly kill you. As for Dragon Realm expert, who are from within the greater world, and that is why rank 6 treasures normally won't appear near the Wushan sect. Li Xingyun said. We should still see what Ni Li thinks, Ni Li casually said. Of course everyone gets a share, if we're buying. It's not like I'm the only one who came here.
This made Li Xingyun and Ji Yubei surprised. Since buying for everyone is not going to be a small number, Ni Li laughed and said, Let me take a look.
He looked around and saw that most of them were rank 5 treasures. Miss Kai Dai, please get that treasure for me. He pointed. Kai Dai followed his gaze. The treasure Ni Li mentioned was a sword. Kai Dai praised. This young master has a good eye. This Qingjing Yan sword is a rank 6 treasure, absolutely top tier among high-grade rank 6 treasures. Its sharpness can even cut through armor of the same rank. Kai Dai brought it over and invited the young master to take a look. Ji Yubei rushed forward and quickly pulled the sword out of its sheath. A golden light emitted, making Ji Yubei stunned as he exclaimed, What a sword! Ni Li asked. Miss Kai Dai, how many spirit stones does this sword sell for?
She smiled and replied, This Qingjing Yan sword is worth 76,000 spirit stones. Hearing this, Lu Piao stuck out his tongue, shocked at the expensive price.
Li Xingyun thought to himself. As expected of a high-grade rank 6 treasure, the price is really high. Ni Li calmly bargained. 36,000 spirit stones, will you sell it? If so, I'll take it.
This made the atmosphere silent. Everyone looked at Ni Li. Kai Dai froze, thinking, how could someone bargain like this? She forced a smile and said, Young master, I'm afraid Tianbao Pavilion can't accept this price. Ni Li scratched his head and laughed. Forget it then, I don't need it anymore. Making Kai Dai jump, thinking, this is just a little over our set price. By 1,000, his offer is really good. So Kai Dai pretended to cough a few times and said, Alright, since the young master likes it, I'll sell this Qingjing Yan sword to you at a loss.
Making Li Xingyun and Ji Yubei shocked, not expecting her to actually agree, Lu Piao laughed. As expected of Ni Li. Ni Li smiled slightly and handed over the ring, saying, Here are 36,000 spirit stones, please accept them. Then he tossed the sword to Ji Yubei, saying, Here, take this, Ji Yu. Bei happily accepted it. Thanks, bro.
Over here, Li Yufeng was dumbfounded and speechless. Suddenly, Lan Yu Dai brought a weapon and asked, Young Master Li, this 5th grade Hanchang spear is priced at 12,000 spirit stones. What do you think? So he applied Ni Li's method and immediately offered half price, 6,000 spirit stones.
But Lan Yu Dai immediately replied, Young Master Li, we absolutely cannot accept this price, Li Yufeng stubbornly said. I'm only offering 6,000 spirit stones. Lan Yu Dai was speechless and then affirmed, I'm very sorry, young Master Lai. 12,000 spirit stones is already the lowest price for this Hanchang spear. Making Li Yufeng annoyed, he thought. Why can that little brat bargain for half price? Lan Yu Dai bitterly turned away, thinking, it's just an item worth 12,000 spirit stones.
As the first successor of the Shanyan family, how can he shamelessly haggle like that?
Then she put the weapon back on the shelf and said, This Hanchang spear won't be sold for less than 10,000 spirit stones. Ni Li pondered. Buy a weapon for Xingyun, bro. He then looked at the saber on the shelf and said, Miss Tai Dai, please help me take that one down. Tai Dai agreed and ran over, thinking, although this young master haggles fiercely, he's very generous when buying things. She brought the azure saber over and introduced it. This is the Silver Moon Saber, a 6th grade weapon, priced at 50,000 spirit stones. Ni Lai, after hearing, quoted a bargain price, 30,000 spirit stones, making Tai-Dai dizzy. When again she was hit at the regulated price, then hesitated, thinking, it's better to have less profit than no profit, then smiled and said, young master sure has an eye for things. Extremely intelligent. Deal. Causing the 2 young men sitting to side to be shocked, Ni Li smiled happily. Haha, thanks a lot, Miss Tai-Dai. Immediately afterwards, looking at the armor in front of him, he sighed. That Black Cloud battle armor isn't bad either. How many spirit stones is it, Miss Tai-Dai? At this time she smiled and said, young master, tell me a price. If it's suitable, then I'll sell it to you. Ni Li crossed his arms, squinted, and pondered. Arm guards, chest protection, hand covers, leg braces, belt, adding it all up, then quoted a price, 130,000 spirit stones, making Tai-Dai stunned, thinking, looks like I've really met someone from the same industry. After lowering 5,000, she laughed and closed the price. Then 130,000 spirit stones, I'll go get it for you, Ni Lai happily replied. Thanks, Tai-Dai asked. Young master, do you need anything else? Ni Li simply pointed to the other armor, automatically quoted the price, 120,000. That one, 125,000. That set, 135,000. Making Tai-Dai surprise and ask, so many, do you want all of them, young master? Ni Lai smiled and replied, of course, pack these up first, I'll look at the others slowly. Tai-Dai then smiled and agreed. She ran to get the items. Looking at Tai-Dai, Yu Dai gloomily thought, Tai-Dai has only been there for a short time and already closed 600,000, which is higher than my 1-year sale. On the other hand, the guest on my side doesn't want this, and doesn't want that, and even offers such a low price. I haven't sold anything yet. Does he even want to buy? Meanwhile, Li Yufeng sulked, thinking, what's up with that guy? His price is so accurate, and he's even richer than the Supreme Elder. What exactly is his identity? What position does he hold in the Heavenly Path League? What is their relationship with Li Xingyun? These kinds of characters in the Heavenly Path League really make people unable to eat or sleep well. Staying here will only get my face slapped, so I'd better leave. As he got up to leave, Yun Tidai asked, young Master Li is preparing to leave. It seems that young Master Li is not satisfied with any of the goods from our Tianbao pavilion. Next time when we have new arrivals, we will send someone to inform young Master Li. Li Yufeng respectfully cupped his hands and said, thank you, I'll take my leave first. Then he glanced at Ni Li and his group with a cold snort. Then he left through the hole. Xingyun on this side, after seeing, said, this Li Yufeng is narrow-minded, you guys better be wary of him. Ni Li sighed. The martial god sect only cares about teaching people to cultivate but doesn't teach people morality, Li Xingyun replied. In this world where the big fish eats the small fish like the dragon ruins realm, there aren't many noble characters. Time passed. After buying countless of items, Ni Li clasped his hands and said, I'll only buy these, thank you, Miss Tai-Dai. She then replied, young master, please visit more often. Ni Li weighed anchor, ready to leave, and said goodbye, before turning to see Lu Piao enjoying himself, wearing the armor, said with a smile, with this battle armor, even if I encounter a Heavenly Axis Realm expert in the Great Thousand Worlds, I won't have anything to fear. It even automatically generates a force field to protect me, and it doesn't affect my movements. If I wear a coat over it, you won't even be able to see it. Making Ji Yubei look at him in confusion. Lu Piao wondered and asked, Ni Li, we all bought a set of battle armor and weapons. Why did you only buy battle armor? Ni Li replied. Don't I already have a weapon that I'm comfortable with? Making Lu Piao startled and asked, you mean the thing that can link with our soul seas? Ni Li replied. It can even become stronger with my cultivation, Lu Piao asked. What's that about? Ni Li was too lazy to explain and said, in short, we all have a 6th grade weapon, so exploring outside will be more secure. Lu Piao laughed out loud, haha, I'm dying to show off. But Ni Li stopped him. We should still hold back. Not long after, Jin Yan asked in surprise, what the heck, I got kicked off the list. Only 5 new students made it into the East Courtyard. Okay, fine. Those monster geniuses can be ranked ahead of me, but Zhu Yu, who does he think he is? Damn it, I was ranked 2nd in the class not long ago. Lu Piao and the others were surprised and asked, Shu Yu? Since when is there someone named Shu Ye? Lu Piao said. He got accepted into the East Courtyard with us? I don't remember him at all. Ni Li said, I think there was someone like that in class, a teenager with nothing special about him. Never saw him talk to anyone. How did he suddenly appear? This is sus. We should get Li Xingyun to investigate his background. Best not to mess with him. Lu Piao laughed and said, I don't think it's a big deal. Didn't Ji Yubei and Xiao Yu suddenly get stronger recently and get accepted into the East Courtyard because of that? Suddenly, Zhi Yubei popped his head in and asked, "What are you talking about?" scaring Lu Piao half to death.
Ni Li chuckled and said, "Let's go, where's Xiao Yu?" Probably with the older students. At the East Courtyard's martial arts training ground of the Wu Shen sect, everyone had gathered around the arena, gossiping non-stop. Nanmen Tianhai said, "They're all here. A few of the 6 who entered the East Courtyard this year are pretty good." An elder said, "I heard Zhi Yubei and Long Yuyin, the chosen ones of the newest batch of 5 students, are here, and then there's the famous Ni Li." Someone else added, "A few of the new students have 5th grade or higher heavenly spirit roots. Zhi Yubei and Long Yuyin even fused with dragon bloodline god-level demon spirits with growth potential. They're really talented. With a dragon bloodline god-level demon spirit with growth potential, there's a high chance they can enter the central courtyard." Nanmen Tianhai said, "According to the rules of the East Courtyard, new students must challenge the older students as a warning that there's always someone better." Then he announced, "Let the martial arts competition begin." Ni Li and the others arrived at this moment. He looked around and saw Li Xingyun and Murong Yu were both there. Suddenly, Murong Yu glanced back. Zhi Yubei, seeing this, snorted coldly in anger and said, "Speak of the devil." Lu Piao was also pissed off. Zhi Yubei reminded him, "Ignore him. Let me tell you about the East Courtyard. There are over 600 students in the East Courtyard, all of whom are ranked." Murong Yu was the top genius of the previous class, and his current ranking is around 132. Li Xingyun, a genius from the class before that, is ranked 78th. Ji Yu Heng, the champion from the class before that, has already entered the central courtyard. The remaining geniuses can only stay in the East Courtyard. Once their cultivation reaches the Heavenly Star Realm, they will become inner disciples of the Wu Shen sect and be sent to various places to carry out missions. Of course, there are many other options. Lu Piao was impressed. Ji Yu Heng is that awesome. You're so good at dealing with him, Ni Li. Ni Li chuckled and said, "I wouldn't say it was all me." Long Yuyin suddenly appeared beside them and said, "Those who can enter the central courtyard are all super geniuses. Only geniuses from the central courtyard will be qualified to become the heads of major families in the future and compete for the position of sect master of the Wu Shen sect. Geniuses who enter the central courtyard will be personally taught by the 5 strongest martial ancestor-level experts of the Wu Shen sect. Only by constantly challenging and entering the top 10 of the East Courtyard can one be selected to enter the central courtyard," Lu Piao asked in surprise. "Long Yuyin, when did you get here?" she replied. "I've been following you guys all along." Lu Piao sighed and said, "Long Yuyin, even Li Xingyun is ranked 78th. Getting into the top 10 won't be easy," Ni Li replied with a smile. "That's why you need to cultivate even harder. Li Xingyun is probably far beyond 78th now." Nanmen Tianhai announced at this time, "All the senior brothers and sisters of the East Courtyard are here. You are free to choose your opponents. Each person can choose 5 times. Winning or losing directly affects your ranking. Challenges are unlimited, but killing is not allowed." Everyone looked at each other in surprise and asked, "We can challenge 5 times. Who do we choose? We don't know anyone." The others chuckled and just chose people whose auras weren't strong. Everyone was whispering and discussing. At this moment, Ni Li glanced at Murong Yu, causing him to curse inwardly. "Damn little brat dares to glare at me." Then he smiled faintly, thinking, now that I'm in the 6th Fate realm, he wouldn't dare challenge me, even if he had 10 guts. While he was gloating, Ni Li suddenly pointed and announced, "I want to challenge him." Nanmen Tianhai looked at the crowd with a grim face, and they also said to each other in surprise, "Isn't Murong Yu the leader of the previous class? He can rank in the top 200 in the East Courtyard. Someone actually dares to choose him." Murong Yu smiled gleefully. "Ha ha! If junior brother Ni Li has this idea, then I'll just give him some pointers." Thinking to himself, "I really regretted letting you go last time. Today you're actually delivering yourself to my door, so don't blame me for being impolite." Very quickly, all attention was focused on the arena. Ni Li jumped straight onto the stage, standing opposite Murong Yu and snorting. Everyone below thought Ni Li was overestimating himself since there was such a big gap. Others said Murong Yu's cultivation was probably much stronger than Ni Li's. Everyone was noisy like a market, gossiping. Above, an elder said, "Ni Li actually took the initiative to challenge Murong Yu." "It's unbelievable," Nanmen Tianhai sighed and said, "Young people are inevitably arrogant." Murong Yu smirked and said, "Daring to challenge me now, that's really interesting, Ni Li. In the eyes of others you are a genius, but in my eyes, Murong Yu, you are not worth a dime. Last time I was careless and let you escape. But this time I'm gonna stomp your head into the ground so you learn to respect your senior." With that, he unleashed a torrent of aura. But Ni Li remained unfazed, saying, "Done yapping, throw your punches." This made Murong Yu so angry he was shaking. Thinking Ni Li was just some ignorant, arrogant punk, instantly, he slashed out a stream of sword energy. As the dazzling attack came crashing down, Ni Li used a phantom image to counter it, and the attack swiftly passed right through him. The crowd below, thinking Ni Li had been cut in half, cried out in fear, while Mu Rongyu angrily exclaimed, "That trick again!" He was stunned when Ni Li disappeared again, and he glanced around searching, listening for Ni Li's movements. But Ni Li suddenly appeared behind him, attacking, shouting, "Over here!" As the strike came, Mu Rongyu scoffed, "Too slow." He dodged and threw a punch, the two forces colliding head-on. Mu Rongyu was surprised that Ni Li didn't dodge. Does he want to die with me or what? He twisted to avoid Ni Li's blade. His speed was so great that Ni Li couldn't pull back in time, leaving an opening. So he threw a punch straight into Ni Li's ribs. The people below gasped. Ni Li wants to trade blows with Mu Rongyu. He underestimated him. One punch and Ni Li is done for. But on the stage, as the punch connected with Ni Li, Mu Rongyu suddenly realized, something feels wrong here. Suddenly, he let out a cry of pain, his arm feeling like he had hit a brick wall. Ni Li was sent flying upwards, his eyes changing from black to green, and he instantly grabbed Mu Rongyu's wrist, making him realize things were about to get rough. Ni Li then started bending his arm, channeling his power and yelling, then spinning and slamming Mu Rongyu straight into the ground, making him clutch his arm and groaning in pain. While he was still disoriented, Ni Li suddenly came crashing down from above with both knees, and not stopping there, he grimly raised his fist and started beating Mu Rongyu relentlessly, feeding him a mouthful of dirt. Everyone below was dumbfounded, saying, "This isn't right. The kid took a punch and he's fine. Mu Rongyu's strength should be way beyond his opponent." Huang Yu turned to Nanmen Tianhai above and asked, "Is this Ni Li kid cheating or something?" Nanmen Tianhai replied, "We said no holds barred, so I guess it doesn't count." Back on the stage, Mu Rongyu could only cover his face and scream, "You little punk, you're taking it too far." With that, he kicked out, sending Ni Li flying. Mu Rongyu leaped to his feet, channeling his power into a punch, slamming it into Ni Li's stomach with full force, but was shocked when Ni Li didn't even flinch, just gave a faint smile, and his own hand hurt even more. He asked, bewildered, "What the heck is going on? How does that make sense?" Taking advantage of Mu Rongyu's confusion, Ni Li unleashed a punch, smacking him face first into the ground, unable to lift his head, and he howled in pain. Then in the next second, he fused with his demon spirit, revealing crimson wings. He soared up, knocking Ni Li away. Then his body transformed into a muscular form, growling and exhaling smoke. The crowd below exclaimed in shock, "Heavens, it's a holy blood dragon eagle, and its growth rate is outstanding," another person muttered. "The holy blood dragon eagle is one of the highest quality dragon eagles, practically royalty among them. Moreover, outstanding growth rate is extremely rare. How did Mu Rongyu get it? No wonder Mu Rongyu didn't transform earlier. He wanted to conceal his strength. Even if the holy blood dragon eagle doesn't have god-tier growth rate, it's still enough to dominate a region. But can Ni Li force Mu Rongyu to fuse with the demon spirit?" Mu Rongyu stabilized his form and said with disdain, "I didn't want to fuse with a demon spirit, but you forced me to. Next, I'm going to utterly kill you." He said this, then flapped his wings, releasing an aura that crashed towards Ni Li. But he chuckled to himself, thinking, "So it's a holy blood dragon eagle. Finally, I've seen Mu Rongyu's full strength. Defeating him will be a tough battle. I might even have to use the Scarlet Divine Blood. Luckily, I prepared beforehand. Tough battle, screw that." With that thought, he grabbed the Heavenly Meteorite Thunder Sword, and a surging torrent of lightning rushed forth. Ni Li raised the Heavenly Meteorite Thunder Sword high, the brilliant lightning clashing against Mu Rongyu's fiery power. The battle before them astonished everyone. The aura was evenly matched. Ni Li can resist the Holy Blood Dragon Eagle with just a weapon. Huang Yu was also stunned, believing the weapon was at least a rank 7 treasure. Nanmen Tianhai added, "Although treasure weapons are considered part of one's personal strength, the Eastern Institute's treasure weapons have always been stronger than the Western Institute's. Ni Li's situation is unheard of. Besides, who fights with treasure weapons during sparring? First, armor, then a sword. It's getting weirder and weirder," Mu Rongyu angrily said. "What the hell is this? You think you can beat me with just a treasure weapon? No way!" Saying that, he roared and unleashed a palm strike. The pressure from this palm strike was like a volcano rushing towards Ni Li, causing everyone who saw it to exclaim, "Mu Rongyu's strength is this terrifying." His ranking is definitely not stuck at 132, people reminded. Ni Li will definitely die if he doesn't dodge. But he remained calm and stood still, receiving the incoming attack. Immediately afterward, an explosion erupted, causing the ground to rumble and debris to fly. The people below shouted in terror. He got hit. The arena was filled with black smoke. Mu Rongyu appeared in the smoke, coldly looking at Ni Li and saying in surprise, "No way." At this moment, Ni Li appeared. As the smoke gradually dispersed with a cyan aura, he raised his sword and asked, "Why not? Check this out," thought to himself. "The force field of this armor doesn't protect clothing." Saying that, he raised the sword brimming with lightning and struck down. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, causing the crowd to be horrified, and Mu Rongyu was immediately jolted, screaming to the heavens. Ni Li casually asked, "Are you all right, senior brother Mu Rong? Did you get numbed by the electric shock?"
Then you can't experience the power of my lightning? At this time, Murong-yu was still able to laugh, ha. In the body that was smoking, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I will kill you." Saying that, he roared unwillingly and crazily, spreading his wings and muscular body and rushing straight to confront Ni Li. Meanwhile, Ni Li also raised his sword with a faint smile on his lips. He slashed out a slash with a radiant light covering the lightning, causing Murong-yu to continue to be struck by lightning from the sky repeatedly. The miserable screams continued to shout. The people below also had to shield their eyes from the dazzling light, wondering what was going on inside. Why Murong-yu was screaming so miserably. Is the sixth life also fusing with the holy blood dragon eagle being tortured? Elder Huang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Too shameless, Ni Li is wearing a rank 6 battle armor. Is Murong-yu unable to do anything to him? Poor Murong-yu, unaware of the truth, was still trying Ni Li's attacks. After all, rank 6 items were extremely extraordinary, and Ni Li even controlled the lightning to constantly torment Murong, causing him to scream incessantly. Heard that back in the Gishu Forbidden Land, Murong-yu even beat up Ni Li. Looks like this time Ni Li came prepared and intentionally took revenge on Li Xingyun's side. Haha, Yun sighed. Seriously, only you would do that. In the distance, on a rooftop, someone was enjoying tea, then looked at the arena. Seeing the intense lightning, Long Tianming spoke up. Didn't expect Brother Beiyan to be interested in these newbies. Beiyan leisurely sipped his tea, then said, I just wanted to see what kind of amazing genius the Emperor Shitian Long Tianming values so much. Seems like this kid is indeed quite interesting. Long Tianming scoffed. He only won against Murong-yu because of his treasures, and that's enough to catch Brother Beiyan's eye. But Beiyan remarked, coming from the tiny Linglong world with no background whatsoever, yet he managed to get a 6th rank battle armor before entering the East Courtyard, and even got taken in as a disciple by Tianyun Godlord. Doesn't that mean he's got some skills? Heard he and Ji Bei established a force together, and they already have thousands of people in just a few months. Looks like the great world is going to get even more lively in the future. Hearing this, Long Tianming was stunned, thinking, what's Situ Beiyan getting at? Shouldn't we be wary of rising newcomers? But if Situ Beiyan is paying special attention to Ni Li, then I can't ignore it. Yao Ming absolutely cannot rise. Even Long Yu-yin, under Ni Li's instigation, has established the Xuanyin alliance. Ni Li definitely has some big plans, and he's already threatening me. Even though only 2 people can compete for the position of sect master with me, Situ Beiyan and Li Yufeng. Ji Yubei just became the first heir of the Ji Yu clan, and Li Xingyun of the Tianxing alliance, and Long Yu-yin are all causes for concern. All 3 of them are related to Ni Li. At this moment, the lightning from the sky still hadn't stopped, making everyone below wonder, is it over? It's been going on for half an hour. Then, a cloud of smoke rose up, and everyone asked each other in surprise, who won? Ni Li then appeared, exclaiming, good thing I prepared a lot of coats. Then, he said to the motionless Murong-yu, you should pay attention to your clothes next time, or the author might draw them wrong. As he spoke, he dusted himself off, leaving the crowd below completely dumbfounded, looking at Murong-yu, who was burned out of his clothes, revealing his naked body, and lying unconscious on the ground, asking each other, what's going on? The girls below blushed and shouted, embarrassed. Did Murong-yu lose? He doesn't have a single piece of clothing left? Didn't he fuse with the Holy Blood Dragon Eagle? Damn, he got beaten so badly. Xiao Yu blankly exclaimed. That kid Ni Li is really something. At this moment, Ni Li said coldly, in the Gishu Forbidden Land you stole my soul scale. Today, I'm taking back my face on this battle stage, or even— Everyone was surprised to hear this, saying, stole his soul scale? Isn't that normal between students? He actually stole Murong-yu's clothes. Ni Li spoke, and jumped down from the arena, smiling slyly as he approached his friends. Above on the viewing platform, Nameless Skysi and Huang Yu said to each other, looks like we need to re-establish the rules. Otherwise, Ni Li will become the #1 in the East Courtyard right away. We need to change things now. Suddenly, Wu Yan Venerable walked over and said, 2 elders, the Tianyun Godlord has ordered me to send a few people to investigate Ni Li. Hearing the name of the Tianyun Godlord, the 2 elders were startled and quickly bowed, saying, Wu Yan Venerable, please rest assured, we will arrange it. Then, Wu Yan calmly sat down in a chair. Nameless Skysi took a look and went to the railing, then announced, take Murong-yu down. Also, the next sparring match will have some rule changes. Everyone is not allowed to use 3rd rank or higher treasures. This made the crowd stir again. Change the rules. Does that mean Ni Li won just now because of his treasures? Another person said. No wonder, I was thinking, how could Ni Li be stronger than Murong-yu? Even Elder Nameless Skysi couldn't stand watching anymore. Ni Li looked up in surprise, thinking, did I get exposed? Seeing Wu Yan, he recognized him. That guy's here too. He immediately understood. Lu Piao sighed in frustration. After just one match, they're not letting us use treasures anymore. I still wanted to go and abuse those guys from the East Courtyard. Li Xingyun thought to himself. What a daydream. When I first came to the East Courtyard, I got beaten up quite a bit, and they actually want to go and scare people. At this moment, nameless Sky Sea coughed lightly and announced, logically speaking, Ni Li defeated Murong Yu, so he should take Murong Yu's ranking, but after discussing it with Elder Huang Yu, we feel it's a bit biased.
Hearing this, Huang Yu next to him was startled. Nameless Sky Sea continued. We've decided to give Ni Li a different method of assessment. Only by passing the assessment will Ni Li be qualified to take Murong Yu's position. Ji Yu Bei sighed. Looks like Elder Nameless Sky Sea doesn't like him and wants to make things difficult for Ni Li, Lu Piao wondered. Aren't the elders supposed to help us? The upperclassman burst out laughing. Ha ha! Let's see what kind of skills this Ni Li has, or else our East Courtyard will lose face. Nameless Sky Sea continued. Ni Li's next opponent will be chosen by us, and no third rank or higher treasures can be used during the sparring match. The crowd stirred again, confused. The elders are choosing the opponent. There's never been a rule like that before. Ji Yu Bei also realized something was wrong. Someone's targeting Ni Li. Ni Li also realized. It's Wu Yan Venerable, Lu Piao on the side suggested. Ni Li, why don't you just give up? Ni Li retorted. No way. This spar might not seem like a big deal, but tons of Wu Shen sect bigwigs are watching. If I back down now, won't that be admitting I can only rely on my treasures? If I lose the higher-ups, trust my future plans will be way harder to pull off. Ni Li then asked, I wonder how many opponents the two elders are planning to arrange for me. Nanmen Tianhai choked for a moment, then stammered. 2 opponents, Ni Li replied. Got it. Then thought. Only 2. Seems like they're pretty confident in these guys. Strength. The crowd gossiped. I wonder who they'll send. Without using treasures, Ni Li's probably in for a beating. Another guy said, That's right, or how else will the newbies learn to respect us? Right then, someone shot up from below, spun into the arena, and landed. Everyone gasped in surprise. It's Ye Chong. His ranking is even higher than Murong Yu's. Sending out such a strong expert right away, Ni Li's definitely screwed, one guy said with his arms crossed. Murong Yu was defeated by this kid too? The 2 elders definitely had to send someone stronger, trying to freeload by relying on treasures. Then he'll have to pay the price. Meanwhile, Ni Li was standing there taking off his clothes. Then he jumped into the arena, thinking, no escaping this. Guess I'll just go for it. Then he spoke up. Hey there, making Ye Chong stunned. He greeted back. Please enlighten me. But suddenly, Wu Yan transmitted his voice. Tell Ye Chong not to waste time, show no mercy, kill him. I'll take responsibility for any problems. Ye Chong hesitated, thinking, wants to kill Ni Li? If he hasn't sent his soul essence to the soul hall, won't he be really dead? Killing someone in the Tianling Institute will get you sent to the ice dungeon. But I can't disobey Venerable Wu Yan's orders. So he bowed to Ni Li and said, Forgive me. After saying that, Ye Chong adopted a fighting stance. Then he unleashed a raging killing intent, shocking Ni Li. He thought, I still have no feud or grudge against him. Why? Killing someone in the Tianling Institute, even if it's an accident, will result in extremely severe punishment. He doesn't need to do this. Looks like Venerable Wu Yan has issued a death order to him. My soul essence isn't stable yet, and hasn't been sent to the soul hall. This is bad. Even if I win this match, he'll definitely send someone even stronger. Since entering the Tianling Institute, this is the first time I've encountered a life or death threat. Backstabbing is truly hard to defend against. Ye Chong unleashed his roaring tiger leopard demon spirit. He extended his hand. Then it turned into sharp ice, then roared ferociously. The ice aura exuding chilling cold. Everyone trembled and groaned. So cold? It's not just cold, even the power of the heavenly Davio is moving very slowly. Elder Huang Yu was stunned, thinking, Frost Ice Dragon Beast. It's a god-level dragon-blood demon beast with growth potential. It's just an assessment. Did they need to send out such a strong opponent? Venerable Wu Yan probably saw that Ni Li relied on treasures to win, sending Ye Chong. What's the deal? Over here, Ye Chong had already swung his hand to attack. He roared, Go die! He unleashed a killing move, making Ni Li shocked. His body stiffened at the blow and felt pain. Everyone immediately shouted, Too terrifying, even stronger than Murong Yu. Can Ni Li withstand it? The arena was just repaired, it's shattering. Suddenly, Ni Li's eyes changed. His body then vanished, making Ye Chong confused. When he looked again, he didn't understand where Ni Li had disappeared to. At this time, Ni Li had already appeared behind him and transformed into Fanged Wolf. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a move. Light and darkness origin chi burst. A force carrying the laws of light and darkness blasted out like an atomic bomb. The explosion burst forth, illuminating the entire arena. Ye Chong Ake exclaimed, Damn it! Got ambushed again. Then, he roared and threw out an ice seal. When this move came, Ni Li disappeared, then appeared behind Ye Chong and blew out a burst origin chi, striking down on his head. But, when Ye Chong attacked Ni Li, he only hit his afterimage. Ni Li, on the other hand, unleashed a burst of energy, blowing out a domineering force that shocked the people below, leaving them gaping and wondering,
Are those two demon spirits?
The two forces collided, creating a thunderous explosion.
Ni Lai used both Shadow Devil and Fanged Panda, which made Nanmen Tianhai exclaim in surprise.
Ni Li can use two demon spirits at the same time. Interesting, he's got some skills, Huang Yu added from the side. Never seen that before. Could his constitution be different? Wu Yanzunjie's face was completely dark at this moment. Below the arena, Ye Chong was still roaring. He unleashed two ice dragons, mouths wide open, launching toward Ni Lai. But as they hit, Ni Lai transformed into a shadow devil and vanished, dodging the attack from the two ice dragons.
He thought to himself, his combat skills are getting stronger. He can't keep dodging like that. But the light dark energy blast of the Fanged Panda is also hard to hurt him with. This is troublesome. On the other side, Wu Yanzunjie thought to himself, Nisi Li is truly not simple. No wonder Master values him so much. At this age, he can resist a 6-life opponent, and even merge two demon spirits.
After today, Master will definitely value Ni Li even more. So he telepathically urged Ye Chong, hurry up and kill him. I'll give you an hour to kill him, or you'll regret it.
Ye Chong thought heatedly, damn it, I have no way out now, but this guy is slippery as an eel. I can't catch him if he doesn't want him running around. So he pressed his hands down on the arena, and immediately ice and snow rose up. The arena was now completely sealed, forming a small box, causing Ni Li to be extremely surprised when he bumped his head into an ice wall. Realizing he had been surrounded, the very next second, an ice dragon appeared behind him, its mouth wide open, pouncing on him, causing Ni Li to be hit. Slamming straight into the ice wall in extreme pain, he thought, what does he want to do? Luckily, I protected the important parts. If this continues like this, it won't work. I have to show my true skills. Ye Chong roared, but in his heart he blamed himself, thinking, sorry Ni Li, my wife is in Wu Yanzunjie's hands. I absolutely can't disobey him. Thinking this, he closed his eyes, releasing a white mist that surrounded Ni Li. Countless sharp ice spears chased after Ni Li, trying to take him down. When Ni Li jumped up, he was stabbed by countless ice spears. Nanmen Tianhai exclaimed in surprise, it's Xuan Han Bingji, profound cold ice strike. Ye Chong wants to kill Ni Li, Huang Yu said anxiously. Ni Li is injured, he can't dodge. Shouting, Ye Chong, stop! Ni Li's companions below were full of worry and panic. Above the arena, the ice was vibrating. At this moment, suddenly, a red light burst out, piercing through the ice and snow, shining straight into the sky, causing everyone to be terrified. Even Ye Chong was extremely confused. As the ice collapsed, a dense fog billowed out, and two pairs of red eyes shone brightly, extremely fierce. A pair of wings appeared, spreading in the mist. Immediately following was Ni Li's spectacular transformation. As he fused with the Holy Blood-Winged Dragon, he growled fiercely, causing Ye Chong to be shocked, but he still tried to stay calm, releasing countless ice seals. But this was just like scratching an itch for Ni Li. Nanmen Tianhai was shocked when he recognized this as the Holy Blood-Winged Dragon, and even a god-level growth rate. Long Tianming stood up abruptly, stunned by this power. He then turned to Situ Boan and suggested, I feel that the conflict between us can be put aside. You must also see Ni Li's potential. Once he grows strong, he will definitely threaten your position as Sectmaster's successor. But Situ Boan sighed and smiled faintly, replying, Long Tianming, you've misunderstood me again. My competition with you is not for my own benefit, but to see who is more suitable for the position of Sectmaster. If a new talent rises, I will absolutely not suppress him. Maybe Ni Li can become a character like that ancestor, leading the Yu Shen sect to glory. Why should I suppress him? Long Tianming heard this and shook his head, sighing. Turns out, Situ Boyan, you're such a selfless person. If Tianyun Godlord says so, I'll totally believe it, Situ Boyan calmly replied. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with me anyway. I won't get involved. Long Tianming's face darkened as he thought, this guy clearly wants to sit back and reap the benefits, but he won't lift a finger. Is he really not afraid that Ni Li will become his biggest threat when he grows up? On the arena side, Ni Li stood still as the ice seal rushed towards him. These things that had no effect hurt him. Ni Li walked step by step to stand opposite Ye Chong with his huge body and roared. Seeing this, he opened his mouth wide and fired 3 ice dragons to attack. But this had no effect on him either. The ice shards shattered, making Ye Chong stand there dumbfounded in shock. At this moment, it was Ni Li's turn to attack. He unleashed a powerful punch that sent Ye Chong flying, slamming straight into the barrier of the arena with a loud crash. He painfully coughed up blood and immediately transformed back into his original form. Everyone below was stunned. This new student just entered the East Institute and already defeated Murong Yu and Ye Chong. Is this kind of growth even allowed? At this time, Ye Chong, lying flat on the ground, said, I lost. In his heart, he happily thought, great, I lost to him based on my own strength. Venerable Wu Yan definitely can't blame me, nor will I be punished for murder. Ni Li on this side roared.
Then he dispelled the fusion, returned to his original form, and tiredly sat down on the ground, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Haha, it seems like the previous injuries were a bit serious. The power of the heavenly Tao is also severe, Nanmen Tianhai announced. This match is won by Ni Li. If he can defeat Ye Chong without using treasures, Elder Huang Yu and I will both acknowledge his strength. He's injured too. Let him go down and rest first.
Ni Li's examination ended here. The crowd below looked at each other blankly. Then suddenly Wu Yan spoke up to stop them, saying, "Wait a minute. Aren't the two elders ending this a bit too hastily?"
Hearing this, the two elders realized that Venerable Wu Yan wanted to kill Ni Li. Wu Yan sternly ordered, "Ye Chong acted recklessly during the competition and used excessive force. Someone, take him into custody and hand him over to the law enforcement hall of the martial god sect for punishment." Immediately, his subordinates obeyed the order and dragged Ye Chong away. Huang Yu spoke up to dissuade him. "Venerable Wu Yan, Ye Chong may have used excessive force, but after all, he didn't injure Ni Li." Wu Yan then said, "It's fortunate that he didn't injure Ni Li. If he had injured Ni Li, that would be an unforgivable crime." But Ni Li below thought to himself. "I am injured," Nanmen Tianhai suggested. "Since things have come to this, let's just end this examination." In his heart, he thought, Venerable Wu Yan's methods are truly ruthless. But Venerable Wu Yan continued. The two elders just said that they would arrange 2 examinations for Nilia. If Nilia still has strength, how can we go back on our word? Nanmen Tianhai reminded Venerable Wu Yan, and Lu Piao and Ji Yubei below angrily said, "What's wrong with Venerable Wu Yan? Isn't one Yi Chong enough? Does he want to beat Ni Li to death?" Li Xingyun also chimed in, saying, "Venerable Wu Yan, according to the previous rules, new disciples can choose their own opponents. Something like today has never happened before, forcibly arranging an opponent. Even if that's the case, isn't it a bit too much to immediately arrange Ye Chong as Ni Li's opponent like that?" Venerable Wu Yan glared angrily, then said in a low voice, "Ignorant junior, where do you get the right to interrupt when I and the two elders, Huang Yu and Nanmen Tianhai, are speaking?"
Li Xingyun retorted, "Venerable Wu Yan, are you trying to suppress people with your status since you won't reason with me?" Wu Yan, hearing this, glared and shouted, "As a student of the East Institute, you don't know etiquette, and you still say I'm suppressing people with my status?" Turning to look at the old man, he asked, "I wonder how your Dabio instructor usually teaches you."
Li Xingyun coldly snorted in anger after hearing this. The students also began to discuss among themselves. No wonder Ye Chong's behavior was so strange, so it was arranged by Venerable Wu Yan. That's really unreasonable. He's letting Ye Chong take the blame for him. If Ni Li had died just now, he would have gotten what he wanted. What exactly did Ni Li do to make Venerable Wu Yan resent him so much? Another person said. Anyway, this matter doesn't concern me. At least there's one less person to compete with, the crowd argued and discussed noisily. Ni Li sat on the side and sighed, thinking. He saw the holy bloodwings, so Venerable Wu Yan is indeed expecting to deal with me. With such a big commotion, how could Tianyun Godlord not know? I'm afraid that in the future, Venerable Wu Yan will lose even more of Tianyun Godlord's trust. Who knows who he'll send out as the next opponent? If the holy bloodwings have been exposed, then I'll just have to fight with all my strength. I want to enter the Central Institute and become a sect leader's successor. Only in that way will my plan have more room to unfold. Therefore, I need to do something that has never been done before. After taking a few pills, Ni Li's body burst with strength, and the soul realm erupted with the power of the heavenly Tao. Ni Li thought to himself, very good. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting can continuously transfer the power of the heavenly Tao to me. Perhaps I can break through to the 5 Fate realm. Then I'll have more of a chance to win. Venerable Wu Yan looked down, snorted coldly, and said, Ni Li can be considered my junior brother. It's only natural for this senior brother to want to learn about his strength. I've already chosen a good opponent for Ni Li. The two elders don't need to say more. Nanmen Tianhai hesitated. Then Huang Yu spoke up to remind him. Isn't Venerable Wu Yan going too far by doing this? Wu Yan asked back. Going too far? Is this a matter of our Tianyun Divine Palace that the two elders can interfere with as they please? Nanmen Tianhai said. If it's a matter of the Tianyun Divine Palace, I think we should first ask for Tianyun Godlord's permission. That would be more appropriate, Wu Yan retorted. Tianyun Godlord isn't here. I can represent the Tianyun Divine Palace. I don't need the two elders, nagging for what I do. Then he ordered. Guo Huai, you should examine Ni Li's strength. Remember to show mercy. Guo Huai immediately walked out, sternly accepting the order, causing Nanmen Tianhai to be shocked, thinking, Guo Huai is a 9 Fate. Moreover, he's a direct descendant that Venerable Wu Yan has wholeheartedly cultivated. Ni Li will definitely be killed by him. Elder Huang Yu tried his best to dissuade him, thinking, why is this Venerable Wu Yan so eager to kill Ni Li? Wu Yan angrily shouted, shut up, he thought. My motives have been exposed. If I don't kill Ni Li now, I won't have another chance. I must get the Heavenly Cloud Divine Technique. So he unleashed his aura to suppress the two elders, causing them to cry out in alarm. Ni Li, seeing this, shouted, Hey, I'm not fighting anymore. Did you hear?
No more fighting. You win, okay?
The guys below were stunned and asked, he surrendered. Another guy laughed. Ha, he actually gave up. I thought Ni Li was going to get wrecked, Huang Yu said in surprise. Well, Venerable,
if the student below has refused to compete, then this match should be called off. Guo Huai also looked up at Wu Yan in surprise. Wu Yan's face darkened. He thought, Ni Li is even more difficult to deal with than I thought. Ni Li then pointed and suggested, I can fight him, but I want to bring my treasure. Wu Yan looked surprised. Ni Li asked loudly, my treasure? Why can't I use it? What kind of stupid rule is that?
Everyone below started discussing, are you kidding me? I heard from the instructor that Ni Li has a 6th grade treasure set. Even if he just stood there and let Guo Huai hit him, he wouldn't be hurt, Ni Li continued. If you don't let me use my treasure, then I'm not playing, I'll just go back to the West Institute.
He then jumped off the arena. Lu Piao burst out laughing, haha. Recklessly targeting Ni Li like that, isn't it satisfying that he's not fighting anymore?
The two elders above exchanged glances and smiled lightly. Si-Tu Boyan, on the rooftop, also laughed and said, I actually like that kid's personality, Long Tianming. Even though he doesn't have any background, if you want to suppress him, I'm afraid it won't be that easy, Long Tianming replied.
Not necessarily. That kid is just a little crafty. Real experts don't play these petty tricks, Si-Tu Boyan asked in surprise.
Experts? He's just a new student at the Heavenly Spirit Institute. What kind of expert is that?
How can a mere heavenly fate realm cause you so much trouble? I have a feeling you won't be able to mess with him in the future, Long Tianming. Long Tianming glared unhappily after hearing that. On the arena, Wu Yan provoked. You're already afraid of just a competition between new students. How can a coward like you be qualified to become a disciple of the Heavenly Cloud Divine Lord? Ni Li shouted.
Coward, I'm only in the 4th Fate Realm, and you set me up against a 9th Fate Realm opponent. Do you dare to fight a martial ancestor right now? Besides, the Heavenly Cloud Divine Lord is willing to accept me as a disciple. What can you do about it? Everyone covered their mouths and snickered, leaving Wu Yan speechless. Ni Li turned around, put his arm around his buddy's shoulder, and said, You guys can play by yourselves. I've already seen the level of the East Institute, Venerable Wu Yan shouted. Is the East Institute a place where you can come and go as you please? Recently, I've been investigating, and I've discovered that Ni Li is a spy for the demon god sect. You might be able to hide it from the Heavenly Cloud Divine Lord, but how can you escape my eyes? I'll catch you, sooner or later. Ni Li was caught off guard after hearing this, and the others exclaimed in shock. What? Wu Yan continued. The reason I'm targeting Ni Li is that I discovered his ulterior motives and had no choice but to completely eliminate this spy and drive him out. However, my actions were indeed a bit excessive, but I'm loyal to the martial god sect. Heaven and earth can attest. Ji Yubei angrily asked. What's his problem? He's just making up a reason to frame Ni Li. Shameless. Everyone asked each other in confusion. Ni Li is a spy. If it's true, why didn't Venerable Wu Yan say so earlier? I bet he doesn't have any evidence and is just talking nonsense. Nanmen Tianhai was speechless at his madness. Li Xingyun then pointed directly at him and said, Actually, Venerable Wu Yan is the spy. He discovered Ni Li's extraordinary talent and sensed a great threat, so he wants to kill Ni Li to eliminate a future problem for the demon god sect. Lu Piao chimed in. That's right, I can testify. Venerable Wu Yan is the spy, Long Yuyin added. That's right, I can also testify. Xiao Yu also spoke up. Indeed, if that was really the case, why didn't he hand Ni Li over to the sect for interrogation, and instead used assassination methods against Ni Li? Wu Yan was furious and said, You're spouting nonsense. What evidence do you have? Li Xingyun burst out laughing. Ha. Then he asked, Then what evidence does Venerable Wu Yan have that Ni Li is a spy? I, Li Xingyun, can guarantee with my character that Ni Li is definitely not a spy. Ji Yubei and Long Yuyin also confirmed. Me too. Leaving Wu Yan speechless, he thought, why are the descendants of the 3 major families all speaking up for him? You 3 have been deceived by his tricks. A guy from the tiny world, someone without any background, can actually have the 3 major family direct descendants speak for him. Isn't that very strange? Ni Li retorted. So you think I'm a spy because of that? Are you saying that over the past hundreds of years, there have been spies from the demon god sect infiltrating the martial god sect, and Venerable Wu Yan is accusing the disciple of the Heavenly Cloud Divine Lord, his junior brother, of being a spy? Even the Heavenly Cloud Divine Lord believes in me and accepted me as his disciple. What are your intentions? Isn't it because I'm competing for favor and you're jealous? Venerable Wu Yan laughed when he heard the words competing for favor. Ha. A coward like you, who doesn't even dare to step onto the arena. Ni Li crossed his arms and said, You want a 4th Fate Realm to challenge a 9th Fate Realm? I'll say it again. If you have the guts, you, a Dragon Realm, should challenge a martial ancestor powerhouse, and then I'll challenge him. Hearing this, Guo Huai stood there silently, while the crowd laughed gleefully. At this moment, someone transmitted a voice from above. Call Tianyun, that kid. Did Ni Li really accept you as a disciple? Heavenly Cloud Divine Lord confirmed.
That's right, the person continued. Heavenly Cloud Divine Lord moves so fast. In the past 100 years, the martial god sect has rarely seen such a talented genius.
The god lord asked, even the sect master is moved by him? Just focus on teaching your grandson, Situ Boyan. The sect master replied, Situ Boyan's talent might barely reach the martial ancestor realm, enough to control a region. But to become the sect master of the Feather God sect and lead it to revival, that's too difficult. Tian Yun Godlord responded, I didn't expect the sect master to value Ni Li so much. In that case, let Ni Li switch to the sect master's tutelage. The sect master replied, a gentleman doesn't steal. If there are outstanding and independent geniuses among the younger generation, they should be nurtured well. This kid Ni Li still needs more observation. In 100 years, the Feather God sect will be handed over to the younger generation, so naturally we must be cautious. By the way, it seems that Wu Yan Venerable and Ni Li have some conflicts. Why doesn't Tian Yun Godlord mediate a bit? Tian Yun Godlord replied, meaningless disputes among the younger generation, just leave them be.
Over here, Ni Lin said to his buddies. Let's go home, Ji Yubei asked in surprise. Why go back? Ni Li retorted. You still want to fight? Suddenly, Tian Yun Godlord's voice transmission arrived. Ni Li, use your full strength and compete with Guo Huai. No need to hold back, I will protect your soul. Some big shots want to see your strength.
Ni Li thought to himself. The big shots that Tian Yun Godlord mentioned, aren't they the 5 great leaders of the Feather God sect?
After all, if I want to become the sect master of the Feather God sect, I must first get the consent of these 5 leaders. Looks like I have to put on a good show, so he immediately said, yes. Then he suddenly changed his mind and shouted at Wu Yan, hey, I changed my mind, I agree to the second sparring match and I won't use any treasures. The crowd was dumbfounded, asking, a 4th Fate Realm guy is actually challenging a 9th Fate Realm expert, and the opponent wants to kill him. Long Yu Yin gently advised, Master, don't get worked up, Xiao Yu, seeing this scene, cursed inwardly. And they say there's nothing going on between them. Lu Piao also urged Ni Li, you don't need to fight him, Ji Yubei reminded. He's already in the 9th Fate Realm, Wu Yan Venerable clearly sent him to deal with you.
Ni Li took off his battle armor and said with a light smile, don't worry, I got this. Wu Yan Venerable was also puzzled, thinking to himself, what's going on? What sly plan does this guy have now? So he transmitted a message to his subordinate, Guo Huai. Go up and teach him a lesson, don't be careless. Guo Huai immediately replied, yes. Then he jumped onto the stage. Ni Li also jumped onto the dueling arena. Guo Huai spoke up, I admit I underestimated you before. With your cultivation, you were able to defeat Ye Chong, but now, let's end it here, Ni Li replied with a faint smile. How would you know before fighting? Guo Huai said contemptuously.
Arrogant. I hope you don't lose too quickly. Below, people wondered. Does Ni Li stand a chance?
Ni Li's buddies were also full of worries about this fight. Ni Li took a deep breath. The power of the heavenly Tao from within the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting spread into the vines, and it immediately absorbed the power of his whole body. Ni Li burst forth with an aura, surprising Guo Huai,
who also snorted coldly, then erupted with his aura, causing the ground beneath to crack. Below, everyone was shocked by the burst of energy, exclaiming, I didn't expect their auras to be so strong, I'm being blown away. Guo Huai glared, accompanied by surging green energy. That energy transformed into a sword. He then said to Ni Li, I want to see just how much ability you have.
So he shot up, rushing to attack Ni Li with lightning speed.
Everyone was shocked and gaped, shouting, to be this strong without fusing with a demon spirit. Seeing Guo Huai rush over, Ni Li fused with the Shadow Devil. When Guo Huai swung his sword down, Ni Li turned illusory, and the next moment he appeared and threw a punch. The two sides fought back and forth, causing the arena to shatter into pieces. Guo Huai exclaimed, he can keep up with my speed but still too weak. He then swung his sword but Ni Li disappeared. Guo Huai had already guessed Ni Li's direction, so he kicked out. When Ni Li just appeared, he got kicked straight in the chest. So Ni Li fused with the sacred blood-winged flood dragon. Roaring, Guo Huai quickly retreated and exclaimed, finally willing to fuse. Ni Li roared mightily, and the energy directly attacked, causing Guo Huai to quickly evade. He raised the corner of his mouth in a slight smile. Arrogant? The sacred blood-winged flood dragon's power is indeed extraordinary, Ni Li thought to himself. Still wants to probe my strength, I'll just fight wildly for him to see.
It's just as well, I haven't mastered all the power of the sacred blood-winged flood dragon.
So Ni Li began to unleash a crazy attack, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere. Guo Huai snorted coldly, thinking, I have already injected the power of the heavenly Tao into your body. Feel your power. I know your strength like the back of my hand. Against me you have no chance of winning. Go die in peace. Thinking that, after dodging the attack, his eyes lit up. His body then fused with the Dark Moon Dragon Beast. He had a tail wagging, looking like a scorpion ready to fight. Then, he charged straight at Ni Li with tremendous force. A terrifying explosion shattered the arena. The aftershock spread, Cracking the ground beneath the crowd, Ni Li was also sent flying, gritting his teeth as he plowed through some people below who exclaimed,
"Is Guo Huai's true strength really this strong?" Even though Ni Li used the sacred blood-winged worm, he's still too far behind. Guo Huai, on the other hand, he crawled closer to Nikolai, surprising him a bit. Then, he unleashed the Dark Moon Strike, attacking with his sharp-clawed hand. It immediately latched onto Ni Li's shoulder, making it hard for him to dodge. But surprisingly, at this moment, thorns grew out of Ni Li's body, piercing Guo Huai's hand, causing him to scream in pain. Elder Huang Yu dumbfoundedly asked, "What the heck?" Ni Li now had a bunch of sharp thorns growing out of him. Seeing Ni Li's massive, spiky body, Guo Huai was shocked. Nanmen Tianhai exclaimed, "So Ni Li's sacred blood-winged worm is actually a mutated type?" Huang Yu also confusedly said. A dragon blood god-level demon spirit with a growth type ability is 1 in a million, extremely rare. Just based on this demon spirit, no matter what Ni Li's talent is, he'll become one of the most important students of the Feather God sect. Venerable Wu Yan trembled with anger, cursing under his breath with a darkened face. Damn it! No wonder that old geezer values Ni Li so much. The crowd was stunned, exclaiming, "Holy crap! You can't buy this kind of beast even with money. My demon spirit is just trash. The god of demon spirits is so unfair." The boss transmitted his voice, saying, "Another mutated type." Heavenly Cloud Godlord laughed heartily. "It's been hundreds of years since us old folks have seen a mutated dragon blood god-level demon spirit." The sect master ordered a message to be sent down. "From now on, Ni Li is an extremely important target to be protected by the Feather God sect." Heavenly Cloud Godlord, "Ni Li is handed over to you to teach him." Heavenly Cloud Godlord happily agreed. "Alright, he might just do things that surpass my expectations." The crew below the arena laughed gleefully. "Ha ha," Lu Piao said. "I knew Ni Li wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure about. I wonder if that slap hurt, ha ha," Guo Huai secretly thought. "I didn't expect him to be hiding so much. Ni Li's sacred blood-winged worm has clearly already completed its first mutation. No wonder Venerable Wu Yan insists on eliminating Ni Li. I must complete the Venerable's mission." So he lunged forward again, pouring his strength into his punch. Guo Huai swung his fist at Ni Li, but he ducked his head. At the same time, the thorns extended. He was stabbed through the hand by the thorns, and screamed in pain, madly cursing. "Damn it!" So he continued to swing his hand and charged, but Ni Li turned his head, causing the thorns to stab Guo Huai's hand again. The miserable scream horrified the crowd below. One wearing glasses said, "Every time, he hits the spot." Although Ni Li's strength and speed aren't as good as Guo Huai's, his counterattacks and defenses are so precise every time, as if he's predicted the opponent's attacks. Guo Huai's hands were both injured, and the blood rushed to his head, making him roar madly. Then, he channeled his energy to create a whirlwind. He stood up straight, raising his head and roaring. He unleashed the gale formation, as a whirlwind appeared beneath him. Everyone recognized it. "It's a windblade, I get it now." The Dark Moon Dragon Beast is originally a dragon blood demon beast that lives in wind caves, meaning they can control the power of wind from birth, condensing wind blades that can even cut through artifacts of the same level. Guo Huai roared, announcing, "Die." He then transformed the gale into slashing attacks. Ni Li saw this and immediately opened his mouth to spew flames. The two forces collided, swirling and clashing fiercely. Then, it created a violent explosion. The flames spread outwards, making the crowd scream. Zhu Feng and Guo Huai were 5 realms apart, yet he could fight for so long. Meanwhile, up above, Wu Yan Zunjie was pissed, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He telepathically asked Guo Huai, "How long do you want to play around for?" But Guo Huai sighed and replied, "I'm not playing around. This kid is very agile. My wind blades are all being dodged by him, and the rest are being disintegrated by his dragon flames." At this moment, he had no choice but to use his ultimate move. He opened his mouth wide and roared, sucking all his strength into his round cheeks until they puffed up. Preparing to blow it out, attack, Zhu Feng saw it, and recognized that he wanted to use wind cannon. Immediately, just as predicted, Guo Huai opened his mouth and released wind cannon. The power was extremely strong, like a cannonball shooting out, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Zhu Feng recognized that the wind pressure was making it difficult for him to move. "So fast, it's coming." He immediately leaned to the side, trying to avoid this terrifying force. But the power of the wind cannon was too strong, and Zhu Feng was blown away, rolling on the ground several times. Fresh blood flowed onto the ground. But Zhu Feng still struggled to get up, despite being seriously injured. His companions below called out worriedly, "Zhu Feng!" He roared angrily, waving his hand and yelling loudly. But Guo Huai said contemptuously, "Don't even think about having a chance to recover." With that, he opened his mouth again, sucking in strength. Then he continued to release wind cannon, attacking Zhu Feng, directly hit and cried out in pain. Even so, Guo Huai continued to use this move, saying, "It's not over yet." Wind cannon continued to be fired. He kept blowing out countless wind cannons, attacking, causing Zhu Feng to be hit, as if he was about to disappear. His blood-soaked body was blown away,
and the ground underneath was shattered and messy. Guo Huai was also panting heavily, and he said contemptuously,
"So what if you have radiant holy blood and god-level growth rate of mutation? Aren't you still a loser under my hands? Your body may be strong, but in the end, you still can't stop the power of the wind cannon." Zhu Feng seemed unable to hold on, frowning in pain. A second later, he returned to his original form. Immediately, memories of his previous life flooded back. When he faced the Holy Emperor said, "Zhu Feng, everyone related to you, everything related to you, will never be reincarnated." Zhu Feng called out in pain, "Ziyun, and everyone's souls." Holy Emperor. Even so, the Holy Emperor's hands squeezed, shattering everyone's spirit. Zhu Feng roared angrily.
No. At this moment, below the arena, everyone exclaimed, "Zhu Feng has finally lost. To be able to fight against a 9 life at the same realm until now is really amazing," Tianyun Shenzun said. "For Zhu Feng to be able to do this is already extremely good." The sect master also spoke, "I am becoming more and more interested in this kid. Maybe Zhu Feng in the future can become a new pillar of the Yushen sect." A senior beside him said to Lu Piao, "Guo Huai is exhausted, let's take the opportunity to save him." Lu Piao agreed, but suddenly Li Jingyun stopped him, saying, "Wait a moment." Lu Piao shouted angrily, "Get out of the way. Guo Huai will definitely kill Zhu Feng later." But Li Xingyun didn't react, causing Lu Piao to ask irritably, "Li Xingyun, what do you want?" Unexpectedly, at this moment on the arena, a dazzling light burst out, causing everyone to ask in surprise, "What the heck is this?" It turned out that at this moment, Zhu Feng got up and said, "No way, I didn't easily reincarnate and come back, got a second chance. I didn't easily meet my family and friends again. How could I die in this place, lose to a 9-life realm person?" Unexpectedly, inside Zhu Feng's spirit sea, an additional purple soul star appeared. His external wounds healed, his body was full of strength, and a fierce shout was released. He roared mightily. "Nili has now advanced to Heavenly Fate 5-star. Guo Huai thought to himself, "Damn it, so many wind cannons and they still couldn't take him down, instead letting him level up again. My heavenly Dao power is exhausted. Absolutely can't let Nili successfully advance to the 5-star realm," he said, then charged to attack him, throwing a punch to stop the advancement process. Proclaiming to die. Thinking after leveling up to fully grasp the power need at least several hours of operation, he is dead. Nili was still closing his eyes and concentrating on cultivation. Xiao Yu and Long Yuyin worriedly exclaimed in fear, "Be careful." Nili suddenly opened his eyes, surprising Guo Huai, who thought, "How could it be so fast? His aura has already grasped the 5-star realm." As the punch approached, Nili immediately swung down his hind wings, then used his back full of sharp thorns to ram into Guo Huai, making the people below wince in pain just by watching. With Nili's back covered in thorns, Guo Huai immediately spurted fresh blood and cried out in pain. Nili then continued to rush forward, roaring ferociously, making Guo Huai shrink back, thinking, "Again." Immediately, Nili stabbed with his sharp thorns. Guo Huai was hit and screamed, followed by a strong impact that shattered the rocks, creating a cloud of dust, leaving Wu Yan speechless and stunned. Looking at Guo Huai's battered body covered in bloody wounds, Wu Yan angrily cursed, "Useless trash." Nili then released the demon spirit fusion. After finishing him off, breathing a sigh of relief, he thought, "Won again. I still have 2 new combat skills that I haven't used. It's better to keep the trump cards." Then he turned to ask the 2 elders, "2 matches are over. Can the assessment be concluded?" The people below were dumbfounded, asking, "Nili won 2 consecutive times in such a short period. A new student on his first day has continuously defeated so many Eastern Institute experts, directly entering the top ranks. This is absolutely unprecedented in hundreds of years." Huang Yu happily laughed. "Nili has defeated 2 senior brothers. His assessment should end here today." He turned to ask, "Does Venerable Wu Yan have any objections?" Wu Yan was stunned, thinking, "This time, the master is probably paying attention too, and will think of ways to scheme later. Nili won't have a chance." He had to give up, then bowed his head and said, "Then let it be." Nanmen Tianhai also said, "Okay. Then continue the competition of other students," Lu Piao happily said. "Great. Finally it's our turn to show off." Although Lu Piao's performance was quite excellent, Nili's previous achievements were still higher than the other Eastern Institute students. Time passed, and the sun gradually set. 2 people in the Eastern Institute were talking to each other. "Do you know the Demon League?" The other guy replied, "I've already joined the Demon League. Although their strength isn't strong, the benefits are generous, and the leader's performance is very promising. Recently, the number of members is increasing." The first guy then said, "I want to learn about the Demon League because of Nilai." This guy entered the Eastern Institute and is already in the top 200. This matter has been very lively in the Divine Feathers sect recently. With such amazing talent, who knows what realm he will reach in the future? Following Nili is definitely promising. I'm gonna join the Demon League too.
Scene changed to Zhao Yu's small courtyard. Ni Li was still sitting in the room cultivating, sighing. The Soul Realm is finally stable. Tomorrow I can deposit the Soul Realm in the Soul Hall, and can safely go to the greater world.
The opening incantations of the first volume of the Heavenly Tao Divine Technique have been cultivated. I wonder when I can complete the first volume. Then he picked up the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. And when he started to practice the Heavenly Tao Divine Technique, he suddenly sensed something appearing.
Hurriedly put the painting away and glanced at the door. Realizing this feeling was danger, he immediately stood up, looking serious at the door, preparing for battle.
But when he opened the door and sternly asked, "Who is it?" there was no one there. He thought to himself, not sensing any aura, the strength of the person who came far exceeds mine. Unless Venerable Wu Yan sent an assassin. He immediately pulled out the Heavenly Meteorite Divine Thunder Sword, then carefully observed from left to right. Ni Li assessed the situation. My cultivation has reached the 5-star realm. Relying on my perception ability, even a Heavenly Axis Realm expert can be found by me. The opponent must at least be in the Dragon Realm.
It's really unbelievable. The rules of the Divine Feathers sect strictly prohibit killing people in the Heavenly Spirit Institute.
Even the Venerable will be investigated and must pay with their life. Why would Venerable Wu Yan do this? Even if there's a secret, the 5 giants of the Divine Feathers sect will investigate him for killing me. Doesn't he consider the consequences? If the opponent is really too strong, then I can only cast a few secret techniques, Heavenly Tao Divine Technique, and fight the opponent to the death. Hopefully, making a big commotion during the fight will alert the higher-ups to come and save me. If the opponent makes a move, they will definitely show themselves. I will stay here to take advantage of the stillness to control the movement and directly counterattack. At this time, Ni Li vaguely sensed something rushing towards him. He glared and said, "Here it comes." Then he swung the Heavenly Lightning God Sword to slash down. But the lightning dissipated in an instant. Lan. Ni Li was shocked. My lightning was dispelled before it even landed. Immediately, he merged with the Shadow Devil.
Suddenly, a stream of purple power struck Ni Li's soul sea,
causing Ni Li to lose control of the demon spirit, reverting him back to his original form. He thought in surprise. It can directly attack my soul sea and interrupt the demon spirit fusion. This is bad. Thinking of this,
suddenly, someone grabbed Ni Li's legs and hoisted him upside down, hanging him in the air, making Ni Li exclaim,
"That guy's fast. I see it now. The enemy is attacking me with invisible power. I can cut it off."
Saying that, he was about to use the Heavenly Lightning God Sword to slash out.
But a purple energy surged over, binding his hands and causing the sword to fall to the ground.
Ni Li was confused.
Seems like I was wrong. It's not someone from Wu Yan Honored One. In his hands, I have no power to fight back. I don't even know where the enemy is. His strength must at least reach the peak of the Dragon Realm. Or even higher, Wu Yan Honored. One can't mobilize this kind of expert. How do I deal with an enemy of this level? My soul sea, my hands and feet are all locked by some kind of power. Suddenly he thought, if it's power, let's try using this.
So Ni Li mobilized the vines in his soul sea.
You've absorbed so much of my Heavenly Tao power during cultivation, it's time to help me. Absorb it all. Ni Li began to use the vines to devour the purple energy. Immediately, this was effective. The purple energy sources were all absorbed by the vines in Ni Li.
The bindings were dissolved. He fell straight to the ground and happily said, "Success." Ni Li quickly stabilized himself, then rushed towards the sword.
Summon the Heavenly Lightning God Sword. This is the time to counterattack. Ni Li tried to grab the Heavenly Lightning God Sword. As his hand was about to grasp it, the sword automatically bounced away.
It spun a few times in the air, then plunged straight into the ground.
Ni Li was also immobilized, controlled by some force, and suspended in the air, thinking, "Crap, I've been caught again. Then I can only unleash the combat skill again." He used the vines to absorb the force, but unexpectedly, that force was like chains locking the vines, making Ni Li powerless, thinking, even the vines have been sealed. It seems that even if I were to use the Heavenly Tao Divine Art Secret Technique, I probably wouldn't be a match. Who on earth sent him? Do they need to send such an expert to deal with a junior like me?
As he was wondering, a person in black appeared.
Ni Li looked over and thought, they've shown themselves. Even so, I can't sense his aura, but it smells so good, I can smell his fragrance. As the person in black approached, Ni Li realized it was a woman. She was holding a dagger in her hand. Ni Li was stunned when he saw the murderous aura.
So strong, she raised the knife and said,
"Someone told me to take your life, but killing you like this would be a waste, a real waste of such a good body. So I plan to have some fun with you. If you serve me well, maybe I'll let you die comfortably."
Ni Li was stunned and confused after hearing this.
The woman gently glided the knife over Ni Li's body, then brought it to his crotch and slashed, which made Zhu Feng's face turn green. But luckily only the clothes on his thigh were torn. He was extremely worried about his little birdie and hurriedly spoke up.
"Senior, please wait a moment.
I propose, Even if you kill me, you should at least let me die knowing why. Who exactly sent you, senior? Who exactly did I offend?
She coldly retorted. Brat, now you know fear? You've offended so many people that those who want to kill you are lining up. But I'll let you die knowing Wu Yanzunjie sent me. Then, she pressed her soft finger into the tear on Zhu Feng's thigh and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Next, do you want to die easily or painfully? It depends on your choice. Xu Feng forced a smile and replied, Senior, please don't joke with this junior. She angrily slammed the knife at the little bird, startling Xu Feng. Then she said, You think I'm joking? Xu Feng asserted. Senior, you definitely weren't sent by Wu Yanzunjie. At most, Wu Yanzunjie is at the 3rd level of the Dragon Realm, while you, senior, are definitely above the 8th level. You could crush Wu Yanzunjie with just a flick of your finger. How could you listen to his orders? Hearing this, she ordered, Continue. If you can give me another reason, maybe I won't kill you today. Xu Feng was stunned, thinking to himself, How am I supposed to guess this? But with her abilities, she's definitely a top figure in the Yushen sect. Who could she be? Xu Feng analyzed. Judging from the strength you just displayed, senior, I think it's a conservative estimate. You're probably not at the Dragon Realm, but at the Martial Ancestor Realm. Seeing her stunned expression, Xu Feng thought to himself, A reaction. Could I have guessed right? If she's at the Martial Ancestor Realm, it's very likely to be that person. Xu Feng continued to pontificate like a sage. Based on your cultivation technique, senior, you must be from the Longyin family, and a powerhouse of the Longyin family who has reached the Martial Ancestor level. I don't think I need to guess anymore, your identity is clear. Hearing this, she fell silent, then suddenly laughed loudly. Haha, you guessed wrong. I haven't reached the Martial Ancestor Realm, but the 9th level of the Dragon Realm. But brat, you being able to guess that I'm from the Longyin family is already quite impressive. Xu Feng sighed and said, Looks like I guessed wrong. Thinking to himself, Who exactly is she? I have absolutely no clue. But not letting Xu Feng think further, she slammed the knife at the little bird with a bang, making Xu Feng want to cry. At this time she said, You humiliated my daughter to such a miserable extent. How can a mother not help her get justice? Xu Feng realized that this person was from the Longyin family, and at the 9th level of the Dragon Realm. So you're Long Wu Yin's mother, he hurriedly shouted. Auntie, hear me out. Long Shu Yin retracted the knife and said, Forget it, I already know the whole story. Since you've guessed so much, I wasn't planning on killing you anyway. Xu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, completely relieved. But Long Shu Yin continued to strike the bird, scaring Xu Feng. Don't hit it anymore. Long Shu Yin stroked the blade and said calmly, The death penalty can be waived, but the living penalty is hard to escape. I'm just going to cripple you, you don't have any objections. Right? Xu Feng was panicked, thinking, I haven't sent my soul destiny yet. If that gets damaged, it'll take a lot of effort to heal. Maybe the little bird will have to stop singing. He shouted to stop her. Wait, Auntie! You're still misunderstanding. I didn't humiliate Long Wu Yin at all. Moreover, she has already become my disciple. Hearing this, Long Shu Yin was surprised. She removed her veil and asked Xu Feng. He hurriedly explained, Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, senior, you can go ask Long Wu Yin. Thinking to himself, Now I know the gap of the Dragon Realm is still too far. I have absolutely no power to resist. At this time, Long Shu Yin said slowly, I've heard my daughter tell the whole story. Now I'll give you 2 choices. First, you take Wu Yin as your wife. Saying that, she struck Xu Feng's little bird again, causing him great pain. Then she continued, Second, I'll cripple you right now. Tell me, where should I start to cut? Xu Feng retorted, That's impossible. Now Long Wu Yin and I are master and disciple. Wouldn't that be messing up the seniority? Long Shu Yin then said. Then let's cut it off. But Xu Feng said, Wait a moment. Long Shu Yun smiled faintly and said, Your master-disciple relationship is just child's play. Moreover, even if we mess up the seniority, so what? Whoever dares to speak ill of me, Long Shu Yun, I'll cut off their tongue, Xu Feng hurriedly said. What? This matter still needs more discussion? I already have a family. It's not that I'm disliking Long Wu Yin, but I feel that I'm not worthy of her, Long Shu Yun asked. So what if you have a family? My daughter has to be the first wife. You two are already like that. Although you are indeed not worthy of her, for my daughter's sake, I can accept it a little. Xu Feng was surprised, his face full of incomprehension, then suddenly remembered and asked, That's right. Doesn't Long Wu Yin already have a fiancé? How can we get married? Long Shu Yin replied indifferently. That engagement can be torn up directly. Xu Feng struggled. That's not a righteous act. Thinking to himself, How can this woman be so domineering? Long Shu Yun asked back, Righteousness. In this world, fists are the reason. Xu Feng, I've said this much. If you keep refusing, don't blame this old mother for being rude. Xu Feng persuaded. What? I'm not strenuously refusing, but there's one point I don't quite understand. Your Longyan family's background is prominent. Long Wu Yin is even one of the heirs to the family, but I'm just a commoner from the Shaoling Long world, without any background. Why would you let Long Wu Yin marry me? Long Shu Yin said softly. Kid, don't sell yourself short. My judgment of people is usually spot on.
Even though you're from a small world, you now have the blazing saint blood and have become a disciple of Tianyun God. Lord, your future is limitless, so you're still worthy of my daughter, Ni Lian thought to himself. Worthy or not, shouldn't you ask if she agrees first? How am I supposed to convince her? I heard Long Yuyin has a fiancé named Hu Yong who was crippled twice. I hope that's not genetic or something. At this moment, Long Shuyun's knife was already aimed at Ni Li's bird's nest, scaring him into a cold sweat. Long Shuyun impatiently asked, "So you still don't want to?" Ni Li hurriedly begged. "Wait, I still want to ask, why is Long Yuyin named Long, and you're also named Long, so—" Making Long Shuyun's face freeze, she rolled her eyes and said, "What's wrong with that? Our Long Yin family is naturally named Long. When you marry my daughter, you'll also be named Long," making Ni Li jump in surprise. Unexpectedly, she steered the topic back. Long Shuyun said, "To be qualified to have the Long surname, you must be very proud, right?" Ni Li retorted, "That won't do. Our surname was bestowed by our ancestors. Don't even mention being crippled. Even if you kill me, I won't change my surname. That's disrespectful to my ancestors." Long Shuyun suddenly said, "Okay, you're unwilling to change your surname. I won't force you. Just make sure the first son born to you and my daughter is named Long," making Ni Li speechless. "What other conditions are there before the wedding? Hurry up and say them. I know your ambition isn't small, and your planning isn't bad. However, if you want to compete for the position of sectmaster, relying only on the support of the Tianyun Divine Palace isn't enough. As long as you marry Long Yuyin, you can obtain enormous, all-out support. At that time, your chances of winning will be very high. If you're unwilling, then my Long Yin family will stop at nothing to prevent you from sitting in that position. Choose for yourself. Do you want to add an enemy or add a helper?" Ni Li was also speechless with this mom who proposes marriage like this. What's wrong with the people of the Long Yin family? But I can understand Long Shuyun's considerations. Just relying on Long Yuyin's abilities to fight against Long Tianming, the chances of winning are extremely slim. Suddenly, Long Shuyun said, "Speaking of which, I still haven't thanked you." No matter how I tried to persuade her before, Long Yuyin was unwilling to stand up and compete for the position of family head. Unexpectedly, after following you, she's willing to stand up. There are many things in this world that you have to fight for to own them. Ni Li was stunned, thinking to himself, "What do you mean by following me?" Long Shuyun continued, "I can see that Yin Yer likes you. Since that's the case, as a mother, I naturally have to give her a hand, Ni Li. If you dare to let Yin Yer down, forget about the rules of the Wushen sect. This old lady has never cared about those rules." Ni Li hurriedly suggested, "How about this? After all, Long Yuyin and I are still young. It's not suitable to get married now. How about we wait 5 years? If Long Yuyin still likes me, then I'll marry her." Long Shuyun curled her lips and said, "What's unsuitable? Many people get married at this age, but waiting years is okay too." Making Ni Li overjoyed and gaping, she raised the knife and said, "Let's set the engagement first, and have a baby first. Anyway, I'm free now, and I can help you guys take care of the baby." Making Ni Li speechless, his face drooped, and he wanted to swear, so he spoke up. "What? Marriage is a big deal? You have to ask your parents first? My parents are all in the small Linglong world. The entrance won't open for another 5 years. In his heart, he secretly laughed. "Ha ha, I still have this move. I really am a genius." But suddenly, Long Shuyun was silent for a few seconds, then asked, "Kid, are you messing with me?" Ni Ling hurriedly explained. "How dare I mess with you? My parents are indeed all in the small Linglong world." Long Shuyun said coldly, "Don't worry about that. After you guys have a baby, go to the small Linglong world in 5 years and tell your parents." Ni Li objected. "That won't do. Without my parents' permission, I don't dare to do anything unfilial." Making Long Shuyun annoyed, "I've also seen it clearly, kid. You don't want to marry my daughter? If that's the case, then don't blame me for taking ruthless action. I want to see how long you can stay tough." She then waved the knife and prepared to castrate Ni Li. He then shouted, "I still stand by what I said. It's not that I'm unwilling to marry Long Yuyin, but before that I must ask for my parents' opinion. Otherwise, no matter what you do to me, I won't yield." Making Long Shuyun stop her hand and think, "Kid, you!" Just then, Xiao Yu walked over, saw this scene, and asked her, "Who are you?" Ni Li breathed a sigh of relief, as if seeing a life preserver. Suddenly, Long Shuyun smiled faintly, and turned to ask Ni Li, "How is it? Is this older sister serving you comfortably?" As she spoke, she reached out and stroked Ni Li's thigh, making Xiao Yu annoyed and uncomfortable, while Long Yuyin smiled and looked at Ni Li murderously. Ni Li gave a forced flattering smile. "Thank you, older sister. You've worked hard." In his heart, he thought, "Xiao Yu can't help me either. It's still better to let him leave." Xiao Yu's face turned purple at this moment, and then he cursed directly. Shameless. It was Long Yuyin before.
And now you've changed to another woman, you're really shameless." After saying that, he slammed the door shut and left.
Long Shuyun praised Nili. "Not bad." Slapping the thigh. "It seems like you know what's up."
Nili depressingly thought. "I really don't understand why the personalities of these two mothers and daughters are so bad," Long Shuyun asked again. "But just now, that man said it was Long Yuyin before. What does that mean?" Nili was dumbfounded, thinking, "Long Yuyin, how could this kid Xiao Yu not save me but cause more trouble?" Long Shuyun smirked and asked, "Little brat, you still want to eat everything clean and not admit it, huh? My daughter's a bit soft, but if you think the two of us are easy to bully, then—"
Nili saw that sharp look and said with a light smile,
"I think it's best to ask Long Yuyin about this. I don't want to tarnish Ms. Long Yuyin's purity," Long Shuyun then said.
"If you want to see my daughter, it just so happens that I'm bringing her here." As soon as she said that, Long Yuyin immediately appeared next to Nili, looking stunned, her face blank. Long Yuyin advised, "Mother, don't force him anymore. There really isn't anything between Nili and me. That day he just used acupuncture to open my 8 meridians." Then she turned and said, "Master, my mother's just joking with you. I hope you don't mind." Nili breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this and said, "That's good then." Long Yuyin was slightly saddened, thinking, "Am I really nothing in my master's eyes?" Long Shuyun suggested, "Yinshare, are we just going to let this kid off like this? That won't do. Coming here tonight and leaving empty-handed? That's not my style. Yinshare, if you like this kid, then you have to get pregnant with his child first. If he doesn't admit it, then kill him. That's how I dealt with your father back then. Your father used to run around flirting everywhere, but didn't he end up being obediently tamed by me? It's just that he died tragically at the hands of the demon god sect. Luckily, I'm here today and can personally guide you." Nili was shocked and thought, "What's this woman's brain made of, teaching her daughter like this?" Long Yuyin shyly exclaimed, "Mother, what are you doing?" But she said sternly, "Yinner, men are all lowly creatures at heart. You have to listen to this." "Mom," Long Yuyin reacted strongly, saying, "What happens between him and me is our business. You don't need to interfere." These words made Long Shuyun freeze. She sighed and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. Nili, I'll let you off today, but if I ever find out that you're bullying Long Yuyin, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, she released the restriction, and Nili immediately fell to the ground. Long Shuyun coldly said, "I'm leaving." As she turned to leave, Nili said, "Wait a minute." She turned her head and asked, "What else is there, little brat? Haven't you been taught enough?" Nili stood up and asked, "Auntie, I have a thought. I don't know if I should say it. After all, I don't usually get the chance to meet you." Long Shuyun glanced at him, snorted, and told him to speak. Nili said, "Auntie has a very high position in the Longseal family. With your support, Long Yuyin's chances of successfully competing for the position of family head are probably much higher than Long Tianming's, right?" Long Shuyun crossed her arms and said, "Then you're wrong. Our Longseal family's old ancestor supports Long Tianming more, so it's naturally not easy for Yunyin to sit in the family head position. I don't know what you're planning. Each of the 3 major families is supporting someone to take that position, laying the foundation for you to compete for the sect master position, but it won't be easy for the 3 people you've chosen to sit in those positions." Nili smiled and replied, "You've misjudged this point, Auntie. I'm not deliberately approaching them, not because I want to pave the way to sit in that position." Long Yuyin thought to herself, "Master definitely wouldn't use me. If he was deliberately approaching me, he wouldn't have opposed me in the soul pool." Long Shuyun was surprised and asked, "Then what exactly is your purpose? Did I really misjudge you?" Nili replied, "You've probably already seen that the internal factions of the Feather God sect are growing like weeds, and the infighting is getting more and more intense. Many people want to change things, but they can't do anything about it, like Heavenly Cloud Divine Lord, who would rather stay in seclusion than care about the affairs of the sect anymore. I'm sure that if things continue like this, the Feather God sect will definitely collapse. Within 200 years, Long Shuyun looked pensive, pondering. These words surprised Long Yuyin, and Long Shuyun said, "Continue." Nili said, "Everyone in the world is for their own benefit. Although they know that there are all kinds of problems within the Feather God sect, they are still constantly fighting for their own benefits. If this continues, it's only natural that the Feather God sect will weaken. 100 years ago, the Feather God sect was still ranked 3rd among the 6 major divine sects, but now it's at the bottom of the pack. Even Sect Master C2 has the intention to change this situation, but because the 3 major families all have their own agendas, he can't do anything about it." "To a certain extent, they have already surpassed the Feather God sect," Long Shuyun asked back. "So you mean that you can change things with your own strength?" Nili shook his head and said, "Doing something is better than doing nothing. Although I can't change anything with my own strength, I've met Ji Yubei, Li Xingyun, and Long Yuyin.
I feel that their talent is not bad, and they are trustworthy, which is much better than Jiu Heng, Long Tianming, and Liu Feng, letting them control the three major families.
It can be seen that the future of the Feather God sect will be bleak. But if Long Yunyin and the others become family heads, it will be a different story. Although it's difficult for me to do it alone, I'm willing to use all my strength to help Ji Yubei, Long Yuyin, and Li Xingyin sit in the family head positions. Not for myself, but just so that the divine sect can still be a place to protect us after 100 years.
Long Shuyun was silent, then said,
These words might fool little girls, but you want me to believe you, haha? Don't think I'm as naive as a child.
Ni Li firmly said, Whether you believe me or not, it won't hurt you, right? Long Shuyun pondered and replied, That's true. What are you going to do next? Ni Li was silent and said, What I'm going to do next will be extremely difficult. I hope that no matter what happens, you can stand by my side and help me, and also help Long Yuyin. Long Shuyun replied,
That depends on my mood. However, if you need help, you can have Yinger pass the message to me, and I'll consider it then. Ni Li smiled cheekily. Thanks, Auntie. Thinking to himself, the way she's talking, she's probably 80 to 90% on board. With a 9th level Dragon Realm expert helping out, things just got a whole lot easier. Long Shuyun asked, Kid Ni Li, are you really not going to marry my daughter? If you two tie the knot, as her mother, I'd have no reason not to help you, right? When Yingher is in the lead, we'll also fully support you in becoming the next sect, master of the martial god sect. Otherwise, you'll be pushing Yingher to the top for nothing, with no benefits for yourself. Long Yuyin shyly called out. Mom, Ni Li firmly said.
What man wouldn't be moved by a good girl like Long Yuyin? But to mix personal gain with marriage, I feel like that's an insult to Long Yuyin. I, Ni Li, am not such a scumbag. So, let's talk this over more carefully, Long Shuyun thought to herself admiringly. This kid, if he wanted to push Yingher to the top, taking Yingher first would definitely get him even more benefits. And Yingher's looks and family background are impeccable. But no matter how much I advise him, Ni Li won't agree. Could it be that Ni Li's motives are really as he says? Does someone really help others without asking for anything in return in this world? Ni Li resolutely added, No matter what Auntie thinks, I don't mind waiting a few more years to see.
Maybe Auntie thinks I have decent talent now, but many geniuses fail. Aren't you afraid that after marrying your daughter to me, I won't be motivated anymore?
Of course, Auntie can also break the engagement like Hu Yang did 5 or 7 times.
If that gets out, it might affect Long Yuyin's reputation.
Long Yuyin thought. That engagement with Hu Yang was one that Mom and the Hu family decided on when I was little. I never wanted it. Shifu probably won't mind, right?
Long Shuyun glanced at her daughter and said, No matter what your ultimate goal is, Nilain, you've convinced me. Whatever you do from now on that benefits my daughter, I will do my best to assist. Ni Li breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Finally, scene changed to the Heavenly Cloud Divine Palace. Inside the main hall, the Heavenly Cloud Godlord was still sitting silently. Then he chuckled softly and said, How ridiculous. I grew up in the martial god sect, and because of troubles, I lost heart, gave up, and retreated to cultivate in seclusion. I am not even as insightful as a young boy who sees through everything. Long Yuyin, Ji Yubei, and Li Xingyun are indeed talented among the younger generation, and their character isn't bad either. If these three can take power, then the 3 major families of the martial god sect might actually be able to unite in the future and deal with external threats together. Moreover, recently there have been many rising talents, and the martial god sect might be able to recreate its former glory. If you are willing to do this, then I will lend you a hand. If you are sincere, others will definitely feel your sincerity. I wonder if Ni Li can move the other 4. At this time, Ni Li closed the door, peeked out the door, and muttered, The Heavenly Spirit Institute is the most important place of the martial god sect. All the talented descendants are here. A 9th level Dragon Realm expert appeared here. I think the big shots must have noticed it already. But I can't just rely on others. I still want to quickly register my soul force.
Fortunately, Long Shuyun didn't really come to kill me tonight.
This Wunyan Venerable has completely lost face, and it is difficult to guarantee that he will not send someone to assassinate me. I have to prepare some places to hide. Anyway, I have too many spirit stones, so buying a dozen more villas in the Heavenly Spirit Institute will not make it so easy for others to find me. Just like that, the next morning the sun had risen. At Li Xingyun's villa. When Ni Li arrived, he found everyone was already there.
Xiao Yu looked away uncomfortably when he saw him, making Ni Li startled and think, This kid is making a face at me early in the morning, even if I'm messing with other women outside. It's none of Xiao Yu's business, is it?
Ji Yubei happily announced, Recently, with Hegi's help, we've killed Ji Yu Heng 3 times. That kid Ji Yu Heng has a heavenly star realm cultivation. After his body dies, he can probably recover his soul force in 5 days. He's probably jumping around again now. Ni Li was stunned, and laughed. Killed him 3 times. Ji Yubei confirmed. That's right, his cultivation is probably only at the 3rd level of Heavenly Star Realm. Moreover, we're spreading rumors, and he's starting to suspect Chayu, Nilai. Now that you've restored your soul force, let's go take Jiyu Heng's God Pond. Nilai also agreed. I've registered my soul force. How's the Demon League developing recently? Jiyu Bei smiled and said, since your competition in the East Yard, we've been using your reputation to promote it, and people have been constantly joining us since then.
There are also quite a few Heavenly Star Realm and even Heavenly Axis Realm experts. At present, the number of people in the Demon League has broken through 6,000.
Although these people need to wait for assessment in terms of status, the strength of my Demon League is increasing very quickly, Li Jingyun thought to himself.
So many people have been recruited in such a short period of time, and the strength is already on par with the Heavenly Action League. The Demon League's expansion is really powerful. In addition, the profound Yin League, built by Long Yuyin, is also stronger, and several hundred Heavenly Axis Realm experts have joined just after its establishment. There is even support from several Dragon Realm elders. Now the profound Yin League has surpassed the Heavenly Action League at an astonishing speed, becoming the 5th strongest force among the young people that the profound Yin League has allied with the Heavenly Action League and our Demon League. Who would have thought that the successors of the 3 major families would unite? This is something that has never happened before. It's hard to imagine how far it will develop in the future that will cause us to unite. No wonder he is the person I admire most. Nili has indeed completed something that the sect master could not do, Nili reminded everyone. We can't delay, let's set off. Li Xingyun immediately agreed, and they talked as they walked. Recently, the battle between us and the forces under Jiyu Heng has reached a critical level. Jiyu Heng is indeed disregarding the consequences and frantically attacking the Heavenly Action League and the Demon League. Under our counterattack, Jiyu Heng's losses are even greater than ours, but suddenly there are more than 200 Heavenly Axis Realm Masters. Ni Li was surprised by this number.
Jiyu Bei confirmed. That's right, we just have to be careful in our actions later. I really can't figure out where these masters came from. The Heavenly Axis Realm, in the Black Cloud God Pond.
The guards numbered 600.
They were constantly patrolling and monitoring. Not far away, Jiyu Bei and his crew were lying in wait. He asked his comrades, is everyone here? Lu Piao confirmed the situation. Just recounted, over 3,000 people are here, with 56 in the Heavenly Axis Realm. Li Xingyun chuckled and said, perhaps it's time to make our move. Ni Li also nodded in agreement. Jiyu Bei immediately waved his hand and ordered, all right then. Let's go. And so the subordinates charged forward in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Ni Li and Xiao Yu also spread their wings and rushed in. On this side, the guards were dumbfounded. Look, why are there so many people over there? Another guy blankly said. Maybe that faction is mobilizing manpower. There's no way anyone would dare attack our Black Cloud Divine Pond. Right? His buddy said. That's right. Even if we're attacked, Boss Jiyu Heng will quickly take it back. Thinking this, the 2 guys stood and watched to see what they wanted to do. But a second later they were shocked when they saw the Demon League rushing towards them, and they cried out in terror, it's the Demon League, and even the Sky Origin League. The others were shocked, and exclaimed, when they heard this, what? Suddenly, Ni Li appeared, holding the Heavenly Meteorite Thundersword and slashed down, a single strike unleashing immense power, causing the guards to fly in all directions. The soldiers were beaten to within an inch of their lives. When the numbers became overwhelming, people from the Demon League shouted to protect him.
Young Master Nilai blocked the Heavenly Axis Realm experts. Nilai took the opportunity to jump down into the Divine Pond.
Jiyu Bei was also hacking and slashing away with gusto. The people guarding the Divine Pond were getting absolutely wrecked by the Demon League. A few people hurriedly ran away, yelling, quick, go inform Boss Jiyu Heng. On Ni Li's side, he was channeling inscriptions down into the Divine Pond. The water formed a rapid vortex, and the Divine Root emerged and shot up. Ni Li quickly grabbed it and tossed it into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting.
Jiyu Bei, seeing Ni Li's actions from above, leaped down to ask,
how did it go? The Black Cloud Divine Pond's guards have all been dealt with, Ni Li confirmed. I'm done too, Jiyu Bei thought to himself. Although I don't know what Ni Li is doing, it can probably create a lot of spirit stones, so he happily said, that's great. Then let's quickly go to the next Divine Pond. Ni Li nodded in agreement. After that, the group quickly left. On this side, the Black Cloud Divine Pond trembled violently after losing its divine root. Only half an hour later, when Jiyu Heng's crew arrived, they only saw smoke and fire everywhere, and they were dumbfounded. Our Divine Pond, it's just gone, Jiyu Heng exclaimed in horror. What the hell happened to you guys, Ni Li? Jiyu Bei. I swear I'll never rest until you're dead. Hagyui pretended to ask. Boss, I feel like there's something more to this. If they've destroyed the Black Cloud Divine Pond, they're definitely targeting other Divine Ponds as well. We have to chase after them quickly. The closest Divine Pond is the Ancient Domain Divine Pond. They're definitely heading that way. On this side, Jiyu Heng's right-hand man, Chai Yue, blankly thought, What nonsense is Hagui spouting again? All my recent suspicions are that this sneaky bastard is up to no good. Chai Yue then asked Ji Yu Heng, Boss, they might be going in the opposite direction to the Thunderclap Divine Pond. If we head to the Ancient Domain Divine Pond, it'll be a failure. Ji Yu Heng thought irritably for a few seconds, and then gave the order. We're going to the Ancient Domain Divine Pond. Hagi faintly smiled. Chai Yu, you better follow. Which made Chai Yu secretly think, it seems like the boss doesn't trust me anymore. Quickly, in an instant, in the Ancient Domain City, at this moment, there was only a scene of thick black smoke. Now there was no more Ancient Domain Divine Pond. Hagi immediately added fuel to the fire. I told you they would definitely go to the Ancient Domain Divine Pond, you little punk Chai Yu. But at this moment, Ji Yu Heng, blood boiling, screamed Ji Yu Bei's name like a guard dog, pointing at his subordinates, yelling, What are you spacing out for? They couldn't have gotten far. Search everything. The rest of you, with me, to the Thunderclap Divine Pool. I'm going to kill them all, one by one. Higai ordered his men. Search, now, move it. On the other side, the Yao Ming and Tianxing Ming squads were moving. Li Xingyun caught sight of something, glanced at Ni Li, then said, Ji Yu Heng's people are on our tail. How do we deal with this? By the time we snag the Thunderclap Divine Pool, they'll catch up for sure, Ni Li grinned and replied. No worries, we'll keep heading for the Thunderclap Divine Pool. It's Ji Yu Heng's last one anyway. Snatching all 3 divine pools is like chopping Ji Yu Heng off at the roots. Worth it even if we lose the whole army, Ji Yu Bane said defiantly. We'll grab his last divine pool and see how he'll show his face in the great world. He should have thought about how this would end when he targeted my sister. Scene changed to the Thunderclap Divine Pool, which is now heavily guarded. Li Xingyun recognized the situation was not good. Why are there so many people at the Thunderclap Divine Pool? Ji Yu Bei scoffed. Ji Yu Heng ain't an idiot. Looks like when he was scrambling to reinforce the Ancient Domain Divine Pool, he sent people to the Thunderclap Divine Pool too, Ni Li confidently said. Doesn't matter if there's a lot of people, we don't need to engage in a pointless battle, just escort me to the Divine Pool. Li Xingyun loudly commanded. Everyone from the Tianxing Ming, listen up, escort brother Ni Li inside, Ji Yu Bei also ordered. Everyone from the Yao Ming, listen up, escort our leader in. Chai Yu spoke up. They're here, set up the formation, quick. Ni Li and the others charged, yelling battle cries. The attack began. Explosions thundered, and the 2 sides clashed in a savage melee. Xiao Yu, with a murderous look, swung his sword, cutting down those who approached Ni Li. He smiled lightly. Thanks. But Xiao Yu coldly snorted and turned away, leaving Ni Li embarrassed. Suddenly, the guards charged, shouting, Kill Ni Li, catching him off guard. He then swung the heavenly meteorite thunder sword fiercely, and those guys got zapped and fell straight into the Divine Pool, screaming all the way. Around the Divine Pool, the 2 sides continued to fight fiercely, with continuous explosions. One armored guy yelled, We can't let them get in. Boss Ji Yu Heng is almost here, Li Xingyun ordered. All Heavenly Axis Realm experts, escort Ni Li with everything you've got. Ni Li heard this, and the Heavenly Axis Realm experts, who had fused with demon spirits, charged forward, growling ferociously, turning the guards pale. No way! They're all extraordinary growth dragon blood demon spirits. God-level growth dragon blood demon spirits are super rare. The entire Wushen sect only has a few of them. Next are extraordinary growth dragon blood demon spirits. But they're also super rare. At most a few hundred among all the younger generation of the Wushen sect. Extraordinary growth dragon blood demon spirits are already crazy good. And most of the people who have extraordinary growth dragon blood demon spirits are the younger generation of the most important families. Another dude shouted, Shut up, you've got like 2 of them on your face right now. Where did they even buy so many demon spirits from? Before they could do anything, the Heavenly Axis Realm experts rushed up and knocked them out. The remaining guys shrank back, yelling, Retreat! They're all Heavenly Axis Realm, don't fight them. It's not worth risking our lives for a few dozen spirit stones. The Yao Ming get like 5 or 6 times more support money if they die in battle than we do. And they get bonuses for killing people. Let's bail. At this moment, Ni Li seized the opportunity and jumped into the Divine Pool. Ni Li immediately raised his hand and channeled his strength. Ji Yu Bei reminded. He's here. We'll block the Blood Moon Alliance people, Ni Li. Hurry up and handle this. Ni Li focused intently. The battle continued, with countless explosions in the sky, resulting in countless casualties. Ji Yu Heng arrived with reinforcements, raging. They're really here. They won't even spare my last Divine Pool. Order, kill them all. He roared, ordering them to kill them all. Charging forward, his subordinates swarmed after him like a broken hive. Li Xingyun anxiously ordered his subordinates. Ji Yu Heng's here, leading over 10,000 people. We must hold out with all our strength. Form the formation. Then the Tianjing Ming people created a barrier, directly blocking Ji Yu Heng's people. But Ji Yu Heng's crew quickly broke the formation, and countless people were slaughtered. The Demon League shouted, They're attacking the altar, protect Ni Li. While slashing, Ji Yubei announced, we're almost done for, Ni Li. They have over 300 Heavenly Axis Realm experts, way too many. At this moment, a wave of freezing air struck towards Ni Li, but Ni Li was unharmed, because he had protective armor. Ji Yu Heng saw this, and said viciously, not dead yet. Damn it, it's another grade 6 treasure. Ji Yubei said frantically, Ni Li, order your subordinates to stop them quickly. Immediately, the brothers rushed forward, desperately blocking the attacks.
Ni Li was still focused on his task, ignoring the chaos around him. Soon, the divine root began to emerge.
He exclaimed excitedly, success! With the inscription array shining brightly around it. As he reached out to grab it, suddenly a fireball came hurtling towards Ni Li,
shattering the inscription array.
He said annoyedly, the inscription array is ruined. Crap, the divine root disappeared again. I was so close to getting it.
Ni Li looked up at the battle above and asked, what's going on?
Another stray bullet. But he couldn't care too much, so he had to reach out and remake the inscription array.
Meanwhile, Lu Piao on this side strained and said,
we can't hold on anymore, Ni Li.
Ji Yu Heng laughed triumphantly.
Ha ha, all of you, die. Take this slash. As he spoke, he swung his blade at Li Xingyun, but it had no effect.
Seeing Xingyun glare at him,
Ji Yu Heng was shocked and asked,
another grade 6 treasure? Before he could say more, he received a kick straight to the face, sending him flying away, screaming in pain. Ji Yu Heng was kicked like a ball rolling in the air, trying to stabilize himself. He said viciously, so annoying. Another demon spirit, another treasure. Kill him for me. So they all rushed to attack Li Xingyun. Seeing this, the Heavenly Path League immediately rushed up and shouted, protect Leader Xingyun.
Ji Yu Heng's subordinates laughed contemptuously. Ha ha, we are all Heavenly Axis Realm experts. How can you little shrimps fight us?
But Li Xingyun's subordinates embraced him, and then self-detonated, exploding.
The explosion erupted in the sky, confusing Ji Yu Heng's Heavenly Axis Realm subordinates, asking, what the hell are they doing?
Seeing the Heavenly Path League rushing forward fiercely to explode, they asked,
is it really necessary to go that far? Another replied, of course, because their subsidies are very high. Then, self-destruction after self-destruction lit up the sky. A subordinate said, Ji Yu Heng, the people of the Heavenly Path League and the Demon League, none of them are afraid of death. Our losses are also very great, Ji Yu Heng angrily shouted. Our numbers and cultivation are very strong. What are you afraid of? They don't have many people. Kill them all for me. In his heart, he resentfully thought, too many outstanding grade mature dragon blood demon spirits. And so many treasures. How much money do they have? Crap. If I had so many spirit stones, I could have an even stronger force.
Ji Yu Heng angrily shouted.
In short, today you are all destined to die here.
Quickly, the subordinates of the Demon League and the Heavenly Path League were blasted away by the dazzling energy. They couldn't hold on anymore.
Lu Piao also struggled to say, we're running out of people. He urgently called Ni Li's name. Ji Yu Heng on this side laughed happily and declared, don't even think about escaping. But the next second he was stunned when their reinforcements rushed in from afar. A massive crowd of thousands roared, Bei family, Boss Xingyun, we're here to back you up.
Ji Yu Yun's group was bewildered, saying, boss, their reinforcements are here and they're not fewer in number than us. Ji Yu Heng gritted his teeth, thinking, since when did the Tianqing Alliance and the Demon League have so many people?
Someone shouted, Boss Ji Yu Heng, the Demon League only had over 3,000 people last time. What's going on? Ji Yu Heng raged. I told you last time, they're expanding rapidly, and you didn't pay attention. Now their numbers are almost comparable to our coalition of over a dozen forces. It's not a big deal though. Most of them are just a bunch of nobodies. Celestial Axis Realm experts. Focus all your attacks on Li Xingyun and Ji Yubei. Deal with everyone in the Divine Pool first, then worry about the reinforcements. Immediately, the crowd acknowledged the order, and surrounded Ji Yubei, Li Xingyun, and Lu Piao. Ji Yu Heng thought to himself, if I had known this, I would have crippled Ji Yubei in the beginning. These two siblings are definitely no good. Thinking of this, Ji Yu Heng suddenly froze in shock when he realized something was off.
Staring with wide eyes, he realized there were over 100 Celestial Axis Realm experts. What's going on?
I barely managed to borrow 200 Celestial Axis Realm experts. How do they have so many Celestial Axis Realm experts too? Lu Piao happily said, our reinforcements are here. Thinking, the Profound Yin Alliance's Celestial Axis Realm experts are here too. Lu Piao ordered, everyone go all out to hold back Ji Yu Heng's people. Kill. The crowd charged forward with momentum, the guys got hyped up and started slashing people. Ji Yubei asked in surprise, why are there 5,000 more people over there? Surely all of our people have already launched a full-scale attack, right? Seeing this attack, Li Xingyun said, the ones attacking us are Li Yufeng's people.
Lu Piao angrily asked, What's Li Yufeng doing here for fun? Did we provoke him? Li Xingyun determined. Li Yufeng is very stingy, he would never come to this kind of battle, so he probably doesn't have many experts following him in the great world.
No matter how many people they bring, don't let them get close to Ni Li, Lu Piao ordered. Protect the divine pool.
Explosions rumbled non-stop. A subordinate said to Ji Yuheng, "Damn it, most of them are already fighting us to the death outside, and the rest with demon spirits and treasures are protecting the divine pool. It's very difficult for us to attack." Ji Yuheng angrily said, "If we keep fighting like this, they'll be wiped out sooner or later. What are Ji Yubei and Li Xingyun stalling for? It's definitely not something good." On this side, the divine root has been pulled out by Ni Li.
Ji Yuheng arrived and witnessed this scene, angrily saying, "What is this kid doing with a formation? Stop him."
The subordinates obeyed and simultaneously launched fire attacks downwards. The Tianxing alliance members desperately protected Ni Li, while blocking the attacks from above.
Waves of fire rained down, getting stronger and stronger. The Tianxing alliance members were caught off guard and couldn't defend against the attacks. Not good. There are 3 dragon flames, 3 flame dragons, striking down. Ni Li not only dodged the attacks of the 3 flame dragons, but also collected the divine root, then stuffed it into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The flame dragons struck Ni Li, his whole body engulfed in raging fire. Ignoring him, Ji Yubei said, "Xingyun bro, Ji Yubei and I are retreating. Preserve our strength, Ji Yubei, Jun Xingyun."
Was surprised for a moment, then ordered his subordinates,
"Everyone, retreat. We're not playing with them anymore. Let Ji Yuheng cry himself to sleep."
Li Xingyun continued. "Charge out with me." Ji Yuheng saw Jun Xingyun and Ji Yubei retreating and immediately raged. "Li Xingyun, you want to run again?"
Ji Yuheng immediately ordered his subordinates to chase after them. In the heat of the pursuit, a loud noise rang out.
Ji Yuheng looked back in shock. The divine pool had begun to collapse. The screams of his subordinates rang out, and they fell along with the ruins of the divine pool. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuheng screamed with a heart-wrenching voice, "What the actual
My divine pool? It's all collapsing." Ji Yuheng didn't know what Ni Li was trying to do. Ji Yuheng felt dizzy, thinking, to compete for a new divine pool like this, I would definitely have to start a war with other forces, and it definitely wouldn't be better than the Black Cloud divine pool, the Ancient Domain divine pool, and the Thunder divine pool.
His anger reaching its peak, Ji Yuheng roared,
"I will kill you all." The Blood Moon Alliance members aimed at Ni Li and attacked like madmen. Li Xingyun saw Ni Li in a difficult situation from above and shouted that Ni Li. Ji Yuheng pointed at Ni Li, urgently ordering, "Kill that little brat first. We must seize his spatial ring."
"What exactly did he take out from my divine pool just now? We must get it back." As soon as he finished speaking, Ni Li noticed the situation wasn't favorable and ordered his subordinates, "Don't worry about me, you guys retreat first." Ni Li liked to keep all the good stuff in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, so he wasn't too worried.
Ji Yuheng's subordinates charged forward fiercely, aiming their attacks at Ni Li.
"Deal with Ni Li," they shouted in unison. Explosions from the collisions rang out one after another. Ni Li suffered a series of physical impacts, seemingly on the verge of death and destruction. But luckily, thanks to the 6th grade treasure, he was practically unscathed, but it only lasted for a while. The Blood Moon Syndicate was still relentless in their pursuit of Zhu Feng, and the barrier around them started to crack due to the immense force of the attacks, Zhu Feng thought worriedly. Being surrounded and attacked by a bunch of Heavenly Axis Realm experts, even the barrier of a rank 6 treasure can't hold them back. The barrier was gradually being shattered. If the barrier breaks, I'm as good as dead. Before that happens, I need to store everything in the myriad miles rivers and mountains. Painting, I can't let Ji Yuheng get his grubby hands on them. Ji Yuheng and his cronies were overjoyed at this sight. They seized the opportunity to snatch Zhu Feng's treasures and charged forward.
In this desperate situation, Xiao Yu suddenly appeared and grabbed Zhu Feng, saying, "Come with me." Zhu Feng turned around in surprise. He accidentally caught sight of the ring on Xiao Yu's hand, which was glowing intensely, Zhu Feng realized. In my past life, the time-space ripple, Xiao Yu's ring is actually a time-space treasure. As soon as he finished his thought, a burst of light enveloped them, and Zhu Feng and Xiao Yu rushed into it. Caught off guard, Ji Yuheng immediately roared, "You bunch of subordinates! Chase after Zhu Feng! Don't let them escape!" He was so enraged that he transformed into a demonic figure, spewing flames from his mouth. Large fireballs shot straight towards Zhu Feng and Xiao Yu as they fled. Shaken by the impact, Xiao Yu momentarily lost her footing but quickly regained her composure. She channeled her inner power and activated the ring once again. The power from the ring became even stronger, creating a massive vortex that erupted in the sky, blinding Ji Yuheng. After recovering from the shock, Ji Yuheng and his companions were bewildered by the sudden disappearance of Zhu Feng and Xiao Yu. While Ji Yuheng's side was frustrated, Ji Yubei's group cheered with joy at the favorable turn of events. They escaped. They suddenly disappeared.
Seizing the opportunity without hesitation, Li Xingyun ordered his troops to scatter quickly, avoiding any trouble from Ji Yuheng.
The lingering smoke and fire from the battle continued to rise into the sky, revealing the scattered traces of the Demon League and Heavenly Fate League as they fled. Ji Yuheng was infuriated by this sight. Damn it, they took advantage of my pursuit of Xu Feng and ran away. He immediately ordered his subordinates, chase after them at all costs. Don't let a single one of them escape.
The subordinates, upon receiving the order, exerted all their strength and gave chase. The battle became increasingly fierce, accompanied by louder explosions and screams. After a series of intense clashes, every party must come to an end, and they didn't catch anyone while sun set.
Ji Yuheng, with a face full of anger, and his disoriented subordinates reported, "Boss, even after chasing them for 100 miles, we still couldn't catch them."
Ji Yuheng already knew the situation without needing to hear the report. He sighed helplessly and asked his subordinates, "What's the outcome? Have you tallied the casualties?"
A leader-like subordinate bowed his head gravely and replied, "The Heavenly Fate League and Demon League suffered severe injuries and deaths, totaling over 5,000 people. Our casualties have exceeded 6,000. Ji Yuheng was stunned by the results." The subordinate added, "Moreover, Li Yufeng's reinforcements also suffered over 1,000 casualties." Hearing this, Ji Yuheng was astonished and berated his subordinates. "We had 3 god pools, and we still ended up with more deaths than the Heavenly Fate League and Demon League. If it was simply revenge, the elders of the clan might have ignored it. But to even destroy the god pools, I don't believe the elders will sit idly by. Ji Yu Bei, I want to see if you, the #1 legitimate heir, can still sit firmly in your position," he said.
Return to the martial god sect. At this moment, Ji Yuheng's heart was burning with determination to take down Ji Yu Bei. He planned to accuse Ji Yu Bei to the clan elders, determined to make Ji Yu Bei pay a heavy price for his actions. The next day, on this side, Lu Piao, worried about the absence of Ni Li and Xiao Yu, said to Li Xingyun, "Why haven't they returned yet? It's been a day already."
Li Xingyun replied, "Xiao Yu finally released it. It seems to be the Nether Cloud time-space formation. Perhaps they've arrived at a safe place. Anyway, everyone has already arranged their soul realms. At most, they'll just be killed once. There's no need to worry about them."
Li Xingyun's words somewhat eased the anxiety in Lu Piao's heart. Lu Piao agreed. "Let's discuss arranging the Heavenly Fate League and Demon League, and the work to resolve the aftermath of this battle." Then, the 3 of them discussed a plan to deal with the consequences.
Suddenly, a young lad ran over and exclaimed, "Ji Yu Bei, I just received news that Ji Yuheng and his group are contacting the clan elders, preparing to expose your crimes."
Li Xingyun looked over in confusion and asked,
"Expose my crimes," the young lad replied. "It seems to be because the Heavenly Fate League and Demon League destroyed 3 god pools." At this moment, Ji Yu Bei also thought, "Ji Yuheng poisoned my elder sister. This is retaliation, but I didn't expect him to resort to such tricks." Ji Yu Bei turned to the young lad and asked, "How is Ji Yuheng planning to accuse me?" The young lad replied, "Ji Yuheng's plan is to gather over 10 elders of the Ji Yu clan to jointly pressure you, hoping you will give up your position as heir or compensate for the losses of the 3 god pools." At this moment, Lu Piao and Li Xingyun exchanged awkward glances. The young lad continued, "Among them, there is an elder who supports Miss Ji Yulan, secretly leaked this information to her, and then sent me to relay the message to you." Ji Yu Bei responded, "Previously, Ji Yuheng has always been the most legitimate heir in the clan, and many elders have formed good relationships with him. This time, Ji Yuheng wants to use the power of the clan to deal with me." Lu Piao asked worriedly, "Ji Yu Bei, how are you going to deal with Ji Yuheng?" Ji Yu Bei thought for a moment and replied confidently, "I have a plan." He then turned to the young lad and ordered, "Investigate which elders Ji Yuheng will contact." The young lad acknowledged the order and sped away. Ji Yu Bei sighed and said, "HMPH, it seems I'm going to be busy again." At the same time, in some forest in the greater world, Xu Feng and Xiao Yu, having escaped through the light, were transported to this place.
Xiao Yu collapsed, gasping for breath, and struggled to say to Xu Feng, "I was struck by Long Yan's attack, and it's difficult to heal. Just kill me already, so I can directly return to the Soul Hall and be reborn." Seeing Xiao Yu's condition, Xu Feng couldn't help but worry and regret not preparing a treasure for Xiao Yu beforehand. Xu Feng reassured Xiao Yu, "The injuries on your body are not beyond salvation. As long as your soul sea isn't completely shattered, it won't be a problem for me." Xiao Yu heard this and was startled, refusing. "It's still better to give up." Ni Li immediately followed up. "If you can save it, why give up treatment?" he thought simply. "Losing a level of cultivation isn't a big deal."
Xiao Yu groaned in pain. Suddenly, Ni Li looked at the ring on Xiao Yu's finger, surprised. "You're hiding tricks. This seems to be an ancient treasure of the space-time element." Even I didn't recognize it. This treasure is like linked to your bloodline, becoming one with you, Ni said, looking at the ring. Bloodline? Zhao Yu said he was an orphan, adopted by his adoptive father as a child. Any relationship it has with his background is irrelevant. He only has this ring left. For him, this ring is proof of his existence in the world. Ni didn't agree with Zhao Yu's idea, saying, a person's existence isn't proven by a mere object. Haven't you heard? Call the sky as such. Life has many stars, ephemeral illusions, heart bright as a mirror. Ni continued, people come into this world empty-handed. Your existence doesn't need anyone's proof. Just enjoy life with a happy heart. What matters isn't where you come from. After listening to a speech, Xiao Yu was surprised by Ni Li's understanding of life, admiring him in his heart, thinking, although Ni Li is younger than me, he sees through everything. He said to Ni Li, I understand what you mean. I will enjoy life like you said, but this ring. Speaking of this, Xiao Yu paused. Placing his gaze on the ring, on his hand, he said, he also wants to know the ring's origin. Ni understood and shouted, startling Xiao Yu. All right, I'll help you heal your injuries a bit. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu still refused. No need. Ni was puzzled. What's wrong? If you don't heal it, your injuries won't fully recover, and it'll affect your cultivation. Healing is too troublesome. I'll just go back to the Soul Hall and resurrect directly, Zhao Yu said. Ni judged that Zhao Yu's injuries looked serious, but healing would only take an hour. Compared to losing a level of cultivation, this is clearly the simpler and more appropriate solution, Zhao Yu thought to himself. My whole body is injured. Wanting to recover, isn't it? Zhao Yu still shook his head, refusing. Forget it, it's still not necessary. Seeing that Zhao Yu seemed to be in less pain than before, Ni thought, he's starting to speak more fluently. Then Ni asked suspiciously, are you worried about my medical skills? Ni confidently told him, I guarantee it won't take an hour to heal, and I promise to restore Xiao Yu to his original handsome, cool self. He even joked, when the Huangying girls see him, they'll scream. Xiao Yu saw that Ni seemed to misunderstand him and said, I don't mean it like that. Ni pressed Xiao Yu down. Then why are you hesitating? We're all guys, what's there to be shy about? Besides, you got hurt for me. I have a responsibility to heal you properly. Just rest assured about my medical skills. I guarantee your cultivation will be even higher than before, Ni continued. Zhao Yu kept refusing, saying he really didn't need treatment. Ni was helpless, not understanding why. Covered in injuries, he'd rather die than get treatment. Did the dragon flame fry his brain? He risked his life to save him and was seriously injured, and he can't let him die again. Suddenly, Ni poked Xiao Yu a few times to check his injuries. Xiao Yu was also surprised that his body had no reaction. Xiao Yu confirmed to Ni that he really couldn't be healed. Ni dismissed it. Don't say any more, I understand. Xiao Yu kept trying to say something, but the wound tormented him, only allowing him to call out. Ugh, Ni said. Rest assured, leave it to me. Ni began the work of healing Xiao Yu. At this time, Xiao Yu no longer refused. Ni checked him over and said, it's just dragon flame damage. It didn't hurt the soul sea. Not being killed quickly by the dragon flame of the heavenly fate realm. Perhaps the space-time formation blocked part of the dragon flame. Then he carefully observed Xiao Yu, who had no strength to resist and could only make painful hoo-hoo noises. Ni confidently asserted, Xiao Yu's minor injuries are nothing to him. First, he wanted to take off Xiao Yu's clothes. Xiao Yu panicked and shouted. Without hesitation, Ni tore off Xiao Yu's shirt. Xiao Yu was surprised, but couldn't say anything other than groans of pain from his wound. Ni continued his work, carefully channeling energy from his fingers to Xiao Yu's wound. The wound on Xiao Yu's shoulder gradually healed, Ni said exhaustedly. How is it? Do you believe in my abilities now? Moreover, I use the power of the heavenly Tao to penetrate into your body, healing your internal injuries as well. Xiao Yu sat still, only knowing SOS. Ni seemed to realize something. Patting Xiao Yu's shoulder, the back, then moving his hand gradually over his neck, biceps, and stroking Xiao Yu's cheeks, he said, the top half is healed. Next is the bottom half. With that, Ni laid Xiao Yu down, turning him over to observe Xiao Yu's fair back, riddled with old and new wounds, saying, you used to wrap so many bandages when you were injured. Ni tore off the bandages on Xiao Yu's back. Xiao Yu was both embarrassed and angry to the point of crying. No matter Xiao Yu's expression, Ni continued his work, kneading, rubbing and massaging, channeling energy into each wound on Xiao Yu's back. In a moment, he returned a fair and delicate back like Ingok Trin's. To Xiao Yu, Ni sighed. Dude, you're like super fair-skinned even for a girl. If I were a chick, I'd be jealous. Below, Xiao Yu blushed crimson, speechless, moving down to Xiao Yu's blanket. Ni continued to apply medicinal ointment, massaging, to heal Xiao Yu. In this picturesque scenery, besides the sound of the clear stream flowing, there were also Xiao Yu's soft moans. All done. Ni helped Xiao Yu sit up, carefully propping him against a sturdy spot. Suddenly, Ni stared intently at Xiao Yu's chest, surprised. "What's this? Are those runes? And I don't recognize a single one," Ni thought to himself.
These runes must be related to Xiao Yu's background. The mystical ring, the mysterious runes. Xiao Yu's origins must be anything but simple. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was mortified by the intense staring, not daring to look at Ni Li. Seeing his expression, Ni Li felt helpless. "Come on, we're both dudes. What's there to hide?" Xiao Yu kept his eyes closed, frozen stiff. Ni Li brushed it aside and continued his work, touching the main wound, saying, "The main wound isn't too severe, it'll heal quickly."
As Ni meticulously treated Xiao Yu, from his chest to his abdomen, Xiao Yu finally opened his eyes and stared at Ni Li. Their eyes met. Ni said helplessly, "Can you please not look at me like that? It's creeping me out." Xiao Yu wasn't doing it on purpose. He just wanted to finish his potty break.
Ni stood up, telling Xiao Yu that he'd finished treating all the wounds on his body, leaving the butt area for Xiao Yu to take care of himself. He was about to say, "Otherwise you'll definitely..." But Ni stopped short,
his eyes glued to Xiao Yu's chest, astonished. Whoa! The runes on Xiao Yu's body are suddenly glowing. Intrigued, he reached out and touched the runes directly. Xiao Yu blushed an even deeper shade of purple. And then Ni started rubbing and groping. As Ni's touch made the runes glow even brighter, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "What?" before suddenly collapsing to the ground. Xiao Yu didn't understand what was happening either. Time flew by like a dog chasing after its tail, and the sun went to bed, leaving the stage to the moon. Over on this side, Ni had just woken up. He opened his eyes, bewildered, finding himself surrounded by nothing but a bleak grayness.
"What's going on? Where am I?" "I just touched the runic array on Xiao Yu's chest a little, and now this." Ni was full of questions, and he could sense that the powerful will of this gray space was the creator of the array. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. "This is within the Void Spirit Array." Hearing Void Spirit Array, Ni vaguely remembered hearing about it somewhere. Only someone who has cultivated the Heavens Evolve technique to a very high level can set up this array. Runes within the space-time controlled by the Sage Emperor. The Heavens Evolve technique can never be learned. Anyone who learns the Heavens Evolve technique, once discovered, will be hunted to death by the Sage Emperor's divine generals. But even so, countless patriots with loving hearts continue to pass down this secret technique. There are still many who cultivate the Heavens Evolve technique. Ni continued to listen. It is said that the Heavens Evolve technique can break through the space-time sealed by the Sage Emperor by following the heavens and earth. Therefore, cultivators of the Heavens Evolve technique will be discovered by the Sage Emperor once their cultivation reaches a certain level. At that time, they will surely die. So throughout history there are only a handful of people who can cultivate the Heavens Evolve technique to the point of being able to set up the Void Spirit Array. The strength of these people is so great that they can even contend with the Sage Emperor. As if the person in the shadows heard the thoughts in Ni's mind, they responded, "That's right, this Void Spirit Array was set up on my daughter's body, when I was still alive." Ni was taken aback by the word, "daughter." The voice continued. "Hundreds of millions of years ago I fought the Sage Emperor and eventually died. To protect my only daughter, I used the secret technique of space-time to send her to hundreds of millions of years later," Ni asked dubiously. "Your daughter," the person continued to explain. "Because at this moment, I sensed a strong spatial temporal aura, a being of the Heavens Evolve technique reaching the same realm." At this point, Ni guessed. The person being referred to is similar to Xiao Yu. Thinking more deeply, Ni thought, could it be Xiao Yu? Not just effeminate, but actually a woman? "No, didn't I just confirm he was a man?" The person continued. "Although I don't know where that strong person is now, I can sense a strong spatial temporal aura from your body." Ni was surprised, thinking, "I have a spatial temporal aura? Could it be from the missing 2 pages of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book? Or something else?" Ni asked respectfully. "Senior, what is the purpose of setting up the Void Spirit Array on your daughter's chest?" Answering Nila's question, the person recounted the story of how he and his wife sealed their entire lives, cultivation into their daughter's bloodline through the Void Spirit Array. Over time, the bloodline in the girl's body would gradually awaken and become a powerful overlord. But even with this strength, she would still not be able to resist the Sage Emperor. "We can only wait for that strong person to cultivate the Heavens Evolve technique to its ultimate level." After listening for a while, Ni knew that he had been brought here for a reason, so he proactively asked, "Is there anything I can do to help you?" The other side didn't hesitate to speak frankly. Although he didn't know Ni's background, he could sense that the relationship between Ni and his daughter was not that of ordinary friends. Ni stammered, "We are indeed very close brothers and friends. Since you are very close friends with her, I want to ask you for a favor." Ni happily replied, "Senior, please speak your mind. As long as I can do it, I will help with all my heart." In part, he also wanted to take this opportunity to repay Xiao Yu for saving his life, the person asked.
The myriad miles rivers and mountains painting is on your body, right?
Ni Lai readily admitted. I didn't expect that you had obtained this ancient divine artifact, and you have completely merged with it. Ni Lai secretly admired the other person's sense of perception, as he had hidden the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting deep within his soul realm. That guy continued. Once the power in my daughter's bloodline is released, it will include our cultivation when we were alive. The aura of the heavenly deduction art will definitely be revealed at that time, letting the Holy Emperor know, Ni Li asked curiously. When will Xiao Yu awaken? That voice continued. Either her cultivation reaches the martial ancestor level, or when she becomes someone's wife. Ni Li was taken aback. Reaching the martial ancestor level? That shouldn't be too hard. The voice echoed again. The myriad miles rivers and mountains painting is indeed an incredible treasure, capable of creating a miniature world within. Back then, the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting sparked a continuous battle. Two peak experts, in order to prevent the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting from falling into the hands of the Holy Emperor, spared no expense and exchanged their lives, ultimately dying at the hands of the Holy Emperor. Speaking to this point, the voice seemed a bit sorrowful, Ni Li thought to himself. The Holy Emperor cannot be threatened by any object or existence. The myriad miles rivers and mountains painting is also one of the treasures the Holy Emperor always wants to destroy. It was just desperately saved by a few benevolent martyrs. That voice added, to resist the Holy Emperor, countless experts have lost their lives. Until now, the only way to stop the Holy Emperor is to gather countless creation-capable heavenly god Earths to suppress a strand of the Holy Emperor's demonic bone, making it temporarily impossible for him to use his full power. The voice revealed further, the Holy Emperor can only use his avatar to control a region of space-time. So we still have some opportunities. Otherwise, I'm afraid a dozen nearby realms would have been refined by the Holy Emperor. At this moment, Ni Lai also realized that in his previous life, the Holy Emperor's forces in the final battle seemed weaker, and he vaguely guessed. Could it be that we were only fighting his avatar? But Ni Lai wasn't entirely sure. In the previous life, the Holy Emperor feared nothing. It is said that it was because the saintess of the heavenly god ancestral land suddenly disappeared, and was also destroyed by a golden flame. Perhaps the Holy Emperor hadn't had time to restore his power at that time, but Ni Li still doesn't know how to resolve the situation. The voice reassured Ni Li, although the Holy Emperor is very strong, you don't need to be too pessimistic. There are many hidden great power experts in the realms. They are all working hard to cultivate, and can resist the Holy Emperor at any time. The little Linglong world of the Dragon Ruins realm originally had a world seal set by a great power expert before his death, that even the Holy Emperor cannot break. That great power expert hid many treasures in the little Linglong world. If you can find them, it might be of great help to you. Ni Li blanked out, not understanding. Little Linglong world? The voice explained further. The seal of the little Linglong world is extremely strong. Only people from the little Linglong world can enter and exit. My daughter happens to be from the little Linglong world, maybe she can help you. Ni Lai gradually understood, stroked his chin, and thought, the seal of the little Linglong world. So it comes from here. I wonder what kind of treasures are hidden. The Book of the Temporal Demon Spirit, the Heavenly Meteorite Thundersword, and the Nightmare Demon Fox are all powerful artifacts. Besides, I also found the 6 poison bead and other miscellaneous items, which are clearly much worse. Maybe they don't count. Unexpectedly, the little Linglong world where I was born is so important, only the natives can freely enter and exit. No wonder the demon god sect wants to develop forces in the little Linglong world, recklessly wanting the demon beasts to control the entire little Linglong world. From the beginning, it might not just be a war between humans and demon beasts. The entrance to the little Linglong world will open again. We must get the other treasures before the experts of the demon god sect. Although I have been reborn, there are still many mysteries that cannot be understood. Who is that mysterious void great emperor? Where is he now? The voice pleaded. Now his daughter's affairs have to rely on Ni Li. Ni Li didn't refuse at all, but confidently replied, Senior, don't worry, as long as I exist, no one can touch a single hair on your daughter. But Ni Li wasn't sure if he could guarantee the life of that person's daughter if something unexpected happened and he also died. The person laughed after hearing this. Escape if you can. If you can't escape, just blame your fate. If that's the case, you should go back first. Then Ni Li escaped from that gray space and returned to reality. But at this time, he was still half asleep, gradually waking up. His ghostly hand accidentally touched a place he shouldn't have, and wondered, what is this? Why is it so soft? His hand kept kneading and squeezing. While still in a daze, he got a whack in the face from Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu shouted, You pervert! Ni Li was shocked and in pain. Ni Li came to his senses. Is it time to release the acupoints? Xiao Yu, on the other side, blushed with embarrassment, speechless. Instinctively, Ni Li's eyes moved to Xiao Yu's chest, only to see a flat surface without any hills.
He realized it was just a dream.
Xiao Yu suddenly realized something and asked, "You know everything." Ni Li instinctively blamed Xiao Yu. "I didn't even know you were a woman. Who told you to always disguise yourself as a man?" Xiao Yu angrily shouted, "Ni Li, you better shut up." Ni Li quickly smoothed things over, saying, "Okay, let's just pretend that everything today never happened."
Ni Li scratched his head, had to let the matter pass, immediately remembered and asked, "Xiao Yu, how is your injury?" Xiao Yu blushed again, and then replied, "I'm fine now." Getting the situation, Ni Li suggested, "Xiao Yu, let's go back together, we should go back quickly." To avoid the brothers worrying, Xiao Yu also agreed.
Ni Li said again,
"I don't know where we were teleported to, but this mountain valley is full of spiritual energy. It can be considered a treasure land." Just as he said this, Ni Li suddenly sensed something unusual, turned and shouted, "Xiao Yu, be careful," then hurriedly pulled Xiao Yu, and both frantically ran, pulling Xiao Yu into the bushes.
Seeing that Xiao Yu didn't seem to cooperate, Ni Li hurriedly tapped her acupoints. Xiao Yu didn't understand what was happening, and asked angrily with a face full of anger, "You dare to act like a pervert again?"
Ni Li didn't explain further, hurriedly hugged Xiao Yu, and covered her mouth tightly. Xiao Yu kept yelling. Ni Li continued to cover Xiao Yu's mouth, not letting her yell, but it seemed to have no effect. Xiao Yu still confusedly made sounds as if she wanted to cry. At this time, Ni Li leaned close to Xiao Yu's ear and whispered, "Shh, don't talk if you don't want to die." Xiao Yu seemed to have sensed that something serious had made Ni Li act like this, so she obediently listened to what Ni Li said. "Those breaths over there are strong. I wonder if the formation I set up can evade their detection. The winds keep howling, getting stronger and stronger. On this side, 2 auras are indeed rushing straight towards us." 2 figures appeared in the sky, then landed on the ground. One of them angrily said. Those 2 auras disappeared. The yellow one also sensed that the breath from just now was too weak, saying, "It probably has nothing to do with that brat." The red one angrily added, "He killed so many of our people. If we don't deal with him, it'll be hard to quell the hatred in my heart." "We absolutely can't let Ni Li and Xiao Yu escape," the red one said to the yellow one. "Regardless of whether or not it's related, these 2 auras suddenly appeared and then disappeared. There must be something strange about it. We have to find out."
Near the bushes, Ni Li and Xiao Yu, who were hiding, also understood the situation. Xiao Yu recognized that the 2 were demon race experts and understood Ni Li's actions and why he did that to him. The red demon race guy glanced around, and the situation became increasingly serious.
"This isn't good. They're coming over here. They're at least Heavenly Axis realm. Once they get close, there's a high chance they'll directly expose our hiding spot." The distance between the 2 demon race guys and Ni Li and Xiao Yu kept getting closer. The breathing and heartbeats of the 2 became more rapid, hiding in anxiety. The red demon race guy used his sharp bullet-like eyes to search for the 2 of them. Suddenly his footsteps stopped. He almost discovered something, and shouted, "Over there!" Then he ordered, "Yellow one, quickly chase after them." After speaking, the 2 demon race guys soared into the sky with a whoop. On this side, Ni Li breathed a sigh of relief. It seems like their target isn't us.
Even though the 2 demon race guys left, Ni Li still had one arm around Xiao Yu and one hand covering his mouth. Xiao Yu saw that the situation was stable, realized what was going on, and quickly pushed Ni Li away. Feeling embarrassed, Ni Li explained, "In an emergency, we can't follow normal rules. The situation just now was out of necessity." Xiao Yu shyly didn't say a word.
Ni Li quickly said, "This isn't a place to stay for long. Now that the 2 demon race experts have left, we need to leave quickly." Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Yu and Ni Li were startled by the sudden appearance of a demon race guy, and their faces turned pale. He curiously asked, "Who are you 2 from in the divine sect? Are you from the Liu divine sect or the Huo Shen sect?" Ni Li was caught off guard by him and couldn't help but wonder, when did he get behind us? I didn't even notice. His strength is far greater than the 2 demon race experts from before. The 3 stood frozen, staring at each other for a long time. Ni Li asked the guy, "Kid, who are you?" Thinking, what does this guy want to do? It would be as easy as flipping his hand to deal with me and Xiao Yu. The demon race guy introduced himself. "I'm Wu Yazi, and I'm over 80 years old." He raised his voice and suggested, "Ni Li and Xiao Yu should call me Grandpa." Then he continued, "But I asked you questions, and you didn't answer me. Instead, you asked me questions back?"
Ni Li, after analyzing Wu Yazi's opening act, laughed and teased.
80 years old? Many demon race guys at this age don't even have intelligence yet. Aren't you just a minor in the demon race? Hearing Ni Li's mocking words, the little guy was surprised and shouted,
"You guys, could it be that you're not kids?"
Perhaps because Xiao Yu and Ni Li looked too much like young men and were so youthful, he mistakenly thought they were kids. But he quickly regained his confidence and said, raising his voice, "Aren't you worried that I'll kill you 2? You're only heavenly fate level? Ni Li calmly said, if you wanted to kill us, you would have already done it. At this, the little guy was speechless and could only say, consider yourselves lucky to have met me. Ni Li calmly replied, since we've come to the great world, we've already prepared ourselves to die. It's not about being lucky or unlucky. Wu Yazi wasn't surprised by Ni Li's words and asked, aren't you humans afraid of death? You have the aura of space-time on your bodies? Ni Li and Xiao Yu were stunned. Wu Yazi saw this and smiled coldly, then assured them, but don't worry, I don't have any grudges against you, so I won't harm you for no reason. Then he suddenly asked, what's your purpose for appearing here? Are you here for the Mirage Divine Palace as well? Ni Li and Xiao Yu seemed to not understand what he meant and remained silent and dumbfounded. Seeing this, he was helpless and speechless. After a pause, he continued to ask, if you didn't come here for the Mirage Divine Palace, then what did you come here for? Don't you know this is a very dangerous place? Only then did Ni Li vaguely realize and think, it seems like I heard about the Mirage Divine Palace in my previous life. It used to be a palace left behind by an ancient powerhouse. This palace opens once every 6 years, and besides treasures, it's also very dangerous. Every time it opens, countless experts flock to it. More than 60 years later, the demon god's sect entered the Mirage Divine Palace and opened the treasure trove of that powerhouse. Wu Yazi thought about it and sighed, saying, it was redundant of me to ask. With your strength, entering the Mirage Divine Palace would only lead to death. He advised Xiao Yu and Ni Li to quickly leave this place of trouble. Ni Li still had doubts and asked him, why were the 2 demon race experts chasing you just now? Was it also because of the Mirage Divine Palace? Wu Yazi burst out laughing, saying that those 2 brats weren't enough to be his opponents, then added, the demon god's sect has a total of 6 spirit halls. They're from the Huo Ling Hall, and I'm from the Yu Ling Hall. I obtained an unknown object near the Mirage Divine Palace, and they wanted to snatch it from me, so I killed a few of their people. As a result, their people started chasing me. Ni Li was surprised and asked, isn't this also chasing? Wu Yazi disdainfully said, I can easily crush those 2, but destroying them would expose me, so I don't bother fighting them. Ni Li curiously asked, what is that object? Wu Yazi thought for a moment and decided to let Ni Li see the object, because he thought the 2 were only heavenly fate level. Letting them take a look wouldn't hurt. Then he took out a bright red object from his pocket for Ni Li and Xiao Yu to see. It's this. What do you think? He added. Even though I don't know what this is, I can guarantee it's a good thing. Zhu Feng recognized the red thing right away as Hongyan Stone. Wu Yazi was surprised when Xu Feng called out the name of the red thing. You know what this is? Xu Feng said. This Hongyan Stone is a rare item, so it's normal not to see it often. But it's not exactly a treasure either. At most it's used to forge 5th grade treasures. Wu Yazi didn't believe Xu Feng and thought he was lying to him, so he denied it. I don't believe it. Something so rare and seldom seen isn't a treasure, Xu Feng retorted. Rare and seldom seen things aren't necessarily treasures. You don't believe me, Xu Feng cleverly added, telling him to flip through the Divine Elephant scripture of the Divine Elephant sect to page 761. Hearing this, Wu Yazi went along with it, covering up his embarrassment by saying, I think I have a copy of the Divine Elephant scripture. His hand moved down to his pouch, pretending to look for the book. He rummaged around for a while, found the book, quickly held it up to show off, and started opening the book to find information, to see if Xu Feng was lying to him. After flipping through a few pages, he said, although I used a few pages to wipe my butt last time, I don't know if page 761 was one of them. After flipping through and through, he finally found page 761, and just as Xu Feng had said, that Hongyun stone wasn't a rare treasure at all. Wu Yazi said with a very annoyed tone when he realized that he had spent so much time only to get such a mediocre thing, and that he had killed so many people for something like that. Xu Feng, yeah, looks like I need to read more books before fighting in the future. Why? Yeah, Wu Yazi was still angry, saying, just scram, I hate reading books the most. My old man makes me read those old books all day, it's so boring I could die. No wonder he even tore up the books to use as toilet paper. Xu Feng agreed that Wu Yazi's books were indeed old. Wu Yazi suddenly had an idea, and said, but if this Hongyun stone is so rare, then sell it to those buddies and friends. They definitely won't recognize what this thing is. He then acknowledged that Xu Feng, despite only having a heavenly fate realm cultivation, had a pretty good understanding. Xiao Yu agreed with Wu Yazi's idea, and also looked at Xu Feng with admiration. Xu Feng, emboldened, proudly affirmed, this is the benefit of reading books. You just run to the illusory divine palace like that, and you definitely won't gain anything. Wu Yazi asked in surprise,
Could it be that you have some understanding of the illusory divine palace? Zhao Yu remained in the role of listener and observer of their conversation from beginning to end. Xu Feng also replied that he only knew a little about the illusory divine palace. Wu Yizi, hearing this, seemed to sense an opportunity for him to show off his knowledge,
and explained the illusory divine palace to them.
The outside of the illusory divine palace is the heavenly illusion's soul-bewitching array, which countless martial ancestor experts have failed to break, making it impossible to enter. But some people have accidentally entered and obtained many good things. Saying this, Wu Yizi cordially invited Zhao Yu and Xu Feng to join him in going to the illusory divine palace. Xu Feng wasn't sure that, even with his and Zhao Yu's combined heavenly fate realm cultivation, they could break the heavenly illusion's soul-bewitching array,
and turned to ask Zhao Yu for her opinion. Should we just give up? However, Xu Feng glanced at Wu Yizi and secretly thought,
Wu Yizi doesn't seem trustworthy, and if he gets something good, it won't be their turn. On the other hand, Wu Yizi was surprised and didn't believe what Xu Feng had just said, asking, "You can break the heavenly illusion's soul-bewitching array. You're not lying to me, are you? If not, then tell me the method to break it.
And if I get anything good, I'll share half with you, okay?" Unexpectedly, this Wu Yizi is also a cunning guy. Xu Feng, hearing this, was enlightened. The heavenly illusion's soul-bewitching array has more than 1,000 kinds of changes, and each change doesn't have the same method of solution. Wu Yizi's mind was blown. Xu Feng added that even if he told Wu Yizi the method, he might not remember it all. Zhao Yu, on the side, seemed to have guessed Xu Feng's wicked intention. Wu Yizi suggested again. "How about this? I'll take you to the illusory divine palace. You help me break the heavenly illusion's soul-bewitching array, and we'll each take half of everything we get."
Xu Feng didn't bother paying attention to Wu Yizi's entreaties, and said to Zhao Yu, "Let's not go, we should quickly leave this troublesome place." Without waiting for an answer from Zhao Yu, Xu Feng bluntly said,
"Let's go," Wu Yizi called after them. "Wait a minute," Xu Feng asked in surprise. He thought that Wu Yizi would still earnestly beg Xu Feng and Zhao Yu not to leave, but Wu Yizi angrily threatened, "If you don't come with me, then you must die," Xu Feng replied without any fear.
"Since we've come to the great world, it's inevitable that we'll die eventually, so dying is dying. What's so scary about it? Dying a virgin is more terrifying." Wu Yizi was surprised by Xu Feng's excessive indifference. "Could it be that you want to make a move?"
Wu Yizi quickly smoothed things over. "Of course not. I'm not an unreasonable person. There are many demon god sect people around here. Without my protection, you can't go back at all. Since we're all gonna die anyway, why not go to the illusory divine palace with me?" Xu Feng readily replied. "It's not that we don't want to go, but if I go with you, and other people see me, I'll be with the demon god sect. By then, we won't be able to wash away the crime, even if we jump into the Yellow River." Wu Yizi said with a disdainful tone. "You guys are so narrow-minded. In my eyes, as long as the demon race and the human race don't snatch things from my hands, they are not my enemies. But anyone who wants to compete for things with me will all be destroyed," Xu Feng asked back. "Even if you don't care, what will the people of the demon god sect think when they see you with us two humans?"
Hearing this, Wu Yizi understood, and asked Xu Feng,
"Then do you have a better way?" As if going according to Xu Feng's plan, he replied, "There is a way, but it's not without problems." Wu Yizi eagerly wanted Xu Feng to tell him his plan.
Xu Feng asked, "Have you ever heard of something called the demon blood sacrifice secret technique?" Wu Yizi looked dumbfounded and asked, "Demon blood sacrifice? This won't do." He shook his head vigorously, adding, "This is a taboo among our demon race." Xu Feng had no choice but to give up. "Then forget it, there's no other way." Zhao Yu sat there but still didn't understand anything, asking, "What is the demon blood sacrifice?" "I've only heard of the demon blood sacrifice a few times," Xu Feng explained. "As long as someone from the demon race pays a little demon blood to complete the sacrificial ritual, the human race can obtain the appearance and aura of the demon race, so we can deceive the demon race." Zhao Yu then asked Xu Feng again, "Then help us complete the demon blood sacrifice. He won't lose anything, it's just paying a little demon blood." "So why doesn't he agree?" Xu Feng pretended to say. "I don't know either." Wu Yizi, hearing this, thought to himself, "Does this kid think the demon blood sacrifice is used for disguise? Is he really doesn't understand or just pretending to be confused? The power of the demon blood sacrifice must never be obtained by humans." Lost in thought, Wu Yizi suddenly heard Xu Feng urging Zhao Yu to leave. He was startled. "We can't fool our way through the inspection, and we don't want to be seen with a demon race expert. We should leave quickly," Wu Yizi thought to himself. "These two must have deposited their soul imprints when they came to the Great World. If they can't survive in return, the effect of the demon blood sacrifice will automatically disappear." "Don't blame me for kicking away the ladder after crossing the river. It's just that the power of the demon blood sacrifice must never be taken away by you." "Wait a minute.
After thinking for a while, Wu Yazi decided to chase after them.
Ni Li and Xiao Yu heard the call and turned back to ask, "What's up?" Wu Yazi replied,
"I've been thinking. I can perform the demon blood sacrifice for you guys, but after that, until we leave the Divine Palace illusion, you can't stray more than 2 miles from me."
Hearing this, Ni Li happily replied,
"Okay." After discussing it, Wu Yazi decided to give the demon blood to Ni Li and Xiao Yu. A moment later, Wu Yazi took out a jar containing demon blood. Ni Li picked it up and looked at it admiringly. Then he reached into the jar and stirred it around to check if it really was demon blood. Once he confirmed it, he asked Wu Yazi how to draw the inscription for the demon blood sacrifice.
Wu Yazi had always thought that Ni Li was knowledgeable about everything, but it seemed that he really didn't understand how to use the demon blood sacrifice, not even knowing how to draw the formation. Wu Yazi had no choice but to roll up his sleeves, sit down, and teach Ni Li how to set up the formation.
Wu Yazi demonstrated for a while, and Ni Li understood, using the demon blood to draw accordingly. After drawing, the formation began to glow.
Seeing the desired result, Wu Yazi contentedly signaled that Ni Li was doing a good job. Then the light became even stronger, forming a large vortex, which was called the stream of spiritual light. A dazzling light emitted, and Ni Li was surprised. A moment later, the formation entered his body. Ni Li looked down at his arm, his legs, and then his entire body, felt a surge of power coursing through his veins. Ni Li was amazed by the power he was feeling. This power, Wu Yazi's bloodline, didn't seem simple either.
Wu Yazi was satisfied with the result Ni Li had achieved, and happily said, "All right, your demon blood sacrifice is complete." Ni Li looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. Wu Yazi continued, "Next, we'll do the black feathers for you." Although Xiao Yu didn't understand, she nodded and followed along. Wu Yazi began to circulate his power.
Xiao Yu almost gradually understood, thinking to herself, "Is this demon blood sacrifice really as simple as Ni Li said?" Then suddenly, Wu Yazi realized something and said, "Wait a minute, where's the remaining demon blood?" Ni Li then held out the finger with the ring on it, saying, "I've already stored it in the spatial ring, don't worry." Wu Yazi was speechless with this Ni Li, and helplessly agreed, but in his heart he thought, "How can I not worry?" His thoughts started to become more sinister. "Anyway, after we leave the Divine Palace illusion, I'll deal with them all. I can directly take back the demon blood in his spatial ring." Although he felt a little wrong doing this, if they brought the demon blood sacrifice back, he might be chased to death by the powerhouses of the demon race. In history, people who obtained the demon blood sacrifice didn't have good endings. The demon blood sacrifice also had some extremely mysterious effects, a crucial secret of the demon race that even some of the powerhouses of the demon god sect might not know. Plus, with the uniqueness of his bloodline, it couldn't fall into the hands of the human race. At most, the next time they met, he'd give them some treasures as compensation. After thinking for a while, he said to Ni Li and Xiao Yu, "All right, let's go." Ni Li agreed. "Okay." Xiao Yu asked Ni Li suspiciously, "Didn't you say the demon blood sacrifice could disguise us?" Ni Li pretended to be flustered and said, I heard that as long as you circulate the demon blood in your body, you can use the power of the demon blood sacrifice to change your appearance and aura." Then, Ni Li put out 2 fingers and began to transform. His ears grew longer, and his eyebrows gradually became sharper. His final completed form was a fox demon, and he said with a satisfied sound, "All right." Then he jumped down to the stream's edge. He looked at his reflection and suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, Wu Yazi, what's your race? Are you the rabbit race?" Wu Yazi and Xiao Yu on the other side had also transformed, each with a different appearance. Wu Yazi, hearing what Ni Li said, shouted unwillingly, "You're the rabbit race, we are the godblood demon fox race." Then he explained further, "Our ancestors inherited the heavenly vein primordial bloodline, understand?" Ni Li thought to himself, "I thought he was from the 9 nether demon fox race, an ancient bloodline, but unexpectedly, it's the heavenly vein inheritance of the godblood demon fox race." Now that he had the demon blood sacrifice of the godblood demon fox, what should he do with it? Then this stream of essence blood invaded Ni Li's soul sea. Ni Li's creeper vine was constantly blooming and blossoming. The bloodline also invaded the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, and the demon spirits within. Ni Li's whole body was smoking. He sensed all the changes in his body and thought to himself, "Transforming the soul under the stimulation of demon blood is like boiling water. The ancient bloodline is indeed extraordinary." Then suddenly, a spot of blue light appeared. That's right, it was a soul realm with blue color. Then, other soul realms appeared, all of them merging together and flickering. Ni Li was suddenly startled. Wu Yazi, seeing Ni Li surrounded by large soul realms, asked in surprise, "Did you level up?" Ni Li wasn't too sure, but he confirmed, "I think so. Why did I level up? Maybe I was at the peak of the 5-fate realm for too long, and now I've broken through." Wu Yazi had a revelation and asked with an unexpected expression,
Is that so? Then he urged Nili and Xiaoyu to leave quickly. They all agreed and soared into the sky, starting their journey. The cultivation realm of the demon race's powerhouse was all absorbed into the demon blood. With Wu Yazi's help, Nili successfully completed the demon blood sacrifice, equivalent to obtaining a portion of Wu Yazi's demon blood. By fully activating Wu Yazi's demon blood, Nili could achieve cultivation like Wu Yazi's at an extremely astonishing speed. Moreover, Wu Yazi had the heavenly vein primordial bloodline inheritance, countless ancestral thoughts of Wu Yazi.
It was unknown who was stronger, Nili or Wu Yazi. The Holy Emperor inside Nili thought of this.
Then it flashed past Wu Yazi's face, the soul realms around Nili gradually changing color from blue to green, then to yellow. Wu Yazi, seeing this, asked in surprise, "You leveled up again?" Nili didn't hesitate to admit it, and he even added more, making Wu Yazi quite annoyed. How weird. Maybe it's because the cultivation technique I practice is special, Wu Yazi thought to himself. Bullshit. The demon blood they're keeping inside them is too dangerous. Good thing his is only at the 7th fate stage, still under my control. Once everything's done with the Mirage Divine Palace, I definitely have to deal with them somewhere. Lights flicker. Everything's an illusion. This must be the Mirage Divine Palace.
There are tons of people here scratching their heads trying to get in, constantly chattering, how do we get in? On Nili's side, Xiaoyu and Wu Yazi had just landed,
hearing other people frantically asking each other, "Why can't we get in?" The light from the mountains and trees is all part of the heavenly illusion soul-confusing array. It's not easy to get in. A rabbit-looking dude frowned, looking around, seeing more and more people arriving, and grumbled to his buddy, "Looks like they're eyeing us. Let's go take him out." A demon-faced dude immediately shot down the rabbit dude's idea, saying, "Not a good idea. We only have 10 days to get into the Mirage Divine Palace. No one wants to waste time here." The rabbit dude sighed wearily, catching Nilin's group's attention. At this time, Wu Yazi turned to ask Nili and Xiaoyu about their plan. Nili said, "It's not time yet. Wait 2 more hours, almost noon. Then we can find a loophole in the heavenly illusion soul-confusing array." Wu Yazi replied blandly.
After speaking, Nili seemed about to do something. Seeing this, Wu Yazi asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Nili replied, "Nothing, just wait." After speaking, Nili and Xiaoyu went to a breezy corner and both sat down to cultivate. While waiting, he thought, waiting for 2 hours is boring. Might as well take this opportunity to cultivate the demon blood. Time gradually passed. Only then did Long Tianming's group show up. Each of these suckers had their own style, but all shared the same grim, murderous expression. Suddenly, a little guy ran over and knelt down respectfully, reporting to them, "Young master, this heavenly illusion soul-confusing array is extremely difficult to break, and there are many demon clan experts nearby. Why did you come here yourself?"
A leader-looking dude replied nobly, "The path of cultivation doesn't wait for anyone. This Mirage Divine Palace is the legacy of a great expert. Who knows? Inside might be the inheritance armor of that great expert. Even a slight chance, and I want to try." This noble-looking dude is Long Tianming, Heavenly Axis Realm, and has a god-level growth dragon blood demon spirit, so this guy has more than enough confidence. However, when he showed up here, he realized that he really didn't know where the entrance to the Mirage Divine Palace was. More and more experts were arriving in the sky. Naturally, everyone below looked up with trepidation.
The rabbit dude started getting angry again. There's another bunch of show-offs flying high up there. He couldn't take it anymore, and shouted to his buddies to take them out with him.
The demon-faced dude tried to dissuade the rabbit dude, saying,
"They have 3 heavenly Axis realm dudes. Better not to get agitated."
But he didn't give in to the demon-faced dude's words, and pointed in another direction, saying, "There are fewer people over there. Let's go over there." This time, both demon clan dudes couldn't hold back, and agreed with the rabbit dude's idea. The 3 of them zoomed into the sky. Above the sky, the battle began, with sounds of clashes and explosions echoing across a corner of the sky. On this side, Nili, who was sitting and cultivating, was distracted by the noise, unable to focus on cultivation, so he went over to the Heavenly Illusion soul-confusing array to check things out. When he arrived, he walked around the Heavenly Illusion soul-confusing array, observing carefully. Wu Yazi followed him, confused about what he was up to. Nili noticed that this Wu Yazi was following him, and suddenly turned around and asked him, "Why are you tagging along after me?" Then he replied, "You guys are only at the Heavenly Fate Realm. There are so many experts here, I'm afraid you'll run into trouble." Nili thought this guy was probably afraid that he would run away, so he said, "Don't worry, I'll help you find the entrance to the Mirage Divine Palace. But I'm telling you in advance, all the treasures we get have to be divided in half, and I get to choose first." Man.
When Wu Yazi heard that Nili wanted to choose the treasures himself, he reluctantly pretended to be happy and agreed.
He thought to himself and chuckled inwardly. "Anyway, once you're dead, the interspatial ring will be mine." After that, the 3 of them continued to examine things. Suddenly, Xiao Yu noticed something.
She pointed upwards and said to Ni Li,
Ni Li, look. Ni Li followed her gaze and saw what Xiao Yu was talking about.
Ni Li was surprised by the presence of this Long Tianming, and he didn't like this dude who always acted so noble, and thought to himself, I wonder what he's up to here. Anyway, they don't recognize me and Xiao Yu, so thinking to hear.
Ni Li suddenly felt the aura of the heavenly illusion soul-confusing array, and he quickly exclaimed, The aura of the heavenly illusion soul-confusing array is getting stronger and stronger. The entrance is very likely nearby.
He prepared to run to that place, but Wu Yazi suddenly stopped Ni Li, saying, Don't you see that group of people? Then he pointed in the direction of the Heavenly Axis Realm dudes.
They're all Heavenly Axis Realm. Do you not want your life anymore? Ni Li asked, feigning surprise. Aren't you a match for them? Hearing Ni Li ask such a dumb question, Wu Yazi replied, How could that be possible? Then, with his face practically touching the sky, he confidently declared, I alone can handle all of them. Ni Li feigned surprise and asked, Then isn't that a problem? But he hesitated, saying, After all, they have over 30 transition realm experts. If a fight breaks out, it's bound to be troublesome.
Ni Li, that crafty little rascal, played mind games with Wu Yazi, goading him on a bit. He pretended to agree, saying, It's just that those guys are gathered here without moving. They probably already found the entrance.
Hitting Wu Yazi's competitive streak, Wu Yazi was stunned to hear that. Seeing he hadn't reacted yet, Ni Li continued to fuel the fire. If they get in first, the good stuff in the illusionary divine palace might all fall into their hands. Let's go somewhere else. Ni Li played his final card, grabbing Xiao Yu's hand, ready to leave.
Seeing this, Wu Yazi hurriedly said,
Don't. You keep searching. Just find the entrance and drive those guys away. If they don't know their place, then just get physical. They're just a bunch of humans anyway.
Ni Li, having achieved his goal, chuckled inwardly and said, I'm not afraid of offending them. Tell everyone to start.
And so, the three of them continued forward when suddenly, a tall, muscular figure appeared, blocking their path, startling Ni Li. The towering figure loudly threatened, You trashy demon race. Get out of here. Take one more step, and don't blame me for being ruthless.
Ni Li recognized this hulking figure as one of Long Tianming's guards, a guy you can't even get near, so arrogant.
As he was thinking, Wu Yazi suddenly shot forward, glaring at the guard with eyes like bullets, shouting, Who are you calling trash?
The guard was startled because he couldn't see through Wu Yazi's cultivation. He didn't know how strong he was to deal with him. But he could sense that Ni Li and Xiao Yun were only at the Heavenly Fate realm. If these three were together, they probably weren't too strong. After thinking for a moment, he challenged Wu Yazi.
I'm talking about you. Don't be blind, or you'll all be minced meat. Wu Yazi got even angrier. What? Does this baldy know who he's talking to? Seeing the situation wasn't looking good, Ni Li tried to dissuade Wu Yazi. Alright, let's just go. But this guard only saw the three in front of him as a bunch of useless cowards. Unable to leave willingly, Wu Yazi, his blood boiling, challenged him. Human, I'll give you half an incense stick of time. The guard didn't understand what Wu Yazi was saying at all.
He thought Wu Yazi was some kind of tiger, but it turned out he was just a paper tiger. He added, If you don't scram, you won't get to leave at all. The guard, who was already dumbfounded, burst out laughing at the demon race's performance. Hearing the loud commotion, Long Tianming was startled and looked over, wondering what was happening, and asked the guard. The guard turned and respectfully reported, Young master, there are 3 demon race guys at the Heavenly Fate level. I'm trying to drive them away, but they won't leave. Long Tianming didn't really care about these trivial matters and told the guard, Don't waste time on these minor demons. Just tell him to get out of here. Long Tianming thought to himself, I shouldn't cause any more trouble. Besides, he doesn't know when the entrance to the illusionary divine palace will open, and he brought relatively few followers this time.
Also because last time he lent Ji Yu Heng more than 2,000 heavenly transition realm experts. This time he should act modestly to avoid further losses. Receiving the order, the guard obediently followed it, and turned to tell the 3 of them, Did you hear that? We told you to get out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard suddenly froze, his face changed. Wu Yazi was gone. He disappeared in front of the guard in the blink of an eye. As he was stunned, Wu Yazi suddenly grabbed the guard's neck from behind and lifted him up, his legs flailing helplessly. Wu Yazi angrily said, You're really blind. I don't want to keep you around for even a minute. As he spoke, Wu Yazi tightened his grip on the guard's neck with each word. The guard was almost about to meet his ancestors. His face turned purple, and he couldn't even groan. Wu Yazi angrily squeezed the guard's neck, and boom, he was dead. Up above, Long Tianming was stunned by what had just happened, and then the guard collapsed to the ground, lying motionless. The guards accompanying Long Tianming were angry that some guys with only Heavenly Fate cultivation dared to kill Long Tianming's guard. One of them ordered, shouting, How dare you, kill him! Then the group rushed towards Wu Yazi. Seeing the crowd rushing towards him, and realizing that there would soon be chaos, Wu Yazi said to Ni Li and Xiao Yu, You guys get out of here first. But when he looked over,
he saw that the two of them had already run far away.
Wu Yazi restrained his anger, saying, "Fine, then let's fight." Then he also prepared to charge forward. The fight began with a shout and a decisive groan, when Wu Yazi's fist gently kissed the cheek of the first guy, immediately followed by his nimble feet sweeping the dust off the pants of the second guy, sending him flying to the promised land, and then the third, fourth, and nth guys, Long Tianming was as spicy as eating a spoonful of chili sauce, shouted, "Damn it! Catch him!"
But they were all just big mouths, and their abilities were just small fry compared to Wu Yazi. On the other side, Ni Li and Xiao Yu ran to a safe place, but still chose to look back so they could conveniently admire Wu Yazi's glorious moments. At this moment, both of them couldn't help but admire Wu Yazi's fighting style with awe.
Seeing Ni Li so happy, Xiao Yu almost understood Ni Li's intention and asked, "Ni Li, did you do it on purpose?" Ni Li replied without hesitation. Of course, Xiao Yu continued to ask,
"Should we take advantage of the chaos and leave?" But Ni Li had gone to great lengths to get here and hadn't even entered the illusory divine palace yet, so he didn't want to leave. He said to Xiao Yu, "Of course not. We haven't even gone into the illusory divine palace. Why should we go back so soon?"
But Xiao Yu was still doubtful, so she asked, "If you want to enter the illusory divine palace, then why did you want to cause this trouble?" The leader seems to be Long Tianming. At this point, Xiao Yu hesitated slightly and asked, "Could it be that Long Tianming is your enemy, and you want to use Wu Yazi to teach him a lesson?" At this time, Ni Li also revealed, "I don't really have a grudge against him, but I think Long Tianming is involved in a lot of things. I still feel that he is the one behind the scenes plotting against us."
Xiao Yu was surprised and wanted to know what had happened, but Ni Li pretended to say, "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed." Xiao Yu had no choice but to give up on his hobby, but then Ni Li also confessed,
if things are clear like with Jiu Heng, he wouldn't be afraid of Long Tianming, but it's hard to guard against him making trouble behind our backs. Ni Li continued to recall his previous life, when the Yushen sect was divided, and in the end, only Long Tianming benefited. This guy's strength needs to be guarded against. Even more, he might be even more dangerous than Jiu Heng.
No matter how strong the demon god sect is, it would have to pay a considerable price to destroy the Yushen sect. The greatest threat to the Yushen sect, on the contrary, comes from within. On this side, Long Tianming's subordinates were almost all defeated. Some were lying motionless, unable to breathe, while others were lying and wailing.
Wu Yazi laughed heartily. Long Tianming's weak subordinates. The more they provoked them, the more they hated him, but the more they rushed to attack, none of them could return unscathed.
Ni Li, observing from afar, also saw the terrifying power of Wu Yazi, and couldn't help but admire him. Killing 7 people in a row, the energy of the God-Blood Demon Spirit bloodline, is really amazing. Wu Yazi's cultivation is around the 7th level of the Heavenly Axis realm, plus his own primordial bloodline, which is extremely difficult to deal with for Long Tianming's group. Finally, the scene shifted to Long Tianming, who was shocked to see the number of his subordinates dwindling. He didn't understand where Wu Yazi came from, a master who could solo his army and win every time. He thought to himself, isn't he just 3 heavenly fate-level demon clansmen? Taking advantage of the high ground, Long Tianming looked in another direction, a chance. He spotted Ni Li and Xiao Yu taking refuge, and immediately ordered his subordinates to eliminate Ni Li and Xiao Yu. The subordinate obediently followed the order and sped away. Just then, Ni Li changed direction and looked up at the sky, seeing the subordinate rushing down towards him, and shouted loudly, "Careful!" Perhaps Ni Li's shout was too loud, causing the fierce battle on Wu Yazi's side to tense up, and Wu Yazi stopped to look at Ni Li and Xiao Yu. Seeing the situation there was critical, he quickly flew over there. Long Tianming's subordinates who were fighting with him suddenly couldn't see him anymore and just stared at each other blankly. Where did he go? The subordinate on this side rushed towards Xiao Yu very quickly and said, "Die." Ni Li was shocked and didn't have time to react. Without waiting for the subordinate to prepare his defensive posture, Wu Yazi rushed over like a falcon, stabbing the guy in the body, wanting to pierce through his guts. As if that wasn't enough, Wu Yazi grinned, his eyes ferocious, and made a sound like a hungry tiger, pouncing on the subordinate and tearing him apart, until the subordinate had no strength left and fell to the ground. Wu Yazi stopped. Seeing his achievement, Wu Yazi laughed heartily. The subordinates, who were still standing in the sky looking down, turned pale. Long Tianming, witnessing this, was also apprehensive, thinking, this guy is really not easy to deal with. And this is the secret technique of the Demon Spirit clan. This demon clansman must have a high status in the demon clan. This Heavenly Axis realm is desperately protecting 2 Heavenly Fate realm teenagers. It seems that the 2 demon clan teenagers behind them also have extraordinary backgrounds in the demon god sect. I've been very careful all the way. How did I still attract such a big trouble, damn it? After thinking for a while, Long Tianming thought that he should still be patient. He immediately ordered his subordinates to stop, no more fighting. Then he descended from above to face Wu Yazi, humbling himself to talk. Just now,
There may have been some misunderstanding. Please forgive me. Let's just let this matter pass. Long Tianming's actions surprised Wu Yazi. Why is he suddenly acting so respectful? After a moment of silence, Wu Yazi said, mixed with a hint of anger, "So you are the leader of these guys. I just arrived here. Who do your subordinates think they are, telling me to get lost?" Long Tianming quickly clarified, but also cleverly shifted some of the blame to Wu Yazi. "My subordinates didn't know and offended you, but you killed 9 of our people as soon as you took action. Isn't that a bit too much?" Wu Yazi found the previous words really annoying, he replied. "Too heavy-handed. This is already light. If we didn't kill a few more people, would you be able to talk to me so politely now? If my strength wasn't enough, I'm afraid the 3 of us would have been killed long ago. We can only say that your 9 dead subordinates deserved it." Long Tianming was about to lose his temper when he heard this, thinking, "This Wu Yazi is too bold. Or is he deliberately challenging my tolerance?" Ni Li was pleased to hear Wu Yazi say what he wanted to say, and almost couldn't help but laugh. Long Tianming said, "Friend, no matter who is right or wrong, you haven't suffered any losses, and I don't want to continue to pursue this matter." He continued to negotiate. "How about we just leave it at that?" Wu Yazi, confident of his victory, said loudly. "Up to you. Anyway, this place belongs to me. Now get lost."
Wu Yazi's indifference seemed to turn the anger in Long Tianming's heart into a rage. His eyes widened with murderous intent, and his hands clenched into fists. What's more, the subordinates around him were inciting him. They said one after another, "Young master, let's kill these 3 arrogant guys. Does he really think we're afraid of him?" Faced with such inflammatory words, Long Tianming remained still, trying to restrain himself. Wu Yazi curled his lips and smiled, putting on a disdainful look, and said, "What I'm least afraid of is fighting." He challenged Long Tianming's group. "Come on, I'll make sure none of you leave here alive." Long Tianming remained silent. Only his inner thoughts echoed in his mind. "I wonder how strong this guy is. Using my demon spirit might be enough to defeat him, but it's too risky." Wu Yazi, oblivious to Long Tianming's composure, continued to roar arrogantly. "Did you hear that? You can scram." Long Tianming's subordinates couldn't hold back any longer, their language becoming unhinged, their faces darkening, lips twisting, one of them yelling, "A trash tier chosen one dares to yell here." Then another turned to Long Tianming, "Young master, let's take care of them quickly." Long Tianming's face remained unchanged. Then he suddenly turned and said something to his subordinates that confused them. "Let's go." With that, he soared into the sky and disappeared. His subordinates were left gaping, staring at each other. Some were clearly frustrated, not understanding why their young master would let Wu Yazi and his group go. "Isn't it just that we can't beat them? Why run away?" They were furious, but since Long Tianming had already left, they had no choice but to follow, and they all rushed off in the direction he went. The sky cleared up again. With nothing blocking the way, Ni Li and the others thought to themselves about Long Tianming's incredible endurance. For Long Tianming to be able to endure such rude demands shows that he's much harder to deal with than I imagined. Wu Yazi chuckled, his scornful tone returning. "I can't believe they were scared off. The human race really are cowards." Xiao Yu, hearing him mention the human race and the word cowardly, found it offensive, and expressed her displeasure to Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi realized he had misspoke, generalizing, and quickly corrected himself, saying he was referring to Long Tianming's group, not everyone. Everything was going smoothly as they had hoped. Without further delay, Wu Yazi said to Ni Li and Xiao Yu, "All right, this place is ours now. You're sure the entrance is near here?" Ni Li, hearing this, pretended to search for the entrance to the illusionary divine palace, adding, "Anyway, it's not time yet, no need to rush." Elsewhere, Long Tianming and his group had regrouped. Here, those subordinates from before gathered together, expressing their dissatisfaction and humiliation on their faces. He unabashedly said to Long Tianming, "Young master, I'm a little unconvinced. That little brat is strong, but it's not like we can't fight him. Why did we have to run?" Long Tianming, already holding back anger, retorted, "Long Lu, are you questioning my decision?" Seeing Long Tianming so serious, his face turned pale, and he quickly knelt down to clarify. This subordinate wouldn't dare. Long Tianming then began to explain part of the reason why they should retreat. He revealed what he had discovered about Wu Yazi, that the young demon was from the Yaoli clan, and he couldn't tell whether he was from the Zhuli or the divine blood Yaoli branch. No matter which, it would be hard to predict who would win in a real fight. Then, he instructed his subordinates not to forget their initial purpose for coming here, he added, calming their anger. "That little brat is indeed arrogant, but we don't need to fight him head on. After all, they're here to find the entrance to the illusionary divine palace too. If they want to take our spot, they've probably found something." After speaking for a while, he ordered his subordinates to closely follow Wu Yazi's group. When they found the entrance to the illusionary divine palace, the subordinates seemed satisfied with Long Tianming's decision, and obediently followed orders. Long Tianming's army was indeed large, forming a dark mass in a corner of the sky. Ni Li was carefully observing them from below, the distance seeming quite close. Ni Li also guessed their intentions. "These guys gave us the spot.
But they haven't gone far, sticking close to us like that. It's obvious what they're up to. Long Tianming is indeed difficult to deal with, a schemer. Too bad, if they want to scheme against me, they've picked the wrong opponent. As he thought this, a sinister smile crept across Nilini's face.
After a bit more time passed,
the scene of the illusionary divine palace had changed somewhat compared to when they first arrived. The three of them just stood there observing. It seemed like Nili had seen something.
Suddenly, Wu Yazi impatiently urged Nilai, asking, "It's been so long, what's going on, Nilai?" Seeing him like this, reassured him. "Relax, I've found the entrance to the heavenly illusion soul maze." In fact, he'd found hundreds of entrances. Wu Yazi's jaw dropped in surprise.
Nili continued, "Going in is simple. The key is whether you can get out of the maze after going in."
Wu Yazi was only paying attention to the fact that the entrance had been found, so he nodded quickly and asked Nili, "Can we go in?" Nili didn't answer Wu Yazi's question, but directly suggested that he and Xiao Yu follow him. Wu Yazi happily trailed behind Nili and Xiao Yu. On the other side, Long Tianming caught wind of Nili's group's movements and quickly exchanged glances. Then one of them reported to Long Tianming. He observed for a moment and then ordered everyone to follow. After hearing the order, the subordinates all shouted and chased after Nili, Xiao Yu, and Wu Yazi. Nili, Xiao Yu, and Wu Yazi were still flying ahead, with Long Tianming's group trying to keep.
Sensing someone behind them, Wu Yazi looked back, and indeed saw them, so he asked Nili for his opinion. "There's a bunch of flies following behind. Do you want me to get rid of them?"
Nili, on the other hand, was nonchalant. As if he had a plan, he replied, "No need. Letting them follow us into the heavenly illusion soul maze will solve it." Then he urged Wu Yazi to follow him faster. The speed of Nili, Xiao Yu, and Wu Yazi increased, disappearing from the sight of Long Tianming's group. While flying, they suddenly didn't see the three of them in front, and one of them panicked. "They've disappeared!" and shouted, "Young master, they really know the entrance to the heavenly illusion soul maze." Long Tianming's sharp eyes had already found their traces. "Indeed, he's at a higher cultivation level than me." Without hesitation, he ordered his subordinates to quickly follow. So following Nili's traces, they all entered a formation. On this side of the entrance,
Nili, Xiao Yu, and Wu Yazi had just landed inside the entrance of the heavenly illusion soul maze.
Upon arriving, Wu Yazi was stunned by the scenery. He exclaimed, "As expected of the heavenly illusion soul maze, the scenery has more than 1,000 variations. If it weren't for this golden cage leading the way, I wouldn't know which way to go." Suddenly, all three of them saw something, and Wu Yazi exclaimed in surprise,
"Oh! We've arrived at the ideal location to carry out the next part of the plan," Nili then said. "Alright, first we need to teach those flies a lesson." Wu Yazi's jaw dropped again, realizing that Nili had been serious about dealing with them after arriving. At this moment, Long Tianming and his subordinates had just landed. But there wasn't a single soul to be seen. Long Tianming immediately questioned his goons about the whereabouts of the other three. But none of them had a clue. They didn't even know where they were, or which way to go next. A few of them could feel the earth shifting beneath their feet. One of them yelled, "I'm so dizzy." Just as they were staring blankly at each other, the scenery changed again, and the world was instantly transformed into a land of ice and snow. Before long, the scene morphed into a dense forest. Long Tianming mused to himself, "I can sense their presence." As soon as he finished his thought, one of his men behind him was yanked backward, and he tumbled to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Long Tianming turned to see what was happening, only to find one of his subordinates lying sprawled on the ground, dead in a pool of blood. Long Tianming began to understand. He was certain that the demon clan was using the power of the heavenly illusion soul confusion array to deal with them. One of the chef's subordinates, upon hearing this, felt the blood rush to his head and blurted out in frustration and anger, "Damn it! Now we can't even sense their presence. Where the heck are they?" It's like that old saying, "Speak of cow cow and cow cow arrives." Seems like the ancestors' wisdom still holds true. Right after the subordinate's question, Wu Yazi appeared right behind him, saying, "Right here." Seeing Wu Yazi appear, the subordinates immediately yelled and rushed to kill him, but before they could reach him, they witnessed him snap the chef subordinate's neck with a crack. The others were horrified and pointed towards him. The chef, his neck snapped in an instant, fell to the ground, his eyes wide with terror. The subordinates' attention was focused on the chef, completely oblivious to when Wu Yazi had disappeared. He was like a phantom, teasing them. Long Tianming was furious and issued a command. "Subordinates, form a defensive formation. Watch out for ambushes." On the other side, Nili, Xiao Yu, and Wu Yazi looked down from above, unable to suppress their laughter as they watched Long Tianming and his crew prancing around like clowns for their entertainment. At this moment, Wu Yazi turned to Nili and asked, "I just don't get it, Nili. How did you manage to control Long Tianming and his crew like this? They can't even see us when we're so close." Nili replied immediately, That's the magic of the Heavenly Illusion Soul Confusion Array. And that's not all. This is just the beginning, Wu Yatzi asked suspiciously. You really understand the Heavenly Illusion Soul Confusion Array that, well, you doubting me, this array was set up by a great expert, Neely said without hesitation. Give me the materials, and I can set up an identical array. With that, he looked around the Heavenly Illusion Soul Confusion Array once more. Perhaps it was because Neely's observation and analysis were so brilliant that he could easily grasp the layout of the array. After looking around, he continued, the Heavenly Illusion Soul Confusion Array is simple on the outside. Breaking through it will lead to even more profound arrays inside. We have to break all the arrays to be qualified to enter the illusory divine palace. Wu Yatzi, upon hearing this, still didn't understand why Neely was wasting time and hadn't broken the array yet. He urged Neely to hurry up and break it, but Neely suddenly hesitated and said, but once we break all the arrays, everyone from the major divine sects will enter. Hearing this, Wu Yatzi realized that if they broke all these arrays, he wouldn't even get a fly, let alone any precious treasures, Neely added. So before breaking the array, I have to get some benefits first.
Then, Neely looked down at where Long Tianming and his crew were standing and said in a more serious tone, besides that, I want to eliminate all the potential threats. Wu Yatzi understood the problem and immediately said decisively, I get it. Leave them to me. Then he darted down to Long Tianming and his crew and started fighting again. Xiao Yu also understood Neely's intentions very well, but she also had some concerns. As soon as Wu Yatzi left, she asked Neely, Neely, is it okay to tell Wu Yatzi so much? What if he decides to attack us? We won't be able to resist. Neely understood Xiao Yu's concerns and reassured her, don't worry. He won't do anything to us before we reach the illusory divine palace. With our strength, entering the illusory divine palace will only lead to death, so we need his strength. In his heart, Neely also thought that even if he had to die in the end, he had to obtain the treasures within the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Xiao Yu was tired of the crazy and brain-racking scheme of Neely and Wu Yatzi. She sighed and said with a weary expression, you guys are crazy. Below, the battle between Wu Yatzi and Long Tianming's crew was even more intense and brutal than before. Wu Yatzi was even more ferocious, and Long Tianming's men died in even more gruesome ways. This time, they had a clearer plan. But it didn't pose any difficulty for Wu Yatzi. The subordinates surrounded Long Tianming to protect him, but layer after layer of protection was quickly torn apart. The screams of the subordinates being killed got closer and closer to Long Tianming. Before the last layer of protection, Wu Yatzi found Long Tianming. His terrifying dark shadow appeared in front of Long Tianming, just a shoulder away from one of his subordinates. Long Tianming began to circulate his energy, preparing for a decisive battle with Wu Yatzi. In his heart, he cursed. That bastard. Only now did Wu Yatzi sense the power of this Long Tianming. Caught off guard, a loud explosion erupted, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth, sending the subordinates flying in all directions. Young Master Long Tianming, Neely, from afar, was startled by the explosion and turned to look with a worried expression. Only now did Wu Yatzi realize that Long Tianming's strength was beyond his imagination. He was indeed not to be underestimated. Suddenly, Neely on this side discovered something and thought to himself, this doesn't look good. Long Tianming quickly ordered his subordinates to retreat. Long Tianming's crew retreated, his face filled with murderous intent, and he said loudly in a challenging tone, is that all the Yao Li clan has? If you're so good, come out and fight me to the death? He also cleverly provoked the other three, saying that they were cowards like rats, only knowing how to hide. Neely on this side was still surprised by Long Tianming's strength. He turned to Wu Yatzi and asked, what level is Long Tianming at that he could actually injure you? Wu Yatzi, in reality, hadn't been able to determine Long Tianming's actual cultivation level. Even he was surprised by that guy's strength, he continued. It feels like heavenly revolving ninth layer, but he's way stronger than others at the same level, he awkwardly added. This Long Tianming guy is clearly human, but why does it feel familiar, like the power of demon blood? Neely was also taken aback. Wu Yatzi voiced his thoughts. Could that kid have someone from the demon clan helping him complete a demon blood sacrifice? And this demon blood intensity isn't simple at all. Neely asked in surprise. Long Tianming has a trace of demon blood power in his body. How did you notice? Neely asked curiously. Wu Yatzi explained that he could sense a bit of demon blood power hidden in Long Tianming's body. Unless he released it, no one would notice, not even a Wu Zong. But Wu Yatzi wasn't discouraged by the strong opponent, he confidently said. But don't forget, I'm from the God-Blood Demon Spirit clan. Blessed with the bloodline's sensory advantage, we're incomparable to ordinary people. Neely inwardly agreed, thinking, the God-Blood Demon Fox is an incredibly mysterious race. Even I know very little about them. There's no description in ancient texts. Neely suddenly realized something and asked Wu Yatzi, could a demon clan powerhouse be helping him complete the demon blood sacrifice? That's impossible.
But Wu Yatzi wasn't so sure about his guess, he said. It doesn't feel like a demon blood sacrifice, but I don't know the specifics. Seeing Wu Yatzi's hesitation, Ni Li asked, "Do you have a way to investigate?" Wu Yatzi replied, "Unless we tie him up and use our demon spirit clan's secret methods." Ni Li was dumbfounded. Who can tie him up? It was tough just now. In the fight, I realized I'm not that kid's opponent. Although protecting myself isn't hard, actually fighting. How much power will the demon blood within him unleash? Catching him is almost impossible. You saw it. He only took one step back after clashing palms with me, and I don't know what level of power will erupt when he fuses with a demon spirit, and the demon blood within his body is activated. Wu Yatzi told Ni Li. Ni Li pondered for a moment and then had an idea. Kill all his subordinates first, leave one to follow him, and let him fend for himself.
Wu Yatzi found Ni Li's idea reasonable. He could easily crush the small fry following Long Tianming. He agreed. Alright, this is simple, just wait for my good news. Xiao Yu heard their plan and didn't know what to contribute. She just silently listened and followed along.
Ni Li continued to observe and remained silent for a moment. He connected the events from his past life to the present, starting to realize the coincidences between the events.
The split of the martial god from his previous life must be related to Long Tianming. Then he went to the heavenly god ancestral land, and 100 years later that land was burned to ashes by golden flames. Seeing Ni Li's eyes and expression become serious, Xiao Yu asked, "What's wrong, Ni Li? Did you discover something?" Ni Li replied, "Nothing, just be careful of Long Tianming in the future, especially you. It's best to have less contact with him and stay as far away as possible." Ni Li's tone was even more serious than the expression on his face. This made Xiao Yu surprised, and she asked, "Why is that?" Ni Li didn't explain further, just told Xiao Yu to listen to him. He thought to himself, it would be troublesome if someone discovered the power in Xiao Yu's body. It's better not to tell Xiao Yu until the time is right. On the surface, Xiao Yu had to agree, but inside, Xiao Yu had a big question mark. She thought, why should I listen to that scheming Ni Li? There's not even a reason. Ni Li is really bossy. The desperate screams of Long Tianming's subordinates came from the other side.
Long Tianming's subordinates didn't have many names left at this moment. One by one, they were logging out of the server.
In the end, only Long Liu and Long Tianming remained. Long Liu was stunned to find that all the other subordinates had died. He said to Long Tianming, "Young master, everyone else is dead," Long Tianming said. The speed of the demon spirit clan is indeed unimaginably fast. After being hit by me just now, he completely avoided fighting us head-on. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged Long Liu to quickly avoid fighting Wu Yatzi again in order to avoid wasting time. They further planned to capture them both. They flew whistling through the sky. Ni Li was very pleased to see them run. At this time, Wu Yatzi, having completed his mission, also returned to Ni Li and Xiao Yu. He said, "That's all I can do. Those two are a bit troublesome, so that's it." Ni Li was very satisfied and quickly urged them, "All right, let's go." Then he jumped to the ground and led the way. He confidently ordered the other two to stick close to him and not stray too far, otherwise he wouldn't be able to help them if they got lost. At this time, outside the heavenly, illusory, bewildering array, the crowd gathered here was 3 or 4 times larger than before, crowded beyond description. A few powerful figures below looked up and said to each other, "There are quite a few people this time, hundreds of forces, at least more than 10,000 people. Even the Dragon Realm is here." The other one replied with a not-so-cheerful expression, "The 3 great demon sects also have a lot of people here. Last time we failed to break the heavenly, illusory, bewildering array. We must enter today no matter what." Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Someone has found the exit." On the other side, Long Tianming and Long Liu were still stuck in the maze, struggling to find a way out. Long Liu helplessly said to Long Tianming, "Young master, we've completely fallen into the formation. We've been walking all day, but we're still standing in the same place." Long Tianming was also helpless and speechless, and the sky and scenery around them were constantly changing. On Wu Yazi's side, Ni Li and Xiao Yu continued to get closer to the God Palace Phantom. The closer they got, the faster the scenery changed, which surprised Wu Yazi, but he couldn't help but think, "This heavenly, illusory, bewildering array doesn't exist at all in the eyes of that golden-haired brat," he said. "It's possible that the heavenly, illusory, bewildering array's layout is either real or fake." He must be bullshitting. He still couldn't believe Ni Li's words. As they thought and walked, they went deeper. They were already outside the palace. Tall stone pillars densely lined the tiled courtyard, creating a majestic sight. Ni Li then said to the two of them, "The palace exterior is ahead." Wu Yatzi sensed the terrifying aura outside the palace at this time. He didn't dare to be reckless at all. Even his speech became more cautious. Ni Li kept observing the situation and thought to himself, within this illusionary divine palace, there might even be the will of that great expert remaining. After thinking for a while, Ni Li turned to instruct Xiao Yu and Wu Yatzi. "After we go in, you still have to listen to me, and don't wander around. If you lose your lives, don't blame me." They also felt the severity of the situation and could only listen to Ni Li with sweat pouring down.
Then, they continued onward. After a few steps, Ni Li stopped. Suddenly, they felt a surge of energy surrounding this area. Beyond the massive pillars, Wu Yazi, not paying attention, smacked his face into the air. It stung, and he realized it was an air barrier. Why this air barrier was, there was still a big question. While Wu Yazi was still clutching his face in pain, Ni Li suddenly stepped forward. He started channeling his energy, planning to do something. He formed a hand seal, then used 2 fingers to draw a bunch of runes on the barrier. After drawing them, the runes started glowing and spread all over the barrier. Then, the barrier shook and shattered. It was so strong that even the huge stone pillars were affected and cracked. And then the barrier couldn't withstand it anymore. Near where Ni Li was standing, he saw a small crack on the barrier. And then that crack broke open, expanding to form an exit. Taking advantage of the opening before it could close, Ni Li quickly shouted to Xiao Yu and Wu Yazi. "The protective barrier is open, hurry and get in." The 2 of them were stunned, but Ni Li's words woke them up, and they hurriedly followed. The 3 of them crossed through the exit. After they passed through, the air barrier gradually closed, and the stone pillars collapsed, creating a huge, rumbling sound that echoed outwards. The experts outside, seeing the commotion inside, were all wide-eyed and slack-jawed, not understanding what the hell was going on. Some noticed that the surrounding mountains had collapsed. They continued to panic, looking at each other and asking the same questions. What's going on? What happened? At this moment, someone looked up at the sky and pointed, shouting, "The heavenly illusion soul-confusing formation is broken." Realizing the opportunity was at hand, the experts scrambled to prepare to enter. One of them immediately conferred with the others, and then one ordered, "Immediately send subordinates to inform the old ancestors that the formation outside the palace has been broken. Quickly send reinforcements." The subordinate received the order and hurried away. The heavenly illusion soul-confusing formation finally completely collapsed, and now it was just a mess. Groups of experts rushed forward like a broken dam, their shouts seemingly shaking the heavens and earth, easily heard even from 10,000 miles away. They yelled, "No more illusions, the illusionary divine palace is right in front." Thinking that the destination was right in front of them, the air barrier outside the palace was still there. Some who rushed forward unknowingly smacked their faces into it, stinging badly. One guy was so stunned that he asked, "What is this? Why is there another layer of barrier here?" Several others behind him had already stopped. It seemed like this wasn't their first time here. They said to each other, "Outside the illusionary divine palace is an extremely strong barrier, we can't break it at all." They originally thought that since the heavenly illusion soul-confusing formation was broken, they could finally enter the illusionary divine palace. They urged each other, "Quick, think of a way to do it." "I can't get in." Long Tianming was also helpless, standing with a look of frustration on his face. Long Lu sighed. Young Master Long Tianming, who would have thought that the heavenly illusion soul-confusing formation would be broken by someone else? Without needing to be told, Long Tianming had already guessed who had broken this lame formation. Ni Li and the others had entered the heavenly illusion soul-confusing formation naturally, so it must have been them who broke the formation. Long Tianming said to Long Lu. Long Lu was shocked to the core, exclaiming, "Huh! Ni Li, Xiao Yu, and Wu Yazi were getting closer and closer to the illusionary divine palace." But they suddenly stopped, their faces showing surprise and a hint of fear. It turned out that above their heads was a huge, ferocious beast. Wu Yazi saw this and stepped back, nervously saying, "This is bad, it's a thunderous beast, let's run." Seeing Ni Li still standing there dumbfounded, Wu Yazi quickly urged, "Don't just stand there, they're all in the dragon realm, I'm definitely no match for them." Xiao Yu also saw the seriousness of the situation and shouted. Ni Li, on the other hand, smiled as if he had a way to deal with this beast, and said to the other 2, "Calm down, don't worry about those beasts." Wu Yazi was extremely surprised by Ni Li's nonchalant attitude, and he said, "Are you seriously saying you're just going to let those ferocious beasts attack? Do you have a death wish or something?" Ni Li calmly dropped a short sentence. Illusions. With that, he kept staring up at the sky, observing the phantoms of those ferocious beasts. They just kept multiplying. Then, with a wave of his hand, sparks of electricity immediately crackled across the bodies of the ferocious beasts. Wu Yazi and Xiao Yu finally understood, and all 3 let out a sigh of relief. They tried closing their eyes, bracing for what was coming. The massive ferocious beasts stepped right through them, but nothing happened. At that moment, Wu Yazi opened his eyes, realizing it was just as Ni Li said. All of it was just illusions. Confused, Wu Yazi turned to Ni Li and asked how he knew the ferocious beasts were just illusions. This Ni Li dude must have used some method, because those thunder ferocious beasts in the illusion looked totally real. Ni Li smugly replied, "It's a method to distinguish them. You probably wouldn't figure it out even if I told you. Forget it, never mind." Wu Yazi was so annoyed when he heard that. "Even if I can't figure it out, I should still know a little, right?" Ni Li brushed him off. "Where am I going to find the time to explain it to you now? I'll tell you when we get out." With that, Ni Li went ahead,
Continuing their journey in the mirage of the divine palace, Wu Yazi hastily pleaded with Nilai.
Wait. But then he remembered his original plan to kill them. After they got out, he hesitated for a moment. But this golden-haired brat is probably not that simple, and offending someone like that by killing him isn't a good idea. But if I don't kill him, what if the secret of the demon blood sacrifice gets out? On the other side, Nilin seemed to notice something, and he grinned with a mischievous smile. Then, the three of them went straight to the palace entrance.
Nili went straight into the main hall without any hesitation.
Wu Yazi panicked again, shouting,
Nili, do you even know what hall this is that you're just waltzing into?
Nili turned back and confirmed with Wu Yazi. You can feel the power of the heavenly Tao from far away. This heavenly hall contains treasure. With that, he suggested the other two come inside with him. When Wu Yazi heard the word treasure, he darted into the heavenly hall like lightning, while Xiao Yu wasn't in a hurry and slowly followed behind. When the three of them entered, their eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but marvel. As they went deeper, more and more golden caskets appeared before their eyes. Seeing this, Wu Yazi was both amazed and eager to touch one of the caskets. But Nili stopped him. Stop! Do you want to die? Wu Yazi cried out in pain, as Nili pulled him back. He asked Nili, confused. What's wrong? Nili explained. The inscriptions on the ground, walls, and stone pillars are all heavenly locking inscription formations.
Once you wander around, these inscriptions will turn into invisible chains that directly lock you up, making it impossible to breathe, and eventually you'll die.
He continued. Don't even mention Heavenly Fate Realm. Even experts and Dragon Realm experts will be locked to death instantly. Hearing this, Wu Yazi looked at the dense inscriptions around him and was terrified. Wu Yazi hesitantly asked, Can we get through? Nili didn't answer and instead told him to take a look for a while. He listened and kept looking around, but then he asked, Isn't there a way to open these caskets? There's heavenly Dao power around these caskets. The treasures inside must be extraordinary. Only an idiot would pass up those treasures. Nili smugly said, I said you can't wander around, but I didn't say we can't take them. Let me tell you, now that we're here, everything has to be according to my instructions. Then he turned to Wu Yazi, starting to bring him into his plan. He asked, If we get the treasures, how should we split them? I'm not doing it if we split them half and half.
Wu Yazi didn't want to, but he needed someone to solve the formations, so he reluctantly agreed. He said, You guys can choose first. Taking 6 portions is fine, right? He thought to himself. There are so many treasures. After we get out of here, I'll kill those Nili guys.
Nili replied, We haven't said who gets to choose first or last. I've counted. And there are a total of 26 golden and jade caskets in this heavenly locking inscription formation. I don't know what's inside. Whoever opens it, the contents belong to them. What do you think?
Wu Yazi thought for a moment, feeling it was fair to both him and Nili's group, and agreed. Nili, receiving the good signal, continued, Great. Next, listen to my commands. Take 7 steps forward, then 3 steps to the right, then 6 steps forward, each step 3 paces apart. Listening to Nili rattle off instructions, Wu Yazi was about to freak out. He asked in confusion, Can that really work? Are you sure you're not tricking me? Nili confidently replied, Relax. There's no benefit for us to kill you. Even if we get the treasures, based on our cultivation, others will rob us once we get out. We wouldn't do something so stupid. Wu Yazi listened, feeling self-important and trusting Nili more. He laughed loudly and said, That's for sure. 2 heavenly fate realms. Without me protecting you, you'd definitely die as soon as you step out the door. With that, he obediently followed Nili's instructions. He carefully performed each action and gesture according to Nili's guidance, carefully asking and confirming each step. After a while, Wu Yazi finally reached the golden jade casket, and he couldn't help but rejoice. When he started to touch the casket, about to open it, suddenly the casket shook, then transformed into a golden-plated soldier. He stood motionless, watching the casket transform. Before he could figure out what was happening, the casket, now a soldier, was winding up to give him a punch. He snapped back to reality, shivering but unable to dodge, thinking he was about to eat a big, cold, metallic fist to the face, but no. He reflexively delivered a memorable blow to the casket in the form of the soldier, and it started to shatter into pieces. Wu Yazi gasped for breath, his face full of anger. He said, That scared me to death. He pointed at the yang they just opened, then continued, There's no treasure in this yang. I almost got killed by that demonic thing. Nili didn't seem worried at all. Instead, he smirked and said, That was just the master of the Mirage God Palace playing with you. Tell Bao Wu Yazi to stay put and not move, then let Xiao Yu go up. Wu Yazi felt the power emanating from the yang, so he cautiously reminded them. The demonic beast inside that yang is at the Heavenly Axis Realm. You guys are only at the Heavenly Fate Realm. Aren't you afraid of getting killed? Let me do this one. But Nili quickly brushed aside his suggestion. Nili said, According to the rules, the first yang has been opened.
Dare to take one step and see what happens. I guarantee you'll die a very ugly death. You can only continue. After opening the second yang, Wuyazi was stunned to hear this. After saying that, Ni Li told Xiao Yu, follow my instructions. Xiao Yu agreed.
Then she began to move step by step according to Ni Li's words, first based on the current direction, then take 3 steps to the left, 6 steps back 2, 3 to the left. Xiao Yu carefully followed Ni Li's words closely and finally arrived in front of the yang.
Xiao Yu carefully sat down in front of the yang, her face full of tension. Her hands were ready to be placed on the lid, then slowly opened the yang. Wuyazi also sat there quietly, carefully observing Xiao Yu's actions. On this side, as soon as Xiao Yu opened that yang, the inside of the yang immediately shone with dazzling light. It was so bright that Xiao Yu had to cover her eyes. Then she carefully looked inside the yang and said in surprise, "This is Spirit Stone Star Gold? How? How can there be so much?" Inside the yang were tens of thousands of glittering gold stones. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, Wuyazi suddenly said,
Spirit Stone Star Gold is an extremely rare item that can be used like ordinary spirit stones for cultivation. 1 piece of Spirit Stone Star Gold is equivalent to more than 100 pieces of Spirit Stone essences, equivalent to 10,000 ordinary spirit stones. In addition, it can be used to forge treasures. The minimum treasures forged are all 8th grade, 9th grade. At this time, Xiao Yu also understood Wuyazi's intention and replied, "Even 1 Spirit Stone Star Gold is extremely rare, let alone more than 10 pieces. You want to take them all," Wuyazi thought to himself. "Anyway, the things inside will belong to me sooner or later, so let them take a little more now." Then Wuyazi hurriedly told the 2 of them to hurry up. "Don't you want to open the 3rd treasure yang?" Ni Li replied. "Now it's my turn to open it." Then he followed the same rules as when opening the 2 yangs just now, and carefully took each step. While walking, he thought triumphantly, "I completely studied the Heavenly Lock inscription array in my previous life. I know where the traps are and where it's safe. As for saying that 1 step will lead to contact, I'm just tricking them. If you take the wrong step, you will be killed by the Heavenly Lock inscription. How can you act?" It seems that Wuyazi is still very confused now. After thinking about it, it was also the time when Ni Lim arrived at the 3rd yang. He stopped in front of the yang. He carefully sat down, still thinking in his head. This place is very important in the Heavenly Lock inscription array, and the surroundings are full of traps. The most important treasure in this heavenly palace is inside this. He carefully observed the inscriptions drawn outside the yang. He saw that the inscription drawn on it was the lock-killing inscription. After confirming everything, he pressed his 2 fingers against the inscription, then began to solve the formation, and changes began to occur on the yang. Ni Li's actions were immediately noticed by Xiao Yu and Wuyazi. Both of them stared at him in surprise. Suddenly, the yang shook, and Ni Li gently opened the lid of the yang. Seeing this scene, Wuyazi admired Ni Li's skill and said, "Such a complicated inscription, even I can't solve it, but you, brat." Hearing Wuyazi say this, Ni Li completely opened the lid of the yang. The treasures inside emitted light again, even stronger than the yang that Xiao Yu opened. The light emitted from the yang lit up the entire heavenly palace, even brighter than a high-pressure light bulb. Xiao Yu and Wuyazi had to cover their eyes. Wuyazi believed that such a thick, heavenly Tao power was definitely an extremely formidable treasure. After shining for a while, it suddenly went out. Ni Li couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the treasure in the yang with his own eyes. He thought, "What kind of treasure is it? It clearly has such abundant heavenly Dapple power." Ni Li determined that this item was extraordinary and put it into the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Even if Wuyazi dealt with it, it would be worth